Inside the red zone already, and the 49ers have scored touchdowns the last 10 times. They've taken the ball inside the 20. Purdy, end zone, he's picked! Intercepted by Hamilton.
Oh, baby. 49ers taking the L on Christmas. A lump of coal in the Bay Area stockings there after the Warriors lost earlier that day. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Morning Roast, and it's not Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. It's Joe Spadoni and Sam Lubman. Good morning, Sam. Did you have a nice Christmas?
Hello there, Spadoni. I had a not one of the banner Christmases, I'll say that.
That's too bad.
Unfortunately, your boy was in the infirmary most of the weekend. No, I felt something coming down on Friday, and then
yeah. And I was sick last week too, so I missed
probably where
Wednesday.
I got it from.
Yeah, probably.
You know, we're locked in the studio together, you and me, most of the time, so that's probably where it came from. But yeah, no, I was holed up in my apartment most of the weekend in darkness, drowning myself in cough medicine. Responsibly, of course.
Always.
Always got to be responsible with that cough medicine.
Yeah, not the scissor. Shout out Jamarcus.
No, not doing that.
Not doing that.
So yeah, no, being sick on Christmas is a very underrated, lousy way to spend your holidays, actually.
Well,
so
yeah, and you know, you never want to be sick at all, but especially during the holidays. And obviously, you know, thinking of all you people out there, the holidays could be a little tough on some people. You know, we think of it as this nice, joyous occasion, whether it's Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, the New Year, anything like that. Some people, you know what? They're struggling a little bit, a little down in the dumps So if you're tuning in, I hope to cheer your spirits. It's not the end of the world for the 49ers. Let's relax, everyone. Take a step back. The quarterback didn't look great. It's okay to say it. Even the guy has imperfections. Perfect Purdy. These things happen. 4 picks. It was ugly. That's not the way you wanted it, especially, again, after the Warriors lost to the Nuggets, and that was even uglier, and we'll get to that as Steve Kerr had some thoughts on the officiating in that game as the Nuggets take out the Warriors 120-114 out in Denver, Colorado. Andrew Wiggins looked good there. Steph, Clay, not so much. But, hey, tell you what, Nikola Jokic at the free throw line, man. If that's what you came to see, got your money's worth. But Baltimore 33, 49ers 19, Sam. And overall takeaways from that game for you when you watched it on Monday evening.
Yeah, I think we have to officially put to bed the Brock Purdy is Joe Montana conversation, Spadoni.
Joe had 4-pick games.
He did, but here's the thing, though. Joe Montana, did he have a 4-pick game? Yes, he did. You know what he did in that 4-pick game, though? He won that 4-pick game. So, unfortunately, Brock Purdy, he's not Joe Montana. You know who's still on the table, though? Tom Brady. Tom Brady was 0 for 6 when he threw 4 picks in a game. Peyton Manning, another one, 0 for 6 when he threw 4 picks in a game. Did you know that Peyton Manning had a 6-interception game at one point in his career?
Yeah, he threw 28 his rookie season.
Yeah,
I didn't
what
know
a
that.
Bum.
Yeah, he stinks.
Drew Bledsoe, another one, winless when he threw 4 more picks. Eli Manning was another one. Phillip Rivers. So Brock could be any of those quarterbacks, but for one day, I think we have to pull back a little bit on the Brock Purdy is Joe Montana comparables. But if that's really kind of what we're knocking Brock Purdy off there, like overall, I think we're doing pretty good. Guys are allowed to have bad days. I think the phrase Michael Jordan even had a bad day every now and then. That's a phrase, so that's going to pop up there. Yeah, it was an ugly day. It was an ugly night for Brock Purdy against the Ravens. I went back, I rewatched that game last night, and we'll get into those interceptions at some point in this show. I'm sure we got to break those down because there's a lot going on those interceptions. I think it was
the word I keep hearing, Sam, not to cut you off there, is fluky. For a lot of fans. A lot of fans saying some of those are fluky. I didn't see a lot of flukiness from the Baltimore Ravens, if that's the word we're going to use. We'll talk to Brian Baldinger at 7:30 too. Mm-hmm. Brian Baldinger, obviously NFL Network, former NFL offensive lineman, and our 95.7 The Game NFL insider. He breaks down everything. I don't think there's anything fluky about what happened with the Baltimore Ravens, the defensive backs. Kyle Hamilton, my God, guy's just such a stud. Hope he's okay. I know he had left with the knee injury, but the guy is just incredible. He started things off early, picking Brock Purdy after you thought, you know what, 3 and out for the Ravens, Niners driving. I was like, it's going down again. What we all thought. No one's on the Niners level, right? And then, all of a sudden, turnover. Then you get the safety. It's all right. The defense is humming. Then you go up 5-0. He's got the baseball scores and stuff like that. It's all right. You're up 5-0. And then the Ravens start cooking. And Lamar starts going. And then the turnovers go up and up. And then you pitch a shutout if you're the Ravens in the third quarter, 17-0 there. And that was all she wrote. And then Brock Purdy left with a stinger. I thought he was concussed when I first saw it. And then he went in the blue medical tent, and they labeled it as a stinger. Usually when I hear stinger, it's like, okay, he got shaken up a little bit. The nerve ending somewhere, somehow, and they just kept him out. And I thought that was actually very surprising because it's one thing if it's a head injury, Sam. He's concussed. He's your guy. Brock Purdy's your franchise right now. He's been the MVP candidate the last few weeks, leader in the clubhouse. You want to keep this guy healthy for the playoffs. You saw it without him in Philadelphia. You're not winning without Brock Purdy. So from that, I understand. But when I heard it was a stinger, and it was 10 minutes left, 8 minutes left, still in the fourth quarter, you're down 3 scores. You probably weren't winning the game anyways. I was just shocked that they kept him out because of a stinger. What say you with that?
Yeah, I mean, it's at the point now where it's just like I'm kind of wondering what even is going on when you do get a stinger there. Well, I think it was last week against Arizona, it was a stinger to his non-throwing shoulder. Did they say it was a similar injury here this week? I believe it was another stinger to his non-throwing shoulder.
Yes.
So like that. So I guess what are the odds that 2 weeks in a row he gets a stinger in the same area? Yeah, that was kind of interesting to me. I figured it would be something that. At that point of the game, it was 33-12 when that last injury happened.
They were down 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, it basically, the game felt like it was over. I mean, there was that backbreaking sequence in the third quarter where the Ravens scored, Brock throws the interception, Ravens score on the next play. It was, 2 touchdowns in an 18-second span. That, I feel like, more or less put the kibosh on the game for the Niners on Monday night. if the game was closer, probably if it was like a 2-score game, maybe Brock comes back in, especially after Darnold leads that touchdown drive there in relief. But yeah, no, very, very interesting there how they kept him out. But again, it felt more like, let's just play it safe here. This game's a lost cause. We don't need Brock getting hurt any worse. We've seen how many quarterbacks have been dropping around the league all throughout this season. There's no need for the Niners to unnecessarily risk their franchise guy when you have two very important games coming up. It's an AFC opponent, so as far as losing any tiebreakers with your NFC opponents, this loss doesn't really hurt that. If there's ever a time just like, you know what, let's punt, that's a time to do it. I think Trent Williams, another one, I think he got injured on that fourth.
Groin,
the groin injury, got injured on the fourth interception trying to grab that ball back. It looked like he could have probably gone back in too if the game was more winnable. So at some point, I mean, again, credit Kyle Shanahan. We sometimes, fault him for maybe, running guys into the ground a little too much, playing a little too hard there, recognizing the situation where it's like, you know what? Let's not try and get guys hurt fighting for a lost cause there. That's kind of how I took it there. But 2 weeks in a row, though, having to leave the game with a stinger injury and Sam Darnold coming in, it was a little bit better from Darnold this week. That last week when he was in against Arizona, every time he throws the ball, you're having Jimmy Garoppolo flashbacks. But
God, he's got a cannon, though. I'll say this to Sam Darnold. Guy's got a cannon.
Thrower
of the football, he is elite when it comes to that. And then ultimately, it was getting a little interesting there late. If they got that touchdown, they got the 3 timeouts if something happened, because I could not have waited. I might have came in early if Sam Darnold somehow let a comeback down 21 points with 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter against the Baltimore Ravens, the best team in the AFC. That might have, blown up the entire week. Is there quarterback controversy? Didn't happen. Niners take the L, 33-19.
It almost would have been worse, I think, if Darnold had led that comeback.
It would have been no.
Wouldn't it? No, because then it's like now we go from, it's a tough loss to a really good opponent. We can always, bounce back from that to, well, hold on a second. Do we need to start having a should Sam Darnold start conversation?
Well, I think a lot of the Brock naysayers would have said, hey, look, Sam Darnold just came off the bench just hasn't played all year other than mop-up duty, and then he was able to do that. Yeah, that's a product of Kyle Shanahan. I'm going to take everything I saw with Brock Purdy this year with a grain of salt. He's basically Jimmy Garoppolo 2.0. That's what a lot of the naysayers, I think, would have said if that came to fruition. It didn't. And to think that Sam Darnold is somehow on Brock Purdy's level, just watch the body of work. Brock's been amazing this year. We're not taking anything away from what he's done this season. But, as we know, Sam, you are only as good as your last game in the NFL, and his last game wasn't very good. 4 interceptions. Kyle Shanahan, your thoughts on Brock's picks? Oh, not playing. It's okay. Hashtag new studio. We're still workshopping it here. Did we fix this, by the way, Sam, in the studio yet when we're playing sound in here?
Apparently not.
Apparently not. Is Studio Hotkey 7 potted up over there too?
Yep. No, we got it up. There we go.
Got a way to get out of it.
It's all right. We'll restart it. Let me turn it off real quick. I'm going to turn it off.
Probably helps when hotkeys are actually turned on.
It's okay. Hey, you know what? We're workshopping here. It's almost a new season, new year for all of us. And you know what? We'll get out of these kinks way early. Shanahan, your thoughts on Brock's picks?
There was some space that flashed, and he just reacted and let it rip. He was probably feeling pretty good after the first few plays and thought he could squeeze it in there, but can't verse that coverage. So that was the wrong decision. And, just looking into all the others were real unfortunate plays. We were in a run play that they got us on a corner blitz, and he had a way to get out of it, but he had to throw it over that guy, and the guy made a hell of a play jumping and tipping it, and the other corner on the backside ended up getting the tip and picking it. The next one was a scramble on 3rd and 7 where really threw a 50-50 ball to George, and 14 did a hell of a job getting his hand in there and tipping it up in the air, and he got another tip. And the one in the third quarter, he made the right read. The Mike linebacker got under a route by Ayuk, so he went to his check down, which was the right decision, but he was getting hit as he threw right on his right arm, and the ball bounced up in the air and got a pick. So it was less more about Brock's interceptions. It was after that, and then we were just in a tough situation after that, being down, and the play wasn't great as a whole for an offense after that.
888-957-9570 as you listen to Kyle Shanahan there with his media conference call as he does each and after every single game, talking to the media there. Are we worried about Brock Purdy, or is this just a one-off? 888-957-9570. Hit us up via call, via text. The Comcast Biz text line always open. Also, shout out Twitch and YouTube. Search 95.7 The Game live. And, like and subscribe, I should say, because we are live and local the rest of the week right here on 95.7 The Game. So hit us up there as well. It is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Brian Baldinger, 7:30. And Warriors Wednesday, we might touch on the Warriors a little bit. Obviously, I just think the 49ers losing in the fashion that they did, I got to be honest, I'm a little shocked. I did not expect to see that on Christmas. Maybe I should have, not been shocked, because what I witnessed Christmas morning may have been even more shocking. Patrick Mahomes just getting destroyed by the Las Vegas Raiders. Merry Swiftmas with Taylor Swift in the building. Maybe that was a precursor, a sign of things to come for that evening, because, man, I just, for a team that prides itself, Sam Lubman, on the 49ers being so damn physical, with an F, as Jim Harbaugh would say, so damn physical. I haven't seen it since Cleveland, where a team's been out-physicaling them at the line of scrimmage, linebacker, second, everywhere. They just got punched in the mouth.
No, and I think that's kind of been a statement you saw pop up a little bit during that Niners 3-game losing streak in terms of just how physical the 49ers are, because it's no doubt, guys like Fred Warner, Draymond Greenlaw anchoring that defense, they are definitely bringing that hit. They are definitely bringing the punishment every play, especially then you go inside with Armstead and Hargrave. They set the tone up the middle. They really take away those middle lanes there. This is a very good, dominant, hard-hitting defense, but it almost, I saw one comment on the Twitter sphere, and I always like take what I see on Twitter with a grain of salt, but this was a good, I thought, comment to really look at. It was almost like the Ravens were like the public school kids going against the coddled private school kids that the 49ers were. And it seems like whenever the Niners struggle, this belief pops up that the Niners have like a finesse to them. Like they're more, I guess, like substance than the actual talk.
Steve Weish of the NFL Network, longtime NFL reporter, does a great job over there. He compared him to a friend of the roast. He compared them to a dome team. He says they don't play in a dome, but they're like a dome team. And some people would take that as like, they're soft and stuff like that. I take that as, hey, and this team has been compared to them, the greatest show on turf. Like, they're just so damn good. They get a lead, you're not getting it back. And it's very difficult to stop them. But if you do, and you make them play from behind, then you can get after the quarterback, then you can push them, and then you know what? Good things can happen, as you saw there. And you mentioned the 3-game losing streak, Sam. I'm glad you brought that up, because that was the only time in that Cleveland game where I saw them really just struggle from start to finish on the offensive end. And that's a team, either one of those teams, you may see in the Super Bowl again. We'll have to get to the Super Bowl first. But that's also what I want to get to. Is anyone really concerned after this loss that they might not get to the Super Bowl? Or are you even thinking anyone in the NFC can hang? Because that was an AFC opponent. The only time you're going to see the Ravens again, is in the Super Bowl. But is there anyone you're still fearing out in the NFC? Because I was watching the games over the weekend. Hell, even on Christmas. Tommy DeVito gets benched. Tyrod Taylor almost leads the comeback against the Philadelphia Eagles. The Eagles, I'm not impressed with. The Dallas Cowboys, I'm not impressed with. The Detroit Lions, we'll see. That's the only other team you got to worry about as far as the number 1 seed goes, because you're tied there. But obviously the Niners better conference record than the Detroit Lions, having not gone head-to-head against them. But I'm not fearing Detroit. Is it the Rams you're fearing now? They're all of a sudden hot. Sean McVay in the playoffs, 1-0 against Shanahan. We know in the regular season we'll see them in a couple weeks here. But man, are you still fearing anyone out in the NFC? Because if I'm a Niner fan, it was a tough loss, but I'm not tripping over it. I'm not.
In the NFC, no, I'm not worried about anyone right now. The Niners show that they can handle the Eagles. The Eagles, they look like they're kind of falling apart and kind of coming back to earth a little bit. Part of the reason why the Eagles were so successful last year was because of that defense, was because of their ability to rack up as many sacks as they were able to. By the way, you know who's racking up a lot of sacks this year? It's Baltimore Ravens. So, I don't know, apparently getting sacks is a great way to win football games. But
tough to find a good pass rush.
It is really hard to find a good pass rush. Yes, shout out John Gruden. But, so yeah, I mean, the Niners, they handle the Eagles in a way that's just like, you know what, even if they match in the playoffs, I'd expect it to be a little bit closer, but as Nick Bosa said after that game, they feel like they kind of cracked a code on the Eagles there. As far as the Cowboys, the Niners have won 3 straight against the Cowboys, dating back to the last 2 playoff appearances, plus the regular season matchup this year. And the beatdown's been getting worse on the Cowboys. I've seen nothing from Dallas to make me think that, I mean, might they push the Niners a bit in a playoff game, kind of like they did last year? Definitely a possibility. I mean, the playoffs do bring out kind of better performances from guys. If the Niners are hosting that game, which they probably would, I would still feel very good about the Niners in that game against the Cowboys. And then the Lions, every year there's always one team in the NFL just kind of comes out of nowhere and has that, great regular season. But like there's underlying metrics that you're seeing there that just show that they're good. But the reason they're good is because they're also playing like a second or third place schedule, which is what the Lions have this year. And the Lions are 11-4, but they have a plus 57 point differential, which means they're handling those close games, but they've been blown out a few times too. One of the two games they got blown out in was against these Baltimore Ravens. So the Lions, they're a good team. I feel like they're a year away, possibly, hopefully, if Dan Campbell can keep this momentum going there in Detroit, because if there's ever a fan base that deserves success, it's the Detroit Lions. But I'm not fearing them in a playoff matchup right now. So right now, NFC still feels like it's in a good spot for the 49ers. But yeah, if you look at the top of the AFC, and this is something I want to get into later in this show, Kyle Shanahan might have some problems against the top of the AFC.
Oh, he's got some problems there. That's a tease, ladies and gentlemen. That's Sam Lubman alongside myself, Joe Spadoni here, filling in for Bonte and Chasky. If you're just waking up, good morning to all of you. If you're just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for the week, school should be out, but if you're doing like online classes, winter, what is that? What do they call that? The winter, I've been in college now for 4 years.
Like winter semester?
There you go. What's a winter semester? But it's not a semester. I forget what it's called. The Mrs. Jade, who's should be sleeping, hopefully she is, baby's not waking her up. She used to take all these and then she graduated way faster. So if you're doing that and you're hanging out with us, appreciate you. 888-957-9570, 49ers 19, Ravens 33 on Christmas. Brock Purdy, 4 picks. Are you concerned about Brock Purdy? And maybe not the decision-making. Hell, are you concerned about the wear and tear on Brock, leaving with the stinger injury? Here's what Kyle Shanahan had to say in regards to Brock's stinger yesterday, talking to the media.
Yeah, just watching him, how he was that week, and then just being able to hear how he was today and talk to him last night after the game, I think he's going to be fine. I don't think it's going to bother him too. I mean, I know I don't want to take away from, sure, it's a pain for him, and but in overall things, I think he's going to be fine for us this week.
And he better be, because they got not red hot. I was trying to gas this matchup up, but the Washington Commanders, they stink. It's Jacoby Brissett going to play now. Sam Howell got benched. My guy Sam Howell, I was rooting for you, Sam. You showed flashes earlier in the year, but that team's just a dumpster fire. You do have to travel to the East Coast, right? So maybe that's going to be a little challenging there, but I can't front. They should wax this team. This has a bounce-back performance written all over, but hey, you never know. Any given Sunday, you cannot sleep on your opponent. I'm sure the Niners won't do that as they learn their lesson, well, on Christmas and during that 3-game losing streak. 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. More of your calls and text. Time to worry about Brock Purdy after that 4-pick performance? We'll discuss it on the other side. Spadoni Lubman, 95.7 The Game.
in a glass case of emotion.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Bonte and Shasky out. Spadoni and Lubman in. This is the morning roast. I'm feeling all right. You know what, Niner fans, you should be too. Should be feeling fine. I get it. Tough loss.
I'm having a meltdown.
No, we're not having a meltdown. Although I love Bonte's walk into the parking lot. That was he had someone clap at him on X, formerly Twitter. A fan like, hey, 49ers faithful, my ass, you're leaving the game early. He's like, I leave every game early. You've been to the Santa Clara parking lot over there? You have got to leave early. Something my dad did have right, Sam Lubman, the great Bob Spadoni, leaving sporting events a little bit early because you got to beat that traffic.
See, I'm kind of the exact opposite. I'm going to try to fade out here while talking.
Good job.
There you go. Two things at once, just like Travis Kelce. I'm one of those people. I'm kind of in the opposite. I have to stay till the end, towards the bitter end, even at Levi's, because I know how tough it is getting out. I did plan on going to that game Monday night. Usually I do not like to go to weeknight games because obviously you got that quick turnaround. I was supposed to do the show yesterday morning with FP Santangelo. We were going to do the morning recap of the game. So my plan was, I was going to take the trek down to Levi's on Christmas night and hope that I got home at a normal time. My plan was to try and get there earlier, park closer towards the exit, so that way when the game's over, I can just kind of zip right out especially because I park in the green lot. Getting out of that lot, it could be a jungle getting out of there sometimes. But no, I absolutely always wait till the end of games to leave. I do not like leaving early. It feels unbecoming of me as a fan to leave a game early. Every time I've had to leave games early at times for one reason or another, and I hate the feeling when I do it. I feel like you got to stay towards the end, win or lose.
If ever a time to leave, you got Christmas still. If you want to still go home and, do like a late night gift unwrapping, do whatever you got to do. I understand it. Christmas night, you're taking a big fat L. You're down 21 points. Not how you wanted to celebrate. But you know what? You don't have to see the Ravens again. And if you do, it's a good thing because you'll be in Las Vegas playing them in the Super Bowl. It's only been twice this year that the Niners have gotten their asses kicked like this. And maybe if you want to go 3, but I think physically, I look at the Cleveland game and look at this Baltimore Ravens team. they physically pummeled the 49ers. If
I would maybe throw the Bengals game in there, too.
a little bit.
They kind of ran a roughshod over the Niners.
They did.
There.
It was more on the offensive end. I thought their offense just exposed the Niners defense in that game alone. Maybe exposed is strong, but that was the capping off 3-game losing streak.
And it was kind of like that midseason lull that you kind of noticed that Shanahan has had these last few years where, for whatever reason, in October, Kyle Shanahan's teams just don't do so great. You know, I remember 2021 was a similar situation. They had the loss to the Colts on that Sunday night. They won the next week, and I think they lost the week after that to fall to 3-5, and that was when you started seeing the Fire Kyle stuff pop up. Last year, there's some Fire Kyle stuff back then. Last year, there's obviously that loss.
I'm sure
to the
there
Chiefs.
was after this game too.
Oh, there's always a Fire Kyle thing after every loss. Those people are nincompoops. But in 2021, it was a little bit loud because they're 3-5. Jimmy looked terrible. Last year, you saw it too. They had that loss to the Chiefs. Where it just looked like the Chiefs really just put the Niners in their place, and obviously they didn't lose again until the NFC title game. It happened again this year, again against the Bengals, where it really just seemed to come to a head. And then had that bye week, they fired out of it from there. But yeah, this was kind of like the latest in the season we've seen the Niners really just get out-physicaled in the way that the Ravens did. That we've seen in a while. Usually Kyle Shanahan's teams, we've seen these last few years, as the season goes along, they get better. They get crisper. You know, it's maybe you'll have like in 2019, they had that kind of dud loss against the Falcons towards the end of the year. That happens. But for the most part, the Niners don't really have a lot of bad late-season losses. So seeing it happen like it did last night, yeah, that was kind of jarring, and just how much they were out-physicaled by a team that was basically their carbon copy when you think about it, because the Ravens, very similar to the Niners on both sides of the ball. Defensively, their structure very similar, led by two really good linebackers. Offensively, I mean, again, they don't have the weapons on offense that the Niners have.
Zay Flowers is a baller, though.
Maybe they don't have the notable weapons. But
well,
I mean,
Mark Andrews, you know, and I've been saying this to you. I told to Evan Giddings, nice guy Evan Giddings, formerly nice guy Stephen Langford, who's now Benedict Langford over at KCBS now. So I just give it to
tell us what it is, damn it.
There you go, E-Dog Evan Giddings.
First off, can we call out Langford for a second?
Absolutely.
I want to drag Stephen Langford of KCBS really quick. So this guy, former board op on the roast, he was my board op when I started producing this show.
Oh, yeah.
And so he leads to go up to the big leagues of the sports desk at KCBS. And so, you know, this week you and I are doing the show. He's like 6 feet away right over there. He's probably looking at us right now.
We can literally see. You can. I don't
want to turn around and look at him, because this morning he strolls into our little arena, our area of the building, acting all big and bad. It's like, oh hey, you got to chat with Spadoni and I at some point this week. He looks at us. No. Mr. Big Time over here can't hang out with us little people at 95.7. So you know what? Stephen Langford's dead to me.
Now too. He lives in Walnut Creek now. So that's
Mr. Hoity-toity.
See, you know, people change.
Broadway Plaza makes you soft. I know. As someone who grew up in Walnut Creek, you gotta get out of there. So the Walnut Creek, it's already getting to Stephen Langford.
Are the 49ers soft after that game? 888-957-9570. I don't think so. They just ran into a more physical team. But you know what? Maybe Niner fans are feeling in the back of their mind a little doubt start to creep in. Are you doubting this team going forward after that loss? 888-957-9570. Was it a reality check type of a loss? Someone asked that to Kyle Shanahan yesterday at the media conference call. Take a listen.
It was just a loss. You play a good team, and you have 5 turnovers, and you have all those penalties. Makes it tough to win. Like how our guys fought at the end. Wish we could have scored on that last drive and given that sack there. Thought it would have been great to attempt an onside kick with 3 timeouts and have a chance to go in and try to tie it up. But when you play a little sloppy with those turnovers and penalties, and you're going against a good team, it makes it tough to win.
It does indeed. And listen, it was getting a little interesting there with Sam Darnold coming in, and I was actually interested to see just Sam Darnold just come in. There was no pressure. I mean, you're down 21-0, so some people will make it more than it is. I think. Obviously, the Ravens were kind of in prevent mode, like, hey, you want to take these chunks? That's fine. We're just trying to milk the clock. And then it got a little bit interesting to the point where, hey, if they score, to Kyle Shanahan's point, they got 3 timeouts in the back of their pocket. Could something special happen here? Could a Christmas miracle on 34th Street? What is it over there? A miracle on DeBartolo Way?
Miracle on DeBartolo Way.
There you go. Could that have happened? Well, it didn't get come to fruition, if you will, because the Ravens said, no. This is actually Sam Darnold. He sees ghosts, and he saw Casper. It was a nightmare before Christmas. Nightmare on Christmas, actually. 888-957-9570. How concerned are we? Thank you. How concerned are we about Brock Purdy's performance. I think that is the biggest question mark coming out of that game, Sam. 4 interceptions. If you want to call him fluky or not, I don't really give a damn. He threw 4 picks. He left the game with a stinger. It was an ugly performance from Brock Purdy in a season where it's been far from that. I mean, outside of that 3-game losing streak, so we've seen a little bit of struggles, but even then, he never looked as bad as he did on Monday. I want to know from the fans if a little doubt is creeping in regards to Brock Purdy and his chances going forward leading this team. I don't think so, but when you go up against physical teams, which is what you're going to be going up against in the playoffs, this is something that you might see. We saw him struggle against the Dallas Cowboys in the playoffs last year. Now, he made the game-winning play when he needed to George Kittle. I think it was a better Kittle catch than it was a throw, but Brock gets credit for putting it in that spot. He handled himself against the Seahawks, although it was shaky early on in that game. That game was a lot closer than a lot of us think. It was a chance where the Seahawks could have gone ahead late in that third quarter heading into the fourth. Obviously, Nick Bosa recovers the strip sack fumble. But it's very interesting that a team like the Ravens goes in to Santa Clara, a place where the Niners just own under Purdy, and kick their asses and kick their teeth. And maybe if you're a fan, you're seeing Brock Purdy get hurt a little bit here, Sam, and starting to have a little doubt creep in. Is that okay for a fan to start feeling a little bit, you know what, the MVP was a little too much for Brock. Maybe that was a little overblown here, and maybe we got to readjust our expectations.
To that, I just have to say,
RELAX. Relax.
That's how you use drops right there.
There you go.
No, I'm not going to sweat it. You know what? Guys are allowed to have bad games. It was one bad game for Brock. You had to know it was going to come eventually. We said it at the top of the show. Numerous other great quarterbacks have had bad nights like that. It just happened to happen on national TV. It just happened to happen against a very good opponent in the Baltimore Ravens. But you know what? This is what we in the industry like to call a learning experience for Brock Purdy. He really hasn't had a lot of these learning experiences. And again, you look get into these interceptions on the other side here, because I definitely think we should break them down, because I know there's this belief that they were kind of fluky interceptions. They weren't really Brock's fault. That was my first impression of a couple of them. But then I go back and rewatch the game, and it's just like, you know what? It's kind of hard to take away. It's kind of hard to not put blame on him for all 4 of those interceptions. So we can get into that on the other side here, because we are up against it. But yeah, they were concerning picks, but they weren't interceptions that you can't learn from and become better because of.
There you go. As I turn my mic on here and I find my reads, because you know what? On the pregame show, we don't have a lot of reads, Sam. I don't think we have any, in fact, other than, the typical 888-957-9570. Shout out to the Comcast Business text line and Twitch and YouTube. And what's coming up next on the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, more of your phone calls, more of your texts, more of Sam Lubman alongside Joe Spadoni here, filling in for Bonta and Shasky, talking Niners-Ravens. Niners take the L 33-19. Concerned about Brock Purdy's performance. Is it a sign of things to come, or is it just a one-off? 888-957-9570. That's all coming up on the other side. 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Will the real Brock Purdy please stand up? Because that wasn't him. Joe Spadoni in for Bonte Hill, Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky. This is the morning roast. Good morning to all of you lovely people out there. Hope you all had a Merry Christmas despite the L's via the Warriors, via the 49ers. Taylor Swift also taking an L. And for some, that hurt more. Huh. You really hate to see that.
I knew she was trouble when she walked in.
I knew the Chiefs were in trouble when they saw Malcolm Kuntz, Max Crosby, and Aiden O'Connell on the other side. Antonio Pierce, give him the job, baby. What a win.
How satisfying was it for you seeing that shot at the end of the game of Taylor and Brittany consoling each other? Brittany just absolutely horrified. Taylor looks like she's already plotting her exit strategy.
I'm not
The
kidding
album she gives us
kidding.
from this is going to be so fire.
I'm not kidding when I say this. That might have been the greatest Christmas gift I've ever received. Watching the temper tantrums from Travis Kelce, throwing his helmet and breaking it on the sideline, watching Patrick Mahomes yell at his offensive line, watching Brittany Mahomes console Taylor Swift and vice versa, all on a big fat L in Kansas City, all those stupid KC fans with that stupid chant, stupid tomahawk chop, all of them leaving so damn early. Oh, ye of little faith in your greatest quarterback of all time, Patrick Mahomes.
Well, it's Christmas. You got to get home and run right.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Well, Kansas City, you got to go home there. You ain't doing anything else other than eat
what
some
else they're doing?
barbecue.
Go eat barbecue.
God.
Actually, that's actually
they were going to go listen to Taylor Swift's Christmas album. I want to listen to the callers, though, because the 49ers, they took a bad L.
We actually have callers?
We got
People want to talk to us?
People want to talk to us. Come on. Hey.
But again, I talk to all these callers usually every day.
No,
so.
that's what I'm saying. This is personal. I mean, we always talk about the personal matchup for the Eagles when it comes to Shasky and Bonte going to Philadelphia. This is personal for Sam Lubman because he has personal battles with these guys. I wish you can hear the behind the scenes when Sam Lubman is streaming some of these calls. Not all the time, but there are some times because there's different ways as we take you behind radio here. Because you know what? We're producers at the end of the day. We're fill-ins right now, but we like to aspire to be hosts, but we're producers at heart. And part of the job is screening calls, listening to the takes. And Sam, you know what? I will say this. Sam has a lot of patience for some of these callers' takes because they like to give the whole thing out right away. I myself do not have that patience. What is your name? Where are you calling from? What do you want to talk about? Niners, Purdy's not it? Good. Put you on hold. They start going to these spiels. I just put them on hold. I can't listen to it. But you, Sam, you listen to all of it. And I give you some credit for that.
It can get exhausting after a while. Now, again, most of our callers are actually pretty good. There are a lot of them. Again, when you get the regulars that call in every day, we got one of our regulars on line one, who you get to in a second, RJ in Fairfield, one of our favorites. There are a lot of them that are good, but there are some that, they just... I don't want to name names, but some of them is just like, okay, buddy, where is the chase and how can we cut to it?
There you go.
It gets exhausting after a while, but you know what? It's what makes the morning roast so great is our roasters. It is our callers. I told Bonte this on Thursday. Spinoni, this has been the year of the roaster. Our roasters have just been off the hook this year. Next week, I have to comb through a year's worth of audio and figure out all of our Doobie Award nominations and stuff like that. I'm not really looking forward to it because I know there's going to be some really tough snubs that I'm going to have to consider. There's going to be some tough snubs that pretty much I didn't know where to find it. I couldn't find that bit of audio. And it's going to be a grind next week putting this all together. Next Friday, we're hoping to do the Doobie Awards. Hopefully we'll have a full house here on the roast to make that happen. Very much looking forward to it because roasters, you guys made this very, very difficult for me with all the great, incredible content you guys gave us this year. Like, what show truly gets such great content from their callers like we do with the roasters?
No one.
It really is. They are a special breed, these roasters. So shout out to you guys. You guys are literally half of the show is the callers and the roasters on this show. It is really special. Even the ones on YouTube.
It's a great point. Even the ones on YouTube. And we are streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Search 95.7 The Game, like and subscribe. We are streaming the rest of the week all day long right here, live and local. Your home for Golden State Warriors basketball because it is a Warriors Wednesday. And this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Brian Baldinger, 7:30, 95.7 The Game, NFL Insider. You are not going to want to miss this. Baldi breaks down things better than everyone else when it comes to the ins and outs, the X's and O's. What's going on, Roasters, is right. So 7:30, Brian Baldinger former NFL offensive lineman. And it all starts in the trenches. He'll tell you that. The Niners offensive line got their asses kicked. Jadeveon Clowney turned Brock Purdy into Denard Robinson 2.0. That's what happened. Now he didn't have anything left. That hit, he's still living off that hit, by the way.
My God, though, just would you really quick on Jadeveon Clowney? It's just he's one of those guys that every time he has
24, by the way.
I like that. I love numbers like that on defensive
that
ends.
Cannot happen.
No, that's great.
I like the single digits and then the traditional, but 24.
No, give me weird DN numbers. I love that. It's great. But no, with Clowney, it's just one of those guys like, when you see him have games like he had, I mean, he's had a great year this year. He's had a very underrated great year, probably one of the best years of his career this year. But when he has games like this, Spadoni, it's just like, how are you not like this every game? Like, he had that first batted pass that Brock threw early in the first quarter. Like, they show the replay and just how he gets up. Like, I swear to God, this man's like 7'9" or something.
He's a physical specimen. You
He
see
is
why
monstrous.
he was the number 1 overall pick. He just got overshadowed by a better draft pick in that class, which was Khalil Mack, who fell a couple picks after him. It's not his fault. That just Khalil was he's an all-pro, Hall of Famer, defensive player of the year type of candidate.
And he has
Clowney's living off, he's not been a bust. I will say this. Clowney has not been a bust, but has he lived up to being a number 1 overall pick?
No, he hasn't.
No, but he hasn't been a bust.
He was the number 1 recruit out of high school that year. I know that because he was in our year, Spadoni, and I played defensive line in high school. I was kind of curious, who's the top of the DN class right now? Who am I falling behind right now? And I saw Jadeveon Clowney. It's like, oh, that's a guy to keep an eye on. And yeah, he has.
Wait. You were comparing yourself to Jadeveon Clowney?
I like to see how far away the gap is. Yes.
How far away was your name on the list?
Well, I'm here right now, and he's still in the NFL. That's how far away that gap was. I was not expecting it to be close at all. I am nowhere. If in the whole multiverses that are out there, Jadeveon Clowney is in a multiverse 10 billion light years above whichever one I was in.
There's another one where Sam is in the multiverse. Shout out Marvel. Kang, whatever. Oh, they're gonna
not anymore. Different Kang.
Yikes! Find
new subject. Maybe Clowney.
Maybe Clowney. You know what?
That would be a terrifying.
That would be a terrifying.
Ask Connor
right
Cook
there.
how scary that can get.
Oh God, Connor Cook.
I'll be honest. I had flashbacks of that Raiders Texans playoff game watching Clowney last night because that game and then last night were like Clowney's probably 2 best games ever. I mean, that game he had in the playoffs against Connor Cook and the Raiders, I mean, he basically single-handedly won that game for the Texans.
Did he do anything for the Browns during that playoff run? I feel like he was solid with the Browns. Was he on the team when they were playing the Steelers and they kicked their asses? I think he might have been.
Oh, a couple years ago?
A couple years back. I think.
I don't remember him doing anything significant from that game, though.
I feel like he's been on 50 teams, so I'm just guessing.
You know what's crazy, though, Spadoni? We talk about how he's been eating off that hit against Michigan. That was on January 1st of 2013. That was almost 11 years ago.
That's pretty wild. And the New Year's, obviously, this Monday.
Cue the Matt Damon getting old gif.
Seriously, 888-957-9570. Where were you when Jadeveon Clowney hit not the shot, but the tackle heard around the world? RJ in Fairfield, though, we teased him earlier. We'll get to him. He's a little concerned about Brock Purdy after 4 picks. What's going on, RJ?
I'm hurting this whole week, man. First of all, Raider fans are the worst, man. I've been getting creamed. They acting like they won the Super Bowl over the weekend after that 49ers loss to the Ravens, man. So just FYI. But I want to talk about Brock Purdy, man. I think Brock Purdy could get the job done. But after that first pick, I found myself on the couch and just saying, he not that dude. I mean, he hasn't done it yet. I mean,
whoa, really?
Wow. Fast.
Look, I mean, when he faces adversity, like when we're trailing, you kind of sit back and be like, okay, what kind of Brock Purdy am I getting? Am I going to get the comeback Brock Purdy, or am I going to get the franchise QB of Brock Purdy? Like I had a feeling like he's going to throw another pick. That defense was relentless, man. They were playing physical. I felt like they knew what we were doing every time the 49ers were on offense. I mean, the O-line didn't help out at all. And Kyle Shanahan, sometimes I was questioning his play calling. In certain scenarios, I'm like, why the hell are we running the ball? Like, when Kyle Juszczyk and Christian McCaffrey are back there, I think we have a positive game. But can we keep running the ball sometimes? And then, like, the play calling was suspect. But as far as Brock Purdy goes, look, guys, I really want him. I think he is our franchise QB, but until he has that, I'm always gonna be questioning it, man.
Okay, fair enough. RJ's line was cutting out there. Appreciate the call, RJ in Fairfield. Here's Brock Purdy after the game reflecting on the loss to the Ravens?
For myself, I obviously have to look myself in the mirror, watch the plays where I need to get better, make some cleaner decisions, help my team put up points and score and protect the ball. And when things don't go my way, it's, understanding, I can't be acting out. I have to be real with myself and be better. But I want to be the same guy every day, be consistent in what I do and how I do things, whether things are going well or not. I know who I am, and I'm not going to waver in that. So I've said that before, and I'll continue to hang my hat on that.
Are you with RJ and Fairfield saying you don't feel confident in Brock Purdy, in these sort of big games, big situations? 888-957-9570. I'm not going as far as to say that, but I'll say this. You saw it early on Christmas, and I mentioned it. The way to beat any quarterback, whether it's Patrick Mahomes, Brock Purdy, Tom Brady, Joe Montana, Sam, is to do what? Hit them in their teeth. Get them rattled. It's the reason the Giants won 2 Super Bowls against Tom Brady. It's the reason that, although I think Tom Brady threw like 500 yards in that Eagles loss, but they got after him. You get to Tom Brady, you get to Patrick Mahomes, you get to Brock Purdy, any quarterback. You hit them, they will start to waver a little bit. And that's the recipe and game plan for anyone. So I'm not here to, cape up for Brock and say it wasn't a bad performance or anything like that. It was, but with any quarterback, if you don't protect them, turnovers are going to happen. I don't care if it's the greatest of all time or Will Levis. Like, that just was what's going to happen.
Especially with a guy at Brock Purdy's size. He's, 6'1", 220.
Not the biggest guy.
No, he's not. I mean, you're looking for comparables. The guys who are this size. I mean, he's on the the bottom end of the spectrum among quarterbacks. Yeah. Active quarterbacks right now, he is on the smaller side. So when you have a guy that small, the hits do kind of hit a little bit harder. And there were times in the game he looked a little rattled last night. I think the intensity of the pressure, the blitzes the Ravens were throwing at him definitely threw him off there a little bit. Especially I want to focus on that first pick, the one to Kyle Hamilton there. You start off, McCaffrey kind of motions there to the left, and then it's almost like when the linebacker sees it, he kind of almost blitzes in against that motion there. I think that kind of threw Purdy off a little bit. And then he's looking for Hamilton. He just doesn't see Hamilton at all. He really didn't. You thought, maybe he's trying to force a play there, and you're looking back, and you're watching the replay there. Great. It was a great play by Hamilton as well.
He's very good. Kyle Hamilton out of Notre Dame, rookie, unbelievable.
Yeah,
this guy, he baits quarterbacks. He's very smart. This wasn't just a fluke, anything like that. The guy did his homework. He studied Kyle Shanahan's offense, all these guys. That was a hell of a play.
Yeah, and I made a mistake there. There wasn't a blitz on that play. But so McCaffrey motions again. Debo's kind of crossing into the end zone. And you notice Kyle Hamilton, he looks to his right really quick. He sees Debo coming right at him. And this is where Hamilton really makes the play here is because, and I think he mentioned that after the game, they were just sitting on these routes. They knew where the Niners were going. It was basically, why run with these guys when you know where they're going to end up? Why run with them from point A to point B when you could just meet them at point B almost? And Hamilton sees Debo coming right at him and just basically plants himself right where he knows Debo is going to try and get the ball and makes the pick. Just a great play there by Hamilton. Just poor recognition there by Purdy. But that kind of set the tone. It's like things are going really, really well there on that drive. And it feels like you and the Niners are going to get that early score there. They're going to go up. They're going to be up I think they'd be up 7-0 at that point. And yeah, it would have been the tone setter. I feel like without that tone setter, it was like Brock kind of was shaken and didn't really know exactly kind of what to do next from that point.
Well, they even got the lead. They were up 5-0, but even then it was just like, and by the way, we haven't even mentioned it. We're an hour and 2 minutes in here. And by the way, you were listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every day on YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. It's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Before that, and Brian Baldinger coming up here in about 30 minutes. Brian Baldinger, you're not going to want to miss that. NFL Network, 95.7 The Game NFL insider, former NFL offensive lineman. Baldi, best in the business at breaking down games, and we'll do that at 7:30 with him. The refs tripping Lamar Jackson for the safety.
I mean, talk about how hard.
How is that not illegal?
You talk about how hard it is to find a good pass rush. I mean,
my God.
Chase Young, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, and that one ref whose name I don't know. I don't really care about ref names, but that was the bat. Honestly, if the ref wasn't there, they're probably still getting Lamar there. That was a blown up play.
I'm not going to say that because Lamar did that same thing and he scampered out and got 30 yards. So you give this guy just a little bit of daylight, he might go all the way. This guy tripped him in the end zone. If I'm a fan, and obviously the Niners don't care about that or anything like that, but if I'm a fan and that happened to my team, I was like, how do you not call that dead right there? How's that not just, replay of down?
If the Ravens had lost by 1, then I think you have a bigger issue. But you know what? I mean, yeah, I'm curious what the process is there for dealing with refs in that situation. Because it happens so rarely, but when a ref does get involved like that, I don't know, because it happens in other sports too. I mean, you don't see it in basketball very often. I love it's like in baseball too, where it's like a base hit up the middle ricochets off the second base umpire's leg or something like that. They should have some sort of process there, but yeah, Niners kind of got a little break there. So I mean, they kind of. I look at it as like dems the breaks. I'm very much a big dems the breaks kind of guy. Sometimes that stuff just kind of happens in a football game, and you have to get around it.
I thought that was going to be, a sign of things to come. I was like, maybe it's just the Niners year, right? And then they got, shellacked there. Bruce is in Oakland. He wants to chime in there. Hello, Bruce.
Hello. How you guys doing, Joe and Sam? You guys are awesome, by the way. I don't think we need the original cast. You guys.
Whoa, we love them, but we appreciate the love too.
And I just want to let you know, today's Brock Purdy's 24th birthday, and people are talking all this smack about him, and I don't see it. I mean, the kid's been tough throughout. Look what he's done in his first 20 games of his career. He has 11 interceptions, I believe, this year. 4 was that one night. One bad throw, that interception in the end zone, I agree with. But all the other ones, I mean, come on now, they couldn't have been intercepted. All of them should not have been intercepted. And I seen one get thrown on the sideline to Kittle that was dropped right between his hands. He put it right where Montana used to throw it to Clark, I remember back in the day. So I think we had to just kind of lay off the kid, let him do his thing, and let's wait and see,
All right, that's Bruce. Wait and see, lay off the kid. Listen, no one's calling for his job or anything, Bruce, and we appreciate the call. We appreciate Bonte and Shasky. We're filling in. Spadoni and Sam Lubin, 888-957-9570. We're reacting to the Ravens' 33-19 victory over the San Francisco 49ers on Christmas. A lump of coal in Bay Area sports fan stockings this year. Warriors take the L to the defending champion Denver Nuggets, and then the Niners facing the best team in the AFC. And let's be honest. I mean, I'm going to be honest for myself. I slept on the Ravens. I did. I thought the loss of Mark Andrews, Sam, was going to be something that they could not overcome.
And Keaton Mitchell, too, their running back.
That's a great point, the rookie running back. But more so Mark Andrews, because he's been the best and most complete tight end in football to me the last 2 seasons. I know Travis Kelce, I know George Kittle, but if you even just play fantasy, you know how much of a baller Mark Andrews has been. So he's out for the year. I just thought that they could not make up for that. Odell Beckham, he's a shell of himself at this point. Zay Flowers, nice rookie, but I was like, all right, really? Outside of that, then we got Hill, you got Gus Edwards still. But it didn't matter. They didn't skip a beat. They looked like they had the perfect skill set. Guys like Zay Flowers, and we saw it with Jordan Addison when they lost to the Vikings earlier this year too. The speedsters gives that secondary a lot of trouble. For as physical as Charvarius Ward, Ambry Thomas, Lenore, all these guys have been, the speedsters and those slot receivers really seem to give them fits.
Well, especially the way, Flowers getting great game for him, 9 catches, 73 yards. A lot of them, I recall, there were a lot of swing passes to him. And this is something I noticed that the Niners were doing that kind of was frustrating me when I went back on the rewatch there, is that the Ravens, they're hitting Flowers on these swing passes to the edge, but the Niners, they're, on these, 5 to go, 6 to go downs, and they're giving Flowers so much room there. Like, they're not pressing up on him. They're going to these quick passes here, and it forces the Niners defenders to make plays in space on Flowers, and he's doing a great job making guys miss. I'm watching the game, I'm wondering, why don't you press up a little bit? You're giving Flowers all the space to make room with. He's the guy with how fast he is. You give him real estate like that, you're basically cruising for a bruising at that point. You just really can't let that happen. Really quick, Spinner, before we hit the break here.
For a bruising.
Before we hit the break here, I want to seize on something that RJ said. He said that Brock's never really had that big game. He hasn't really had that game that just showed him that he is the guy. I don't know, on the one hand, has he really had a chance to have that game? He could have had it against the Eagles last year in the playoffs. Didn't really happen. He was kind of ho-hum against the Cowboys in the playoffs last year.
It's great against the Seahawks. He was great against the Seahawks.
Against the Seahawks. He's been great against the Seahawks in every game he's played against them. You look at some of the best games he's had this year so far. Blowout win over Dallas. 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. Blowout win against Philly. 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. Those are big boy performances by Brock Purdy against big boy teams. Now, I know we said earlier that we're not really taking the Cowboys all that seriously, but Cowboys are still a really good football team. Eagles, all things considered, still a really good football team. And that was a very amped up matchup going into Philly with that rematch there, with all the smack talk that was going on between those two teams. I'll be honest, that was a big game against the Eagles. Just because the score was as lopsided as it was does not take away from the fact that that was a major game that Brock stepped up in and executed flawlessly. And so I kind of want to push back against what RJ said there. I do think Brock has had some, big games that show that he can be the guy. But as far as that, signature dynamic, I do think he needs a signature dynamic playoff win. Because again, the Cowboys game last year wasn't really that great. The Seahawks things kind of got started slowly there in that wild card round. It wasn't really until Jonathan Abrams grabbed Debo's leg that all of a sudden things kind of
about that.
That's when the whole game kind of turned a little bit there. But no, to say that Brock hasn't had that game yet, I disagree with, but not fully though. Not a 100% disagreement, like an 85% disagreement.
I'll say this: there is something to be said about overcoming adversity. And I know we got to get to break here. We're up against it. We got Brian Baldinger coming up at 7:30. But overcoming adversity and being down. He had the game against the Raiders last year, going up against Jarrett Stidham. Yeah, you were in Vegas, but it was basically 50-50 as far as the fan base goes. Basically, I'm not going to say a home game, but first time playing there and stuff like that. So I was like, whatever. Wasn't a playoff opponent. And I think what Niner fans are most frustrated with this is a Super Bowl team. This is a Super Bowl roster. That's going to be the opposition in the other side. If it's not them, it's the Kansas City Chiefs. It's not the Chiefs, it's the Bills. All of those teams have great and physical defenses. And you're going to have to play them if your hopes are to win a Lombardi. And they saw their quarterback get his ass kicked, didn't get back up, and got put on the bench. Now, was it to protect him, what have you? The guy got sat on the bench because he got a stinger, and that's concerning. Now, Kyle Shanahan doesn't seem to be concerned about it. He thinks he's going to be fine, everything like that. All right. But that's when the size and the frame starts to come into this. 6'1", and by the way, happy birthday, Brock Purdy. The caller mentioned it. I'd be remiss. December 27th, 1999. He was born 24 years old. Happy birthday, Brock. Everything's going to be fine. If you're tuning in here, Brock's a P1. He's a morning roaster. I mean, come on. But there is something to be said, I think, for fans being a little bit concerned. And we're going to ask Brian Baldinger if that is the case on the other side. 730, 888-957-9570. The number, that's Sam Lubman. I'm Joe Spadoni. What's coming up on the game is sponsored by the Inn at the Tides. By the way, the Inn at the Tides, just picture yourself in a cozy room by the fire. Oh, during Christmas time, are you kidding me? Enjoying breathtaking views of Bodega Bay? Nahiga knows all about Bodega Bay. Winter is magical at the Inn at the Tides. Special winter midweek rates start at just $179 per night, breakfast included. Book your winter escape now at inatthetides.com. Brian Baldinger next. Spadoni, Lubman, in for Bonte, and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
awesome, by the way. I don't think we need the original cat.
It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Spadoni and Lubman in for Bonte and Shasky here, as you heard Brian Baldinger. Who
got the boss screening calls, too.
Huge. He just said, hey, Brian in New Jersey and Rich in Livermore, who are on hold and we'll get to you, he just said these are great calls. You better live up to it. You better. Because if they're not, I'm crushing my guy back there.
Well, hold on. We were talking earlier about kind of what we have to go through in regards to call screening, what we, as producers. Matt Nahigian, low key, one of the best call screeners out there. I've been listening to him screen some of these calls these last few days as I've been running the board, and he's been doing the phone. You think I come after these callers? He's coming after them. I need energy. I need you to step it up. Turn that radio off. Give me more energy. What else you got? Give me something better. Dude, he gets these callers fired up. So, I mean, I'm looking at him. It's like, I think I'm a good call screener, and then I watch Matt do it. It's like, see, this is why he's the boss. This is why he gets paid the big bucks.
Like going from Darnold to Purdy. You think you got the Sam Darnold here, you think you got everything, and then you see Brock Purdy go out there.
It was more the Joe Montana of call screeners.
Okay, there you go. And are you Brock Purdy at this point? You know what? It's okay. He had a bad performance, everyone. 4 picks and a 33-19 loss. I'm not freaking out, but there was definitely some concerns there for me. And it might not be the interception, Sam. It might be more, he got hurt again, and he had to leave. Are we starting to, get concerned about the body holding up for Brock, who's not the biggest athlete, who came into the season after major surgery on his throwing elbow? Is there start to have some concern, if you're a fan, for these injuries for Brock? It's a stinger. So when you hear stinger, by the way, it's like, it's whatever. It's a little pinched nerve or anything like that. He should be fine. I thought it was a concussion at first, and that's why I was like, okay, keep him out for the rest of the game. But then I heard it was a stinger. I was like, oh, really? That's what's keeping him out? Shanahan wanted to be safe rather than sorry. And by the way, here is Kyle Shanahan talking about Brock's stinger to the media yesterday, talking about, whether he'll be good to go against Washington.
Yeah, just watching him, how he was that week, and then just being able to hear how he was today and talk to him last night after the game, I think he's going to be fine. I don't think it's going to bother him too. I mean, I know I don't want to take away from sure it's a pain for him, and but in overall things, I think he's going to be fine for us this week.
He'll be fine, Sam. But again,
are you sure about that? I don't know. It might maybe looking too much into it. Be like, I don't know, stingers 2 weeks in a row, keeping him out for that. Is there maybe something more going on there, or do you think they were just playing careful there against a tough opponent?
I think that's what they were doing. They went into the blue medical tent, and when usually you do that, you go, I don't know what they're doing in there.
Well, nowadays you can go into the blue medical tent for anything. You break a nail.
It's basically like a circus, by the way. Like when I'm driving in, I guess they have this circus now. You drive in early morning, right?
Oh, yeah, over at the
big circus tent right now.
At the big bus station, yeah.
At the big bus station that no one is not used for buses.
Well, it's got to be used for something.
Yeah,
no one takes buses anymore.
So they have a circus tent there. That's basically what it is when these guys go in there. I don't know what they're doing over there, but apparently he's going to be fine this week. They're taking on Washington. So, they should handle this team. Washington, they're just in shambles. They're going to fire everyone. They're going to tank. They're looking at Caleb Williams, Drake May, someone. It ain't going to be Sam Howell. It's not going to be Jacoby Brissett, who they see. I don't know who they're going to see. Shouldn't matter. They should have a good bounce-back performance this week, but you never know in the NFL. Any given Sunday, anything like this can happen, but it's starting to get a little, heading into the game, there was an arrogance factor for the 49ers, for the fan base, and rightfully so. You've dominated the NFC up to this point, and now you're taking on the big bad wolf of the AFC, the Baltimore Ravens, and you were 6-point favorites, 5.5 points it was. So even Vegas thought you were going to handle this team. And then they come in, punch you in the mouth, pick the ball off 5 times, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 times, including a Darnold interception, and they handle you. How are you feeling about that, 49ers fans? You're on the top of the world heading into Christmas Day, and you got a lump of coal in your stocking instead. You thought you were going to get the Turbo Man. You thought you were going to get He-Man. You thought you were going to get the Barbie, the Oppenheimer doll. Do they make those? They should. You thought you were getting that, and you got a lump of coal instead. It was got to be humbling, and I think it's a good humbling if you're a 49er fan. If you are a Brock Purdy, if you are a Kyle Shanahan, you need this heading into the playoffs to refocus you and revamp you, because you can't be arrogant. I'd rather this happen now than in a few weeks in the opening round.
Well, I mean, if you look at the last 3 games here, Ravens, Commanders, Rams, if you're going to have a performance like this, it's probably I guess, in a sense, the least concerning that it happens against a team like the Ravens, a team that's actually good, unlike the Commanders, who are just absolute doo-doo, or the Rams, who, that game just got a lot more interesting too, by the way, that Rams game.
Very interesting.
When they come to town, the Rams, they could be playing for their playoff lives, and the Niners, they're going to need to win that game if they want to secure the 1 seed there, but we can get that to another day.
I was going to say, real quick, I'll tease it. I think a team in the NFC we got to look out for the 49ers being the biggest road in the block. It's not the Philadelphia Eagles, not the Dallas Cowboys, not the Detroit Lions. It may be that team down south.
It may be the LA Rams. They are looking like a team that no one wants to face right now. And again, we've played the whole, Kyle Shanahan, he has Sean McVay's number. Except that one time.
Not in the playoffs.
Except that one time. And that's absolutely going to be in the back of Niners fans' mind. Because the way that's shaping up right now, the way the playoffs are shaping up right now, again, Niners still have a very good chance getting the 1 seed. They have all the tiebreakers they could possibly need to make that happen. They control their own destiny there. The 2 seeds could very well still be the Eagles holding on to the 2 seed. They have the Cardinals and the Giants to finish the season up. They should be able to take care of business against both those teams. I know the Giants did just
Jonathan Gannon revenge game.
They did just push the Eagles a little bit on Monday, but I still think the Eagles take care of business there.
Lions you keep saying last night's game, and you got me faked out because it was a Monday. I was like, no, this is a Wednesday.
This is the weirdest week of the year. Time does not exist this year. All day this week is basically Thursday. This is basically a 5-day long Thursday when you really think about it.
Thursday's the best day of the week.
The week between Christmas and New Year's. Time does not exist in this part of the year. Nothing matters.
It's Inception.
Pretty much. It's Yearception. But where was I going there? But yeah, so the Eagles, they could probably still get the 2 seed, but the Lions in that 3 seed, they got the Cowboys this weekend, and they finish with the Vikings at home. Big win by the Lions this weekend. The statement win over the Vikings after they struggled in their last 2 divisional games.
Statement win over Nick Mullins.
Seriously. I mean, they get Justin Jefferson. He was looking pretty good too. Finally balling out for me on my fantasy team.
How you doing in fantasy?
Not good. No. Not good. I'm in 2 consolation championships this weekend.
Oh yeah, that's.
Oh my God, that Monday night game, I had Brock Purdy, Brandon Ayuk, and Justice Hill going for me on Monday night, and I was agonizing that entire game because I'd get a little bit closer, then Brock throws an interception, and then I get further back. My opponent was already done, so it's more just I had to hit that number at some point, and it was looking very, very, very dicey until midway through the fourth quarter. Darnold hits Ayuk for like a 20-yard, pass on the left side, and it was just like, oh, thank you, Brandon Ayuk, saving my consolation championship run there.
No, I had Patrick Mahomes. I was down 45 points, and I needed Patrick Mahomes and Deebo Samuel to carry me over the top. Patrick Mahomes is god awful.
Yeah,
and Deebo Samuel didn't do much. So you know what?
I was agonizing on Monday night, but basically it's a long way of saying that the Lions, they can get that 3 seed, and if they match up against the Rams in the first round, I like that matchup for the Rams. And if the Rams win that game, it could very well be a Rams-Niners in the divisional round at Levi's. And that's where things get a little bit frustrating or a little bit dicey there for the Niners. Because, again, that is not a team I think you want to play right now. The Rams, much like the Bills in the AFC, they're getting hot at the right time. And they're both in that you do not want to deal with these guys right now.
No, they got Nakua, they got Kupp. Those guys are ballers. Matt Stafford's playing at an elite level. The guy's already won a Super Bowl. Talk about winning another one for him, what that does for his legacy. Talking about a Hall of Famer, Matt Stafford, kind of a borderline one right now if you just go by the stats as it is. Sean McVay, obviously been there, done that multiple times, getting to a Super Bowl and obviously winning one over the Cincinnati Bengals a few years ago. We put a capping on the fantasy football conversation real quick because we got a final matchup in the 95-7 the game bracket, everyone. Matt Steinmetz versus Mark Willard in the 95-7 the game fantasy championship, baby. Woo-hoo! Of course, both of them aren't working this week, so we'll have to hear the trash talking next week after it all comes to fruition. Can't wait for that crosstalk, whether it's Tuesday, whether it's Monday, what have you. I can't wait for Brian in New Jersey to hop on here. He has some thoughts, Sammy, on whether Kyle Shanahan should have stuck to a different game plan. What's going on, Brian?
Hey, how y'all doing? Good morning. I'm a huge fan of 49er fans, and I watched the game, and I was just trying to figure out, okay, we're down a little bit at the half. We just ran it in. We ran the ball down and throw. It's a known fact they're susceptible to the run. I don't know the terms, personally, but why he didn't come out and run the ball. Everybody's human beings. We all allowed to have a bad day. And Kyle Shanahan must realize that his quarterback is human and he had the yips and that this bad to switch up midway. That's what's stopping us from a Lombardi trophy. Him not recognizing his game plan's not working and to switch because he got the dogs to do it. I just don't understand, y'all. How many years we going to keep seeing this? Take us to the pinnacle, take us to here, and then when something switch up, you wet your pants like a little girl.
Man, that's Brian.
Get out your pride, bro. Get out your pride.
That's Brian in New Jersey. Hey, wetting your pants like a little girl, little boy, it doesn't matter. I got little ones. Doesn't matter, all right? What does matter is running the damn ball, though, Brian. I do agree with you there. Did feel like they got away from it a little too early, and maybe we'll ask Brian Baldinger right here. Maybe not. Oh, there we go. Brian Baldinger is presented by our proud partner, Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Spadoni in for Bonte. Lubman in for Joe Shasky, the morning roast here. And we got Brian Baldinger. You know him, you love him. Former NFL offensive lineman, current analyst for NFL Network, and our 95.7 The Game NFL insider. Brian, how's your Christmas, man? How you doing?
Hey, Joe, my Christmas is good. I worked on Christmas Eve, but, got back to my house in Florida here. We had a good time. So, watched a lot of the games on Christmas, obviously, was there for the main event. I'm just asking, like, Bonte and Shasky, are they just in depression?
Oh,
they can't show up for work yet?
They're having meltdowns, Baldy. They're freaking out now. I mean, their guy Brock Purdy had 4 picks, and maybe we'll start there, Baldy. What happened there? I mean, people are calling it, and listen, there he is right there. There's the drop. He's having a meltdown. Those 4 picks, take me in there, because a lot of fans they're calling them fluky is the word I'm hearing. A lot of them were fluky. When you heard that term fluky, because for me, nothing that the Baltimore Ravens did seemed fluky to me. It seemed like they punched the Niners in the mouth early and often in that game, and they rattled Brock Purdy. What did you see on those interceptions?
Well, the first one, it's an opening drive, 1st and 10, you're at the 15-yard line, and the Ravens play a matchup zone. And so you can run all the motions and the shifts and formations at them. They don't move. Like, all they do is wait for the ball to be snapped, and they drop and expand into their zones. And as a player, like Debo going to the post, comes into his zone, Kyle Hamilton is on a half-field safety. He's looking, at a little smash route concept by Kittle over there and Ayuk, and there's really nothing for him to do. So he immediately puts his eyes on, because they play a matchup zone, all 11 players on every play always have their eyes on the quarterback. So they're not man coverage and turning their back or anything like that. So when Brock let that one fly to Debo, he wasn't really, it's not that he didn't see Kyle. He just didn't think he was going to jump it like he did. And that can happen. You don't like to have red zone, turnovers like that. But that's a product of their defense. And then look at the second one. They run a corner cat blitz, and Brandon Stevens comes off the edge and he wants to flip it out to Debo. That's the play. And they're dropping the safety down to cover Debo, but he got his hands up in the passing lane. Happens every week, every Sunday in this league. And they actually blitz both corners. They blitz both Stevens and Marlon Humphrey from the other side. And so when the ball got batted in the air, Humphrey picked it off. So you can say that's fluky. It happens. I think the one that really was when he was just circling around in the second quarter, 10-5 game, and he tried to fit it into Kittle across his body in the middle of the field. That's probably, the worst throw that he had all day. And then the last one, look, Travis Jones hits his arm. I mean, Aikman said it, and Troy wasn't wrong, but, it always falls on the quarterback. It's his fault, but, his arm got hit. And Patrick Queen picked it off and takes it down the 9. Next play, they hit Zay Flowers, opens the game up. So I felt like 2 of the 4 is on Brock, and he's got to see that and learn from it and understand that nobody else plays this defense in the whole league. It's a reason why they're the number one defense in football right now. You literally have to be perfect with your throws, and you've got to really see the whole field and understand that all 11 players are looking back at you. And nobody else, so other teams play concepts like this, but this is their defense and what they do and why they're the number one defense in football.
Yeah, I mean, Baldi, focusing more on some of these picks from Brock. In the past, you've come on the show and you've said that a lot of the mistakes that Brock really kind of makes sometimes are almost born out of over-aggression, where he's trying a little too hard to make a play in certain situations. Obviously, you mentioned that third pick he had last night. He probably should have just thrown that ball away there. But overall, do you feel like he's making like less of those mistakes where he's trying to do too much? Or do you still kind of see him in these situations where he's maybe trying to force plays more often than he really needs to?
He makes, even in the game, he made some unbelievable throws. I just don't think, look, we'll see the results of this. They still have 2 games left, and, I think the Rams are going to give them a heck of a game week 18, the way they're playing. I don't want to see him become less aggressive. He has been what he is, and the talk of the league, because he's been aggressive and has been making those throws across his body in the middle of the field to Kittle. He's made those time and time again, and on the move and buying time. He's done all of that. I don't want to see him go into a shell and go, I can't make mistakes. That's not going to benefit this offense, and they're not going to win a Super Bowl playing that style.
Brian Baldinger joining us here on the Morning Roast. Spadoni and Loveman in for Bonte and Shasky. And Baldi, on the other side, Lamar Jackson. I mean, stopping this guy, and other than the refereeing, stopping him in the end zone. By the way, real quick, what do you make of that? How is that not a rule where a ref, he didn't mean to, but he trips the player? Shouldn't that be a dead ball there? I've never sseen that before.
Well, you've seen it. You haven't seen it in the end zone like that led to a safety, but you see it in the middle. Back when the umpire was, in the middle of the field next to the middle linebacker. The reason why they moved him from there is because he kept interfering with all the stuff in the traffic in the middle of the field. You'll see a back judge trip, in his back pedal when the ball's deep down the field. You'll see that from time to time, but generally he isn't tripping another player. But you're right. It does seem highly unfair that Lamar is escaping the rush. He just happens to be in the end zone, and because the umpire trips, he trips over him. It doesn't seem right. It's not like you tripped over, a blade of grass. You tripped over a real person trying to get out of the way.
That was the thing. It was absolutely unbelievable. But you know what? The Ravens didn't care. They ended up going on and winning the game. But Lamar Jackson, did he steal away the MVP from Brock Purdy on Monday?
Well, when Joe and Bonte asked me about it last week, about the MVP and is Brock, the guy, I was like, well, let's just see how things go against Baltimore, because it's going to be the ultimate test. Obviously, it didn't go very well. But I've been saying this now for most of the year, but I'll say it again, because if you go down at Levi's Stadium there, there's McCaffrey and Trent Williams and Fred Warner and Debo, and it's all stars. You feel like it's just a star-studded affair. But I've been saying for much of this year that in a league full of stars, and there's a lot of stars, the biggest star is Lamar, because he's indefensible. And maybe you can get him to turn the ball over, and you can, Cleveland did this year. He threw a pick 6, and it was probably the deciding play in their loss to Cleveland. But, he doesn't ever go into a shell because he turned the ball over. He's turned the ball over because he's trying to make a play. And, the throw to Aguilar against Verrett in the end zone, only he can, other guys can make that throw. But, he does that every week. The touch throw to Zay Flowers, after the Patrick Queen interception is just a perfect throw over Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw's head. It's a perfect throw. The throw to Gus Edwards, just eluding the rush the whole time and then throwing it to him, on just a scramble drill. He is indefensible.
It's unbelievable. And a guy you mentioned there, because of all the star-studded names, is Christian McCaffrey in regards to the 49ers. And, we had a caller on Brian in New Jersey right before you came on. It was like, why the hell didn't they just stick to the running game more? It felt like they got a little pass happy there, Brian. What did you make of the 49ers kind of, I don't want to say ditching it, but not having a run-heavy game plan against the Baltimore Ravens? Because you mentioned that you just gave us the whole breakdown of why they're so hard to pass against. You got to be damn near perfect. Why not lean on McCaffrey more?
Well, I mean, when it's 30-12, you're probably not going to lean on McCaffrey.
Yes.
You got away very quickly. From 13-12 to 30-12, it seemed like it happened in minutes. And if you're look, they had 11 possessions. They threw interceptions on 5 of the 11. Now, you can say, since, the first 2 interceptions that Brock threw were 1st and 10 plays, you could say at the 15-yard line, why not just give it to McCaffrey and just keep running? But the quarterback had been the best quarterback in the league all year. And so, you're not going to just suddenly go, well, this is a McCaffrey game, even though Brock Purdy leads the league in every category. So, in hindsight, you could say, give it to him more. He had 14 carries, had his 100 yards, had, big runs. Obviously, that led to their first big score, back-to-back big runs. I just don't know in that spot if you're going to go, okay, let's just feed McCaffrey here when the quarterback has played as well as he has. In hindsight, yeah, you probably should have given it to him 20 or 25 times and not thrown it on first down like they did. But I don't think you can look back on that like that.
Baldi, in the first quarter, George Kittle was really getting after it. He had 3 receptions for 91 yards there in that quarter. The rest of the game, though, only 4 catches for, I believe, 36 yards, 36 yards. What was going on differently with Kittle there? Were the Ravens just able to kind of take him out of the game there? Because, again, the Niners, turnovers aside, the offense really seemed to be rolling when Kittle was involved early in the game, and then things were kind of stalling out afterwards. What happened there that made the Niners kind of go away from Kittle as much as they were early on?
Well, the Ravens didn't change what they did. They still played a matchup zone. They threw one to George on the sideline, you remember, and it was a perfect throw by Brock. It slipped through his hands. It was good coverage. Defender was right there on him. I don't know if that was Stevens or Williams or whoever it was at that point. But, that play could have been made, another huge chunk play. I'm sure George feels like if it hits his hands, he should catch it, regardless of he's on the sideline and being well defensed. The ball still hit him in the hands. But, those couple plays were play action early in the game, and it just opened up the middle of the field. The safeties were dropping, and so they hit him in the right spot. And like I've been saying all year, Purdy is so good that literally Kittle never catches the ball and they tackle him. He's always on the dead run, and he was on those first 3 catches. But they didn't do anything different to take him away or anything like that. They didn't bounce him at the line of scrimmage. They played their defense, and he got loose early, but I thought that, he still had a couple more chances, to catch the ball. Like, this offense is made to throw it to the open guy, and he did early. But I think the way that they match up, it takes some of those things away later in the game.
Brian Baldinger joining us here on the Morning Roast, as he does each and every week. Spadoni and Lubman in for Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Real quick, in regards to Brock Purdy, he left the game with a stinger, fourth quarter there. Any concerns about his wear and tear towards the end here, Baldi? Obviously, no Trent Williams. He left with a groin injury. It doesn't matter if you're Patrick Mahomes or Tom Brady, Brock Purdy, whatever. If you hit the quarterback, good things happen on the other side. But for the 49ers and their hopes to win a Super Bowl, this guy's got to stay healthy. And I know it's just a stinger. I'm sure you've had one of those in the past. Maybe you can speak on it. At first, I thought it was a concussion because they went to the blue tent real quick, and I was like, okay, he's taking him out, being safe. You got to protect your quarterback. But just a stinger, and they felt the need to keep him out the rest of the game. I know they were down 21, but just a little concerning, a little interesting that they kept him out there.
Well, stingers aren't fun. Your whole arm goes dead, and you squeeze your neck to the side of the stinger, and it just creates more pain. And they generally, you do a strength test. Usually the strength drops considerably on the side of the body that had the stinger. And they sort of monitor it to see, it's just a strength test. Once the nerve becomes unpinged, because that's what happens, the nerve gets pinged, and you lose the feeling in your arm all the way down to your fingers. It's like hitting your funny bone down there at the end. But, once the strength comes back, usually the stinger is healed and you can come back. But generally, I had stingers throughout college, and I had them a little bit in the pros, but I had them for 3 years in college, and they're not fun. And it does kind of oh my God, the pain is ridiculous. It goes away. It does go away. You go back out there and you play. But it's a concern. Any of these quarterbacks getting hit, they're all getting hit too much. It's always a concern. Stafford was really banged up earlier in the year. He's healthy now. He's playing as well as any quarterback in this league. It's just going to be hard to be at your very best if you're not healthy and you're not feeling great. It's just going to be hard. Tua went through it last year. This year, he's getting rid of the ball quicker. He's taking less hits. He looks great. So it's the state of the union of the NFL right now, that when you're banged up, like it's just hard to play at your peak performance.
Baldi, after the Niners beat the Eagles, they were kind of talking about how they feel like they kind of cracked code on how to beat them. Is there a similar situation here with the way the Ravens beat the Niners last night? Is there some sort of like maybe code that the Ravens cracked there? Is there some that other teams can take away from what they saw on Monday night and apply it to their own game plans when they face the Niners? Or is this just a situation where the Ravens simply just had a strategy or had the personnel to beat the Niners?
Well, the two best defenses in football, the Niners have lost to both teams, and they play it completely different. Baltimore is the number one defense in football. They play a matchup zone. Cleveland's clearly the number two best defense in football, and they play sticky man throughout almost the entire game. And they've got three great corners that can do it. And then you get Myles Garrett and Zadarius Smith coming at you. You're not going to be able to hold it very long. So they play it different. But if you look at the quarterback ratings against them, completion percentage, all the important measurables for a quarterback, they're the two lowest in the league. And the Niners lost to both. So you see good defenses, great defenses. The idea that this team can go up and down the field and not turn the ball over, I don't think that's going to happen.
So, when you're looking ahead for the Niners, and obviously they got to beat an AFC team if they want to win the Super Bowl, if you're a Niners fan, are you pretty much just crossing your fingers and hoping that if the Niners do make it to the Super Bowl, that the other team on the sidelines just isn't the Ravens or the Browns?
Well, I think the fun thing, when you get beat like you did and it's Christmas night at home, you have to learn from it. I would imagine Kyle would have a very different game plan if he saw the Ravens again in a Super Bowl. He'd have 2 weeks to get ready. If they get that far, if the Ravens get that far, and there is a rematch, or if Cleveland just keeps winning with Joe Flacco, you'd have weeks to get ready. You'd be able to learn from it. Brock would be able to learn from it. I think they would do things differently. Like, honestly, like all the motions and shifts that bother teams don't bother the Ravens. They're a zone team. They don't react to any of it. All they do is just spread themselves out, depending if you're in a 3-by-1 or whatever you're in. But they don't. It really doesn't change what they do. So I think you might see maybe them go play faster without the motions and shifts. Like that would be something to see, and to see how Baltimore responds. So I think they would run it more because the teams that have played the Ravens tough have run the ball pretty good against them.
So I guess the silver lining here is obviously they don't have to play these teams the rest of the year unless you make the Super Bowl. So when you look at the NFC, I'm still looking at it like the Cowboys, okay, they just lost to the Dolphins. You handled them earlier in the season. I think you match up well if you're the Niners. The Eagles, they just don't look like the same team as last year, just not even close right now. The Lions, okay, fun story. The first division title since my lifetime, since I was born in 1993. Pretty incredible there. But you know what? They could be had. Their defense isn't all that. Then I look at the team down south, and you mentioned them earlier. Are we talking about the Los Angeles Rams potentially being the biggest threat to the Niners in the NFC, Baldi?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think anybody wants to see the Rams right now, the way they're playing. And the way, when Kyron Williams is running the way he is, he's a factor. He's a real factor. He's a heck of a football player. And all the stats say that when he's in the lineup and getting 15 or more carries, he's their McCaffrey. He's excellent. He's excellent in every phase of the game. He's really good back. But the way Stafford's throwing it right now, whether it's Nakua, whether it's Kupp, Atwell, DeMarcus Robinson, he's got, he makes throws that really nobody else in this league is making right now. He makes these spot throws on these choice routes. It's almost impossible to defend. And then defensively, like those rookies aren't rookies anymore. Byron Young and Kobe Turner and some of these guys, like they're playing at a high level. It might be a shootout, with the Rams. I think they could be really tough. And I think if you get to Detroit in a playoff game, that also can be a shootout. That offense is very, very good. They run the ball very well. Their offensive line is as good as anybody's. And so then it's a question of, can their defense hold up against 49ers? I think both teams are capable of putting up big numbers against each other.
Want to go one more Brock Purdy question here before we go around the rest of the league. Earlier in the show, I dubbed Monday night's game as kind of a learning experience for Brock Purdy. It was probably, again, his first really bad game as a pro. If you're sitting with him, if you're going over the film from Monday night's game, you're looking at all the interceptions, if you're hoping he comes away with one lesson from Monday night's game, what's the one lesson that you would hope that he learns from what happened against the Ravens?
I would say that just be more aware. The first two interceptions are both 1st and 10 plays. You don't have to make that play. Even if Brandon Stevens is coming off the slot and coming right at you, you don't have to make that throw to Debo. You can throw that ball into the ground. You can take a sack. You can, on the first interception to Kyle Hamilton, you can check it down to McCaffrey for a yard. There's other places to go where you don't have to be. It's too early in the game. It's first down. There's too many other plays that can be made that maybe you don't have to just stay on script.
Brian Baldinger joining us here on the Morning Roast. And Baldi, the game that started off Christmas, and you see the beanie I'm wearing, it was the Chiefs, it was the Raiders. Mm-hmm. I don't think I have seen the Kansas City Chiefs look that inept offensively since Patrick Mahomes took over as the starter of that offense. What the hell is going on in Kansas City right now? It's a mess. It's a mess. The details, you see Marquez Valdez-Scantling lining up off sides again. You see Travis Kelce dropping a pass on the sideline that he never drops. You look at, the ball handling with Pacheco and Mahomes that leads to a touchdown. You see Mahomes throwing it on the outside to, who have Justin Watson and Jack Jones picking them for. I don't know that I've ever seen Mahomes pick six like that. Nothing looks good. Nothing looks clean. Nothing gives you confidence that they can drive the field. And what has really just completely gone away are explosive plays. They don't have explosive plays in their playbook right now. They can't get the ball down the field. And it leads to these gadget plays and some of these other things. And when they get penalties and they get backed up right now, it used to be 2nd and 20. All right, let's go. The Chiefs were going to convert that. I don't know that they feel like they can do that right now. And on the flip side there, the Raiders defense and the job that Antonio Pierce has done in Las Vegas is pretty incredible. They went from, Devontae Adams, Josh Jacobs, Darren Waller last year to an offensive type of team with not a great defense to the inverse in this last 7 weeks or however long he's been there. I agree. Does Antonio Pierce deserve to be the head coach full time next year? Yeah. Because he's leading this team. I remember talking to Max Crosby right after Antonio got the job, and they'd won the first game or whatever. When was it against? I forget who they played. But I remember talking to Max, and I go, do you have enough in your locker room to turn this thing around? He goes, we absolutely do. And I didn't really believe him at the time. I thought it was just what you should say. Yeah, we have everything we need. But really, I think Max, along with Antonio Pierce, has changed everything. Nobody practices in this league like Max Crosby. Nobody plays harder. Nobody plays more plays ever in this league. And it's contagious now. Now you're seeing, Malcolm Kuntz. Now you're seeing, Tyree Wilson, who looked like a mutt the first, 6 weeks of the season. But you're seeing just the effort across the board. And then you stop seeing the breakdowns on the back end of their defense, which they were, noted for. And they're just, so now I know they're paying attention and they're locked in. But, they kicked Kansas City's butt. Their defensive front kicked their butt. They couldn't run the ball. Mahomes was under duress. Crosby was chasing Mahomes all over the field. It was an impressive performance. They physically whipped him at the line of scrimmage.
Baldi, sticking here with the AFC. Obviously we spent a lot of time talking about the Ravens and the Browns so far today. The Dolphins got a very big win over the Cowboys, though, this weekend. Are they looking like a team that could, be the biggest threat to the Ravens in the AFC? Do you see them as a team that could potentially knock the Ravens out of the playoffs on that AFC side?
Well, they play this week. They play this week, so, we're going to get a big test. We're going to let it get decided on the field. I think, the health of Tyreek is important. Getting some of their offensive linemen back is important. But I think Tua is going to have similar problems to what we just saw on Christmas night. Because all of their, They motion and shift just the way the 49ers do. And they have, when you strip it all down, they run certain basic plays like the Niners do. And the Ravens don't react to that stuff. And so the throws that look like it's just easy money to Tyreek, I don't know that they will. Now, they're going to play without Kyle Hamilton. I think that can make somewhat of a difference on the back end, although Geno Stone's been a good player this year for him. So I'm anxious to see just how they respond to this defense and if they can crack their code any better than what the 49ers did.
All right, I guess my last question here before we wrap things up is the Niners are going to Washington this weekend to take on the Commanders. They're not a very good team. They don't really have a whole lot to play for. They're probably going to be firing their coach and GM at the end of the year. They're probably going to be in a new quarterback. Is there any sort of potential troubles the Niners could run into this weekend? And I know going on an East Coast road trip this late in the year can kind of be a bit of a drag, but what potential, stumbling blocks or potholes could the Niners face when they face Washington this weekend?
Well, they went to Philadelphia a couple weeks ago, and that wasn't a stumbling block. I mean, I think this is a get-right game. I think it's a bounce-back, get-right game. You get Brock Purdy's going to put up, I think, a good number against this defense, which is mind-blowing just how poor they are. Nobody's given up more passing touchdowns than the Commanders this year. I think this is a get-right game for everybody. I mean, you want defensive stats, you want touchdowns, you want passing yards, you want McCaffrey to lock up the rushing title. I think this is the game they do it. They have two very good defensive players at defensive tackle. I don't see many pass rushers on the edge. And in the back end, they make a lot of mistakes. I just think this is a game you bounce back from.
No, yeah, Washington's an absolute mess right now. They're probably looking to clean house this offseason. Where are you at this week, Baldi?
Well, since it's New Year's Eve, I figured I wanted to be close to home to enjoy New Year's Eve, even though I got to work on New Year's Eve. I got to do a game. I'm just going to do the Arizona-Philadelphia game.
Okay.
Just right in my backyard, and then I got to go over to NFL Films and do these network shows, wrapping up, week 17. So it's not going to be like I'm not going to be banging pots and pans out my back door, at midnight. But we'll be talking football at midnight, I'm sure.
There we go.
I'll bang some pots and pans for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Really quick, again, I know we said one more, but we got the college football Final Four this weekend.
That's right.
You got any picks there? Bama, Michigan, Washington, Texas. How does that look?
Win. Like, I'm all about Michigan in this thing. And I like Nick Saban. I like Texas. Like, I like all the four teams. But I'm just, because I feel like if Harbaugh wins it all, like, he's going to come to the NFL.
Oh, yeah.
And I want him in the NFL. That's where he belongs. He's a great coach. And we need great coaches in the NFL. We had too many lousy teams this year. I want Harbaugh coaching the NFL. I feel like if he wins it all, like, that's his reason to leave. Like, I've done everything at Michigan I can do.
Man, where's he going to go to? That's going to be the question. If he does Chargers, they got a quarterback. They need a head coach. Bears, what are they doing? They've been playing better. So a lot of questions there. But Baldi, we appreciate the time, man, on this Christmas week, heading into New Year's. Thank you so much, man.
All right, guys. Happy New Year to you, man.
Happy New Year. Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast, leading us into your mic's not on, Sam, if you're trying to talk. It's all right. It happens. Injury report time. Oh, did I put you on the spot there? I did. It's all right. Hey, I hate getting put in this position too because it happens to me. I put people on the spot. Shasky's the king of this, by the way. No. He does it. I was like, I don't have that up. What are you talking about? Injury report.
Ow!
God, I love Brian Baldinger. He was wearing the Mozzarella Boss shirt too. Oh, the best. Speaking of teases, we're going to tease the feast that I had the other night for Christmas. Just the amount of food that I garbled down. You're not going to want to miss that. That's a huge tease. Speaking of which, Kyle Shanahan provided a few updates on key injured players. Yes, sir. Yesterday, the biggest being Eric Armstead, who has missed the last few games with a foot and knee injury. Shanahan took a wait-and-see approach with Armstead, saying his availability will depend on how his rehab goes this week. Also, running back Elijah Mitchell is expected to be back to go, be a full go this week after dealing with a knee injury, and Juwan Jennings is still in concussion protocol. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. More of your calls and text. Reaction to Brian Baldinger, concerned about Brock Purdy after his 4 picks, or is it just a one-off? Spadoni, Lubman, and for Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
You guys are awesome, by the way. I don't think we need the original cap.
Christmas week. Merry Christmas to all. If you had a good one, happy Hanukkah, happy Kwanzaa. New Year's approaching. 49ers, they take the L, but you know what? It's not the end of the world. Although Brock Purdy threw 4 interceptions, some might think he's done. Can't be the guy after one game. Fans think that, but you know what? Joe Spadoni in for Bonte Hill, Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky. We're here to take you to 10 o'clock. Just have Brian Baldinger join us, and if you missed any of that, search 95.7 The Game on YouTube. You can find the entire thing right there. Shout out YouTube and Twitch, live and local all day, the rest of the week. Again, search 95.7 The Game, like and subscribe. Ring that bell, we like to say. Ring that Ronnie bell. And also hit us up at 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text the Comcast Business text line. And Sam, as you know, it is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Warriors, they also take an L on Christmas in Denver against the defending champs. A game in which Steve Kerr described as disgusting when discussing the officiating. So that's interesting. Maybe we'll
I had a lot of fun watching that game because I don't know about you, Spadoni. I love it when the refs make their presence known in games, and there's nothing I love more than watching Nikola Jokic shoot free throws. That is the most aesthetically pleasing basketball game you could possibly think of, and yes, I am very much speaking facetiously there.
All I got to tell Steve Kerr is, hey, tell your players to stop fouling. Alex in Atlanta, Rich in Livermore, we'll get to you in a second. Brian Baldinger, who was, again, tremendous, and he tells you like it is. He's not going to sugarcoat anything. He said 2 of Brock picks were on him. Shouldn't have been thrown. Other 2, you can say fluky a little bit, but ultimately it's on the quarterback. He is responsible for the protection of the football, and it got turned over 4 times and an additional one by Sam Darnold. Sam Lubman, you worrying about Brock Purdy's performance on Monday as a sign of things to come going forward for him when he's going up against elite defenses like Baltimore? Did you hear from Baldi? It's like, hey, listen, it's Cleveland, it's Baltimore. Those are the 2 best defenses. You don't have to see him again. And if you do, Kyle Shanahan will have a trick up his sleeve.
In my words, Spadoni, not a chance. No, I'm not going to let one bad game from Brock Purdy suddenly derail everything that he's done this year. And I know all the Brock doubters, they were all sharpening their knives the other night. They were all getting ready. They were all ready to feast on him. And I just think it's ridiculous. This dude can put up 14 games worth of incredible work all year long, MVP level performance work all year long, but then it's that one bad game he has on Christmas night that somehow carries far more weight than all the other games that he's had this year, all the other stellar performances that he's had this year, all the stellar performances that he had last year. It's his first actual bad game as a pro, but for some reason we're going to let that game write the story of who Brock Purdy is versus the large body of work that preceded it. No, I'm not subscribing to that belief. I'm a kind of person where it's like, I need to see a larger body of work over a longer period of time. Now, if Brock goes out and, drops another turd this Sunday against Washington, yeah, maybe we're having a different conversation. If he follows up that turd performance with another one against the Rams and you're talking about 3 turds in a row, okay, now we're starting to have a more serious conversation. But let's have those turds happen. This is the most we've ever used that word on this show. But no, let's let those bad performances happen first, if they even happen, before we really start hitting the panic button on Brock Purdy. Was Brock good on Monday night? No, he absolutely wasn't. Baldi said 2 of those picks were on him. I don't know. I think maybe 3, but I'll yield to Baldi on that one there. The 4th pick, I think, was just bad luck. His arm got hit there, which the fact we don't talk about that pick very often, that much, I want to focus on that 4th one really quick, because that was a very similar hit to the one that Hassan Reddick put on him in the NFC title game last year that obviously, snapped Brock's elbow in half and he had the torn UCL there. Very lucky that didn't happen there, because that was a very similar hit. When I saw the replay, I was just like, ooh, buddy, that could have been really ugly, but luckily it wasn't there. So, but yeah, I mean, the first 3 interceptions, it was Brock trying to do too much. He didn't see Kyle Hamilton there on the first one. I think on the second one, yeah, you got to recognize that blitz is coming in. I think this is where the lack of height kind of hurts Brock Purdy. Maybe a taller quarterback's able to get that ball over Brandon Stevens as he's blitzing in there. But at the same time, it's like, you just got to recognize it. You just got to throw the ball in the air, throw the ball on the ground, take the loss. It's okay. Hold on to the ball. The third one, I think even Brock even said afterwards, like, he's just got to know what's going on there. You saw the 2 flags there. You got to know that the linemen were the ones who drew those flags there. And it's like Baldi said, if you're going to come away with one lesson, what do we learn, kids, from this loss? It's Brock. You got to know what's going on around you. You got to stay focused. You got to be locked in. You got to see these things happening. You got to know when they get the ball away in those situations so you can live to fight another down. It's okay to take a bad play in those situations when the alternative is a turnover.
And here's Brock himself talking about it after the game.
For me, it's like, I got to ask myself, all right, like, who are you? What do you stand for? Who are you when things are good? Who are you when things don't go your way? It's easy to, be riding the high and thinking you're the man when things are going well, winning games and all that kind of stuff. And you don't really see, a whole lot of adversity in some games and whatnot. And, this is the reality of the NFL.
And you mentioned it, Sam, that last pick, although it may not have been fully on Brock, you could have attributed that to the offensive line. And is there concern now about the offensive line? Trent Williams, a groin injury. Aaron Banks had to leave the game for a little bit.
Lost Feliciano at one point, too. Spencer Burford had to move to the outside.
Had to go. Guys are getting hurt left and right, and that's the one. If there's anything that you can't afford, it's that offensive line getting hurt. Because we saw how things went without Debo and Trent, but specifically Trent Williams during that 3-game losing streak. It is not good. If you lose Trent Williams, then Brock Purdy, you know what? You might see the Penguins being happy feet back there. And as it pertains to Brock Purdy and the MVP odds, because that's also a big storyline coming out of this game. You saw the best of the AFC versus the best of the NFC. Brock Purdy, the entire conversation of the week, right? Whether it was Cam Newton, whether it was so-and-so, Brock Purdy or is it McCaffrey? Who's the most important player on the team? Who deserves to be the MVP of the team? Well, coming out of that game, via DraftKings, it's now Lamar Jackson. He's the favorite to win the MVP with 2 weeks to go here in the NFL regular season at -170. And then, check this out. Not Brock, not Tua, not Josh Allen, not any of those guys. Christian McCaffrey right behind him at +400. Did Monday's performance, Niner fans, was that the nail in the coffin for the argument about who's more important for this team, Christian McCaffrey or Brock Purdy? What say you, 888-957-9570? Because I still think, Sam Lubman, it's Brock Purdy. He's the quarterback. He's handling the ball. It's ultimately going to live and die with the quarterback at the end of the day. I'm not here for the running back, although Christian McCaffrey's amazing. No one's taking that away. He's second in the MVP odds. But one bad game now, and Christian McCaffrey's the most important player. I'm not buying it.
I'm not buying that either. You want to know why? It's because Christian McCaffrey had a good game on Monday night. Another workman-like performance. 100 yards rushing. What do you end up finishing with here? Yeah, 103 yards rushing. Had 6 catches for 28 yards. Typical CMC night. Had another touchdown. He's got 21 on the year. Christian McCaffrey had a good game. Brock Purdy did not. What ended up happening? The Niners lost, and it was ugly. I think Baldi was on this show a couple weeks ago when we were talking about who's more important, Brock or CMC, and he brought up the Eagles game and the NFC title game last year. When Brock went down, did you feel any hope? You still had McCaffrey in the game, but no, you didn't. The NFL has said it over and over again, Spadoni. It's a quarterback's league. The MVP, it's a quarterback's award. And does Monday night's game take Brock out of the MVP race? I know it knocked him down in the rankings a little bit. I'm looking at odds right now that have him behind Tua in the MVP race, which I think
is the third best odds.
Which I think is just absolutely silly.
I'll say this with Tua. If he beats Lamar and has a hell of a game,
then we're talking. That's a different conversation.
Then we're talking about but this is the thing, right? Tua just beat the Cowboys. Cowboys big, all this sort of stuff. So there's layers to this. There's 2 weeks to go. And usually this is where the men separate themselves from the boys when it comes to the MVP races. Mahomes did it last year. It was Jalen Hurts for majority of the year. Jalen gets hurt, misses a game, and then Mahomes does Mahomes things, puts the team on his back. They end up getting the number 1 seed, and then he ends up with the award. So a lot to be made here the last 2 weeks. Hell, McCaffrey, maybe he does win it. Maybe Lamar has a stinker. Maybe McCaffrey goes off, has 4 touchdowns, something like that. Maybe, just maybe, that could happen. The first non-quarterback to win the award since Adrian Peterson, what was that, back in 2012?
Yeah, when he rushed for like 2,000 yards.
So
my question is, does one bad performance really just tank an MVP case like this? Because Brock's been great most of the year. last night was easily his worst game of the year by far. If you just go by quarterback rating, I don't care if you don't know how it's calculated. It was his lowest rating of the year. He had a 42.6 rating. But other guys in the MVP race, they've had bad games too. Lamar Jackson, he's had a couple bad games against Cleveland and against Pittsburgh. Both of them were losses. Against Cleveland, they lost 33-31 at home. He had one touchdown, 2 interceptions that game, 3 sacks. Against Pittsburgh earlier in the year, they were in Pittsburgh. They lost 17-10. He didn't throw a touchdown. He had 1 interception. He had 4 sacks and lost a fumble. Those are pretty bad games. Why aren't we talking about those games in terms of why Lamar is not in the playoff, not in the MVP discussion anymore? Dak Prescott, we like to put him on a pedestal as a potential MVP candidate this year. He's had some stinkers too. A couple weeks ago against Buffalo, no touchdowns, throws an interception, had a 57.7 rating. Then, of course, against the Niners, he threw 3 interceptions in that game, on that Sunday night game, a primetime game. Had a 51.6 rating, 3 sacks. Like, these are very bad games that MVP caliber quarterbacks had, and yet, I mean, obviously Dak's further down the MVP race now, but we're putting Lamar on top despite the fact that he's had multiple bad games. Like, is it just the fact that Brock has his bad game later in the year? Like, is it a situation where it's like, it's kind of like in college football? If you're going to lose, you want to lose early because you have more time to make things up in the back half of the season? Like, Brock's had a great year, but then he gets a bad game late, and all of a sudden we're knocking him out of the MVP race. That doesn't add up to me. Like, I get it. He had a bad day. I'm not trying to take away from that, but bad enough to where it's like, nope, this is why you're not an MVP candidate. Like, I don't think there's anything maybe he could really do against Washington to strengthen his MVP case because, as Baldi said, this is a get-right game. But let's say you go into that Sunday game, last game of the year against the Rams, and the Rams, they're fighting for their playoff life. The Niners, they're fighting for their 1-seed life. If Brock goes out and drops 4 touchdowns and the Niners cruise, whatever, all of a sudden you're just going to throw him right back in? I still think he's in the MVP race. If you want to put Lamar a slight tick above him just because they have that head-to-head matchup win, sure, you can do that. But as far as, like, I mean, Lamar could go out and throw a stinker this weekend against the Dolphins. And then we're going to change the whole conversation around again. So, no, I'm not subscribing to the idea that Brock is completely out of the MVP race. Are the odds damaged a little bit? Yeah, maybe. But you know what? Again, I'm seeing he's going at plus 1,200 right now after he was like, minus 300 or something last week. I don't know. Maybe it's a good time to go and throw some money on Brock Purdy as an MVP right now because you can get it while the getting's good.
All right, let's ask Rich in Livermore, who's been waiting patiently on hold. Rich, you're on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Lubman. What's going on, man?
Hey, morning, fellas. How you doing? So first, man, I had to remember what I was saying. First, RJ, I hope he's still listening because that's one of the biggest closet Brock haters there is. If you guys recall last year, he said Brock wasn't it, and Lance had to start over him. So he's wrong with that. So on to my next. Anyhow, so I think that it needed to happen now. I think everyone who is doubting Brock, this is a good thing because you lose now, you get it over with. You don't want to lose in the playoffs, right? Now he's got 2 weeks to show what he's made of, to bounce back from this and ball out so you can have the right momentum going into the playoffs. Because that game wasn't completely on him. That's the offensive line. That's the defense not doing their job. That's a collective loss at the end of the day, no matter what. You know what I mean? And I'm glad we've seen him at his downfall at the worst, because I think that's the worst it gets. I think it's going to get better. He's going to bounce back, and we're going to get some momentum and go into this and just tear it up. What do you guys think, fellas?
Thank you for the call. I appreciate it. As I get this pure protein bar stuck in my throat, Sam, your thoughts?
No, I agree with that. Yeah, it's if you're going to have a bad moment happen, yeah, let's have it happen right now in the regular season. And again, this was against a non-conference opponent. So again, you're not getting banged up there in the tiebreaker categories at all. Again, yeah, it seems kind of boring to boil it down to this, but this is just one of those games where sometimes these things happen. Sometimes guys have bad days. Earlier in the day, Spadoni, different sport, but we watched Steph Curry not have a great day in a big stage against the Nuggets on their Christmas Day showdown. So, yeah, he was not good. Steph is notoriously not good on Christmas days. So, these things just happen. They really just do. As far as just Brock's overall standing in the league, like, lots of quarterbacks have bad days. I opened the show by talking about how all the Tom Brady had 6 4-interception games. Peyton Manning had lots of interceptions.
So this is where I'll stop you here, though, Sam. Has Brock already earned the right to say, you know what, this is a one-off? Has he earned that right already? I mean, the guy hasn't even played a full season yet.
Well, I mean, when you think about it,
he's earned it. He's like, yeah, this is just a one-off. He's fine.
I mean,
like,
this
really?
is the
we haven't even seen much of this guy.
This really is the one-off game that he's had, though, so far since he's taken over as the starting quarterback.
He was bad against Cleveland.
Oh, that's true, yeah. So, okay, I mean, there's something to... There
wasn't great, had some bad interceptions.
Wasn't great, obviously it didn't have Debo. It was ugly against Minnesota, that is true, but this is definitely the ugliest of his ugly games. But again, he spaced them out enough. Again, during the 3-game losing streak, there was a lot of things that weren't going right for the Niners during that time. So it's not just all on him, even though the offense was incredibly stagnant. But last night, I don't know, it's just he's spacing them out enough. And again, it's just so many other quarterbacks have bad days too. I don't know, it just seems a little premature right now to really be smashing the panic button. But it's like as Baldi said, it's what you learn from this. And I think these are very clear-cut lessons for Brock to learn in terms of just sharpening that in-game awareness. Because, again, he's 24 years old. He hasn't played that full season yet. He's got a full season's worth of starts, but he hasn't played a full week 1 to week 18 yet, which he's about to do. As you are in this league longer, as you take more reps in this league, as you see these defenses more, remember, this is the first time he's seen that Ravens defense, by the way, you're going to get more familiar. Things are going to make more and more sense. The game's going to start to slow down. Like, we forget, he is still a young, growing, developing quarterback. You are going to have these kind of setbacks here and there. And as long as you're building off of them and not letting them tear down the success you've had, you're in a good position. And the Niners, I think right now, they're in a good position to where they can build off these mistakes and get better from them because of the opponents they have coming up in the next 2 weeks.
I'll say this, though. It's concerning to me that the two best defenses he has faced, he's looked awful. Like that's not if I want to win a Super Bowl and those are the defenses I'm facing, that does not give me great confidence in my quarterback.
I mean, at least with the Browns, you could say you're on the road. We didn't have Debo, and we know how the impact that Debo has when he is a part of this offense. Last night, though, it's just if you're looking for an excuse, the excuse against the Browns is, we didn't have Debo. The excuse against the Ravens is just Brock just picked a bad night to have a bad night. I guess that's if you want to do that. Excuses or whatever, though, if you're not into that.
The excuse for Lamar Jackson is what? Zay Flowers is his number one, a rookie? Like, he has a shell of himself, Odell Beckham Jr. He doesn't have Mark Andrews. Guy just crushed it. He crushed the Niners' vaunted defense. That's why it's frustrating on a multitude of levels if I'm watching that game. Not only is my guy struggling, but the guy on the other side is balling out in Lamar Jackson. Everyone was doubting this guy coming in, Lamar Jackson. I don't even know why, by the way. Lamar's won an MVP, and yet there were talks about trading him.
It's because he hasn't won a playoff game, or he's got only the one
playoff game. But this is the thing: the AFC has been dominated the last decade by Tom Brady and the Patriots and Patrick Mahomes of the Kansas City Chiefs, sprinkled in by some Denver runs. Those are two of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. The Bengals for a minute. There you go. And Joe Burrow, one of the best quarterbacks in the league in your own division. So it's just funny to me after this game, going into it too, the whole narrative surrounding Lamar Jackson and this team. And we were sleeping on it. And you know what? I'm guilty of it. I'll admit it. I was sleeping on the Baltimore Ravens, and I think the nation was, and they got woken up on Christmas night after they were all sleeping on their eggnog with brandy, what have you. You're having all your lumpia. That's what I was having. Some lumpia, some chicken adobo. Shout out to great Diane Ingersoll making some hell of a island feast for me for Christmas.
Sounds better than what I had for Christmas.
Oh, what'd you have? Some NyQuil?
Yeah, a lot of NyQuil tablets.
Yeah, you know what?
NyQuil, ginger ale, some soup. Yeah, it was
strong.
That was about my Christmas.
I hope you feel better, Sam Lubin. I hope Niner fans are feeling better. Warriors fans are feeling better after Christmas was not what they had hoped for. 888-957-9570. Are we more concerned about Brock Purdy after that performance on Monday? You just saw Lamar Jackson go out there and have not the game of his life, but he made the winning plays when they mattered. Hell, he even had refs tripping him. He didn't even let that stop him. Alex is in Atlanta. He's one of the P1s here. Alex, what's going on, man? You're on the Morning Roast at Spadoni and Lubman.
Well, gentlemen, I've recovered a bit from the Monday night loss. The more I think about it, my level of concern for Brock is probably at a 3 right now. Yes, this was his worst game as a starter since he's been at the NFL level. But you also have to think about this is the first time the Niners have lost the game where Purdy, McCaffrey, and Debo have all been healthy and played the majority of the game. So that was bound to happen sooner or later, and you'd much rather prefer it to happen in the regular season than in the playoffs. much like you'd much rather prefer Brock to have a stinker like he did on Monday night in the regular season than in the postseason. But I think there's a lot of other issues that kind of raise my concern level overall a bit more to like around a 5 or a 6. The offensive line is really beat up. The penalties are starting to become a problem again. I mean, the Niners had, 10 penalties on Monday night against Baltimore. They've been averaging over 6 penalties a game this season. That's up year over year, so that's obviously a point of concern. But another thing I wanted to touch on, and it's something I've noticed just, digging a bit through the numbers, is that the Niners are a bit of a sluggish team at times when it comes to the start of the game and coming out at halftime. They've been shut out 3 times this year in the third quarter. They've been shut out twice this year in the first quarter, and their offense has looked pretty sluggish in the first quarter these last 5 weeks or so. Another point, and this is something that's more on Kyle Shanahan as a coach, but the Niners, they've trailed 3 times at halftime this year. They've lost all 3 of those games. So they're still not showing that they can come back when they're down at the half. Their offense looks like at times it can be a little sluggish and leave points on the board. We definitely saw that in the Baltimore game. I mean, in part due to those interceptions, but they had plenty of explosive and chunk yardage plays, and they weren't able to turn them into points. So the overall level of, concern right now from the team perspective is probably at a 5 or a 6. From a Purdy perspective, I think it's only at a 3.
Fair enough. That's Alex in the ATL, Alex in Atlanta, 888-957-9570. Are you there with Alex? Offensive line's more concerning than Brock. Was there other concerns for you from that game outside of the quarterback? The penalties, obviously.
The penalties are a big one there, actually. Alex brings up a good one. I know we're up against it, but just kind of looking through it last night or the other night, there was a lot of costly penalties that the Niners had that if you don't make that penalty, you're probably getting the Ravens off the field in that situation. Obviously, late in the fourth, there was that Fred Warner encroachment where he kind of jumps over the line trying to time the snap. If that doesn't happen, you could probably stop him there. Maybe you get him off the field. There's a big one. There's the 4th and 1. It wasn't a 4th and 1. It was a 3rd and 3 in the first quarter where it was Lamar. He had that incompletion, Isaiah Likely, but there was a pass interference there. That's a tough one there because, again, if that call doesn't happen, you're getting off the field there. Instead, the drive continues. The Ravens end up getting a field goal there, but you have a chance to really kind of shut down their early momentum when you don't do that. Niners have had a lot of penalties like that this year where if they have momentum on offense or defense and they get that just bad timing flag and it just absolutely neuters that. So that is absolutely, I think, a big concern that I don't think has been talked about enough.
888-957-9570, the number. Call or text the Comcast Business Text line. Also hit us up on Twitch and YouTube. We are streaming live and local all day right here on 95.7 The Game and for the rest of the week, for that matter. No pregame show, but you got Spadoni here and Lubman for the morning roast. In for Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. They're doing good. They're fine. Joe Shasky, I know he's been out for a little bit. He's crushing it. They're chilling. All right. Enjoying their Christmas. That was a bad L for the 49ers, but it's not panic mode quite yet. Although I did see a quarterback on the other side that gives me a lot more confidence in winning a Super Bowl than I saw with Brock Purdy on my team if I'm a 49er fan. But you know what? It's one game. It's one game. But you don't want one game to turn into 2 to turn into 3 as far as ending this season on a wrong note. Because the last thing you need heading into Washington is another Brock Purdy stinker. Then you got the Rams coming into town, and that's a massive game. Not just for the number 1 overall seed, but you don't want the Rams to be in the playoffs. What happened last time you played the Rams in the playoffs? You lost in the NFC Championship to them. I want no parts of Sean McVay. I don't care that Kyle Shanahan has owned him in the regular season. I know what happened in the playoffs going head-to-head against Matt Stafford, Cooper Kupp, and now Puka Nacua on top of that. That's Sam Lubman. I'm Joe Spadoni. We're up against it. Come on back. More of your calls, more of your texts. Niners, they all right on 95.7 The Game. Spadoni and Lubman in for Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. They're enjoying the week off. Hope you all had a Merry Christmas. Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, whatever you're celebrating. We appreciate you joining us here for, getting off the late shift, getting ready for work, getting ready for the week. We appreciate you joining us here. And to get involved, 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text. Also hit us up on Twitch or YouTube. Just search 95.7 The Game. Like and subscribe there. We are streaming all day long right here. 49ers. What's going on? They all right? Time to panic? Niner fans? Sam Lubman? I don't think so.
No, we're not panicking.
It was an eye-opening loss, I think, for a lot of people.
I got a question for you, Spadoni.
I love questions.
Does Kyle Shanahan have an AFC problem?
Oh.
Here's what I mean by that. So, since the start of the 2019 season, what I would call the modern era of Kyle Shanahan's tenure here with the 49ers, he's got a 13-10 record against the AFC. 13-11 if you want to include that game against the Chiefs. So that, on the surface, looks pretty good. You always want to have more wins than losses. Big fan of that. Shout out winning records. But when you peel some of these numbers back, there's some concerning trends there.
There's layers. This is like an onion. This is like an onion.
It's a lot like ogres. Yeah, okay. Ogres, onions, Kyle Shanahan's record against the AFC. What do they all have in common? Layers. It's like the handshake emoji. Or the pointing Spider-Man meme.
Thank you.
Let's go with that one there. When it comes to AFC teams that made the playoffs that year, Kyle Shanahan is a measly 3-7 in those games. Now, that does include the win over the Jaguars this year, as well as the loss to the Bengals this year, because both those teams could still, in theory, make the playoffs. So we'll add that to the record for now. But then it gets even a little bit deeper there. Let's peel back another layer here. But I think we did agree, over the last 4 years, since the end of the Tom Brady era in the AFC, the best teams in the conference have been the Bills, the Chiefs, the Ravens, and the Bengals. Can we agree on that? Over the last few years?
Sure, I will agree with that. I'd say the Browns had a run there for a second. The Titans had a little bit of a run, but for the most part, those have been the most consistent teams.
And they got the 4 best quarterbacks in the conference, too, I would say.
Yes.
The Chiefs and the Bengals, they've been the representatives in the Super Bowl since Tom Brady's last appearance in the Super Bowl. Ravens, obviously, we saw what Lamar Jackson can do. He's routinely been one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And, of course, Josh Allen, again, one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. Bills, they've been right in the AFC playoff picture there. It's since 2019, the Niners are, let me get this straight, 2-6 against those teams when they face off. Now, one of those wins is against the Bengals in 2019, and that was before they had Joe Burrow.
That was a Jimmy comeback.
That was they blew the Bengals out 41. Yeah, 2019.
No, that was when Andy Dalton was still the quarterback. That was Zach Taylor's first year.
Yeah, that was kind of before the Bengals were the Bengals we know and love. But I feel like I still had to include the Bengals in that record because I don't want to cherry pick.
2 seasons ago.
Yeah, that was in Cincinnati. Probably one of Kyle's best wins over an AFC team was that one, but. Spadoni, it's kind of concerning to see what Kyle does against the elite teams in the AFC. So since 2019, they're scoring about 23 points a game against those top AFC teams, but they're allowing 29 points a game.
But I want to know real quick, not to cut you off. Because you're
I do got more numbers on this.
You're
on
a roll.
I was down a rabbit hole last night.
Real quick, I would argue in most of those matchups they did not have the better quarterback. Jimmy Garoppolo is their quarterback. And still today, if you were to put the 49ers against any of those teams, as we've seen this year, I'm taking the better quarterback in that situation. Although this past one is interesting. How many people were taking Brock Purdy over Lamar Jackson heading into this game, I wonder?
Probably more than they should.
888-957-9570. Did this game kind of change how you feel about both those quarterbacks a little bit more? I mean, it shouldn't. I mean, Lamar has won an MVP in the past. Everyone should have had Lamar ahead of Brock Purdy into this as far as like your quarterback rankings, right? Well, I didn't. Well, now, I can't be alone in that.
It's almost like if Brock Purdy is ascending to the level of elite tier quarterback, like I don't think he is a set in stone elite quarterback yet. He's definitely trending in that direction. He's definitely putting up numbers that would suggest
top 10. I think would be
top 10 again.
Yes.
He was my fantasy quarterback this year, and I was very happy with that. And I figure part of what being a good quarterback is if you're in like a 10-team fantasy league and you're a starting quarterback every week, you're feeling pretty good about that. So yeah, I don't think Brock is a total elite quarterback yet, but what he saw on Monday night was that's what an elite quarterback looks like. And when two great quarterbacks face each other, obviously one of them has to win. Lamar just got the better of him this time. We'll see what happens when they face off next time. It's going to be probably not for maybe 2 years at the earliest. I think it's 2025. I think the AFC, the NFC West will play the AFC North
months.
in the.
They could play each other in the Super Bowl.
They could play in the Super Bowl too, but I'm talking regular season matchups. The earliest the Niners will probably see the Ravens is 2025, so it'll be interesting to see kind of where things are at that point. Obviously, 2 years in the NFL is a million years in real time. But you mentioned that in most of those games, the Niners had the Niners had the lesser quarterback. To me, though, it's not so much about what the Niners quarterback was doing. It was more what the Niners defense was doing in those games or not doing in those games. And what the Niners defense was not doing in those games was keeping the opposing team off the field and off the scoreboard. That's where it's really hurt. Against, the non-elite AFC teams since 2019, Kyle Shanahan's defense is holding those teams to about 16 points per game, scoring-wise. But against the elite teams in the AFC, it's 29 points per game scoring. And again, all this is, those are AFC teams. You don't have to play them as often. But if you want to win the Super Bowl, which the Niners do want to do, it was Trey Greenlaw said this last week.
I want a Super Bowl shirt.
He wants a Super Bowl shirt. If you want to get that Super Bowl shirt, there's a very, very, very good chance that you're going to have to beat one of those four elite teams in the AFC. And the last few years, Kyle Shanahan has shown that in those games, he struggles against those opponents that he would have to face in the Super Bowl. One of those losses was in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. So I guess is that to say, because I know the ways I got this idea was, Sterling and Grandy, Sterling Bennett, Mark Grandy, they were doing overtime on Monday night.
Doing a hell of a job.
They're doing a great job. And they brought this up, was do they have an AFC problem? And that's what kind of sent me down this rabbit hole. And I'll say this. I won't say really that the Niners have a major AFC problem, but they definitely have a situation where if you're going against one of these elite teams in the AFC, I'm kind of nervous about what kind of Niners team is going to show up in those games, especially because, again, if you want to win that ultimate prize, you have to beat one of these teams. And for the most part, the only outside of the win against the Bengals a couple of years ago in Cincinnati, he hasn't really had that much success against these elite tier teams in the AFC.
I mean, we say all that, and they had a 10-point lead over the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl. I get it. It didn't work out, but it's not as concerning to me as they just didn't have the quarterback there. I still am a believer in Brock Purdy to be the guy for this team going forward. I just think he had a bad game. And the reason we're talking about the AFC tier point, Sam, is because you and I think are in lockstep that we don't really think anyone in the NFC is really going to challenge this squad. Although there's one team in your own division that's getting hot at the right time, that's won a Super Bowl in the recent years, that has beaten you in the biggest game between your two head coaches in the NFC Championship, that being the Los Angeles Rams. They're hot. That's the team that Brian Baldinger circled. He also circled the Detroit Lions, which I think a lot of people are sleeping on as well. And, we think of the Lions, and you kind of mentioned it. He's like, they're a fun story and anything like that. I'm not sleeping on them. If somehow, some way, the Lions get the 1 seed because the Niners lose to the Rams at the end of the year and they have to go to Detroit, I wouldn't be shocked if the Lions beat the Niners.
The Lions defense doesn't really worry me all that much.
But that was a great offense.
Point. But if you have a good defense like the Niners have, I feel like you could limit the Lions scoring enough, and then you could chew up that defense to where it's like, again, the Lions are a good regular season team. That just does not look like a defense that's going to be holding up in the playoffs.
We'll see. Because Aiden Hutchinson, if your offensive line is hurt, that's the guy that could wreck a game. So, and you do not want a hampered offensive line heading into any of these ones, but especially against an elite pass rusher. I know Hutchinson's cooled off a little bit, started off the year very hot. He is one of those guys that gets up for big games. I know that. Anzalone is another guy there in Detroit. So, listen, NFC, we're not saying it's a lock for the Niners yet. You just got to feel good about your chances going up against, the Cowboys, the Eagles. But just think about the teams that are lurking there with the Rams, potentially the Lions. Speaking of lurking, we got some callers that want to chime in here. Jeff is in Dallas. He wants to chime in here on the conversation. What's going on, Jeff? You're on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Lubman.
Hey, guys. First off, I just found your station on the internet because I'm sick and tired of listening to the Dallas sports talk where all they talk about is the Cowboys, and it drives me nuts. I've been a diehard 49er fan. I've been a diehard 49er fan since 1980, so I've got to see them win their 5 Super Bowls. And I can honestly say this team that I'm watching this year is probably the best 49er team I've ever seen play. I thought they had a chance at winning all their games this year. Unfortunately, they had that bad run with the 3 losses, and then, of course, this past game they played against Baltimore. I think the reason they lost against Baltimore is something that I noticed with Kyle Shanahan is he doesn't have a sense of urgency, and he doesn't change up his play calling when he's playing from behind. He tried to throw those screens out to the left and the right, and Baltimore's defense was all over it. I didn't see a single jet sweep handing it to Debo coming around the end, which has been very effective all year. I didn't see those plays. So I think Kyle needs to adjust his play calling when he gets behind and start being more aggressive on the offense and really show that sense of urgency that all teams should have when they're behind in the game.
There he is. That's Jeff in Dallas chiming in there in enemy territory. Longtime Niner fan.
Stuck listening to RJ and Shan every morning. Yeah, I would get frustrated too. I think it is Sean, actually.
There you go.
We should get the names right.
Yeah, they had Jerry Jones over there. That's all right. They're a sister station.
It's got to slum it somewhere.
There you go.
In the schedule.
Having a more killer instinct with Kyle Shanahan and stuff like that. This is what I brought up with Brian Baldinger. And listen, it's hard to have that killer instinct when your quarterback's turning the ball over. So listen, they were going up to go 7-0 right off the bat to get a 3 and out. This is perfect. This is the recipe for the 49ers under Shanahan. Get the ball in the second half to start it. And what do you do when your defense is out there? First off, you get the 3 and out. It doesn't matter if it's 3 and out. You stall the drive somewhere, then you get the lead. But this is what Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers have now. Maybe it's unfair. Maybe it's not. I feel like they're a front-running team. They got to get a lead. They have got to get a lead. Have to be a big one. And then they start playing with swagger. Then they'll start doing all this stuff. Then they start playing with fire. But when they get punched in the mouth early, there is something that changes. I don't know if it's Shanahan, Wilkes, something changes when this team gets punched early. The roller coaster just goes down the track. The wheels start coming off. I don't know what happens, but when this team has to go against some adversity, I don't feel confident in them.
No,
I just don't.
I agree with you. And this has, I think, probably been, again, I've had a lot of doubts about Kyle Shanahan over the years. Those doubts have kind of faded away this year, especially with how things have gone this year. The play calling is done this year. The big one though still is when his plan gets blown up early on in a game, it's like he doesn't really know what to do. He kind of has like this frozen moment of like he gets stuck. He doesn't have a backup plan, so he keeps trying to just hammer away at what he knows or what the plan was, and it's almost like he's trying to force the plan to work. And when in the NFL, you can't do that. If something isn't working, you have to have a plan B ready to go. And that's probably been Kyle Shanahan's his biggest kind of shortcoming as a head coach of the Niners is that when things do go off the rails, as you said, Spinoni, it's just he gets shell-shocked. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know what to do next. He doesn't know how to adjust. And then when the Niners get down, it's like it almost becomes a lost cause at that point. I know a lot of people were kind of complaining about, why did the Niners go away from the run game there? And this is where I think the Ravens did a really good job on Monday night, is they forced them into very long, first down to go situations here. We're in 2nd and 7, 3rd and 6. When you're in those long to go situations, it's kind of hard to go to the run game there. If you're only getting 1-2 yards on first down, you're on 2nd and 8. You're not going to get another 5 yards on that second down, most likely, because of the way that the Ravens were playing so tough on that run, against the Niners' rushing attack. So you're in these, you got a long way to go to the first down. You're kind of forced to throw the ball. And when you're forced to throw the ball, the other team knows that. It's kind of thing. When you take away the run, you basically take away the pass at the same time. And that's what the Ravens did. So I understand the frustration of, when the Niners ran the ball, good things happened. But when you're when you're backed up behind the sticks like the Niners were at certain times, you can't go to that run game as much anymore, and you become one-dimensional. When your quarterback's struggling in a one-dimensional offense, you're going to have situations like what we saw on Monday night.
And that's when the 49ers are at their best, as you alluded to. It's when they're hammering on all phases of the game, whether it's running, whether it's throwing, whether it's the motion, anything like that. The problem is when you're going up against an elite defense like the Ravens, like the Browns, the teams that you've lost against, the teams that's owned you offensively, they don't fall for that stuff. The little trickeration, the motions, the see ball, get ball is what they do. And those give Kyle Shanahan fits. Now, Brian Baldinger, who was just had last segment, you can find the entire interview, search YouTube, like, subscribe. You can find that entire interview. He's the best. Brian Baldinger, best in the business, NFL Network, former NFL offensive lineman. He was saying, listen, when you go up against teams like the Ravens, they're just so vanilla that in their physical stand set, their linebackers, their cornerbacks, everything is just so set in stone that it's hard for a team like the Niners when everything is just so, how do I want to put this? It's almost like the Niners offense is like calculus, right? Everything is just so over the top. Everything is so much motion, so much. You have Debo, you have a plethora at your plate when it comes to the Niners offense. And then you come in and you got the mean kids on the block in the Baltimore Ravens. And maybe math is the wrong example here because the Ravens, I'm not saying they're not trigonometry or calculus or anything like that, but they just had the game plan of I'm going to hit you in the teeth. And it's what the Mike Tyson line is. Everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. And unfortunately, I need some backup plans for Kyle Shanahan. When things aren't going right, when's it going to carry over? Miguelito's been hanging on for a little bit. Miguelito, you're in San Francisco. What's going on, man? You're on with Spadoni and Lubman on the Morning Roast.
Hello, Joe, and hello, Sam. I was just calling in to talk about Brock Purdy. My brother and me, we have a big argument. He really loves him, and I don't love or hate him. I find him, I'm indifferent towards him because, the 49ers, Shanahan replaces quarterbacks, very, very quickly. What I think is that the Trent Williams injury is very important because, it just is. They're playing the Commanders next week, and the Commanders have nothing to lose. And if I were them, I would play the Globetrotters against the 49ers. Everyone would blitz, including the water boy. So I just want to say that, and Happy New Year's. And Brock Purdy is good. He's still a quarterback in training, and I think he's going to be good. He's got courage. He's tough, and I like him, but he doesn't move me that much.
He doesn't move you that much. Wow, Miguelito. Thank you. He doesn't move him that much. We're already that down after Brock's performance. I get it. It wasn't inspiring. It was on Christmas. The entire world was watching. Lamar Jackson had a field day on the other side. Like, I understand the optics aren't great. I think it's a little strong to say, you know what, I'm off the Brock Purdy hype train. He's still a very good quarterback. He's still fourth in the MVP odds. He just had a bad game at the wrong time. You know what? Get this one out of the way. If it lingers into next week, then we got some problems. But I think Brian in Palo Alto, who's going to join us next, Sam, is really getting to the rat on the table. Shout out Atco Pest Control for all your pest control problems. Thank you. BPA wants to talk about the guy on the left side, that being Trent Williams. What's going on, BPA? How was your Christmas?
It's good, man. Relaxing, all that good stuff. How was yours? Anyway, sorry.
No, it's good. No.
We can talk a little Christmas.
I had a feast, Brian. I had some fish stew on Christmas Eve, courtesy of Bob Spadoni. Shout out some Cipino. I had some baked ziti the night before, too. I had some Spanish rice, some chicken adobo the other night. I had a feast, Brian. I was feeling great.
Everything sounds good, but the fish stew, by the way. So
Cipino, yeah.
Yeah, I think. Okay, got it. They don't have a lot of depth. Right. So that's sort of been an increasing theme. Right. And so you lose Trent Williams and his backup, and that's basically a non-functional offensive line. Right. And then defensively, you lose Eric Armstead, and the middle of their defense their defensive line becomes a liability. And so to me, if you don't have those two guys, there is no game they'll play that is a slam dunk, right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
They're not built to be able to beat teams and have their interior defensive line be a sieve, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just not, obviously Kinlaw is not a good player. And I don't even know who Givens or whomever else in the middle.
Kevin Givens, McGill.
Hargrave's Hargrave's really a pass rusher, not really a run stopper. And so, I think that's those two guys. If they don't have those guys, they're not going to, in my opinion, they're just not going to win a Super Bowl.
It's a good point there, DP.
I mean, you have Colton McKivitz, who's not a good player, moved to left tackle. That's,
I think that's never an ideal situation there.
Thanks, Brian. Appreciate the time.
Before we go, I want to make him apologize, Kyle Madsen, also too. Did you see BPA going after Kyle Madsen?
Yeah,
on Twitter
we go easy on the name calling there on the Twitter, or X, formerly known as Twitter, Brian. It's all right. It's, you know what? People get heated.
It's Christmas.
People get heated. Well, it's Christmas, but nothing worse than a Christmas loss. Like, that's, as a sports fan, you can have
a double Christmas loss too. We factor in that Warriors loss.
You can get all the toys, you can get all the clothes, the gift cards, whatever. But if your team loses, you do feel sad. And they got the double whammy, Sam. They got the Warriors and Niners taking big fat L's. Two different ways. One was closer and more frustrating, probably the Warriors loss, because they were coming into the game so damn hot. By the way, there needs to be a conversation a little later on. We might have it. Draymond Green.
The Warriors are better without him.
No, Draymond shouldn't come back for the team for the rest of the season. We'll tease that for.
I'll say there's definitely no rush he should not be to get him back.
No,
anytime soon.
He could stay away for as long as they need to, because this team is night and day without him. There is a weight lifted off this franchise without Draymond Green. That goes without saying. But in regards to Trent Williams being out, it's a concern. Anytime your future Hall of Fame left tackle has to miss some time or is hampered at all. Hell, we saw it in the NFC Championship game against the Rams a few years ago when he was hurt. You had a hurt Jimmy Garoppolo. Everyone was hurt. Aaron Donald took that game over. Like, that line just took that game over and hammered Jimmy at the end of it. They had their chances, but as the wear and tear goes on in any given game and how physical the Niners play, that could be an advantage at times, but when you're losing, that physicality is also on the flip side. It could be a disadvantage. You start getting winded. You start getting tired. The blocks aren't getting, the push isn't getting there. You're getting pushed back. And things start to unravel there. Telmo is in San Francisco, wants to join us. Telmo, what's going on, man? You're on the Morning Roast.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Great. Going good.
I was just calling. Because I'm watching the game, and I'm realizing that how aggressive. And to be honest, Brock, we all know he had a bad game. I thought two of those picks were bad decisions. The first one to Debo, and the one he tried to force to Kittle with all the flags on that play was dead. Just throw it away. The other two were, unlucky, batted or tipped up. But I thought Kyle did a really poor job of not using Baltimore's aggressiveness against them. With a defense like that, when you have so many weapons, so many people that can catch the ball, even in Juszczyk and Kittle and Debo and all these guys, that you really have to be able to find ways to let people leak out or let them get into the backfield and let them use their aggressiveness against them and find ways to get little bubble screens, to do play action, to basically, just find ways like other teams have done against the Niners, to use that aggressiveness on defense to find little ways to leak out. And the last thing was, with the Niners, even with 2 minutes, 30 seconds left in the game, 1st and goal, you have to find a way to score a touchdown right there and not get too cute, because that gives you a chance to get back in the game with a 2-minute warning and 3 timeouts. Now, is there a chance they, win? Probably not, but you still have a fighting chance. And he just got too cute and did Kyle things there.
There you go. That's Telmo in San Francisco. Telmo, by the way, one of the OGs here at 95.7. The first board op gig I had as Joe Spadoni and Sam Lubin filling in for Bonte and Chasky, the first board op opportunity I had was back with Towney and Butcher way back when. And Telmo was a caller trying to win something. We had this game show thing. And I dropped him on accident. And Towney hit me with the, "You cut off my guy, Telmo." So that's all inside joke we have here in the past. But Telmo and SF making a great point when it comes to Kyle Shanahan and adjusting, getting too cute. We've seen this time in and time out with Shanahan offenses. He gets a little tight, Sam, when push comes to shove, a little tight. Even with this quarterback, we felt it was like a Jimmy thing, right? We felt like he was protecting his quarterback. He was just scared to let him fail. You're running, you're doing all these little, movements. You're using Debo as a wide back. But now they got their quarterback. We're still getting too cute.
Yeah, I agree. There's a couple things that Telmo said. Yeah, I want to focus first on, the adjustments there, because I do think we were kind of getting on Kyle earlier in the segment about the inability to adjust. I do kind of want to point out, I do think he tried to hit some of those swing passes, some of those bubble screens. There's a few of them, the Debo that they tried running. Problem is, the Ravens were just on top of it. I think the difference between what you're seeing the Ravens do, what you're seeing what the Ravens were doing. I think there's in the third quarter. I think they tried. I think there was a jet sweep to Debo. I don't think it was a swing pass, but Debo just kind of got blown up in the backfield. He bounced off the hit. He's able to get 6 more yards out of it. But that was more just
that was
Debo.
Marlon Humphreys, right? He tried to go.
Yeah, that's right.
Humphreys bounced right off him. That was pretty incredible.
It was a big hit. Yeah, it was more just a testament to the strength that Debo Samuel brings to the table and how he was able to make a play there, but. A big difference I noticed, especially in how both teams were playing defense, was, again, the Niners, they were kind of playing, they're playing their defensive backs, 4, 5, 6 yards off the line of scrimmage sometimes. There are certain plays where there's one play to Zay Flowers where, I believe it's a 3rd and 5, and the Niners got both their cornerbacks playing 6, 7 yards off the line of scrimmage. If I'm Lamar Jackson, I'm hitting Zay Flowers on that swing pass there to the side every single play, because now you got 4 or 5 yards that the defender has to cover to try and make a play. That's a lot of time for Zay Flowers to start to get upfield, make a move, and get past the defense. He did that a few times. Whereas the Ravens on the other side, they're kind of playing up closer to the line of scrimmage most plays. And when you try to do those swing passes or those toss sweep plays or those stretch run plays that Kyle Shanahan loves so much, it kind of took those plays away. And then factor in the fact that your offensive line starts getting banged up later in the game. And things fall apart really, really fast for the 49ers. I mean, at the end, when Sam Darnold was in, you had Trent Williams out, you had John Feliciano out, you had Spencer Burford playing out of position. Who was the guy, Barch or whatever? Never even, was that a made-up name?
That guy.
He's coming in. He's making his season debut. Once you have your emergency line, it almost reminded me of the NFC title game, but instead of running out of quarterbacks, the Niners running out of offensive linemen. Like, if one guy goes down, what are we doing here? Ben Barch. Yeah, if one more guy goes down, I don't know what the plan was there. So at the end of the game, when you have your entire offense, you have basically your B squad offensive line. We're talking about the B squad here on the roast. They basically had the you and me of the 49ers offensive lineman, Spadoni, out there at the end of the game last night.
Well, we would have been Gene Opshaw and Art Shell back there, the 1-2 piece.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, they probably could have used us, but my point is, it's just when you get to a point when you're all backups like that, it's kind of like you could do what you can do. There's really not much more you can really get on there. Another thing that Telmo mentioned was, not trying to get too cute at the goal line there on that first interception. I agree with him there. This is one of those things where, again, if you're Brock, you got to be able to see Kyle Hamilton there. I think he just kind of got a little lazy there, tried to force it into Debo. But at the same time, you go back and look at that play, he had use check on the check down there. Would have been a couple yards. Sure, it's not sexy, but you're living to see another play. And I like that Telmo brought that up because, again, if you're Brock Purdy, your goal, I think, these next 2 games is to be able to be aware of those danger spots on the field and maybe not retreat into a shell because, again, Brock, he definitely was not lacking for confidence after those interceptions. I think after the second interception, he had that kind of that screen to McCaffrey on the left side that kind of got blown up for a second. And Purdy kind of starts to run towards McCaffrey on the left side. McCaffrey gets upfield, and he's kind of able to find that window and dump the pass off to him. That was a ballsy throw.
Are you talking about the one where he flipped it to him as he was getting tackled?
No. That was later game. This was in the second quarter. It was a 2nd and 7. They're on the 36-yard line. Purdy kind of rolls right. It's a screen. It kind of gets blown up by the defense because, again, the Ravens defense, they were just on top of these swing passes all night long. And McCaffrey kind of starts to go upfield a little bit, and there's a little bit of a window there that Brock's able to kind of pitch and catch it to McCaffrey there. He ends up rolling for about 6 yards there. It was a ballsy throw. I'm watching, it's dude, that is a very risky throw, especially, basically on the play before, or the last throw he had, this was after the 3rd interception. But it was a situation where Brock just got burned trying to do too much, and then here he is on the next drive, again trying to do too much, and it ended up working out. So, you like seeing that from him. He's not hurting for confidence in those situations. But if I'm Brock Purdy, it's how do I limit those dangerous throws going forward so that I don't feel the need to kind of go for those all-out situations. Take those smart plays. Even if it means getting 1 or 2 yards now, if you could get a 1 or 2 yard gain now so that you can get a touchdown later on, I'd rather do that than forcing a situation to happen and end up getting a turnover.
Well, and that's the fine line between, him not playing too aggressive, but you want him to. It's tough because he lives on that line of being too aggressive and being a little reckless, but you need that. And you don't want to coach it away. Baldi mentioned this. Shanahan's mentioned that. They want him to be aggressive. So I don't think he's going to change the way he plays. Now, pick and choosing his spots a little bit better, sure. But he's always going to make those improvising plays. He's always going to be using his legs. He's going to try to find that big play because that's just who he is. And that's why you love Brock. That's why he was an MVP candidate. He still is. But that's why he's the leader in the clubhouse heading into this game is because he makes plays like that. He can throw across his body. Now, maybe should he do it all the time? No. Does he have this arm strength that allows him to do that constantly? No, but he lives on that fine line of being reckless and being amazing that you just have to kind of live with at this point. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live in the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every day on YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. It is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. And speaking of Warriors Wednesday, you know what? They also got a lump of coal in their stocking. Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, amongst others, as they took an L to the Denver Nuggets, San Lubman. And we'll continue to take your calls and texts as it pertains to the 49ers and Ravens. I did want to put a little bow, though, on the Nuggets-Warriors Christmas Day affair. I know you're a little bit under the weather, Sam. You caught some of the game. But this quote after the game was kind of crazy to me. As Nikola Jokic went 18 for 18 at the free throw line, he finished 4 of 12 overall, 0 of 2 from beyond the arc, 10 defensive rebounds, 4 offensive, 14 boards, 8 assists, 26 points for Jokic. He had a game high plus 21 plus minus, but it's those 18 free throws. A lot of hacking, a lot of calls, and what was an otherwise fun game turned into just a slog fest at the end. Steve Kerr was not happy about the officiating.
I have no problem with the officials themselves. They're all across the league. We have really good officials. I have a problem with the way we are legislating defense out of the game. That's what we're doing in the NBA. The way we're teaching the officials, we're just enabling players to BS their way to the foul line. If I were a fan, I wouldn't have wanted to watch the second half of that game. It was disgusting. It was just, just baiting refs into the calls, but the refs have to make those calls because that's how they're taught. So I have a real problem with the way we've legislated defense out of the game in this league, and the players are really smart in this league, and for over the last decade or so, they've gotten smarter and smarter, and they're just we have enabled the players, and they are taking full advantage, and it's a parade to the free throw line, and it's disgusting to watch. Thanks.
It's disgusting to watch. Thanks. I actually need that as a drop. That's tremendous.
That is a good drop, actually.
Listen, I understand the frustration from Steve Kerr here. I do. This might not be the popular opinion, maybe the cynical one, but it is what it is. The league isn't going to change anything. The league likes offense. The league likes scoring. That's what sells. Scoring sells. Stephen Curry, his three-point shots sell. Giannis and all the dunks sell. LeBron James, being damn near 50 years old, still selling because of the athleticism, because of the scoring. So scoring goes up. That means defense goes down, and the league's okay with that. I don't think there's going to be something that changes when it comes to the league's officiating, how they're brought up, how the school of the officials, anything like that. I understand the frustration. I do. The Warriors were in that game. They were leading it for a majority of it. There was a big run there, furious run there at the end, and then it just gets died down.
Wasted a great Andrew Wiggins performance.
Well,
you never know. You don't know when you get one of those again.
Wiggins was the best player on the floor. I mean, if you're going to take anything from that loss, Andrew Wiggins off the bench has looked incredible. Plus 18. He was a team high plus 18 from the plus minus, 22 points there. His game was on point. Stephen Curry, again, 7 of 21, 3 of 13, not good. Klay Thompson, 3 of 12, 3 of 10. They weren't good enough at the end of the day. They were not. But you have liked to have seen them win it and take it out of the refs' hands. The refs, they got involved. I get it. As a viewer, that is disgusting to watch. As a viewer, I get it. But this is what they're being taught, and I don't think it's going away anytime soon, Sam.
No, it is frustrating, especially for me. The frustration comes from, again, when you see Jokic basically camping out at the free throw line the entire second half, 14 of 14 from the line in the second half. It's the frustration for me comes from is seeing these guys get these calls, but then I've watched Steph Curry his entire career, and it's like he's struggled to get these calls. This guy has been abused throughout most of his career, and he's like a fraction of the size of Nikola Jokic. Why is Jokic getting these ticky-tack foul calls, but then you got Steph Curry, whose entire career, he's getting mauled, especially off the ball a lot, and he's not getting those calls. I mean, you've seen the scars on Steph's arms.
I mean, I've seen the scars on Jokic's arms, too. That guy fights bears in Serbia. Like Jokic, he gets foul calls from when a bear scratches his arm, he goes to the line because that bear gets another foul. I do think size matters here. Shout out, size matters.
Size matters.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got that drop.
Thank you.
Starting to know where the stuff on your board is a little bit more now.
There you go. Hey, you just
get a lot more familiar with it.
There you go. But it does in this case, and maybe it's unfair that Steph doesn't get the calls. But you know what? He's not going to go out there and complain anything about it.
I mean, it's not that it's unfair. It's just it's frustrating. It's frustrating to me as a
Warriors
fan.
Fans feel that it's unfair.
I guess and there it is. It's frustrating to me, Spadoni, especially as it's just again, not that it's really truly hampered the Warriors a lot. I mean, Steph is still one of the greatest players of all time, but it's a glaring issue on his overall resume. The fact that he has been played very, very physically during a time when the league is trying to legislate defense out of the league. And I agree with Kerr. I do think they are trying to legislate defense out of the game. But it's like, I don't want to say Curry's getting a completely different treatment, but he's not getting calls in the same way that Jokic is. He's not getting calls in the same way that, Luka is, or that James Harden is. And James Harden, we can get into that on, later on. His career is basically built off some of the rule changes the NBA has made over the last few years in terms of limiting defense.
Part of it, though, is because the Warriors' lack of a big man. They don't garner a lot of fouls in the paint. So that's why. So refs are looking at this like.
But the Warriors might have a solution for that, though.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow, is that a tease?
That could be a tease.
Okay, there we go. Well, the Warriors, they were red hot heading into that game. So I understand from a fan perspective, you're just frustrated that they couldn't keep the run going. But I like what I'm seeing. At the end of the day, this team is fun to watch right now. You're getting contributions from everyone. Although Moses Moody now getting a little phased out minutes-wise, I feel bad for Moses, man.
I mean, the
guy's playing his ass off, and what does he get rewarded for? We're not going to play it.
I mean, I don't think it's all on Moody's, doing that. He's kind of
it's not his fault. It's not.
Part of it is the fact that, again, TJD's balling out. Part of the fact is that Jonathan Kaminga has hit a new level. Part of the fact is that Brandon Podziemski is just such a better option in the starting lineup. It's just the Warriors have Marcus Thompson wrote a really good piece in The Athletic yesterday. It's almost like the Warriors' strength in numbers has always been kind of their thing. The depth has always been a big asset for them. But it's almost like they're in a situation now where it's like maybe they have a little too much depth, and it's kind of getting in the way. We can get into that, though, on the other side.
Absolutely.
Though.
We'll pick up this conversation. More Warriors talk. What were your thoughts about the team's loss to the Denver Nuggets on Christmas, snapping their 5-game winning streak? Your thoughts on Steve Kerr. We'll replay his comments, saying the officiating is, quote, disgusting. Do you agree with that? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is sponsored by Save Mart in Lucky, California. Your calls and text, Spadoni and Lubman on 95.7 The Game. Spadoni and Lubman in for Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky for the rest of the week. One more segment here before we're handing it off to Daryl the Guru Johnson and Jason Dumas. I'm calling it Gumas. That's the segment.
I would
Coach.
run around this studio naked.
No one wants to see that. Tell you that right now. I don't think he was doing that either when his Cowboys lost to the Miami Dolphins. Tough L for the Goo. Tough L for the 49ers. Tough L for the Golden State Warriors as they snapped their 5-game winning streak. Although, when we're talking basketball, we're talking about tough L's. I don't think there's anything tougher. And we'll get to the Warriors in a second, Sam. You see what's going on in Detroit? 27 straight losses? One off the record, the Philadelphia 76. Are you kidding me?
So I have ESPN.
27?
I have ESPN up here on the TV, and you see stuff go along the bottom line every now and then, the bottom line ticker. I think I saw one stat. Well, first off, they lost the other night. Cade Cunningham dropped 40 points.
He's been awesome. I feel he's
been unreal. But I think I saw the stats like he scored 40 or more 10 times in his career, something like that. And the Pistons have lost each one of those games. Like,
he's doing everything he can. And yesterday they had a chance to win that game against the Nets. They were in it. And it's just, they're like running play design.
This is James Wiseman?
I mean, it's the Wiseman curse. Are we talking about the Taylor Swift curse? No, Monty Williams got paid all that money, and they are just an absolute dumpster fire.
It's a long-term. Well, they gave Monty, 6 years?
God, they might have to buy him out. This is
every
Josh
day of it.
McDaniels-esque as far as ineptitude. It's unbelievable. And this is one of the more storied franchises in the league, the Detroit Pistons, the bad boys Pistons. You think of Isaiah, you think of Lambeer, you think of Rasheed Wallace, Ben Wallace, Rip Hamilton, all these guys, the faces of that franchise. And for them to just be inept the last decade plus, I was thinking about it, maybe this isn't the day for it, but just the lowest point you've had as a sports fan. This is... You got to feel as a Detroit Pistons fan, this has got to be the lowest point. I know we're talking about a Niners loss, in the Grand, then the Warriors lost 27 straight.
Talk about ineptitude.
How do you not give up at that point?
I mean, you talk about ineptitude, just the Pistons. Yeah, I mean, I really don't see them as one of the elite teams in the NBA just in my lifetime.
No, but they are one of the storied franchises.
No, they have a lot of history. They have a lot of history. Don't get me wrong.
They're one of the storied franchises.
I'm looking at their kind of list of their seasons right now. Spadoni, since the 2007-2008 season when they lost to the Celtics, they lost to the Celtics in the conference finals 4-2. Do you know how many playoff games, not playoff series, playoff games they've won since then, since 2008, 2007-2008? You and I were freshmen in high school during that time, by the way.
Oh, my goodness.
I know, again, Matt Damon getting old gif. No, Spadoni, they've had 3 playoff series. They've been swept in each one of them.
Wow.
They have 6 head coaches in that time, 3 playoff appearances. All 3 times they were the 8 seed, and they did not do anything it's just that is a down bad franchise. And again, they were kind of getting a little Oakland A's fan in there. There was some sell the team chants going on.
I feel them on that. I mean, that's a good comp right now, how A's fans are feeling after that dumpster fire this past season. Your team's leaving. That's probably the lowest point because your franchise is moving away. That's probably the only thing else other than 27 straight losses, 888-957-9570. The lowest you've felt as a sports fan. It's got to be one of them right there. We were talking Warriors before this break here. And check this out. Nuggets, they get the dub. They snap the Warriors' 5-game winning streak. Jonathan Kaminga, who's had a little bit of a resurgence here. No Draymond. It feels like a weight's been lifted off this team. Everyone's playing so much looser, so much more fun. It's just been a strength in numbers has been revitalized, if you will, with the Golden State Warriors. But here's what Jonathan Kaminga had to say with Marcus Thompson II by way of The Athletic after the game. Quote, "I'm going to keep it real with you. Me without the ball, nobody's guarding me. But sometimes I've got to take that away to make sure my OGs get the ball. That's where it's confusing. Sometimes I come out the game not knowing what I did. And that messes with my head. It's like what they want me to do. I can pass and I can do different S blank." Jonathan Kaminga who's been playing pretty well. How do these comments strike you, Sam? Because for me, it's like, hey, everything's going well right now. We're still complaining? Why? Like that's what it comes off to me as. And I love what Kaminga's doing. I love the upside he has for this team. I think he could do things on this team no one else can do from an athleticism standpoint. But why are we talking like that? Like, I don't get it. Does he not? Is that a shot at Steve Kerr? Is that a shot at who is that a shot at? Because time in and time out, whether it was last playoff series against the Sacramento Kings, going to CJ Holmes of the San Francisco Chronicle at the time, who was covering the team, who's now covering the Brooklyn Nets in New York, going to him and saying, listen, man, I just want to play. Stuff like that. Like, time in and time out, I feel like he picks the worst times to have these comments.
I don't know, maybe I'm going to be in a minority here, but I see the comments as more, I'm looking at them right now. I do think there's a little bit of confidence that you're seeing there in Kaminga, and I do think he's become a lot more confident this year on the court in Steve Kerr's system.
Borderline cockiness.
Yeah, there's some arrogance there, but again, I think you want your players to have some sort of arrogance there. That's just there's the fine line between confidence, overconfidence to arrogance. I do see a much more confident Jonathan Kaminga out there, and maybe this is a situation where maybe he's flying a little too close to the sun with these comments there. But I want him to feel empowered in this system, because the last couple years when he gets lost in the system, he starts losing that confidence and he becomes a shell of himself. This is a guy, Jonathan Kaminga, he has the raw tools, I think, to be a very, very talented player in the NBA. I'm very high in Kaminga. The energy he brings to the court when he's out there, the Kaminga slams. He has become, along with Trace Jackson Davis, one of their better paint players the last few weeks, especially since Draymond has been removed from the team. Look at, he talks about, sometimes I got to take away to make sure my OGs get the ball. That's where things get confusing. Sometimes I come out of a game not knowing what I did, and it messes with my head. I do think there are times where it's like, yeah, it's kind of hard to see kind of what your impact is in Steve Kerr's system sometimes. I believe there was a game earlier this year when he kind of set Klay Thompson up for a three-pointer, and Klay ended up getting 10 after that. Draymond said after the game, hey, I told JK, you got Klay those 10 points. I think it's just it's a situation where I think Kaminga's still trying to figure out just kind of where his place is in the Warriors offense, in the Warriors system. And for a young player, yeah, it could be tough to kind of figure out where that place is. I do think he is getting to that situation where he does know where he belongs in this system. Maybe there's still some growing pains to be had there. Here's the thing, the way he's playing on the floor right now, I want him to keep doing that. I want him to keep feeling empowered out there. I want him to feel confident out there. And I want him to dominate in the paint like he has been the last few weeks. Because you're seeing the difference. Like, part of the reason why the Warriors have been so good the last few weeks since Draymond's been out is, again, the game starts. How many times does the game start, Spadoni, and someone in our thread is texting, so-and-so is eating in the paint again against the Warriors. No paint presence. Warriors can't get anything down low. But then when Kaminga or Trace Jackson Davis come in and they start going into the paint, defense gets a little bit better there. So Kaminga, he's clearly, like I said, he's becoming more comfortable, I think. He's becoming more confident. Maybe there's some cockiness there. Maybe you rein that back a little bit. I do think, yeah, there is a point where it's like, you know what, maybe JK, maybe just punt on some of these comments to the media here. It's better to be, it seems kind of mean to say, but maybe it's sometimes better to just be seen and not heard,
There you go. No, yeah, totally. You can see and hear us, though, on Twitch and YouTube. Search 95.7 The Game, like and subscribe there. Joe Spadoni in for Bonta Hill, Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky the rest of the week here on the Morning Roast. And to your point, Stephen Curry loves what he's seeing with Jonathan Kaminga. Quote, he gives us a huge boost. We talk about it a lot. He applies pressure to the rim, knocks down open shots. Defensively, he's understanding where he's supposed to be, how to guard on and off the ball. He just plays at a different pace that's fun to watch. He gives us a lot. So he's got the vote, the stamp of approval from the leader of that team, the leader of the franchise, Stephen Curry. It just feels like what Jonathan Kaminga is saying and talking about is just a shot at Steve Kerr. And if you missed it, this was Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors, after the game against the Denver Nuggets, in which Nikola Jokic had 18 free throw attempts. He went 18 for 18 at the line. Steve Kerr's not happy about it.
I have no problem with the officials themselves. They're all across the league. We have really good officials. I have a problem with the way we are legislating defense out of the game. That's what we're doing in the NBA. The way we're teaching the officials, we're just enabling players to BS their way to the foul line. If I were a fan, I wouldn't have wanted to watch the second half of that game. It was disgusting. It was just baiting refs into the calls, but the refs have to make those calls because that's how they're taught. So I have a real problem with the way we've legislated defense out of the game in this league, and the players are really smart in this league. And for over the last decade or so, they've gotten smarter and smarter, and they're just we have enabled the players, and they are taking full advantage, and it's a parade to the free throw line, and it's disgusting to watch. Thanks.
I love that. It's disgusting to watch.
We'll have fun with that drop at
See
some
you
point
later.
in the future.
Steve Kerr there talking about the officiating in the game, and it was the talk of the league right now. It's the talk of all this. If you're talking about the NBA, anything, Steve Kerr's comments, and this is something that Steve Kerr hasn't really done in the past. Go at the refs, and I don't think he was really going at the refs in this game per se. He was going at the handling of the league when it comes to the referees, when it comes to bringing these guys up.
It's the rules around defending, yeah.
Correct. When it comes to what's being handed down from Adam Silver and all the league officials, everyone like that, and training these up-and-coming recruits when it comes to officiating, this is what they're getting taught. And I don't know if it's going away anytime soon. I really don't. I don't know how you can, ask for less fouls and you still want more scoring in the league. To me, those two go hand in hand. They want more scoring? Well, they're going to call more fouls. That's just what it comes down to, unfortunately. I hate to be cynical about it, but that's just what's going to happen. I get 18 of 18 is extreme, but that's one of the faces of your league. Nikola Jokic, the best player in the league, the defending champ, the finals MVP. That's the guy that's going to get the calls. LeBron, Giannis. I know you want Steph to start getting more of those calls. I think as the physical presence in the paint gets more and more, maybe he'll start getting those. But I understand from a viewing perspective, yeah. I don't want to watch that. It's not fun.
It slows the game down and grinds it to a halt. That makes it boring. And again, it's Christmas Day. Like, I got family running around. Well, most people do. I don't.
That's the thing, Sam, real quick, not to cut you off there. The NFL dominated the NBA on Christmas Day. Dominated. I cannot wait to see the ratings because that Chiefs-Raiders game, no one saw that coming. I mean, are you kidding me? Taylor Swift, Brittany Holmes, crying in the booth. Travis Kelce having a temper tantrum.
I'd rather watch that than Jokic at the free throw line.
Yes. Hell, even the Giants-Eagles game, Tommy DeVito, my paisan, I'm sorry, he got benched, and he's out again this week. It's Tyrod Taylor. He got the official nod.
Got whacked.
Oh, God. Poor Tommy. Iced, whacked, whatever you want to say. Poor guy. He had his 10 seconds of fame, though. He'll do numbers over on the East Coast. But even that game was close. And then the coup de grace, the league's best, the conference's best, going head-to-head, Brock Purdy getting humbled, quote-unquote. A lot of people wanted to see that. Cam Newton, I'm sure, was having a love fest with that, calling him a game manager leading up to the weekend. You know what? You had 4 interceptions. So the league, the Shield, as we call it, the NFL, they had a banner day going up against the NBA, and that's something that's not going to change. I see the NFL staying on Christmas Day every single season once they see these ratings come out, Sam.
Well, it may be tough next year when Christmas Day falls on a Tuesday. And
I think it's on a Wednesday because it's a leap year next year.
It's right. So, again, Wednesday NFL, that might be tough. So, I mean, the NBA...
Do it! Why not? Just instead of a Thursday, do it one day earlier. That's not going to be popular.
That'd be
not going to be popular.
Well, you got to give someone a bye week before that. Then you can't have teams playing 2 days of rest in between games. But in a couple years, 2025, you're going to have Christmas Day is going to be a Thursday night game. So it'll be the Amazon Prime game. The NFL will probably still win that one. Maybe they have 2 Thursday games. Maybe they kind of treat it like Thanksgiving. But when you're the NFL, you can win those ratings battles. And the NBA is making it easy for you when your number one competition is, Nikola Jokic free throw practice. Yeah, I'm going to watch football too instead of that. And I've skin in that game because I'm a Warrior fan. But back to what Steve Kerr was saying about just how defense getting legislated out. Yeah, I think he absolutely has a case there, a very, very strong case. Anthony Slater, after the game on Monday, wrote a really good piece. Slate's our guy, Slate's. He's going to be joining us tomorrow.
Huge.
Kind of like a mashed potatoes guy.
Big mashed potatoes
guy. I like mashed potatoes, too. Did you have any mashed potatoes?
No.
That was absent from the Christmas spread?
We had potato salad, so that was very good.
Okay.
What
do you put in your potato salad?
Well, this was the mother-in-law's. It was her mom's recipe, so they had just basic eggs. I think there's some parsley in there, some chives. Very good. Some vinegar in there as well. Maybe some mustard in there. It's very good.
Okay. So
very good. No.
potato salad.
Diane, the mother-in-law, just crushed it with the spreads this year. Just absolutely crushed it. The brother-in-law brought over some fresh baked pumpkin bread. Oh, dude, I'm
getting hungry. Just saying, you
going
had
back
such
home.
a better Christmas spread than I did.
It's all right. Hey, you know what? When you go to the in-laws, they treat you right.
That's true. Well, again, it's better to go to the in-laws than be holed up alone in your apartment.
Well, would you have some cup noodles or what?
I did, yeah. Well, there was a pho place around the corner from so I got some chicken and shrimp pho to kind of help unclog things there a little bit.
Need some
congestionally.
Soup, yeah.
But no, Christmas night I did go to my mom's house, and because I had to have some sort of family interaction, so we had some leftover prime rib mac and cheese there. So no, I was able to salvage somewhat of a Christmas spread, but I had a bare fridge. I had a horrible day at the grocery store yesterday, Spadoni. Oh, it was.
Where's your go-to? Are you going Safeway? You're a single guy, so I like to pick my brain with this stuff because I've been in a relationship now for 10 plus years. So the single lifestyle is it's a myth to me.
Well, I try to avoid the depressing single guy fridge, but over the weekend I pretty much had depressing single guy fridge. I had like hash browns and turkey burgers in my refrigerator, so I had to do a full. Okay. I had to do a full from the bottom restocking in the refrigerator, and that was not a fun trip to Safeway. And then I still got to make my other trip to Trader Joe's because I can't get everything at Safeway that I want to get at Trader Joe's.
Trader Joe's stresses me the hell out. The aisles are too damn small. There's always so many damn people. I know you probably go to the one over at Lakeshore because you live near me. It's just I'm now getting stressed talking about it, and I'm not going to because you know what? They may be a partner. Hell, I love Trader Joe's. They give out stickers to the kids. Whatever. Download the free Odyssey app. Listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go, Sam Lubman. Catch every Warriors game live on said app, along with all the music, all the news, all the Bay Area, everything you need. You like aliens? They got podcasts for that. You like history, World War II, Rome, stuff like that? They got apps for that. They got everything right there on the Odyssey app. And you can also catch amazing interviews you missed, like when Guru and Jason Dumas, they're in this week too. You can catch that. So there you go.
Aliens in Rome. Didn't the aliens build Rome?
Oh, God.
That's how that works, right?
History Channel turned into World War II, what's going on with, all the Mussolini, all these guys, and then it just turned into aliens.
Yeah, aliens did World War II.
Yeah, apparently
everything was aliens.
Everything was aliens.
What is not done by aliens, though, is the rules that the NBA has.
Thank you for the segue.
How is that? That's got to be one of the clunkiest segues ever.
It's all right.
I'm going to roll with it. But no, I to what Steve Kerr said in after the game, the way the defense has been legislated out, he's got a very good point there because Anthony Slater had a really good piece in The Athletic after the Warriors game, as he does after every Warriors game. He is the Warriors insider for The Athletic. He'll be joining us tomorrow at 8 o'clock. He highlighted some of the more ticky-tack fouls that Jokic had. And there's one that, there's one that Trace Jackson Davis had in the third quarter. TJG just kind of bumps into Jokic a little bit.
He held his own against him.
Not any major contact.
TJD played very well against him.
No, and we'll get to TJD in a second. But there was no real contact there. Still gets a foul. There was one where Jokic is kind of driving into the paint in the fourth corner. He's got Looney on him, and Looney's defending him. He kind of, his hand kind of bumps the upper part of his shoulder, but that's still called a foul, even though there's no forearm contact. It's just these are just so ticky-tack. We don't need these fouls. And yeah, it is obviously because they want more scoring. I think part of it, though, it's not so much we want scoring as in we want to see guys at the free throw line, like with Jokic. They want to see more scoring in that, a guy like James Harden, who I honestly think these rule changes that they've had over the last few years and how they've legislated away defense and made, any sort of contact a foul, that has basically been the crux of James Harden's success his entire career. It's one of the reasons why I just do not like James Harden as a basketball player. His entire game, I think, is a gimmick built on his ability to draw fouls at a time when drawing fouls has never been easier in the NBA. You breathe on this guy wrong, you're drawing a foul.
James Harden, by the way, 29 points last night and another Clippers win. He's actually
how many from the free throw line?
No, he had 6 of 12 from beyond the arc, Sammy.
Okay, well, again, part of the reason why he's able
an
to
MVP. I know.
No, he's had a lot of success, but part of the reason he has a lot of success
75 player
is
of all time.
When you defend against him, you have to take into account the fact that if you get too close to him, you will foul him because the rules make it so much easier for him to get fouls. So that you have to give him that extra bit of space.
Of the rules.
It's rules that have benefited him.
Yeah.
but it's just gimmicky because that's why he has so much space. That's why he's able to get these shots off and do as well as he's doing, because if you get too close, then you're at the foul line. So it's like you're damned if you do, damned if you don't with him, and it's frustrating to watch. Years we watched the Warriors battle against the Rockets. In years we watched them get just these stupid fouls. The dumbest one for me, I'll always remember, is in the 2018 Western Conference Finals. Klay is guarding Harden on the wing, and Klay's going for the ball, missed the ball just ever so slightly. Grazes one of the a couple of hairs on Harden's beard, and of course Harden throws his head back, and of course with the beard, that throwback is just so much more accentuated, and he draws the foul there for grazing his beard. Which I'm sorry, that is not the same as touching the actual physical body of James Harden. Touching a piece of hair that is 5 inches away from his face. Come on, what are we doing here, NBA? But that is how James Harden has basically built his career.
I understand. It's frustrating. Also, part of it, don't foul, don't hack. And that's something we saw with the Warriors prior to this run. They looked old, they looked slow. That's what old and slow teams do. Now, what we're seeing is younger, inexperienced guys who also do same things. But the more run they get, the more experience they get, I think you'll start seeing those fouls get less and less. It seemed a little extreme on Christmas. I get it. But you know what? You're going to have some learning, struggles here with some of these young guys. With Pajemski, as great as he's looked, still a rookie. Trace Jackson-Davis, a rookie. Kaminga, very raw, even still a couple years into the league, still finding his way, getting a lot better. His athleticism is on point. A huge, huge factor in this. And overall, though, Sam, I know we've been talking about the comments, stuff like that. I'm feeling good about where the Warriors are at right now.
I got a quick question for you, because I know we got a call on the line I want to get to, but I want to throw a thought at you.
Sure.
Regarding Trace Jackson-Davis.
Yeah.
Again, see, like I said earlier, every night seems like we're starting the first 5 minutes of the game. Always we're texting each other, Warriors struggling in the paint again. And then Trace Jackson-Davis comes in, and also they're not sending that text anymore. And it's basically come to the point where I was watching the Wizards game on Friday night, and it's at the point where it's just like, I need Trace Jackson-Davis to start at this point. He has been the Warriors' best presence in the paint and at the rim since Draymond went out. Just some numbers for you. Since Draymond got ejected from that Phoenix game, him and Looney have been kind of handling the lion's share of the center minutes, as they should. TJD, he's outscoring Looney. Looney's got 4 points a game to TJD's 8. He's out-rebounding him slightly. Looney's about 6 rebounds a game. TJG's 6.7. They're fouling about the same. They're turning the ball over about the same. But in terms of just scoring and rebounding, Trace Jackson-Davis has been a far better option than Kevon Looney. He's been a far better defender than Kevon Looney. Just a far better paint presence than Kevon Looney. At this point, I just think we got to put him in the starting lineup, I think, at this point.
Well, Trace Jackson-Davis, it's interesting, too, because at that point, you're talking about 2 rookies potentially in the starting lineup. Pajemski, then you got TJD, then you got Kaminga, Curry, Thompson. It does give you a nice balance between old and young. So for that, I would be very happy as a fan going forward. Looney, he's been disappointing this year. He hasn't been his normal self. And you know what? Maybe that's unfair of us to expect him to have that level of play constantly. He's been playing at such a high level for so long. And don't forget, this guy came in with a hip injury. He's had the neuropathy. He's had lots of problems staying healthy. So maybe we're just seeing that wear and tear finally, reach its apex when it comes to Kevon Looney. Maybe it's time for him to get a bench role here. Let's hear from Mike in San Francisco. He wants to chime in on the Warriors conversation. What's going on, Mike?
What's up, guys? To me, I don't agree with a couple of those Kerr's thoughts. It's just guys like Joker are just so hard to defend. It's like guarding Shaq mentality. Remember, you can call a foul in every play. And the thing with Jokic is he's more athletic than Shaq. He's more skilled and versatile. So when you try to body up on him, he knows how to make defenders just make that physical contact to get to the line. And so I can see he's frustrated because the Warriors were right there, blow for blow. I just think the Warriors didn't execute down the stretch, and Denver was just better overall. But this is a great sign for the Warriors because you went toe-to-toe with the NBA champs in their building. And that place, I've been there, that place is so hard to win in as we see them. That's why they're the best home team in the league. So as frustrating as Kerr was, I got to agree, a lot of those were fouls. And it's just you got to do your best to just make Joker work. And if he gets fouled and goes to the line like Shaq, man, you just have to make him work. As far as the Warriors overall, though, I just love what I'm seeing out of these guys. Trace Jackson Davis has been really just a breakout stud. I think overall, eventually he'll take over for Looney in the starting lineup. Podziemski has been a beast, and Curry's playing at an MVP level. Just everybody without Draymond since he's been out, just rallying around this team. They're playing great basketball overall. Kaminga is just game ball to all these young guys. And finally, Kerr, the final thing I want to say is Kerr's finally believing and trusting these young guys. And once Curry believes in these guys, he can rely on Kaminga and Podziemski, Trace Jackson Davis. This only elevates their confidence and the way Clay is finally bouncing back. So, guys, overall, the Warriors were left for dead, and now they're back, and I love the way they're playing, and now they're going to get rolling. So even though they lost to Denver, it's just I love the overall perspective of the way this team's playing right now and how confident they are, especially these young Bucks, which we definitely need going forward. Thanks for the time, fellas.
Thanks, Mike. It's Mike in San Francisco, 888-957-9570 if you would like to get involved in the conversation. And Sam, expectations, have they changed already? So damn quick. It went from the season's over with Draymond Green. We're going to see what the young guys have. We're going to go with the lumps. I don't think anyone expected the team to get off to this hot of a start with all these young guys. So is your expectations for the team, have they ever changed? Is it still championship or bust? Is it, go into a deep run, see how these young guys grow? What has been the expectations for you from the start of the season till now? Has anything changed? What say you?
Well, I just first like how, again, we're coming off a loss in Denver and we're finding positives and reasons to feel good about ourselves.
Deja vu, right?
Exactly. Deja vu all over again. I'm trying not to fall into that trap again. No, as far as expectations go, listen, I know we said earlier maybe Draymond don't come back. The Warriors, they are looking really good with Draymond out. I do think him being not around is a breath of fresh air for the team. You're seeing how I think it's really opening things up for Kaminga. I think it's opening things up for Trace Jackson Davis. As far as hold on one second.
Bless you.
Yeah, had to get a sneeze out.
You
there.
Got to get that out.
Got to get those sneezes out. Don't want to do it on air though. That's never fun. As far as the overall expectations though, I still don't see this team as being a contender for an NBA title right now. They are not up there with the big boys, with the T-Wolves, with the Nuggets, with the Celtics. They're not up there yet. I think they're better than I think they have the 9 spot in the standings currently right now as I pull
the
those.
10th. The Lakers are the 9th.
The Lakers.
That's right.
The Lakers, by the way, are they having a bit of a championship hangover?
IST, that happens to champions.
There you go.
They
That's
have these hangovers. You're seeing it with the Eagles. You're seeing, they won the NFC. They're seeing it now with the Lakers, the in-season tournament. Seeing it with the Chiefs, obviously, too, on Christmas. These things happen with great franchises, but you know what? They'll stick through the course. I expect the Lakers to be there at the end of the day. Will the Warriors be there at the end of the day?
I'm not seeing it yet with the Warriors. I still think it's just the thing with the Nuggets, again, when the Warriors got it close, when the Warriors had the lead, it basically just came to the point where the Nuggets just started playing better. That's just what it is. He's just
Murray was hitting shots. Jokic
it's just too much to catch up with. The Timberwolves, the same thing. They just start playing better. The Celtics, they just start playing better, and there's a level of firepower there that you're just not seeing the Warriors able to keep up with right now. Part of it is I do think getting Andrew Wiggins to have more games like he had on Monday, that would be a big help. But I'm gonna be honest. I do want Draymond to come back at some point because defensively you are going to start to need him eventually. Obviously, again, he's been kind of a hindrance on the floor offensively because, Ian, you're going to ignore him out there when he's shooting the ball. And you see the domino effect there. When Draymond's out there, you give Clay less space to work with, and that impacts Clay's shot. Clay is the other part of that, too. Clay, he's been looking really good the last, 13, 14 games. He's really been balling out. He's looking a lot freer out there on the court. He's not forcing shots as much. And again, when he has that space to work with, the 3-point shots are going to start falling. It's just a matter of with Clay, can he keep it up? Can he keep it going? Because he needs to be this Clay basically for the rest of the year. And I'm curious to see just how much he can keep it up, because when he's feeling good, he starts rolling. But if he gets interrupted there, if he gets out of rhythm, if he struggles again, he starts getting all up into his feelings again. The Warriors, I think, are in a situation where they need every single thing to go right for them just to get into the upper tier of the West, more or less win it all. So my expectations right now is just play the best season you can possibly have and figure out where the issues are for next year that you need to correct. I think Mike Dunleavy said, these next 10, 15 games, they're going to really determine kind of what the Warriors do going forward. I'd be kind of curious to see where the Warriors look kind of at the end of January, right before the NBA trade deadline, and see, I think that's when we'll really be able to know what the expectations will be for the rest of the season. Are they going to have to do a thing like what the Lakers did last year, where they kind of revamped the entire roster midway through the year to see if things work out and see if they can make a run? But as of right now, I just have a hard time saying that the Warriors are at a situation where they can compete with the big boys in the NBA.
I still think there's an opportunity there. You look at the top of the Western Conference right now. You got the T-Wolves. They're in an unfamiliar territory. They're the best team in the league right now. Let's wait and see with the Minnesota Timberwolves. I know Matt Steinmetz, his boy Finchie over there, the head coach of the Minnesota Timberwolves. He's riding high with his T-Wolves.
Yay!
Thank you. Let's wait and see with the Minnesota Timberwolves. I'm not completely sold on them in the playoffs. They're going to make it. They're going to be very good all year. I think I'm sold on them with Anthony Edwards. With Gobert, somehow that trade has actually made sense for them. It looks good. Mike Conley's a good veteran presence there. Naz Reid, all these guys, they're very good. Let's wait and see come March, come May, what have you, April. The Nuggets, they're going to be there. The Thunder, again, another young team. We shall see. Clippers, we know with the Clippers. They got to stay healthy. If they're healthy, they got as good a shot at anyone to get to the finals. But they got to stay healthy. The Mavericks, interesting team. Luka is playing at an MVP caliber. Kyrie and him, that's a scary combo come playoff time. The Kings, they're the Kings. They lost 2 in a row. They could beat anyone. They could lose to anyone, to me. The Pelicans, they're still the Pelicans. Zion, inconsistent. Brandon Ingram, we'll see. The Rockets, I think, will fade. And I think at the end of it, we'll look at, the Lakers, Warriors, Suns. One of those teams will vault into the top 5, top 4 when this all said and done. I'm not sleeping on the Warriors still as a championship contender. I think the expectations are for them to win a championship still. If they did not get to the conference finals, I think this would be a very disappointing season. I think that should be at least the expectations. Get to the conference finals, and we'll see what happens. But if they do what you said, Sam, do a Lakers thing like last year, like trade, I don't think that's on the table. I think what Mike Dunleavy now, no Junior. Shout out Sean Connery and Indiana Jones.
Junior.
We're not doing that anymore. I think he's going to let it ride. Like he's in Vegas. He's going to let it ride with the young guys. And could he be in a position where Draymond Green could be on the trade block? Ooh. Maybe not this, trade deadline, but in the offseason. In
the summer,
potentially
possibly.
He can be. I look at Klay Thompson. We'll see how he plays the rest of the season because there's so many question marks right now, and none of the question marks are the young guys. It's the older guys. How crazy is that? Outside of Stephen Curry, and I know Wiggins has been playing well, he's another guy. Outside of Stephen Curry, I have a lot of questions about the vets on this team. The young guys, they're all playing well. The problem with the young guys is they just have too many, what was the expression? Too many mouths to feed, not enough hands. I don't know what to say, but Moses Moody, he can't even get minutes right now, and it's not any of his fault. He was playing well.
Blame Brandon Podziemski.
Podziemski's just been better.
He's been playing like he's been in this league for 5-6 years.
It's unbelievable.
It's just the way he has assimilated. You see his tweet that he put out the other night?
Yeah, it was really cool.
It was like the other night, I wasn't even recruited versus I was barely on the floor. Now I'm starting for the Warriors. You talk about great glow-ups that guys have had. He has had one of the great ones this year. I'll say this. If you're riding with the young guys, I'm all about that. One thing I said to Bonte last week is imagine if Draymond Green's suspension was kind of like the catalyst that from the ashes of that suspension is born the next great era of Warriors basketball.
Be pretty ironic, right?
It would be pretty cool. Yeah. I think it would be pretty cool. After Draymond killed the dynasty, could he possibly maybe start in
a weird way? There you go. Brandon Podziemski. Brandon with an IN, by the way, it always kind of throws me off. Certain ones, it just, I'm a stickler here.
You know what doesn't
like John with an ON. We have a John Lucan here at that.
Who
Mark with
John?
the C. There you go. But this is the tweet that Brandon Podziemski said. Rookie out of Santa Clara here now with the Golden State Warriors. He's been having a hell of a run, hell of a year. 2 years ago at this time, I had 17 DNPs and only played garbage time. 1 year ago at this time, I wasn't on any draft boards. 5 months ago, all I heard was that I was a bust. Started the year out of the rotation. And now I'm starting for the best franchise in the NBA. Hashtag, if I can do it, you can too. It's pretty freaking awesome.
Pretty awesome indeed. You know what else we can do? Fast Five.
Give it to me. Oh, you set it up. There you go. There you go.
Helps have the pot on.
Gotta have those hotkeys up, Sammy. Gotta have them up. And it's time for the Xfinity Fast Five, where we give our final thoughts on the show, brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now. And Sam, my final thoughts is Merry Swiftmas, ladies and gentlemen.
Of course.
Brittany Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Patrick Mahomes, big old Andy Reid. Merry Christmas. Ha! My face.
My final thought was, well, first off, you could tell Taylor Swift, she's plotting her exit strategy now from Travis Kelce. She's seen the writing on the wall, and oh, man, the album we're going to get from that, it's going to be so great.
There you go. She's going to hang out with some of the Raiders guys, hang out with Antonio Pierce.
Her and Max Crosby.
There you go.
Max
Crosby's married, but yes.
Oh, okay. Well, she'll find someone else then. No, my final thought is, I don't know if you saw how much Friday night's game against the Wizards you saw, Spadoni, but really liked the tribute video that the Warriors had for Jordan Poole. Really glad that he got a warm welcome there. The one disappointment I had was when Franco Frigg did the introductions for the Wizards. Poole was the last one introduced for the Wizards. It was just Jordan Poole. No Jordan Poole. I kind of wanted the Poole.
He's an enemy now, though.
You know what? It's for one night. Let's let it happen. So I'm going to do something here, Spadoni, that I rarely ever do on Fast Five. I'm going to read a YouTube comment here.
Huge.
And I got to find one first. It's good to read first. That is good. And how about DJ Darkrum, TJD must start.
There you go.
There you go. There's a good one there. Let's see. Drew Down. Oh, we know how much we love hearing from Drew Down. He says, LOL, Lakers are not vaulting into the top of anything. Well, so it's probably going to happen now. Drew Down's wrong about everything.
That's all right. I'm sure they weren't vaulting into the Warriors and beating them last year in the playoffs.
There you go.
The candle stays lit. Shout
Greatest
out
sweep ever, though, right?
That's right. Brian Windhorst. That's all right. It's been fun. We're going to do this again tomorrow and the next day. Joe Spadoni in for Bonta Hill, Sam Lubman in for Joe Shasky. It's been a hell of a show. We've got we got Guru and Jason Dumas coming up next. Gumas, as we're calling it. And that was the Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Gumas on 95.7 The Game.
You guys are awesome, by the way. I don't think we need the original cat.
Oh.
Oh, baby. Yeah, Bonte. That's my dog. I cleared it. I cleared the sample 2 days in a row. What's up, Jason Dumas?
Hey, we back, baby.
Yeah, we got today. We got tomorrow. Jason Dumas, that is the voice you hear, in for Matt Steinmetz as he enjoys his vacation to end 2023. Jason, I had fun yesterday. I have this fetish. I like to watch games again. You know, I go back and watch games. And
That's
while
a fetish? We calling that a fetish?
Some will say work. Yeah, okay. Wife hates it. Steiny says you need to read a book, but that's just what I like to do. I like because you get to see stuff that you didn't see the first time.
Right,
you know?
right.
All right,
for sure.
So I did that last night, and in doing so, I was tipped off about a conversation, an article written in The Athletic by the great Marcus Thompson about Jonathan Kaminga. So I had snippets of some quotes that Kaminga had gave the press as he got dressed in a game that he didn't finish the last 3:38 of the fourth quarter against Denver. I'm looking at you, my friend. I'm sitting up, but I'm really floored as to we got to talk about this.
I think
I'm blown away.
First of all, I think he only gave those quotes to Marcus too. By the way, I think that
okay.
was
one-on-one.
I think that was like a little side combo on the record, obviously in the locker room. So credit to Marcus Thompson. You know, Marcus doing Marcus things.
Yeah.
The writing's been on the wall for a while. Now, I don't want to make this seem like, oh, man, Kaminga wants to get traded, but he's just being honest. He's like, man.
But when you're too honest, you know what that means in any relationship. Sometimes honesty, you need it, but you know how that other person or persons take it, Jay. Decisions can be made. And I think when you know you're being honest, you're okay with the fallout.
Right. And
if you get my drift.
Well, it's one of those it is what it is moments. It is what it is. Like, Jonathan feels a certain way. He wants to be out there on the court. He's pretty much done everything the staff has asked him to do. And he's saying the quiet part out loud. I'm confused. What are we doing here? Like, I think I can get to the basket whenever I want. I do want to keep my OGs happy.
Oh, he said the OGs. Like, that was respect, but the way he said it was like, tell me if I'm wrong, Jay, not to cut you off. I can do more, but I got to kind of abide by.
Yeah, no.
You know, like he's doing it because of the stature, but outside of Steph Curry, I don't think he feels like he should be giving the ball up to Clay or anybody else for that matter. No shade at anybody, but let's be honest and put the right on the table, brought to you by Atco Early, Jason. Jonathan Kaminga's playing damn good basketball right now. Is he perfect? No. Can he get better at free throw shooting? Yes. But right now, you see his athletic gifts on display, and I feel like whoever's in his camp, and it may just be him, he's like, the hell with being quiet and being the church mouse. I'm about to let you know what's in my way. And for you to say, Jonathan, and your prerogative, Bobby Brown, we want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. Any problem with Jonathan Kaminga's comments to Marcus Thompson after the Christmas game? But when you say out loud, Jason, it messes with my mind. I can do more. It's not up to me. I'm like, that just to me comes from a mental place of leverage.
I mean,
you think he has some? I do.
He's been playing well, so he has a little more equity in this situation. He had stretches of his career where he hasn't been playing so great. So, no, you're not going to come out and say this, that, and the third. But this is the best stretch of basketball he's played in his entire career. And you know what? He feels the way he feels, and I don't think he's wrong for feeling that way. You know, he wants to play more. I understand why he didn't play down the stretch in the fourth quarter on Christmas, because Andrew Wiggins was rolling. Andrew Wiggins scored a team-high 22 points.
But again, why can't they both be out there? A league full of wings, why can't your two good ones you have be out there at the same time and coexist?
We got to ask Steve Kerr that.
Wow.
We have to ask Steve that, because I believe they could. Like, for instance, I believe down the stretch on Christmas, Klay Thompson should have been on the bench.
Okay.
Klay Thompson was stinking it up. You know, it is what it is.
1 of 6 from 3 in the second half.
Now, I get Steve wants Klay out there. He trusts Klay. That spacing helps. That motion offense helps. And with Kaminga and Wiggins, I get they do the same things. And, you know, they might stop the ball from moving and mess up some spacing. But you got to try it. You got to try it. And
that's all we had. You got to try. Just like the youngsters when they weren't in the rotation. We're talking Kaminga. Remember, he was told he was out of the rotation. Moody,
right.
You got to try it.
You have to try it. And I read that article too, and I didn't come away from it thinking it's anything more than it is. It's just a young guy who's like, look, man, like, I'm playing good ball. You guys got to find me a role.
Nobody can stop me, he said.
Yeah, he said, I'll be honest, no one can stop me from getting to the basket.
But, Jay, those are facts.
He was cooking.
Okay,
Denver.
Yeah, no doubt. And you see plays and glimpses of, we. You know, if you were, I always tell Steiny, if he were on another team, the Rockets playing good ball. But like Detroit, we'll get to Monty Williams at Detroit, but somewhere to where it's like open gym, this dude might average 25 to 30 points. Okay, you may not win, but I guess, Jason, just because I'm taking this from Steiny, you can do something doesn't mean you have to. And just because you can say something doesn't mean you have to. I guess, and I'm older than you, Jay, did he have to say this right after the game? Like, do you think there's anybody in the locker room or from afar or a Warrior fan, just eyebrows raised, just a bit like, young fella, you could have held on to that. But when you say I can't be stopped with the ball in my hands, you're almost saying the coach didn't do the right thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what he said.
Okay.
But I speak your piece, JK. You know, like, he feels like, I don't want to put words into his mouth, but to me it seems like he feels like he's being done a disservice. And I'm sure he's had conversations with the coaching staff about this. I'm sure they've talked about his role. But right now, Steve Kerr is trying to figure out a rotation, and it's tough because he has so many guys deserving of minutes, and that's with GP2 and Draymond not back in the fold yet. It's going to get even more complicated when those two come back. They're going to have to trade some people.
Yeah, there's no doubt it's uncomfortable, but at the end of the day, it's not about being comfortable. It's about putting the best team out there so you can maximize what's left of Steph Curry's illustrious career, because he's still balling at a high level. But I wrote the names down. You know them off the top. Looney, Curry, Klay, Wiggins, Kaminga, Moody, Jackson Davis, who's playing, Pajinski, who's playing, GP2, CP3, Draymond when he comes back, Saric, like, do you think that's in the way or has something to do with them being 15-15?
Yeah, well, this team doesn't have an identity right now. It is hard to get an identity when you're playing so many different lineups and so many people are trying to get a rhythm. It's just tough.
And you got suspensions.
And you got suspensions. That comes into it too. But honestly, Dre's suspension might be a blessing in disguise because
break that down.
Jonathan Kaminga has come into his own.
But when he comes back, is it going to be what it was when Wiggins came back? And people wanted Wiggins back. I was one of them, but it threw no excuses, Jay, but it threw everybody off. Everybody had a routine. Jonathan Kaminga was empowered, and he knew just like he is now. I'm looking at you, and I know you don't have the answer, Sway, but do you think when that day does come, because people, it's coming, in 2024, some juncture, Draymond Green will be reacclimated with this team. Are you telling me he's coming off the bench because Kaminga is balled out that much? Like, I think he will be inserted back into the starting lineup. I would understand it from a basketball standpoint if he didn't, but I don't think this team has shown us they're ready to tackle. And I'm going i.e. Klay Thompson when he was ice cold because he's shooting his ass off right now. They didn't do anything there to put him on the bench. I just don't see how you have Draymond go do all the things that he's doing to get this necessary help and then have him come off the bench. Like, I think Kaminga, that will mess him up again.
Though, Why?
Because
what?
He's a steward. He's one of the big three.
Bro, you just got suspended for like the fourth time in like this. You don't got look. I know you've done a lot in the history of this organization, but you're going to be a loyal soldier and do what the hell I tell you when you come back. That's if I'm coaching that team, that's how I'm looking at it. I mean, Draymond doesn't have much equity right now.
Right. And, Jay,
that's just the honest to God truth.
But what gives you...
And Draymond probably knows that. Draymond is...
You think?
For all the things Draymond is, a dummy ain't one of them.
No doubt about it.
Lack of self-awareness ain't one of them either. If Draymond comes back and the Warriors are rolling, I wouldn't be surprised if Draymond said to Steve Kerr, do what you have to do. I want to keep the momentum going. If I have to come off the bench and play a limited role, because look, that might even save Dre. Well, and when I say save Dre, I mean it in the sense of if he comes back and it messes up the mojo and he kind of just is like, I'm right back in my role. I got to do this, and the Warriors start losing again. All of a sudden, it's going to be very, 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 very uncomfortable. If Draymond comes back in and it's just like he does as he's told. He even gives Steve Kerr the option. If you need me to come off the bench, play a little more of a limited role going forward, I will do it. Because guess what? Once the playoff comes, you know Draymond going to be on the floor. He's going to.
But what does that mean? Like, when you say that in a greater capacity as far as everything that you talked about, because I think this is far-fetched, Jay, but I hear you, and you're not by yourself. I don't think that's going to happen. But now you're telling me, because you almost lightweight sold me, but then you say when the playoffs come, you would revert back to, hey, Dre, it's go time now. Here you go.
You got to remember, NBA regular season basketball and NBA
seasons.
2 different seasons, 2 different brands of basketball. They need this kid Kaminga during the regular season. He
attacks the rim like a few others do.
He brings a wrinkle of basketball that the Warriors don't have.
Yeah.
They need it. You see some of these young teams they play, they got wings just flying past everybody.
More than Buffalo. This is Buffalo, New York. Just wings everywhere. And you're like, I wish we had that.
You have to find a role for Jonathan Kaminga. He has to be featured in some shape or form. I'm not saying get this guy a package where he's getting up 20 shots a game or anything.
Yeah.
But he has to be involved. He has to feel involved. He has to feel a part of the team. You need that going forward. So you're going to have to find a way to do that while keeping everybody happy. And like I'm saying, there might be too many mouths to feed. There just might be too many mouths to feed.
It feels that way right now.
Yeah.
And you know what's, I don't want to use the word overbearing, but it's so obvious with 2 guys not even in the fold that you just mentioned, GP2 and Draymond. But it's Dumas and Guru right here on 95.7 The Game. Wild Wednesday. We want to hear from you, 888-957-9570. Any problem with Jonathan Kaminga's comments? And I'll say this to your Draymond point, because yesterday we brought up the P word, politics. And we know it's in sports, it's in our society. I got to be careful here. I don't think there's anything wrong with Draymond Green, the man. Good father, good husband, does a lot for the community. These we know for facts. Now, channeling his anger in the right way on the court, he's got a rap sheet, okay? And if you don't like me using that, he's got priors.
No, we know what you mean.
Okay,
we don't got to go there.
We got to talk about what happened to you on your way into the building. We'll get to that. I just cannot
talk
believe
about rap
what
sheet.
the
I
city
might
is
have
doing.
one if I find out.
Spadoni and Loveman have no idea what we're talking about, but when you tell the masses what happened to you, it was almost like a UFO sighting. I won't. Let's know. That's a tease, people.
I was dumbfounded. I'm looking around like everybody's looking at me. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. We'll get to it.
Seen ghosts.
Yeah, something like it. But if we go politics, would it be a good look for Draymond to come back from whatever he's channeling his basketball counseling to come back and say what he did against the Kings in the playoffs after he got suspended for the Sabonis incident and say, you know what? Hey, you guys are rolling. If they are, go ahead and I'll come off the bench. Would that be like you're doing that for the wrong reasons to me? But would it help? Would it help people step back and say, "Oh, Draymond's really changed"?
No, you just
because I hate the fact that we're looking and waiting for that.
Look, you got to do what is right for the team. If the team is rolling at the time while you were gone and you come back and you want that same momentum to keep going uninterrupted and you offer to come off the bench or do anything you can to keep the momentum going, you do it. That's what champions do.
Right.
You got to push that ego aside. And quite frankly, like I said, you should push that ego aside based on what you've been doing over the past couple weeks. You got yourself suspended. Like, that's nobody's fault but yourself. You just can't do that. So you got to be on extra good behavior. And that's not even the term I want to use because these aren't little grade school kids coming back to school. But, like, you shouldn't assert yourself in a way that might ruin the flow and the momentum that the team has
Or just
going.
give me my job back. Because Draymond's a 4-time champion. And Jonathan Kaminga's coming. I'm putting it all out there now, Jason. I don't think Kaminga could be at his best with Dre in front of him. I don't think Jonathan Kaminga and the Draymond Green dynamic goes away. If Jonathan Kaminga right now is seizing this opportunity, he's ultra talented. He is the wing that you speak of when you watch these games. You just cannot deny what you're seeing. Is he perfect? No. But I just feel like him coming off the bench is what he shared with Marcus Thompson. It messes with his mind. If he feels he's in a zone, he has to get the OGs. Like there's a checklist for him to be the best he can be. And I don't know, and I'm just putting myself in his shoes. I wish I was a baller, but that's kind of like not natural. So I understand. I'm not defending the kid. Work on your free throws. There's other stuff you got to do. But Jason, he can never really reach his full potential if he's telling us his mental checklist of, am I doing too much even when I got it going? Am I not going to start when Dre comes back? Those are the things that Steve Kerr has shown me. And Kerr, you're a Don, but I do have a couple questions about how you've been handling this roster this year. And here goes another test. People will say enjoy the 15 and 15 goo. They're not back yet, but they're coming. And you talked about Mike Dunleavy and his moxie and pedigree. There is a lot of questions and things he has to do or possibilities that are up to him and Joe Lacob to get this team to be a threat in the playoffs.
We keep mentioning Draymond, but Wiggins has a lot to do with this too. Because Wiggins, I think they need to keep both Wiggins and Kaminga, but Wiggins gets in the way of Kaminga as well. Like, it's just one of those things, and you got too many puzzle pieces for this puzzle. Okay. And you're going to have to figure it out.
Yeah.
You know this is why Bob Myers left. He didn't want to deal with all this.
Or some tough decisions, too, you know, because he's got personal relationships. Zicky 01 on the YouTube NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat says, Guru, Kaminga is not taking Green's minute. Pods is. But it's twofold. If Kaminga, when Dre comes back, I don't think Pod's coming out. I think Kaminga's coming out. Absolutely. It's like a Rubik's Cube. That's what I mean.
I mean, that's always what happened. Remember when Wiggins came back after his hiatus last year?
Yes.
Kaminga.
And I just hate the fact, Jay, I know I'm redundant early. I just hate that Wiggins and Kaminga can't play together. That would be on my coaching checklist. Like, coach, make that work.
Right. It's that motion offense they run, and Steve, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but from reading between the lines, he thinks they're too redundant. He thinks they mess up floor spacing.
Okay. No, you're right.
And, because Steve, it was before the Celtics game when someone asked Steve straight up, like, could you see them playing together? And Steve said, no, not like, probably not. I don't foresee that. So something's got to give, Goo. Something's got to give because all these guys are talented players. All these guys deserve minutes. But, like, they haven't separated each other from each other enough where it's like, you can justify one playing way more than the other. Like, look, against the Nuggets, Wiggins had it going. So I get why he played down the stretch. But also, Kaminga was doing his thing, too.
So if you had both of them out there together, they would kind of help each. Like, okay, Kaminga's a load. We can't stop Wiggins. Murray was in foul trouble. They kind of just gave him a pass. They didn't make the Nuggets pay for that. But if you have both of them out there, Wiggins and Kaminga, good God, Jay, the word I'm looking for, options, man.
Yeah. Kaminga had Jamal Murray in hell. Jamal Murray couldn't guard anybody.
And yet Kaminga didn't finish the game.
I know.
If I'm a Nugget player or Malone, I'm sending a gift basket to the thanks for keeping him out there, keeping him off the court. That's what I'm talking about.
It's going to be interesting. The trade deadline's in February. We're approaching January right now. So these guys basically Steve has 4 weeks to figure it out. Mike Dunleavy's probably sitting there working the phones already. This is not sourced information. It's just my opinion. Because there's just too many. They need to do a 2-for-1.
All right, wow. Well,
consolidate a little bit.
But strength in numbers has always been there that's been their moniker.
Not no more.
Strength in numbers is in the way now.
It is. It is. You got these. We're in this transition from like dynasty to like kind of.
Well, hold on. We still got Steph Curry now.
But listen. This doesn't involve Steph because.
But doesn't it have to always involve Steph?
Klay Thompson is not a dynastic player anymore. He's not.
Okay. He's still a shooter.
He's
in a shooter league.
He's a role player who goes in ebbs and flows. He's a shooter, but he hasn't been consistent for 3 years since he came back from that injury.
The last 10, 15, 12 ball games, he's been helping.
He's been great.
Okay.
He's been great. He has gone through hot stretches multiple times over the last 3 years. Then guess what? Then he goes through cold stretches.
But they still are committed to him. Like his role will never fluctuate.
But my point is this, Goo. He's not a dynastic player anymore. When we talk this dynasty thing, the only guy left who's really a guy who can be that guy is Steph Curry. So we are in this transition period where you got Steph. You want to take advantage of his prime years.
Right.
But you got these young guys who need roles, who need to get their beaks wet, who need to continue to blossom. Pajemski, Kaminga, Trace Jackson, Davis. You need these guys with an integral role.
Yeah.
But how can that happen when you have so many obstacles for them? Because you got to continue to grow them and grow your franchise. And I believe they can be complementary pieces to a championship team. I really do. But then you have Draymond Green, you have Klay Thompson, you have Andrew Wiggins.
Entitlement. And I'm not saying those guys are entitled. Steve Kerr, and I give him love for this because I always tell Spadoni and Lubman and anybody that'll listen, Evan, I watch these mob movies, and the reason I love a lot of the mob movies is loyalty. That's one of my favorite words, and it's something I tried to teach my kids and my family, loyal. And I try to practice it as much as I can, Jay. So Pajemski, TJD, and I am enamored with these guys. I'm excited. They are it. But at the end of the day, Steve Kerr has history with Draymond. He has history with Klay, and I think he's saying I'm right. 50 Cent, ride or die. Even if we can sit back and like, Coach, I don't know if you should, maybe you should get him in there but he's showing us he's not going to do anything different. Now, Lacob could come down from the hills and say, okay, do this. But Jay, it seems like that's why I keep talking about when Dre does come back, they have shown you, Steve Kerr, that they're going to the ball and chain.
It's not Steve who's the ride or die. It's Steph who's the ride or guy. Steve obviously has his influence. He has his voice. He's the head coach. He's one of the best coaches in NBA history. Just look at the resume. But It's Steph. Steph is the guy who's saying, these are my guys. Because believe it, Goo, I don't care who Steve Kerr fancies. If Steph says, we got to move on.
So Dre came back to Steph. Bob even said it on ESPN. He's doing a great job. Remember, he said it goes through Steph.
It absolutely does.
Wow.
You see LeBron. LeBron be like,
no, he's the GM.
He got to go.
Yeah, they're about to do another move.
Steph has that power, too. That's just not who Steph is.
Wow,
that's not a good or a bad thing.
That's interesting.
It's just his personality.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, 15-15 is not what I signed up for. This team was old and boring or stale just a few weeks ago. Now they're back exciting, Jackson Davis. And I want to get into the loony component of this and the good guys that do things, that take sacrifices for the team. And are they above, having their role reduced? But also, Jason, I said I was in the lab last night, and we're going to pay off your tease about what happened to you coming into this building on this Wednesday, the last Wednesday in 2023. But also, get this, I got good news for Niner fans. There's something that I think we missed yesterday, talking about that game on Monday night. This should have Niner fans sleeping with a thumb in their mouth this evening. We'll do that and all and more right here on Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
1877 Cars for Kids.
Today, Chef, it's your boy Guru. I ran into him, took a little selfie about a month and a half ago. But Jason, we're going to take calls. I see your calls. Warriors, Niners, we got it all right now. But we got to pay off a tease. That's what we do in the business.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
We just teased what happened to you walking down Kearney Street, coming into the lab today. The floor is all yours.
Man, oh, man. You mentioned Rap Sheet earlier, Goo. If I found who threw that water on me, I might have. Listen, man. So I'm walking down Kearney Street, parked my car at the garage over at Cron 4, and I'm walking here. It's a nice walk, about 20-minute walk.
Getting that exercise.
Yeah, getting those steps in. Nice weather out there, too, like a little breeze. I'm right down the street. I'm on Kearney Street already at this point. I'm looking down at my phone. All of a sudden, I almost feel like I'm suffocating.
Right.
Big bucket of water gets dumped on me from a rooftop. I am dripping. I mean, water dripping off my nose, off my clothes. My headphones are wet. My phone's wet. I'm worried my headphones might be broken because I'm drenched.
What happens when you look up?
Nothing. I see nothing. I look around. All these people are all looking up, confused too. We're all like, what the heck just happened? So I go across the street so I could kind of see more on the building.
Yeah.
It was outside of a restaurant.
So you were looking.
It looked like a sushi restaurant. I didn't really get a look at it. But I'm standing across the street just looking at the building to see if I can see anybody like a worker or maybe some kids playing a prank. No one emerged. No one. So I still have no idea where that water came from. I kept smelling myself, making sure it wasn't urine.
That's a blessing it wasn't that. Or I'm getting more sinister, paint.
Right.
It could have been nasty.
It was just water.
You got doused with water.
It was just water. And I still have no idea who did it.
You came in wet. I'm like, dude, it's raining out there. And he said, you won't believe what happened. But you made it here in one piece, man. I hate that happened to you.
Yeah, I was waiting out there. I'm looking at my clock. I said, all right, I got to get it. I got to get upstairs to the studio.
All right, we'll try to find out who did that. You know, if you're in your car listening, just call 888-957-9570. Apologize to Dumas about that because that ain't cool. But we want to hear from Niner and Warrior fans on this Wednesday. And I had teased, I went and watched the Niner game back. But before we get into football real quick here, Jason, Russell Wilson. Spadoni's running around the office. Him and Loveman were on the roast. They did a phenomenal job. He's calling it the worst trade in history. Are you shocked that Sean Payton stabbed him in the back and didn't let him finish this out?
I mean, that's who they are. That's who they are. Sean Payton doesn't seem like a very trustworthy guy.
Wow, that's interesting.
And Russell Wilson doesn't seem like a good teammate. So
he's been playing better football, man. From where they started,
he's been okay.
I didn't appreciate him getting tongue lashed or cussed out, because you don't do that to Russell, man. Russell is Carlton. You know what I mean? You do that, and I love Carlton. Do that to somebody that might, to check your back. You ain't doing that to Rodgers or Drew Brees. I didn't like that from Peyton, but I guess the handwriting was on the wall. But I mean, I'm just real quick here. If you're not the Niners or a upper echelon team, would you take the Raiders? Would you take a flyer on Russell Wilson moving forward if he becomes available? I would.
Absolutely not. He's not a leader.
Wow.
Not a leader.
He's got a Super Bowl and should have 2.
He's just not a leader. He's one of those guys who wants to be a leader so bad, but his words don't resonate with people. He's not liked. No one likes him.
Now why would you? Do you really think
they didn't like him in Seattle?
Well, that was at the end.
He came to Denver his first year, had his own office.
Okay. I don't like stuff. The Barry Bonds getting dressed in your own, got the recliner away from the team. That's weak.
You said it, man. He's Carlton. He's Carlton. He's a teammate. That's about it. He's a teammate. He's not nobody I want to go hang with. I would not want him to be the leader of my franchise.
Now, okay, we hear this with Steph all the time. There's different type of leaders, and some are not as vocal as others. So, Jason, what if Russell Wilson is that type of leader? Because to me, I think Bill Walsh, I think of Chuck Noll, Jimmy Johnson, Tom Landry, Ditka, all those great NFL coaches they were the leader. They set the tone, and guys would run through brick walls for them. I never liked, again, I'm not a former pro athlete, but I never liked, Jason Dumas, the player, is our leader. Russell Wilson, real quick in Seattle, Richard Sherman and company start hating on him when they didn't give the ball to Marshawn Lynch to beat the Patriots in that Super Bowl. So that wasn't Russell's call. That was Pete Carroll's call, but they didn't check the coach. Sherman tried to, but they took that out on Russell, and I believe that was the erosion of the relationship to where you don't like Russell Wilson. But as far as Russell Wilson, he ain't that me look. Pretty boy. I got the model girlfriend.
Did you hear what Marshawn Lynch said about him recently?
No.
He said Marshawn Lynch said Russ had a bad game, and before. I always say, if you have a bad game, I got you. If I have a bad game, you got me.
What did Marshawn say?
Marshawn said he tried to get in touch with Russell after Russell had a bad game.
Okay.
One, he had to track down Russell's number. Didn't even have the guy's number.
Now, what does that mean? Come on, Dumas.
Is
Russ doing it like that?
They don't respect him. He's for self.
Okay.
All of these opinions I'm having are formed based on what I've heard about the guy.
All right.
He's nice enough to the face, at face value. He's nice. He's not like a mean guy.
But if those things are true and you got to call his assistant to get to him type stuff, because you hear that with divas.
Yeah.
Okay, then Russell sold me. And if that's what he's doing and he's that guy, that ain't cool.
But listen, Marshawn said he talked to the assistant and the assistant was like, he called you, right? And Marshawn was like, no, he never.
I didn't have that.
He never
info.
called me.
I didn't have that. Back. I don't like stuff like that.
Google it.
You got to be a real one. And if
Marshawn
said that, I'm out, Jay.
If you're listening, Marshawn Lynch, just Google Marshawn Lynch, Russell Wilson.
Okay. I'm gonna do that after the show.
It'll come up. Russell Wilson is not the guy you want leading your team. He's just not.
I thought you was
this has nothing to do with his play because he's played a little better this year.
No doubt.
He wasn't good last year.
Yeah,
he's played better this year, but he left Seattle and people are like, He gets to Denver, Broncos country, let's ride. Like when you come into a new situation,
Unlimited.
When you come into a new situation. No matter what your pedigree is, your resume, you got to ingratiate yourself with
no
people.
Doubt about it.
You got to. It doesn't matter. He didn't do that. He came in like he was the saving grace of the Denver Broncos. He got special treatment, gets his own office. Even the Broncos players were looking around like, geez, guy. And all the stories came out, and then Sean Payton comes in this year, kind of humbles him. He's like, no, we're not doing that. You're getting dressed. You're going to be in the part of this locker room.
A couple weeks ago, I didn't like that.
It's just the proof is in the pudding. You've heard too much stuff.
Wrong.
Yeah, I mean, look, he might be a nice guy. I'm not saying the guy's a villain. I'm not saying he's like morally not a right guy.
But the leader, he ain't.
He's not a leader.
Marshawn can't hit you on the celly.
He's not a leader. He
meet me at the
they
local
even said
tavern.
The Legion of Boom. He never hung with us. That's not Russell.
Let me tell you this. Brock Purdy. I went and watched that game last night, and we're going to go to Queens in a second here and talk to Richie because he wants to talk about Brock Purdy. But what if I told you, I'm no Stan, tell me what you think of this. Yeah, it was a humble loss for the San Francisco 49ers and Brock Purdy. Anytime you throw four interceptions, I won't get in. It could have been 5 or 6. But at the end of the day, Kyle Shanahan last night said there was only really one bad read, and that was when he was late to Debo in the end zone. He threw that interception. Kyle looked at it, because this is who matters most, and you tell me what you think, Jay. The other 3 interceptions were good plays, tip balls, but I just keep, and I can't forget the fact that the Ravens are not in the NFC. The San Francisco 49ers still got the lead in regard to the number 1 seed. You got basically a bye this Sunday in the nation's capital, which we know you can't stand. So everything is in front of you. So what if I told you I'm not as concerned as I thought I was yesterday after the dust is settled and the smoke is cleared? I will not let 4 Brock Purdy interceptions have me come in front of a microphone, because I'm honest all day 24/7, and say all the goodwill that Brock has built, it's over now because of that one game. Again, it boils down to, I don't think Dallas can make the Niner offense and Brock that uncomfortable. I don't think the Eagles can. Now, it could be the Rams or Detroit or Tampa Bay, whoever they hook up with. I could be dead wrong. Won't be the first time. But I'm like, the Niners are okay, and maybe they needed that, like you stated yesterday. I'm going Minota to where they need to refocus.
Yeah, look, everybody gets their ass kicked every now and then. It just happens. It's the NFL's a week-to-week league. I wouldn't be surprised if the Ravens lose next week. I actually think they will. I think the Dolphins will win that game.
I'm out. Miami beat Dallas, but I ain't in on Miami. Go ahead.
They're a good team.
Yeah.
They're not worthy.
They had the Dallas issue. Can't beat a good team.
I mean,
and you should have lost, but you won.
You know, I think Miami actually might beat Baltimore this weekend. Like, it's a week-to-week league. San Francisco lost. As I told you, Goo, I never thought the Niners were going to win out. I thought they were going to stumble some point before the regular season. I think it's good that they stumbled a little bit. You kind of get to recalibrate, you know?
But they got knocked out. That's why it was uncanny to see the Niners get knocked out in that fashion, Jay.
And guess what? They woke up on Tuesday morning, first place in the NFC.
Everything I just said.
With everything they want to accomplish still in front of them.
Now, how are you looking at Brock, honestly, when 10 o'clock comes and they play this game in Washington, and I just said, hey, I ain't changing my opinion on Brock, and I mean that, but are you kind of, okay, let's see how you bounce back. I went doctor all day yesterday, and I guess the stinger, I got some new info, is connected to the shoulder more so now. I was thinking it was all over his body, but still, it is what it is. It's still a stinger, and it can flare up at any time.
Yeah, you were worried about that stinger
yesterday. Is there a part of you going to be watching Sunday to see, the moxie and see the old Brock?
I'm uber confident in him. Like I said, I've always been realistic with Brock Purdy. I never thought he was a legitimate MVP candidate, but I think he's a good player. And I think he'll bounce back and have a great game. This is a get-right game, and they have the perfect opponent for a get-right game. The Commanders aren't good.
No, those are facts, but we're weeks away from the playoffs, Jay. That's why what Baltimore put on and when they did it, to me, if I were a Niner fan, there would be, just a little trepidation in regard to, we're not the Ravens. We don't have all these guys at our disposal, but we could try to mimic what they did and hone in on that screen game and try to just collapse the pocket on Brock Purdy and make him get rid of the ball sooner than he wants to and stop McCaffrey. Easier said than done, but man, it's just kind of funny to me how that reared its head and we're weeks away from the offs.
Yeah, well, look.
With better defenses.
Look, Goo, they are not going to win every game. I think they are good. They are fine. They lost to a good team in Baltimore. The Niners had just got done beating the crap out of the Cowboys, beating the crap out of the Eagles.
They were the beast.
They
still
are
favored
a great
to win the
team.
Super Bowl.
They are still favored to win the Super Bowl for a reason. You're not going to have it every week. Like I said, the Niners, they have some front runner qualities. They do. I know Niner
38 when you're down 8. That's shocking.
I know Niner Nation doesn't like to hear that, but look, you got Debo Samuel just talking back and forth with Michael Parsons right now.
Quit texting him about Brock Purdy.
Like a lot of guys on the Niners do a lot of talking. They have this bravado. They feel themselves. It is what it is. And I call that front running when you haven't won anything. They might win a Super Bowl this year, so they'll lose that front runner moniker. But the thing is, my long-winded point is this, Goo. They needed that humbling.
All right.
They needed it.
I got you.
They'll be back. They'll tighten up. They're going to kick the crap out of Commanders. Then they'll start focusing on the Rams.
Let's go out to Queens and welcome Richie to the program. He has some thoughts on Brock Purdy. What's up, Richie?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Talk to us.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I've listened to you guys for a bit. I'm from the East Coast. I get to call you guys because East Coast football and baseball has not been very good. I'm a San Francisco Giant fan, but we'll see what they do. But, a couple of things you brought up. The Wilson thing, it's amazing because Wilson was really loved by the public his first 3 or 4 years. He well-spoken, a good-looking guy, seemed to really, obviously what he elevated his team. And as time goes on, I guess his reputation kind of put him in a position of where he's not well respected and really not too well liked. And so that's not too surprising. And I heard you talking about a big NBA guy, and you guys brought up some good points for Kaminga, and I do follow what's going on with Wiggins and Clay taking a step back. They're playing better without Green. That's the coach's point. The coach's job is to get those guys to play. The kid coming out in the public, I'm 76, and maybe old school to a certain degree. I know things have changed with social media. I'm not going to fight it anymore. The salaries, the stuff that comes out that you never heard about 40 years ago because you didn't have that ability to do it. But that stuff should be within the coach. And for him to step up, I got to play more. He's got to find the minutes. We have the issue with New York. We had the issue with Grimes, DiFrancesco. Grimes was a big player for us last year. Maybe taking a step back because he was better coming off the bench. Quickly has made some comments, but I think they keep it within house, and I think that's what they have to do. With Purdy, real quick, I've called before. I felt that 16 games was not a barometer. I think that, unfortunately, in football, in baseball, you're an MVP. You can go 1 for 28. People will forget it at the end of the year. When you're in a primetime game where people are predicting both of them to go to the Super Bowl, and he has the game he has, whether it's right or wrong, I don't think that should really reflect, but it does. All of a sudden, he was the overwhelming favorite, and now Lamar Jackson, who's had some mediocre games, but they've won, is now the favorite. Now, if he has a bad game against Miami next week, Lamar, maybe it goes the other way. But I think, guys, all eyes are going to be on Purdy because a lot of people still do not believe that he is the real deal, even with Shanahan's system. So, all right, guys.
A lot of good stuff, Richie. Happy holidays. Happy New Year. Interesting.
I mean, he made a great point. I know you probably saw that stat or graphic, whatever you want to call it, that Monday night game was the second most watched Monday night football game.
Poor NBA.
In it was, I think, 27 years.
Not Dallas against Phoenix in the NBA? Good God.
Yeah. I didn't watch
Silver
that.
stop, but yeah.
I didn't watch that. I watched the Warriors. I did watch, what was the first game? Knicks, Bucks. That was a pretty good one. But yeah, a lot of people watch Brock stink it up. That's the main point I'm trying to get at.
We got a coworker.
A lot of people watch Brock stink it up.
Kenny Wardell came in this morning as you were telling us your water story, and he said he felt like, I didn't get clearance for me to go on air with this, but he'll be all right with it. He said he felt like Kyle Shanahan had an agenda, which I brought up yesterday, trying to get his guy the MVP award. And here I go. I'm not second-guessing that at all. But what we do know is Brock Purdy is not a dink-and-dunk quarterback. He loves to sling the ball around the yard. That we know. But it did feel like, and I guess I'm looking at you in the face on this Wednesday morning saying, you know what, Jay, I'm okay. Kyle will never come out and say it. But if my coach knew I was in the situation, we got to win the game. But also we can win the game with Brock hopefully having a good day. So maybe that's why McCaffrey only had 14 touches on the ground and 20 total. Do you think there's any credence to Kyle came in trying to dial it up for Brock so he could get MVP?
I don't. Kyle is not loyal.
And I'm not mad at that.
Kyle is not loyal to these quarterbacks. He will replace you in a second. He's proven he would do that. I mean, they got stuck might not be the right word with Jimmy G, but they were stuck with Jimmy G for a while. But I don't think Kyle is like loyal to Brock to the point where he's going to try to get him the MVP. I just think Kyle got a little too cute. He's been doing stuff that's been working so well. I think he started to feel himself. He's like, you know what? Maybe we don't need to commit to the run. Maybe I can just slice and dice them through the air. I do not think he was trying to get Brock Purdy that MVP award. I don't think that was the reasoning why he got away from the run. If anything, I would think Kyle would want Christian McCaffrey to get the MVP award. They have a history. His family and the McCaffreys go back way, way, way back. So if anything, it would be him trying to get CMC some love.
Yeah, that was one he probably wants to have back in regard to 20 total touches, 14 on the ground, six receptions for McCaffrey in a game that when I watched it back, not only did Kittle have a couple big plays, Ayuk had a big play. Your boy broke off. I'm talking about McCaffrey, a couple runs. So I'm like, man, what part of the play sheet made you go away from that? And defensively is my question to you. I want to get into the Niners defense. Lamar Jackson, we know how he's the modern day Michael Vick. So, you know, we were talking about the one move he made on Warner when he was in traffic, kind of pointed at him and skedaddled off into the sunset. But they just made another signing, Sebastian Joseph Day, defensive tackle.
Started 14 games this year.
And my question to you and Niner fans is, coming into this season, the D-line, especially after picking Hargrave from your Eagles, was the position of strength. You go out, and I ain't mad now, you go out, get Randy Gregory, who I think can still play. You go out and add Chase Young. So I'm asking you and Niner fans, am I missing an injury or two? Why would the Niners feel like they need to add Joseph Day, add more depth to the defensive line, who didn't have – if you watch Bosa Monday night, it was like he wasn't a hungry dog, and I don't know if that was because they were trying to do that, what was it, controlled rush that they implemented against Jalen Hurts, but he's got – his knee is your boy's got a bad wheel, and it worked, but this was different, and I just didn't see the D-line come out like pit bulls. And I'm wondering if you saw that or if that was by design. But when I saw this signing, I'm like, damn, how many defensive linemen do you need?
Well, I think that signing indicates that maybe this Armstead injury is a little more serious than
who did not play. Good call.
They think. Yeah, he has the plantar fasciitis in his foot, and I would guess we won't see Armstead until the postseason. But maybe that's a sign. But yeah, the defensive line has been a little underwhelming all year. I mean, they got
your boy had to come down from the box
up until they got Chase Young. Then they got Chase Young and they looked a little more re-energized. Yeah. But you're right. Monday, they weren't great. And coming into the year, it was supposed to be like the calling card of this team.
Hargrave, Bosa. But like you said, Chase Young he energized Bosa.
Yeah,
like we've seen that.
Armstead was having an amazing year too until this injury flared back up.
Have you had plantar fasciitis? I've never had.
I haven't.
Okay,
I haven't. But I imagine
athletes.
I'd imagine it's painful.
Yeah,
I'd imagine it's painful, and obviously, if he's not playing, it's because he can't.
So you feel good overall? It was one bad stinker.
Yeah.
Now, would you sit Trent Williams out? I was thinking of that driving in. Why would you play Trent Williams? And again, no disrespect to Washington, but it's disrespect. You are who you are. You stink. I'd kind of like, why would you risk Trent Williams re-aggravating that groin?
I wouldn't. I would sit him out until he's right. You know, like, you only make Trent Williams play once it's the playoffs. Even if it's a must-win scenario against the Rams, you got it, because you need him right when it comes playoff time. You know, you guys have already clinched the playoff spot, and we have seen what it looks like when Trent doesn't play. Just objectively speaking, the Niners are a completely different team with Trent out of the lineup. So you got to get him right. He doesn't need to play in Washington if he's not ready to go. We will find out a lot more today because, you know, today is the first day where they implement the game plan. They'll be on the practice field. I know they practice this afternoon. So we'll get a lot more information most likely on some of these injuries. And I'm sure that Joseph Day signing will be made official today. He'll probably be out there on the practice field. And the Niners will send out the press release saying, hey, we've signed this guy. So we'll see. But, you know, it's an overreaction type league. And I think the sky is not falling.
All right, I do too.
It is one game.
I'm still just
They
shocked.
lost to a good team. It doesn't matter if they lost by 50 points or 7 points. It all counts the same.
And
it
if
really
you see him
doesn't
again,
matter.
it'll be in Vegas in the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Hey, Rob, we see you. We'll get to you on the other side, but some NBA breaking news. Jay, let me run this by you. This just in from Shams. Aaron Gordon suffered a serious dog bite to his face and shooting hand on Christmas Day. It required 21 stitches. It will take some time to heal. That had to be a pit. I mean, what dog would bite its master?
We can't put it on pit bulls. We don't know what kind of dog it was.
That ain't no Irish setter biting him.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah, man, his face. I mean, get better, Aaron Gordon. Man, that must have happened, obviously, after the game.
Yeah.
You broke that news, too. You were supposed to interview him, right?
Yeah, that stinks, man. Because he probably won't be coming to the Bay Area next week. They play the Warriors on Thursday.
Dog bite, man.
Obviously, Aaron Gordon grew up in San Jose.
Midi High School.
Yeah, first-time champion. It was going to be, it would have been cool to talk to him about winning a championship, being a championship player. We've covered him at Cron since he was at Archbishop Midi, so he has a really good relationship with our station and some of our producers. So, wishing him a speedy recovery. Forget basketball. Forget what it does to the Nuggets. This man got his face mauled. 21 stitches in the face? That's terrible.
No doubt. We'll continue all the Warrior 49er discussion when we get back. It's Dumas in for Steiny right here on Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3. It's
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yes. No Steiny. It is Jason Dumas from Cron riding shotgun with me until 2 p.m. He's filling in for Steiny. We got a lot to get to, and I cited the great athletic article by one Marcus Thompson, who, Jason, did you tell me it was kind of a one-on-one to where Marcus was the only one that got those comments about?
Well, I only saw those quotes in his article.
Okay.
I read most of the Bay Area beat reporters just to stay in the know when I'm not on the road. I only saw those quotes in Marcus's, so I assumed that was a one-off.
Yeah, and we'll get to them. We want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. Any big deal that what I deem as a big deal, because Jonathan Kaminga playing great basketball, probably the best of his career, and we've been waiting on it, all of a sudden feels like he's empowered. And I don't know if that's because he's playing good ball now, Jason, but I don't think this is a good look. I just for him, unless he's okay with what comes next. And who knows what comes next. You talked about the trading deadline in February. We're talking about the Warriors' strength in numbers not being an actual asset now, which would be different. But before you chime in, I just got a text message from my best friend. It's Norman Johnson in Union City, California. Would you mind if I share it with you, Jason?
Yeah, go ahead.
He's a big fan of yours.
Okay.
Will you let Jason finish a sentence? So I told you yesterday I was going to step on you, but Norm is telling me I'm stepping too much. So the floor is yours.
Appreciate you,
and
Norm.
I'm going to just lay out as Steiny and I. I'm going to lay out and let you finish. I get excited, man. And it's ADD.
Well, it's, whatever. I didn't feel like you were cutting me off, but, with this Kaminga thing, man, look, you got a young guy who feels like he is coming into his own.
Yeah.
And he's playing the best basketball of his career. And he's calling out for help. He's saying, look, I am confused. What do you need from me? I am imagining that he has had plenty of conversations with Steve Kerr. And clearly, he doesn't think they have been beneficial, or he is still in the same spot. So now he's talking to reporters. And it's not new for Kaminga. He did it with C.J. Holmes last year, formerly of the San Francisco Chronicle. CJ's now in New York covering the Brooklyn Nets. But he did it last year, too. And I know they didn't love it. I know people around the organization didn't love it, was told that. But look, you got a young kid. He's 22 years old. He's growing into his own. And like I said, Goo, he wants to get paid. He wants to get paid. He is due for his rookie extension.
I get that.
You're not going to get that rookie extension or to a number that you wanted if you're not out there producing, if you don't have the numbers to back it up. He wants to get paid. So that's a caveat in it, too. Forget all the winning and team camaraderie. This is also a business. He does this for a living. You got to make as much money as you can.
No doubt about it. Dumas and Guru right here on 95.7 The Game, 888-957-9570. That was Jason Dumas right there telling you his thoughts on Jonathan Kaminga's comments. And I agree with everything you just said, but come on, man. Everybody's trying to get paid. Everybody's trying to do something. Am I wrong to say this might come off as selfish?
No. Or yes, you are.
If I'm one of the OGs, that's how you're going to do us? You just talked about Russell Wilson and leadership or their lack of with Seattle. I love what I'm seeing from Jonathan Kaminga. I'm blown away that you felt you didn't have to keep this in-house. And now if you are correct, and I know you got the sources, you're saying he's had umpteen talks with Steve Kerr about, his role on the team. And we saw what happened soon as that buzzer went off in L.A. and they lost to the Lakers in 6. You drafted up a letter wanting to know. And what I've learned in this life is everybody's not on your time, Goo. Sometimes things you need to sit and chill, and the decision will be brought upon you when it's time. Nobody's beating your clock. And for Jonathan Kaminga still to this day to feel entitled to tell a reporter it's confusing. I can get to the bucket anytime with the ball in my hands. So right then and there, and I ain't mad at the kid, but I'm blown away that he's saying some subliminals. And you tell me if I'm wrong, Jay.
I don't think anything was subliminal about it.
The subliminal here is, I got to pass the ball to the OGs.
No, I didn't take it that
read
way.
that as sometimes he doesn't want to. Like, that's in his way of building his brand.
I didn't interpret it that way.
And my last thing, Jay, just because you want to get paid and it's a contract year, okay, and this team has a system, and you got to fit yourself in the system. I just don't think saying what he said in this article to MT is the best way to go about it. I just don't.
What do you want him to do?
I don't want to say shut up. That's too strong. But read the room. This is not going to help the Warriors get tighter. Like, if I'm Steve Kerr or I'm Dunleavy, I'm like, man, this is close to going rogue as you possibly can.
All right, Goo. We're going to look at it from JK's perspective. He comes in, he gets drafted to a really good team. Fresh off, was that? Yeah, no. Was that his rookie year they won the championship? Yeah, he gets a championship with them his rookie year. Yeah, him and Modus Moody didn't play all that much, rightfully so. Rookie, learning the ropes. Even though the guys he came in drafted with all playing on bad teams, getting their numbers. Jalen Green, everybody getting their numbers. Second year, he's kind of still finding his way. Andrew Wiggins goes on his leave of absence.
Gotcha.
He comes in, plays so well.
Facts.
What did he do to get rewarded for it?
He got demoted.
Wiggins comes back, he gets demoted. He makes one or two minor mistakes in that Kings series, and Steve Kerr loses all trust in him. Doesn't really play again. Doesn't play again consistently the rest of the postseason. He goes into the offseason, works hard, gets better, intentional about his work, trying to do everything and trying to listen to the messaging of the coaching staff.
Gotcha.
He comes back this year. Every time you go to him, he's playing good, more or less. I'm not going to say he's been perfect. He's had some stinkers, but he's been more good than bad. And he still doesn't feel like he has a role. Now, when I said he's talked to Steve, that is me just assuming he has. I am going to assume and give the benefit of the doubt that him and his coach have had conversations. If it's not with Steve, it's with his assistant, maybe his coach Ant, one of them talking about, hey, this is what we need from you. And it seems like he's been doing that. He's been really good this year. And look, more than ever, and maybe Jonathan realizes this too, why he's a little more emboldened to talk, the Warriors need him. The last couple years, they haven't really they need what he brings. They will not win a championship if he doesn't be himself. They need that athleticism, that rim pressure, a guy who can guard multiple positions, a guy who can jump up, grab a rebound, and lead a break himself. They need that infusion of athleticism in this roster. They need him. He probably feels that too. That's probably why I can get to the rim against anybody whenever I want. I can pass. He had a beautiful pass to Steph Curry in Denver on a little break. He gets into the lane, drops it off for Steph. Steph with the layup. They need him too. And he's probably like, look, bro, y'all need me. I'm at the point in my career where I can really help this team. You guys need what I bring. Maybe 2 years ago, I'm saying I can do this, I can do that. And, roll your eyes. We're going to win a championship with or without you, Kaminga. It's not like that anymore. So he's essentially saying, I'm confused. What else can I do? And I am assuming, I don't know for a fact, I'm assuming he has done his due process. He has talked. I've been around this kid. Yeah. He talks to these coaches. He has a good relationship with people. It's not like he's some smug kid who doesn't talk. He is a good kid. He needs the Warriors as much as the Warriors need him. And he just wants to play basketball. And, it's a numbers game. I don't think it's ill will. I don't think Steve Kerr yanks him here and there out of ill will. There's just too many mouths to feed. And he's saying, like, look, feed me. Feed me, Goo.
Yeah, Dumas and Guru right here on Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Dumas in for Steiny, and everything you said, you just hit it out the park. But, I keep going to my dad. He was in the Navy, and he always taught me about rank. There's just a right and wrong way to do things. I've been calling for Jonathan Kaminga to get an opportunity, Jason, forever. And you didn't play the last 338 of that game in Denver. And everything you talked about, I've seen. Spectacular for Jonathan Kaminga. But let's be real. He gets lost on defense at times.
No, he only played 338 the whole quarter.
Yes, sir.
The whole quarter.
So that to me is telling me that Steve Kerr, as great as Jonathan thought he was, there were some things on Steve Kerr's checklist, which I can say is questionable because I've questioned Kerr this year and his treatment of the youngsters. So it's not resonating with Coach Kerr to where he was so fantastic, Jason, to where he only played that 338. My question to you, and you mentioned it with the Niners, I'm not saying Jonathan Kaminga's front running, but it's obvious to everybody you have made gains, you've been in the lab, but if now you're going to buck the system and anybody from outside or even your own teammates read this article, when you say nobody can stop you, there's an old saying in sports, bench players talking like starters. And that's what reeks of this. Like, JK, I'm 90% in agreement with you, but I'm 100% in. You shouldn't have went public with it so soon with the bravado that you did. Jason, businesses are run. There are a lot of people that are disgruntled. Can't you meet me halfway on maybe he could have held some of these things back? Because now I read this and think when I watch Thursday, when they host Miami tomorrow, I can't wait. You're reluctant to pass to the OGs. You really want to, and there's nothing wrong with that. But you're new booty here. You're the youngster. You got established guys, regardless of where they're at, because we know Steph is still in his prime, but others are slipping. But for you to come out and state what the naked eye can see from Warrior fans, I don't think you're doing yourself a service by coming out with these comments. And then, you know, that like I would tell him and pull him to the side. Hey, Jay, 97% of what I went up 7% real quick. 97% of what you said is right. But there is a way to do things, and there's timing. After a game you just lost, you want to come out and say you can't be stopped? Well, ask the damn coach why you only got 4 minutes of run in the fourth. And again, it could have been the wrong decision by Kerr, and I would hope, Jay, because I know he wasn't getting talked to by his OGs last year, which hurt my feelings from this Warrior culture where Draymond admitted on the road, I didn't pull the youngsters, I didn't spend enough time. And I thought that's when you bond, you know, let's have a beer, let's chop it up, do whatever, play some Madden. But that was not happening. So for you to say you assume, and I appreciate it, that Kerr's having these conversations with Jonathan Kaminga, reading this article, it doesn't sound like it.
See, so you're saying
we got some calls too to get to, Jay. Go ahead.
You're saying it's not what he did, it's how he did.
That's man.
Look,
it's Steiny's.
I don't have an issue.
Just because you can say something don't mean you have to, Jay.
I don't have an issue. I don't have an issue with Jonathan said. I don't have an issue at all with Jonathan said. Look, he's at the point where he thinks maybe this will help him. At the end of the day, you got to do what's best for yourself sometimes. I don't think this is going to hurt the team. I don't.
All right.
I don't think it's going to hurt the team. He's just he wants to play more. That's basically what it is. He wants to play more, and I think he's right. I think he should have a more solidified role.
Okay. All right. We're going to see if that continues. Let's go. Let's see what the people think, Jay. Let's go out to San Jose and welcome Austin to the program. What's up, Austin? Happy holidays, man.
Yo, Austin.
What's up, fellas? Happy holidays, my guy, Goose. Good to talk.
I can't wait to hear your thoughts on this, man.
Well, you putting it down good, Jason. Welcome, man. Listen, I agree with you totally, man. I've been on the Kaminga bandwagon for a couple of years, and Goo knows that. My thing is, I think you're right, man. He's saying what he needs to say. He didn't say anything wrong. I like his cockiness. We need more of that on the Warriors. And we don't just need the Draymond cockiness. We need guys who can actually go put the ball in the basket type cockiness. So I'm all about what he's doing. I think secondarily, Clay and all those guys, Clay has been pouting about not coming off the bench and all that. For me right now, I'm putting Kaminga in the starting lineup, and I'm sitting either Clay or Wiggins and bringing them off the bench. There's not even a discussion as far as I'm concerned. And if it comes down to Kerr or Kaminga, Bye Kerr is my opinion. I'm keeping Kaminga over Steve Kerr. That's what I got, guys. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
And I wonder if that's where this thing is headed.
Wiggins hasn't been starting. Just so we're all on the same page. Wiggins got benched. He doesn't start anymore. It's been Steph, Clay, Pajemski, Looney, and hasn't it been Kaminga the fourth guy?
Yeah.
And Kaminga.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it's all like, that's why sometimes I wonder, is Wiggins going to be here in March?
Okay.
Because Wiggins hasn't been starting. He's not, but there's just so many mouths to feed. Mike Dunleavy has work cut out for him.
But not too many guys are saying I'm hungry. And Jonathan Kaminga is saying I'm hungry.
Well, Wiggins isn't happy about not starting anymore. He's made it known.
I'm not saying, but he's doing it, quote unquote, Frank Sinatra, the right way. He's doing it his way. He ain't mouthing off to the media. So I'm pro JK in regard to, I know he puts pressure on the rim. They need what he brings.
We are the media. But we need him to talk to us.
Yeah, but
be honest, JK.
I wonder if there's something going on, but this is where I'm really at. And we'll go out and get Priest here shortly. I wonder if he smells something in the water to where he now knows what you just said, and it hit me in the cardiac muscle. The Warriors need him, and now he feels like he can say this with no repercussions, like, y'all can't, you don't have another me.
They need what he brings. They absolutely need what he brings.
The timing is incredible here.
They used to get it from Wiggins. Wiggins ain't really providing it consistently. He's had a down year. They need what Jonathan Kaminga brings. He probably senses that too, so he feels a little emboldened.
Let's see what the people think. We heard Austin. Let's go to Palo Alto and welcome the legend, Priest. Stop by. Bless us with his presence. What's up, Priest?
Yo, Priest.
All right, what's going on, dude?
Talk to us about this, man.
Hey, Jason, listen here, man. As far as I'm concerned, everything this kid has done has been perfect as far as I'm concerned. I think he's the second best player on the team. And I've felt that way since the All-Star break of last year. When Wiggins was gone, that kid stepped up and balled out.
He did.
And got nothing for it. Got nothing. No playoff run. No, nothing. We lost to the Lakers because the stubborn to the point of stupid coach wouldn't play him. I'm sick of Steve Kerr. I can't stand to look at him. When he's gone, I'll celebrate. I think he's held these kids. What would Jonathan Kaminga be like if it wasn't for him? Well, this kid would be one of the top young players in this league. This is my opinion. He would be one of the top young players in this league if it wasn't for the coach holding him back. And he does it on purpose because he's so loyal to the big three and these vets until he can't see straight. This guy can't see the forest for the trees. I'm tired of him. And I've been tired of him.
Wow.
I want Kaminga to get as far away from this. I'm not going to call him a name. I want him to get as far away from Steve Kerr as he can get. Jonathan Kaminga is a young star in this league, soon to be superstar, and he would already be there if it wasn't for this coach. This coach is a poison to this organization, and I've been saying it for the last 2 years. He held everybody back last year, and the team paid for it. Look at the record since the championship. Look at the record.
Wow,
Steve Kerr.
Wow, we appreciate the phone call. Happy
Strong
holidays.
word.
But hold on,
I agree with some of that.
Okay,
not really the Steve Kerr part.
We can. But if that's where I want to start. Look at Brandon Pajemski. Has just been how does he come in and fit all of a sudden? So there is some responsibility, and I know G League Elite, Kaminga, that's where he was at. He didn't play 4 years at college. So there's got to be some onus on the player too. And Jonathan Kaminga, time after time, has made some bonehead plays throughout his career when he's been trusted. But when you look at pods, Jason, that's exhibit A of, if you get the playbook down, I'll just say playbook early, you'll get all the run. So I guess there's some points I agree with Priest. If you're taking some responsibility on Kaminga not picking up what his job duties are and have been.
Look, he made some rookie mistakes. They wanted him to work a little harder than he worked. They wanted him to rebound the basketball. They wanted him to do the little things. But he does that now. He's not a perfect player. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to make it seem like we're talking about Kevin Durant or something here. But he's a great player, a great young player, and he just feels like he's been wronged. And I do think he's gotten the short end of the stick. I do think he earned himself a little more equity after he filled in and kept the Warriors afloat while Andrew Wiggins was out.
Those are facts.
I thought he deserved a little more. Dang, I have a couple bad plays early in the Kings series, and now I'm basically out of the rotation, and I'm lucky to even see the court again. I think he earned a little more equity than that, Goo, after all he did.
Well, he's getting it now.
Well, is he?
Yeah, he's eating now. We don't know what's going on, when Draymond will come back or whatnot, but to make these comments, I thought it was, especially after a loss, I thought it was a bad look for him. But just like Priest or any non or anti-Steve Kerr, Jonathan Kaminga's with this team every day. Jason, he knows more than we do. And the fact that he said these comments in the fashion that he said them in leads me to believe, is this personal with him and Kerr, or is he at a point right now where he knows he can play in this league and be a star, and it's just a matter of time, will that be in a Warrior uniform or not? Let's go out to the phones and welcome Bay Rob to the program. Bay Rob has some thoughts on Kaminga. What's up, man?
Hey, Boo and Jason, check this out. Everything y'all said pretty much been on point. Kaminga got a right to open up his mouth. If you got a young stud that's coming up and he's seeing all these other players being let out the gate, but Kerr won't let him out the gate, and he know he's better than these players. He know he's stronger than these players. He know he could jump higher than these players. He know he could score just like these players, but first, Kerr won't let him off the porch. Tell me, Goo, how would you feel if that was your son? What would you say if your son, if Kaminga was your son right now and you seen all this right now?
Oh, I would be bothered. I would be bothered. Sleepless nights, man. Seriously. Yeah. So I know we're almost up against it. Did you have a problem? I said these words to Steiny. We can find them. I said Kerr's love or public affection for Pajimski saying he needs to start. I wonder how that played to Moody and Kaminga. I wasn't trying to be messy, but it's who I am. And when I heard that love, that public, this guy has to play, I was like, he's never done that for Moody. He's never done that for Kaminga. Now, some could say, well, they didn't pick it up that fast. But Jay, the competitor in me, I thought to myself, how is Moody and JK thinking, not hating, but here goes Kerr talking about a rookie, and here we've had some good stretches, and he's never done that. And maybe that lit the furnace under Kaminga to go out and ball. But if you look at Moody all of a sudden now, I think the strength in numbers, he's kind of the odd man out. When a couple weeks back, a month ago, he was the guy bringing it. So do you think there's anything with that, or am I doing too much calculus?
No, you're not doing too much. That's just human nature.
That's human nature.
That's human nature. I mean, they've been here 3 years now, and they see a rookie. Now, it's not because it's not earned.
Right.
Pajemski is a great player. He should be playing. It's not like he's getting any preferential treatment. But I'm sure Moody and Kaminga are sometimes thinking, damn, why don't I get this long rope? Like, come on. Moody is out of the rotation right now.
And you could just see it when he has the ball. He was in that zone not too long ago.
He didn't play really in Denver, and he's out of the rotation, and that's what I mean. Like, Moody is a good player. He's played pretty much every time he's been called upon this year, he's delivered. Remember in Sacramento where he single-handedly kept the Warriors afloat, and then he got pulled for Klay Thompson?
Never forget it. No doubt.
Even Steve acknowledged after that game. I was there in Sacramento at the game. Even Steve acknowledged, hey, I shouldn't have taken him out.
Yeah. Jay, we got people lined up. Great conversation. We'll get to you, all your calls and more. It's Dumas and Guru right here on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and our winter sale. Hi. We've got hundreds of offers with up to 70% savings.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No Steiny, Jason Dumas, Cron's own sports director, in the lab with myself until 2 p.m. And it's one of those things we got today, tomorrow, we had yesterday, Jason. I'm a random, hashtag random, that's my thing. I asked you during the break, what's your favorite movie of all time? And the people I can't stand, and you give me one and you say,
The Town.
Wow. And I appreciate that because that's not a popular answer.
Oh,
The Town with Ben
movie.
Affleck.
Now, there's other movies that I love, of
Shawshank
course.
Redemption for me.
Shawshank's is
Okay.
good. I love Menace to Society. I love Friday. but probably The Town.
I loved it.
I loved that movie.
Okay.
Just such a good movie.
Oh, there you go. Learn Jason Dumas right there. The Town is his favorite movie. And our boss came in here and he said it great in regard to what we're talking about. And if you don't know, Jonathan Kaminga's conversation that he had with Marcus Thompson is in The Athletic. Do yourself a favor, check that out. And Kaminga's comments. Do you find them confidence or cocky? I like the comments. I just don't think he should have said them right now. And it leads me to believe, because I'm looking at the NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat, if I had $1 for every free Kaminga, like, this has been an ongoing thing. I think the kid knows he's balling, averaging 13 points, 3 rebounds, 1 assist, shooting 31% from 3. I think he knows right now that athletically he may be the most gifted on the team. And I think he's feeling himself, Jay. And I don't know if he's hurting himself, but the bottom line is Draymond Green is not here for the foreseeable future, and your boy Jonathan Kaminga's taking advantage of it. But as a lifelong Warrior fan, I do wonder what's going to happen when that day does come, if Dre comes back. And also, Steve Kerr, I love you to death. You got to find a way to have Wiggins and Kaminga coexist on the court together. You're just a better team.
I agree. I agree pretty much with all you said. I wouldn't say that Jonathan Kaminga was cocky saying what he said. That's how he feels, and he has a right to say how he feels. Look, he has been a loyal soldier for 3 years. If he wants a little more of a role, if he wants a clear-cut role, then say how you feel.
Wow.
You know what I mean? He's earned that right. He has. It's not like this guy has been a dud, a bust, overhyped. He has gone through the processes. He has waited his turn. He has been in and out of the rotation this way, that way, that way. And like I said, the Warriors need him. I would even say the Warriors need him more than he needs them.
Wow. I mean,
he could go somewhere else and have a bigger role and probably get paid. He already has a championship. He already won a ring with the Warriors.
Yeah.
Now, I'm sure he wants to win another one. I'm sure he wants to stay here in the Bay. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not getting at him wanting to leave. But when I look at it from an objective point of view, from my eyes, the Warriors need what he brings to the table. They need that young, athletic, rim-pressured guard/wing/forward. There's positionless basketball nowadays, but whatever position they view him as, they need what he brings. Draymond Green is amazing.
But
won 4 rings.
Yeah, he ain't this.
He's a guy you want on the floor in the playoffs defensively. But to get through a regular season, you need guys like Jonathan Kaminga.
Yeah, we're going to clean up these phone calls, Jason. This is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. And you just had me thinking, what do Warrior practices look like in the offseason? A young Jonathan Kaminga coming down court and Draymond, the old savvy veteran, trying to guard him. But, Jason, I cannot deny the way a basket is 2 points. You know that, and I know that. But there's some baskets, if you gave out 3 or 3.5 points for just how fierce and how unstoppable a guy looks, Jonathan Kaminga at times looks like Thor, the great superhero with the hammer. And, you know, I'm here. I want more of it. I just question, should he have said this publicly? That's all. And it sounds like you're okay with it.
I'm more than okay with it.
All the calls, Austin and Priest are okay with it. Let's go out to Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina. He wants to get his thoughts in on Kaminga. What's up, Tim?
Yo, Tim.
Jason, man. Oh, Jay, you preaching. I mean, you are preaching.
Look at him smile.
Who is even thinking to say he shouldn't have said it? Come on, man. I mean, what are we doing anymore? Like, I'm so glad this man said this, because loyal to the game. This dude was 19 and started in the Western Conference Finals. No, the one against Memphis.
Oh, man, we lost him. And he was spitting too.
Yeah, look at you.
He was spitting too. Nah, man. Shout out to
So now that's a problem? So what, now that's a problem? Man, this dude, I'm so glad he said this, because at this point, I'm ready to see this cat get a chance on another squad. Listen to everything you just said, Guru, And not once have we seen the coach even utilize those things. Not once have he even ran. When the last time you seen Kaminga at the top of the key with Steph set a pick for him and the lane wide open with him going to put it on somebody's head? You know the last time? Google it on YouTube about 2 years ago in Chicago. I mean, he ain't even utilizing the guy's strengths. So at this point, I can't wait to see Kaminga. Kaminga is smart. You're talking about why he said this. This man's smart. He see the writing on the wall. He know what Kerr gonna do. So you know what? We about a month away, 2 months away from the trade deadline. Kaminga letting y'all know, get me up out of here. I'm tired of the game. Like, what are we doing? And the saddest thing is what I'm hoping in my heart does not happen. Because I think this is the only way. Is I am hoping Joe Lacob understands the crowd fan favorite he has and the guy that's going to put butts in the seats and don't let them move this kid. But at some point, if I'm this cat father, I think the cat asked you that earlier. Look, man, I got a kid 24 years old, Kaminga 21. I am in his agent's ear saying, get my son the hell out of here. This coach won't even utilize his strengths. What are we doing? 2 years ago, he could start with Wiggins, and now you telling me we can't get 2 6'8" athletic freaks on the court with Steph and Clay and Trace in the 5? What are we talking about here? Man. This is ridiculous, fellas. But Goose, stop even asking this question of should he. Let's just talk about what he said, because don't even give that a thought. You damn right he should have. This man done paid his dues. So he's not Moses Moody, because you know what? They're going to keep clowning around with Moody and he's going to be stuck here. Kaminga ain't Moses Moody. He ain't going to be the quiet Kevon Looney. I'm glad this man got a goddamn voice. I'm sorry to curse, fellas, but I'm glad.
Appreciate the phone call. I mean, listen.
He was spitting, bro.
Yeah, he was spitting, but again, there's so many branches to this, and I do find it funny because if I was Steve Kerr's friend, when he said his love or infinity for Podziemski out loud, that he had to play again, and you said it so eloquently that Podziemski earned that.
He did.
But if I were Moody or Kaminga, that would have rubbed me the wrong way, and it had nothing to do with pods. But I've been like, damn, coach, it's like that? Okay, it's like that. But when we had our moment, there was never that much love. And I'm reading the tea leaves and I'm reading the room, Jason, as I look at you on this Wild Wednesday, and it's getting wilder. I'm telling you, Kerr's contract situation, if you're looking at Kaminga in his age and the Joe Lacob that I think I know, the killer, there's no way Kaminga is getting up out of here. I might align myself with Kaminga more than alienate him. And the fact that he's not playing as much and he didn't finish that Christmas game, and now the caller just had me thinking again, him, Wiggins, TJD, Steph, and Clay. I'm with that. So inject that in my veins. The fact that seems to be going the other way, I don't know what that's doing for Kerr and his future if you're not playing a youngster that has Avengers, if you're familiar, the superheroes, Spider-Man and Dark Knight type of athleticism.
Like I said, man, there's just so many mouths to feed. Steve, just based off what he's been doing this year, it is apparent that Steve would prefer, obviously, game by game, some names might change, but he would prefer to finish with Chris Paul, Steph Curry, obviously, Klay Thompson.
Yeah.
He wants those guys on the court at the end of the game. He benched Klay once in the closing time. So you got those three.
And Klay started balling after that.
Yeah, he did. But Klay's game is so inconsistent. It's been so inconsistent. That's what everyone says. Like, when Klay starts balling out, everybody's like, I told you so. I told you so. You guys were too down on Klay. I told you so. And it's not me personally. It's just more in general. My thoughts with Klay Thompson is, he is too streaky. He has been like the last 3 years. Obviously, he's always kind of been a streaky shooter, an amazing shooter, but a streaky. But since he came back from those injuries, he's great for a month, bad for a month.
We saw it last year.
Great
Him
for
and
a
Jordan
month,
Poole made beautiful
bad
music
for a
when
month.
Steph was out.
And then
December,
Klay was bad in the playoffs.
Oh, no doubt.
The season ended in Los Angeles because he was bad. So Klay is he's on a heater right now. But do you know if he's going to be on a heater in 2 weeks?
And in the second half of the game against Denver, and we know is it the Curry curse on Christmas? They weren't hitting. But let's go to line 2 because we just had that caller who was pro Kaminga. Marty in Fremont has his thoughts. What's up, Marty?
Hey, I'm for Kaminga, but I'm just saying everybody has to pump the brakes because if you watch the game, where do you see Kaminga? Kaminga is always standing at the 3-point line. Pajinski hits the board. Kaminga, with all the athleticism you guys are talking about, no doubt about it, all the athleticism that he has, he should be leading the team in rebounds. He shouldn't have 3 a freaking game. Come on. He has more athleticism than anybody on that team, but yet he wants to stand and be Steph Curry. He's not. He needs to cut to the basket, get rebounds, get loose balls, use that while he's young. Because when he gets older, he's going to want to have to stand out there. But right now, he should be hitting the boards. And that's what Pajinski does. That's all they need. They need someone to go get the ball, bro. And that's what Kaminga doesn't do. So Kaminga running his mouth just shows, A, his immaturity, and B, his lack of enough basketball time on the court. He doesn't bring that same intensity of getting the ball that Pajinski does when it comes once the ball leaves somebody's hand. Kaminga's standing around looking at it like, he shouldn't be doing that. And that's what I have to say about it. So for you guys to sit there and yap about, Steve Kerr this, Steve Kerr that, Steve Kerr's done more for the Bay Area in terms of the Warriors. I mean, I used to go to the game when I could sit in in Oakland and walk down to the floor and watch the referees just give them the shaft. Now they got a full stadium. It's like enjoy what you have and embrace what you have because it will be over and then we'll be whining again because what we had. But you guys are looking at the fact that Steve Kerr knows what he's doing. He's been in the league a long time.
Marty, before you hang up, man, I agree with 97% of what you said, and where Jason and I disagree is as much as I love Kaminga, he's not a perfect ball player, but the bottom line is you didn't mention once, do you have a problem with Kaminga going public with this? Because he's talking like he's kind of just, there's no holes in his game. That's what shocks me.
I think going public probably isn't the best thing to do. It's better, especially with a coach like Kerr. Just go to the door. I'm sure the door is open. Go talk to the coach and tell him what. And the coach, I'm sure the coach has already told him what he wants him to do. I guarantee you, he's told him, I need you to get more rebounds. I need you to get more loose balls. I need you to do this. But has he done it? 3 rebounds a game, 13 points. Come on, man. What is he? 6'9", jumps out of the roof. Really? I'm sure the coach has told him what he needs to do. He's not willing to do it. That's why he went public, so that he could get all the other people who are about me into the freaking fray.
Appreciate the phone call. I'll let you go, Jay, because, again, we hadn't talked. There is no world or earth or planet, Venus, Mars, Neptune, where pods should be averaging more rebounds than Jonathan Kaminga. And I tell Steiny this, we don't even fight. We agree. Rebounding is a will. It's a want to. For Jonathan Kaminga, just real quick, Jay, with all his gifts, to average 3 rebounds, come on.
Well, look, first of all,
that was real.
I have to talk to his point about Steve Kerr and all he's done, and the Coliseum used to be empty. No one comes to the basketball game to see a coach. That's all Steph Curry. So I love Steve Kerr. He's a great coach. Let's not give him credit that isn't, like, come on.
Well, his point was he built this.
He didn't. Yeah. No, he didn't. Steve Kerr did not build this. No. Steph Curry built this.
But
it all starts with
Mark
Steph
Jackson
Curry.
had Steph Curry
it
too.
all
and I love
starts
Mark.
with
He should
Steph.
have a job.
Injuries and everything.
No, their offense was ISO under Mark. Steph came in, just real quick, Steve came in here and implemented and let these dudes unleash and ran a motion offense that took the league by storm. That's all, Jay.
Steph built this. Bro.
No, I'm not arguing.
Steph built it.
92, but you got to give Kerr credit for
We're going to give him credit. We're going to give him credit, offense. But not the most credit.
Oh, yeah. No. Steph is the man.
It's Steph.
Yeah.
It's Steph. The Coliseum isn't full because of Steve Kerr.
It's like Phil Jackson. It was Jordan.
Yeah. The Coliseum all of a sudden isn't sold out because Steve Kerr is coaching on the sidelines. Because that guy, Steph Curry, number 30, is going crazy.
I don't want to get messy, but tell me if my spider senses are wrong here. Okay, Steve Kerr's without a contract. I just think that's incredible. He would have a new contract if I were owner. But that does lead me to believe now one of my young studs is barking and saying a little too much to the media. I don't think that's a good recipe for who? Jonathan Kaminga's future in a Warrior uniform, or would you see Steve Kerr? Would you say Steve Kerr's future as head coach? I think there are two locomotives on the track going in opposite directions. Something is up.
Well, look.
Something's got to give.
Jonathan Kaminga is a really, really good player, in my opinion. Now, but I want to keep it in perspective. We're not talking about a superstar. So I think Jonathan Kaminga.
I think Jonathan would disagree.
Oh, okay. That's fine. That's fine. I don't ever know. I don't know if Jonathan Kaminga can ever be the best player on a championship level team.
He can be an all-star.
Yeah, I'll give him that. He can be an all-star for sure. Like you see Tyrese Maxey with the Sixers this year, all of a sudden, he might be an all-star starter. He might start in the all-star game. He's been so good. So, if Kaminga did something crazy like that, who say he can't? But I do want to keep it in perspective. So when you're saying things like either Kerr comes back or Kaminga comes back, like, you probably have to take Kerr.
All right.
I'm just saying it shouldn't have to be an either or. It shouldn't have to be an either or.
I get you, and I love that. Now I'll bring Wiggins in that. We'll clean up some calls, Jay. Let's go out to Callie in the town. He wants to talk about Kaminga.
Hey, how's it going? Y'all can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, appreciate it, man. I'm so tired of everybody gassing up Kaminga. This guy does not get no rebounds. This guy take 10 threes, 5 threes a game. It's like, bro, come on now. Yeah, you can dunk. Yeah, you can do all that. You really don't got no shots, so do what you're good at. Dunk the ball, get some rebounds, and hustle on defense. At least do that for me, bro. I'm out.
Oh, he was out.
Oh, yeah.
Look, how come no one – all I hear is Kaminga and these rebounds. How come no one's on Klay Thompson to rebound the ball? How come no one's on Andrew Wiggins to rebound the ball? They all average around the same, but all I hear is Kaminga has to rebound. He has to do this. He has to do all that. Why is he held to this standard that they aren't?
Because he's a puppy. He's been
in the league for 3 years, Goo.
My whole point.
We're past that.
The energy and those two dudes you just brought up to put the right on the table, they're made already. They've proven themselves, good or bad.
That means
Klay
nothing.
Thompson's headed to the Hall of Fame.
That means nothing when they play the Heat tomorrow.
Energy.
When they play the Heat tomorrow, what Klay did in 2014, what Wiggins did in 2022 means absolutely nothing when you go out and play the Miami Heat tomorrow.
But
how come Jonathan Kaminga is held to this standard that the other guys aren't?
He's trying to, you said it earlier, get paid. The right or wrong, these two dudes, Klay and Wiggins, have been paid. So they're at different sectors of their career. Some could say the back nine. I won't say that for Wiggins. And as far as Klay and rebounded, he was one of the best two-way players in the league for umpteen years until these two back-to-back catastrophic injuries. My point is, the youngster has to prove himself. And there's no way Jonathan Kaminga should play an NBA basketball game averaging 3 rebounds. And let's talk about his shot real quick. And I ain't going what do you call it? 31% from 3. But Jay, he's got the shot, the shot put type of, that you ain't Kevin Durant. And I think some nights he thinks he's KD. Get in there and use those big broad shoulders that you do, and you do often. Do that all the time. Go to the rim and wow us like you did against Boston. Like that's your cup of tea.
He's been doing that. What are we talking about? He's been playing great basketball.
And why 338 just again on Christmas Day against Denver in a close game?
Because Kerr doesn't want to play him and Wiggins together, and Wiggins was playing better than Kaminga. I'm not saying that was the wrong decision. Do I think they should probably play together more?
My goodness,
I do. I agree. I think that. So this is more in the macro. Yeah. I'm not talking about that specific game against Denver. Steve said that, hey, they're probably not going to play much together, and he went with Wiggins down the stretch in Denver, and I don't think that was a bad choice if you had to choose between the two.
But
I think you could get creative and try to get them both on the court because Kaminga was playing great basketball. I just have an issue with all of a sudden everyone is justifying the fact that Kaminga doesn't have a role because he doesn't rebound as much as they want him to. I go and look at these games, and I don't see Klay Thompson rebounding the basketball. I don't see Andrew Wiggins rebounding the basketball. Andrew Wiggins is supposed to He's 6'8". He's athletic. He can get to the rim. He can box people out.
Because he
averages like 0.4 more than rebounds in the game than Kaminga.
Kaminga are like Batman and Superman. It's just, it goes back to Moses Moody. We're having a conversation. You're out of the rotation. I scored 22 in sack. I went off on that. I just didn't think that's where it was at. Jonathan Kaminga, you're out of the rotation. He balls out. Like, Kerr, those were 2 wrong decisions and you got bailed out. You use the C word, creative. That's all I'm asking Steve Kerr to do. Because if you have one athletic wing, why can't you have 2? And maybe you're not getting both of these guys unlocked because they feel like one's in each other's way. That's what I want to see tomorrow night is give me Kaminga and Wiggins on the floor together. Now, I got PTSD with Steiny. I feel like if he were in here right now, he'd be like, "Goo, they can't play. They don't have the Pajimski. They don't know how to play off of each other." Well, you got umpteen mountain coaches. Figure it out.
I agree. I think they should play together. I do. I don't get the notion that it has to be either or.
That 5 you brought up, oh my God, you said Wiggins, Kaminga, TJD, Steph, and Clay. Oh my goodness.
Let's
see that.
Look, I feel like, and I've been saying it for a while now, since last year, Kaminga is held to this standard that I believe is unfair. And I believe he has to almost be perfect and do everything the coaches need him to do perfectly, or he's out of the rotation and all of a sudden he doesn't do this, he doesn't do that, he doesn't rebound. This guy is a good player. Let him be himself. Do I wish he was a little more active between the lines? Do I wish he was a little more aggressive getting the rebounds like Pajemski, who is like 6'3" and just gets his nose? Yeah, I do. But you know what? Kaminga can get to the rim and dunk on you. Kaminga can create pressure at the rim and get to the foul line. Pajemski can't do that regularly. Right. Now, I'm not trying to make it a Pajemski versus Kaminga thing, but how about we look at it from the point of view of what Kaminga can do that others can't, instead of always saying, well, he didn't get a rebound. Come on. Klay Thompson doesn't rebound the basketball. Andrew Wiggins doesn't rebound the basketball, and we don't say that. We don't say that after every game. Yeah. We hold Jonathan Kaminga to this X and O role player. He has to do
Steve
this.
Kerr.
Yeah, well, we see a lot of the fans saying the same thing, justifying it. I'm not saying Kaminga is the perfect player. I'm not sitting here and acting like the guy is Kevin Durant. I think he is held to a standard that is a bit unfair after what he's done for this organization. He filled in admirably for Andrew Wiggins when he was out. Give the guy a little more rope.
I love it. The people want to talk. We'll continue your calls. Also, I see your donations on the NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat. I'll read them when we get back. It is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today.
For a new year that dazzles, ring in.
On 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back on a Wild Wednesday. Jason Dumas in for the great Matt Steinmetz, who I believe is golfing. Don't look like golf weather, Jay. You were in, let me remember, Palm Springs golfing, right?
Yeah, last weekend.
You shot a 99.
Nah, 93.
Oh, 90. My bad. I added 6. Dude, the people are just up in arms over this. And again, I'm a Jonathan Kaminga guy. We want to hear from you. 888-957-9570. Where are you at with Jonathan Kaminga's comments to the great Marcus Thompson in The Athletic? Cocky, or do you find them just confidence? And right now, what I like to see from this Warrior team moving forward, starting tomorrow in Miami, is Steve Kerr give it the old college try and give us more of a glimpse of Wiggins and Kaminga together. But
it's not going to happen.
Let me tell you what's a fact. Steve Kerr doesn't have a new contract. That blows my wig. I don't have one, actually. I'm letting it grow. But did you get a cut? Yeah, you got a cut.
No,
what
not yet.
happened to your barber?
Tomorrow morning.
Oh, tomorrow, okay.
Tomorrow morning.
I need one. I'll see you.
I need one in the worst way.
You'll be fresh tomorrow.
Yeah.
But what I do know is I wonder if Jonathan Kaminga's at his chessboard knowing or trying to make the Warriors, again, I'm not trying to be messy here, make a decision. Because everything that people are saying, Jonathan Kaminga he's not a complete player. Well, make him one, Jonathan. Jason, make him one.
Yeah.
How about that?
Well,
and I ain't just talking to Kerr, the whole Warrior organization. Make him one. Make Wiggins and JK play together. Make them fit.
He's done so much more this year than he has in the past. He's picking his spots more. Before he would come in, head down, try to drive to the basket, score. This year, he's picking his spots way more. He's getting people the ball way more. He's getting to the free throw line. Like,
speaking of which, 61%, we got to do 67.
Yeah,
we
he has to be better. He has to be better, but that'll come with time and reps. But Warriors need that rim pressure. They desperately need it. There's no one on the team right now who can get to the rim, get easy buckets from the foul line like Jonathan Kaminga can.
Those are facts.
I think, like I said earlier, I think the Warriors need him more than he needs them.
Do you
now, that's not me saying
he's the second best player
on the team?
Yeah.
No, I don't think he's the second best player on the team. The Warriors have Steph Curry, and then the second best player on any given night is just, you never know. It's a toss-up. One day it's Klay Thompson. One day it's Andrew Wiggins. One day it's Jonathan Kaminga. One day it's Draymond Green. So one day it's Chris Paul. You just never know. They have a great player, and then they have like 9 good players. And that might be the problem. That's why they might have to move 3 good players.
That would be on line 1.
3 good players for for a really good player.
Because and if you guys are just tuning in, it's Jason Dumas and Daryl the Guru Johnson right here on 95.7 The Game. Dumas in for Guru. We are reacting to Jonathan Kaminga's a few quotes that he had to Marcus Thompson. The stories in The Athletic. If you allow me, Jason, I'm going to read one of the quotes. This is from Jonathan Kaminga. Me with the ball in my hand, nobody's guarding me. Then he says, but sometimes I've got to take that away and make sure my OGs get the ball. So, I mean, to me, that just, wow. Like, you tell your friend that at the crib playing Madden. You tell your girl that, but you don't tell the beat reporters that. So guys like you and I can break it down. Like, again, you love the bravado. It might even be true, but that tells me Jonathan Kaminga knows what he means to this basketball team. 2, he's looked himself in the mirror to where if these comments and people agree like me might be factual, but they don't, it's not a good look. It's not politically correct. And then 3, he might vision himself, and I hope this ain't the case, Jason, he might envision himself somewhere else. Because you don't say this unless you know, 1, your chest is out, and 2, I'm playing some damn good basketball, and this team needs me.
I think you're reading into it way, way too much.
What part? All of it? Or
yeah, just like, look, I'm not sure the question Marcus Thompson asked him, but he's just answering the guy's question, and he was saying how he feels. Who am I to call him cocky or wrong or say he needs to do that? I just think he believes it. Look, I can get to
after a loss. He was getting dressed.
What difference does it make whether it's a loss or a win? I'm asking you.
Like, no, talk to us about the team game, the loss.
He probably asked, you got to remember, he probably was asked a specific question. I'm sure Marcus Thompson wasn't like, hey, what did you think of the loss? And he was just like, I think no one can guard me. He was probably asked a specific question, and he gave a specific answer. And that's how he feels. Do I think he can get to the rim whenever he wants and nobody can guard him? Probably not. I mean, I'm sure if he's good, he can get to the rim.
Is he feeling himself a little bit?
Nope. No.
And there's nothing wrong with it.
I don't think he's feeling himself. I think he just deserves, I think he believes that he deserves better and that he should have a more defined role for this team. I agree with that.
Now, son, and you're taking advantage of it. I just don't think this helps you. I could be wrong. And Marcus, I love you. Jason, I love you for saying you think I'm reading too much into it. Let's go out to New Orleans, the Bayou, and get Marcus's thoughts on the Kaminga situation. What's up, Marcus? Oh, we lost him.
We lost Marcus.
Yeah.
Here we go, Marcus.
Hey, Marcus.
Hey, what's up, y'all? I love this conversation. Let me start by addressing Guru's question. Do I have a problem with his remarks? Not at all. I want my players to have that kind of confidence. I want them to feel that way. Any coach wants a guy to feel that way. Because the greatest players in the game have this irrational confidence, right? The other side to that is I don't like the fact that so many people are walking around feeling like Jonathan Kaminga should just be given stuff. Like, nah, you have to earn your way in. He's not a great player. We're acting like he is. He's not unguardable. His game is not very developed. And just having him on the floor just to give him minutes is stupid. That's just dumb. And trying to and saying, well, you know, he doesn't get judged like Klay Thompson's a guard. We're not expecting him to get 8, 9, 10 rebounds a game. But Jonathan Kaminga, the guy who's talking about how great he is, you should be going get at a small forward, power forward. Where are your 8 rebounds a game?
What about Wiggins? How about Wiggins, though? How about Wiggins?
Guess what? They've been on Wiggins about him getting rebounds, too, which is one of the things they talked about when they had that run in the championship. They got on him about getting the rebounds. People want him to rebound. They talk about it. Kaminga needs to be a better player. The better he is, the more inevitable you are on the floor. It's what Draymond Green had to do. It's what Klay had to do. It's what even Steph Curry had to do. You can't just give people stuff. This is what happened with James Wiseman when everybody was just saying, just throw him in there. And you find out, oh, he's a bust. He's not good. Jordan Poole found out. He thinks he's the greatest player in the world. He goes over to Washington. Guess what? He's not exactly what we thought he is he? It's a different game when you are the number one guy, when you're the guy. And these kids aren't ready for that. Essentially, Kaminga could be great one day, but he ain't that right now, and he shouldn't just be given anything. Thanks, y'all.
Appreciate the phone call. Happy holidays. Jason, let's hear Steve Kerr. This was back on December 7th. He joined Willard and Dibbs like he does weekly. Let's hear him talk about Jonathan Kaminga.
This league is tough. I mean, it's really, really tough. There's so much on the line for all these guys. Their families are depending on them. You have a short career, a short span of time where you can, make your family comfortable and with the financial rewards. And, obviously players have personal goals they want to reach. And all of this has to happen within the context of a team winning games. So this is all about players learning that balance, figuring out how to really commit to the team, but also understand that when they do that, they're also going to benefit individually. And it's a lesson a lot of young players have to learn, and JK is no different.
Well, there you go.
Everything he said was true. But I don't think that's the issue here. I think, I don't think Jonathan Kaminga has been a huge problem or a disruption to this team. I think he had some comments after a game when asked by a reporter, and he told the truth. He said it's confusing. He said not knowing my role is confusing. Yeah. I don't know what else I have to do. I had a good game. I was having a good game. And look, Steve decided to go with Andrew Wiggins. I don't think that was necessarily a bad choice. Wiggins was having a good game. If you want them to be on the court together, that's a whole different conversation because Steve already alluded to that's probably not going to happen very much. So, I'm not looking at this as a one-game sample size. This is my reaction from the Denver Broncos, from the Denver Nuggets game. I'm still thinking about Russell Wilson.
Sierra.
But I'm looking at it more from the totality of this season, from the totality of his career. Our last caller, he made some good points, but I also don't think he's given JK enough credit. He said JK doesn't really know how to play. He's not good. JK helped save the Warriors last year when Andrew Wiggins wasn't around.
I was here for it.
He had an amazing stretch of basketball. If he didn't play well, the Warriors would have been in the play-in or maybe not even made the playoffs at all when Andrew Wiggins was away from the team. So let's give him a little more credit than some guy who just doesn't know how to play.
All right, and I'm not doing that at all.
I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm saying in general.
Yeah.
Like that last caller's tone was like, he doesn't really know how to play yet. He doesn't do this. They're like, come on. He's a little better than what you're giving him credit for.
There's no doubt about it. And again, it's just, I'm using this, Jason. He's breathtaking at times. And again, the game is bigger than just 2 points. But, you know, I'll tell you this. In our business, in your business, and all the jobs you had, I get done at 2 o'clock, we get done, and the boss says, you know what, Goo? You didn't have your best show. And I'm up there like, oh, I thought I did a good show. Well, guess what, Jason?
My boss, the guy who signs my paycheck, didn't agree.
That is more powerful or more meaningful in the grand scheme of things than me self-identifying thinking I had a great show. I need to shut up. I need to sit down and see what this man is talking about to where I can do a great show and we can be in agreement. And my point being, in a game of minutes where they're distributed the way they are from only one man, that's Coach Kerr, for you or anybody, because it's 50-50, to call in and say Kaminga was having a good game on Christmas and he play only 3 minutes and 38 seconds, I think Steve Kerr's thinking otherwise.
Well, look.
So now I feel like there's a disconnect, and I just wonder what is going to happen moving forward, Jay, where there are options. Is Kaminga part of your future? Is he not? Can he not play with Wiggins? Because if I was Joe Lacob, I would have a conversation with Kerr like, break that down why you think these two can't play and coexist. And then the biggest rat on the table ever of 2023 is the Jonathan Kaminga that's feeling frisky or just speaking his truth. How do you think this man is going to take, if it does come to fruition, Draymond Green coming back and he's not a starter? Like, this man ain't going to lie, and I ain't mad at him, but that's where this thing is headed. He is not going to say, okay, he's not going to do a Kevon Looney. He's not, Jason, and that's going to be a problem.
Well, look, I get your overall point. Like, if you think you had a good show and your boss says, I get the overall point, but it's a flawed comparison. We can't compare what we do every day to what these athletes do every day, because at the end of the day, Jonathan Kaminga is a commodity, an asset. Okay. He can leave the Golden State Warriors, go anywhere else, and get paid a lot of money, and he'll be okay.
That's why he's got this energy, I feel like.
I don't think he's...
Like, I can say anything.
I don't think he's looking for a way out or trying to get moved. I genuinely don't. But it's not like it's apples to oranges. This guy has a lot of job security. We work in a business. Job security is scarce. You know what I mean? You know how many people can just fill this chair? You know what I mean? It's not like that with Jonathan Kaminga. It's not.
Keep the chair. That's what I'm saying.
Protect the check. Protect the check. It's not like that for Jonathan Kaminga. Jonathan Kaminga is a world-class 99 percentile of what he can do. He can go anywhere. Yes. So if the Warriors want to shoo him aside, he knows there's other teams he can go to, and he can make 7 figures.
But
so it's a little different.
The case, Jay.
But it's the truth. It's just the truth.
No, it is, but JK should be, he's a commodity. Joe Lacob's got to be saying, this dude should be going nowhere.
Yeah, I agree. I think he brings them something that they don't have. Like, who on the Warriors can get to the foul line consistently?
There's Andrew Wiggins and Curry, but even though he don't get the calls that Jokic or other superstars get. We'll leave that for another day.
I'm pretty sure the second most foul shots on the team is Jonathan Kaminga. Huh. Fourth quarter, Jonathan Kaminga gets to the line. You need that dynamic. You need the easy buckets.
Jordan Poole used to do it.
He brings them stuff that they just don't have. That is just a fact. It's not an opinion. He does things that the Warriors need. They look old when he's not on the court.
There's no doubt about it. And TJD has added some youth along with Pajimski. Let's go out to Walnut Creek. Roxy has some thoughts on Kaminga's comments. What's up, Roxy?
Hey, Roxy.
Hey, hello.
Hey.
For taking my call, and happy holidays, happy New Year. It's nice to hear you. You're doing a great job. Is it Justin?
Jason.
You're filling up for Jason. Sorry for Steiny. So
that's all good.
Guru. I love your comment about is it your wig is going to blow off or that was hilarious. So I hope they you replay it, Anyway, what I was calling is because we always seem to have these problems in the Warriors, kind of like last year with Jordan Poole. Why is not Jordan Poole out there, blah, blah, blah. It's like we have too many good players, right? And for me, I feel like I don't want to give Jonathan Kaminga, I think he was just being honest, and all these different players have different personalities, right? You have Moody that doesn't say anything, acts, very mature. He's what we hear. You have Potts, who has a different personality, but Potts is cocky. We have heard from Steph and from everybody else that he's cocky and this and that. But Potts is not airing it in the media, right? Kaminga is also cocky, and I love the way he plays. But I believe that he was asking an honest question, and he answered. I just think he's just, I don't know, like to a certain extent, kind of what Jason said, it's like everything is magnified because we watch their game, we're dissecting ABC. What did he say? What didn't he say? What does this mean? And it's like, he's just a young guy who wants to play, and he's very talented. And Lord knows he probably remember when Steph had to talk to him, and I don't know what he said to him, but then he played the second half. I don't know what it was, but Kaminga didn't play the first half, right? So I think there's something happening between him and Kerr.
Yeah.
But it's not, we don't know what it is, right? And so he's just not playing, but just kind of like the system. You have the media. Yes, Kerr and everybody else want to keep everything in-house, but he just asked him a question, and he's being honest. Why should he lie about it? And he's cocky and stuff, but
thanks for the call.
I agree wholeheartedly. It's just I think we're looking a little too much into the comments. Yes, they're noteworthy and something that deserve discourse, but I don't think he had any ulterior motives. I don't think there was all these secret agendas. I think he was like, look, man,
he's speaking his truth.
I'm pretty good. I can get by my guy at will. I can do something.
What did he say? Let me
I
read.
can
Go
do
ahead.
something that most players on this team can't do. Look, he is second on the team in free throw attempts, Goo.
Yeah.
He is 7th in minutes.
Me with the ball in my hands, nobody's guarding me. But damn, you feeling good when you say that, Jay. You're right.
Second in free throw, 7th in minutes.
Just anti these comments out loud, man. I don't think it helps anything. And I think we all know now, I can look at you on this Wednesday, there is a tough love dynamic between Kerr and Kaminga, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we don't know if it's going to be fixed, but I'll tell you, Jay, I've lived a little bit. This doesn't give me any sign that it's gotten any better. How about that? JK speaking his truth, like I don't care where the chips fall.
I don't think they have a bad relationship or
All right.
anything. I actually think Kaminga has received it pretty well. I think a lot of other guys would be like, get me the hell out of here. I'm out.
And I do wonder, like, if there's a sprinkle of that.
I haven't heard it.
Okay.
I haven't heard
Even
that.
in these comments, see, I'm Dr. Philin, but I mean, words are, you say a lot when you speak, Jay.
A guy who we are not even talking about that much. Obviously, Kaminga has been a little more prolific and a little more, guy who has demanded some combo, but Moses Moody's another guy.
This man.
Moses Moody is just, he got the loony in him. He's not going to say nothing. He's going to do as told. He's going to do what he wants.
Did Pajimski's emergence hurt Moody more than any other Warrior?
Yeah.
Or is it fair to even bring that up?
No, I
That's
mean.
what happened, I feel like.
Yeah, Pajimski's good. He's a bad boy.
And he's smart. I'm not saying Moody and Kaminga ain't smart. It just resonates.
Right.
The cuts.
Right.
The defense. Just everything, man.
Like, if I was Moses Moody, I would have been asked for a trade.
Man.
If we're being honest, do you see a pathway for him playing more?
No. And I wonder when Drake comes back in GP2, is Kaminga in that? Is that for Kaminga?
GP2 and Pods is going to be interesting. That is going to be interesting because I know they play GP2 down on the block a lot. He's like kind of like the Suedo 4.
But that ain't his thing, though.
It's going to get interesting, man. There's Too many mouths to feed. Somebody's going to get traded.
Normally, that's a good thing, Jay, and it used to be for the Warriors. We got a bunch of calls. Let's grab one. Let's go out to JR in San Jose. What's up, Jay?
Yes, sir.
What's up, brother?
What's going on, Guru?
Hey.
Dumas, how you guys doing today, man?
Good.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I just wanted to say, man, the whole thing with Jonathan Kaminga is Jonathan Kaminga is fresh legs, getting paid to play two-way ball. He should be grabbing rebounds. Clay gets paid to shoot. He's a shooter. That's what he does. Once you get up there like that, especially after injuries, Clay becomes a one-way player, and he does what he can on defense. That's just what it is. The reason Jonathan Kaminga gets that, he should be doing that with his youth and everything. He should be able to play two-way ball and grab those rebounds. But see, he's just looking at it at one side, like, I'm getting past my man, I'm doing these dunks. No, you got to do it on defense too, and that's why Pajemski been playing more, because he's doing what Jonathan Kaminga should be doing. And Paz just picks it up more. He's picking up the game more because he has more experience. Jonathan, he hasn't played ball that long, so Paz just knows how to fit in, and get what he can get. And that's the reason Jonathan Kaminga is getting mad, is because he doesn't see what he's doing wrong. But he's got to take a step back and look like, why is Paz getting this? What, he's got to look at it like that. You can't just be on everyone else. You got to look at yourself sometimes.
Appreciate the call.
I agree with that. Yeah. I agree with that. And like I said, Kaminga is not the perfect player. Do I wish he was a little more active and did some of the little things a little better?
I remember that, where he played the pass the lane.
Yeah, but I agree with that. But I just think the Warriors don't have any perfect players outside of Steph Curry. And obviously perfect is probably not the right adjective to use. No one's perfect. But you know what I mean. Like, Clay has flaws now. He does.
Looney, all of them. Yeah. Dre has flaws.
Wiggins has flaws, especially this year. Wiggins was like perfect for them in the championship year. All of these guys have flaws, but I just always seem to hear about Kaminga's flaws more than anyone.
Oh, that's interesting.
And I just don't think that is fair.
I don't feel like he's picked on. I just feel like, when and you know what, Jay, we're up against it. We got the phone lines are packed. We'll get to your calls on the other side. It's Dumas and Guru right here on 95.7 The Game. More Warrior talk when we get back.
Timing is everything.
Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny show. Let's go.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
What's up, Steph? No Steiny today. It is Jason Dubas, Cron's own. And we got it going, man. People want to talk. My boys, I don't know if you got them when you're doing your job. My boy Squirt texts me, Guru, I'm going third person, you're doing too much. Kaminga should be playing. I agree. It's about should he be saying this? And is there a subliminal in this? That's all. And you know what? The great Lucas Alexander came in during the break. We want to hear from you, 888-957-9570. And he brought up something we hadn't touched on. That is, I know people asking, Curry's Game 7 speech the day before when he said,
don't get on the bus if you're not.
Again, I thought that was all towards Jordan Poole because of what was going on. But maybe there was a dose or sprinkle of Kaminga in that. And I'm not coming down Kaminga's road, but I'm like, Curry probably was. Like, this comment right now, the way that it reads, you guys might say, Guru, who cares? We'll never know. How does Steph Curry hear these comments? Like, that matters to me, a Warrior fan. I don't think they're going to be like, oh, the way to say it, buddy. That's how you do it. Nah. Just keep doing your talking with your play.
Nah, I hear you. But look, everybody is not the same.
True.
Everybody is not the same. And for Kaminga to come out and say that, he clearly feels some sort of way.
Oh, there's no doubt.
You know, you can't say how exactly what you'd have to ask him, but feels some type of way. He wants to play more. He wants a bigger role. He wants a role, really. He doesn't have a role. He starts, but then one day he closes, the next day he doesn't. One day he wants a little more consistency, and I don't blame him for that. Now, last year when Steph said that, I think it was a different situation. I do. And it was probably necessary. They went out and they played a great game. But Steph isn't really a vocal guy. And
he took the mic from Draymond.
Yeah,
Dray was really going to do these games.
And when he did it, Steph was probably like, Draymond, your voice ain't resonating right now.
Wow.
And yeah, so he did it, and it worked. They won that game 7. He had 50 piece in Sacramento, shut them up out there. And but this is a different situation.
Yeah.
It's a different
situation.
You're
okay with it, huh?
Yeah.
I get it, and I'm not mad at you.
I am fine with it.
We talked about dialogue. Bill in San Jose, he wants to give his 2 cents on Kaminga and Kerr. Welcome to the program, Bill.
Great show.
Thank you, guys.
I love all your comments. I think that Kaminga and Kerr need to just sit down and talk, Kaminga, we don't know who this guy is. Is he another Charles Barkley? We don't know. I mean, we just don't know what the years are going to bring. He's 21 years old. I mean, he needs to be nurtured. Kerr needs to talk to him. It means something. We don't know what it means. Maybe they already have talked, but it's important because this guy is really a potential really great star. I mean, he really is. We don't know. Could go either way. I think that Kerr has a tough time. I mean, he's got this abundance of young talent now that nobody foresaw. I think the Denver game should have been won. If Curry and Thompson had even an average game, they would have won it. I think they played them well. I was really surprised. I think the Warriors are tough. They could be on the upswing. These next few games are going to tell us. But I didn't take it as a negative. I took everything that was going on as a positive.
And I'm like you, Jason. I'm excited about 30 games, 32 left, but 52 left. I'm excited to see. I really think a trade is imminent. I really do, because what you have been saying since yesterday.
Too many mouths to feed.
But that's always been an attractive trait of the Golden State Warriors. But for whatever the reason, now, do you got too many of the same thing?
Kind of. It's just like we're having this discussion, and Draymond and GP2 aren't even in the fold. They'll be back.
Think about that.
GP2 is going to be back sooner rather than later. Like, I'm thinking he's going to be within the week GP2 will be back. We've gotten update after update after update, and he's back to practicing in some shape or form. Like, he's going to play soon. And then you got Draymond. He'll come back probably in the new year.
Now, that's the humongous one.
It just depends. Like, what do you do if Draymond comes back? And I'm just going to throw out an arbitrary number. Let's say the Warriors went 15-3, 15-4 while Draymond was gone. How do you bring him back in the fold? Like, in what shape or form? Do you have him come off the bench? Do you have him start? Whose role gets diminished with him? It's just a lot going on. And you know what? There's too many heads. There's too many heads on this team with guys who need to play. Like, I think Moses Moody should play more, but where do the minutes come from?
That's why this is, normally it's a good thing. I guess at the end of the day, it still is a good thing, but somebody or somebodies are going to be the odd men out. And I think Jonathan Kaminga, to his credit, whoever's in his camp, and this could just be his truth, and he said it to Marcus Thompson, but there's no way in hell anybody is going to convince me that had he been playing like he was last year and he was moping, he wouldn't have made these comments. He waited to the end of the season, but now that he is powerful, he is athletic, he's strong, he's fast, and he is a rare commodity on this Warrior team. I just felt like that put him in a mindset of, I can speak my truth and let the chips fall where they may. And we'll watch it play out. But I'm telling you, I don't think Kaminga's going anywhere. I think a move, I said it, imminent. I just think JK is balling. He is I don't want to call him mismatch, but he's got so much raw talent that you don't see that on every roster. And during games, like he was beating up Murray, I felt like Murray was like, oh my God, not you again. But somehow they went away from that. And that's on the coaching staff. That's on the players.
He does things that no one else on the Warriors can do. Point blank, period. Now, you can
That's a hell of a compliment.
You can rank him where you want on the Warriors roster. Like, I'm not getting too much into that. I think the Warriors have one elite player in Steph Curry and then a bunch of good players. Right. But he does something no one else on the team does. He brings an element that they need to win. Andrew Wiggins used to do it. He doesn't really do it consistently anymore.
Yeah.
He's not the same guy he was their championship season. He wasn't great last season either. This season is the same way, inconsistent.
Okay.
And if you look at Andrew Wiggins' career in a nutshell, his inconsistency has been pretty consistent. Yeah. It's kind of who he
That's a
is.
special. Like, why would you expect more?
The 2022 season was an anomaly.
No doubt.
It was. Like, we have to understand
I've come to terms with that.
It was an anomaly. He's kind of regressed to the mean.
What was your record for Draymond where you kind of just said it a couple seconds ago, if they were like 15-3 without him? They're 8-7 without him now. Games without Draymond. So if I'm Draymond, I'm going Nick Foles, and you could call me the selfish, and we'll get to the calls here, SOB ever. I'm sorry. Carson Wentz, if I were Carson Wentz when they won that Super Bowl, I'm telling you, I would have been in my living room with my wife and kids rooting that my team did not win a Super Bowl without me. That's just who I am at heart.
Yeah,
okay.
Wentz
and
was
they
doing
went,
that.
Okay.
That's why Wentz almost got beat up.
Right.
That's why Darren Sproles almost put his paws on him.
I never knew that.
Yeah, he said it out. He said it out loud.
Oh, wow.
That's why Wentz is not on a. Oh, he's on a backup.
Yeah. Okay.
He's a me first. He's a Russell Wilson type.
Okay. But I say that to say, if I'm Draymond, whatever I'm doing right now, I want my team to do good. But I don't want them to 15 games. I don't want them to be 12-3 without me. 8-7 still reeks of Draymond. We still need you if you get my drift. Like, I'm excited about umpteen players in the Warriors lineup now. TJD, Pods, Moody, just everything. Wiggins on a good day, Kaminga. But if I'm Dre, I'm at the lab saying, oh, Jason, they're only 8-7 without me. I'll take that as opposed to 12-3.
Yeah.
Is that natural? Is that human nature?
Well, look, you got to look at it from this point of view. The Warriors, I believe, are 5-1 without Draymond since that latest suspension.
Okay, because they're 0-3 in games he got ejected.
And you got to look at it from that point of view because they're a different team than when he was ejected earlier in the season. They've been playing good without him. They've been playing good basketball. They should have beat Denver.
I believe Denver looked like they weren't like Jokic even looked like he wasn't into it.
Yeah, he was a grifter. You know, Steve Kerr even got mad.
I like that.
But you got to look at it from that point of view. How are they playing without Draymond Green? So right now they're 5-1, and someone correct me if I'm wrong. 5-1 because they went on that 5-game winning streak, and then they recently broke it against the Nuggets. They're 5-1. So like I said, let's say Dre misses 12 more games, and in those 12 games they go 9-3. So they're 14-4. 14-4 without Draymond Green, and he comes back. Like, you have a hard decision to make. That would signify
I feel like they're in the
really
lab
good
thinking
basketball.
about all of the possible scenarios.
Well, they definitely are. That's Mike Dunleavy's job to do that. That's his job.
With Joe Lacob over his shoulder.
He has to be proactive and think like, well, what if we keep playing well without Draymond? What does that do? And I know the Bay Area is emotionally tied to the big three, Steph, Clay, and Dre. But nothing lasts forever. Now, I'm not advocating. I'm not advocating for anybody specific to get traded. I am just presenting a possible reality that the that the Dubs could face.
This is what I love about doing radio and what we do. You've said some things today, yesterday, that just make me think. I don't agree, but I'm like, damn, I didn't think that. We got some legendary callers here at the station, but one of them is Robin in San Francisco. Come get your damn dog. I know what she wants to talk about.
I've talked to Robin before.
Oh, okay.
I've talked to Robin before.
And she just hit me in the cardiac muscle with this. Robin, the floor is yours, and I hadn't thought about what you're about to speak on. Robin?
Hi, Guru.
Hey.
What's your name?
Jason Dumas.
Hi, Dumas. Yes. Hey, I went to the Christmas Day game. I had a ball. I was making sure I was going to have a ball because them damn margaritas were $17.
There you go.
Anyway, I'm calling in. Dumas, I'm a person, and Guru can tell you, I'm not emotionally tied to all three of those guys because I can't stand Day. Okay? I called him out a long time ago when he quit on the team. I haven't had any respect for him, okay? But that's a whole nother subject. The reason why I called in, and it's kind of speculation on my part.
But wow, Robin, wow.
I see a dynamic here. Let's not talk about how Jordan Poole played. Okay, I'm talking about the attitude, the behavior, the same outlash. I say the same thing here. Might be two separate issues. You know how an extreme conservative and an extreme progressive, they're at two opposite ends of the line of the stick, but they have more in common than they really know. If you follow what I'm saying, because they're both extreme. So that's how I compare this. There may be two different situations, but there is a middle. There's something that's a commonality here that I see. And so Kaminga is talking about playing, and our Jordan Poole was talking about playing. And I just think that it's still a divide between the OG and the new G, and Kerr is trying to balance it, but he's just too stiff. And, Kaminga, if he want to play, then go where Wiseman went to Detroit, because will he play on the Phoenix Suns? No. So I think he has an attitude problem. I think Jordan, too, had an attitude problem, but about playing. But I also think that the big three have a sense of entitlement, that they call the shots, okay? So there's a dynamic going on here that was common with Jordan Poole, too. And Jordan Poole didn't help the situation because he went out there and played like he had church shoes on. But the fact is, they could have nurtured that boy, too. So what makes you think they're going to nurture Kaminga? Why you got?
Oh, that's a great call.
Great call, Robin.
Yeah, we hadn't heard that one.
Look, Steve was right when he told Steiny. No, it wasn't Steiny and Willard and Dibbs.
Yeah.
That,
and they're coming up at 5 today with Devone and FP.
Yeah.
Curl Beyond.
It's tough, It's just tough to kind of manage all these things. Everybody has their personal wants and needs, and they have to factor. No, I mean, it is the job, but that doesn't mean it's not hard. That doesn't mean it's not hard.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, it's his
I'm not
job.
saying it's not.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's hard. We know it's his job. I'm just saying it's hard. And he has so many personalities to balance. The one that matters the most, obviously, is Steph Curry. Steph's going to want what he wants, and he's earned that right. He changed the, like I told that one caller, no, Steve didn't build the Oracle. Steph Curry did. Steph Curry built that. And Steve is just, I don't want to say he's along for the ride because that's kind of dismissive of what he's brought to the table, but it all starts with Steph, and it ends with Steph. When Steph leaves, things aren't going to be the same. When Steve leaves, if Steph is still in his prime, things are probably going to be somewhat similar because you got that otherworldly player. But my point is this. There's so many different things at play. You got to keep this guy happy. You got to keep that guy happy. You got to keep everybody going in one direction. And we are at a point in this dynasty, whatever you want to refer to the last decade plus as, where for the first time, you have 3, maybe 4. Moses Moody is very easy. He's not going to say nothing. But Trace Jackson Davis, Moses Moody, Jonathan Kaminga, Brandon Pajemski.
Yeah.
4 guys who are very, very deserving of minutes and a prominent role on this team. But then you got Clay, Wiggins, GP2, Draymond, CP3. Looney. You got those 5 guys who are like, they have the equity built up. They have the past history. They have more of the reputation. So it's like, where do you go from here? That's why Bob Myers left. He didn't want any part of all these decisions.
Because they're difficult, and he's emotionally attached, and rightfully so, some difficult decisions. But, Jay, I guess for Warrior fans and guys like me, then on one hand, I give Steve Kerr all the love in the world because I probably would operate from a point of loyalty. And then also, Warrior fans want to hear about winning games. And let me tell you who else wants to win games. Steph Curry, who is still in his prime. So I could never understand how Steph signed off on the Jordan Poole departure, but it is what it is. We won't even get into that because he had to be involved, right?
Right.
Okay. And I was there Friday with my son, and I love Warrior fans for being a class act, giving Jordan Poole the standing O. We hadn't talked about that. That was cool to see because he did get a standing O from the fans.
Yeah, he deserved it.
But the phone lines are lit, and people, like, I'm just telling you, these comments I get. I understand. But man, oh man, I think he was sending a shot in the sky. Like, I'm not happy. You just mentioned that, Jason. I'm talking about Jonathan Kaminga. And you know, it's 50-50 with the callers. Let's go out to Coach in Vallejo. He wants to talk about his thoughts on Jonathan Kaminga and where he ranks on the Warrior hierarchy. What's up?
Hey, Goo, how you doing?
All right. Happy holiday.
How you doing, brother?
Happy holidays to you both. Good. You know, I'm going to address the elephant in the room that you guys been tiptoeing around, okay? Brandon Pajemski, I like the kid, but he doesn't deserve to be playing 30 minutes a game, okay? Let's say that right off the bat.
How you figure? I'm not disagreeing or agreeing. I just want the rationale behind that comment.
Here's the rationale. The rationale is that Moody and Kaminga, to me, are both better ball players, NBA ball players than Brandon Pajemski. They put more pressure on the other team. You have to scheme for Kaminga. Moody is a great player. He hustles also. He has put in his time with the Warriors. Pajemski has been able to make several mistakes, like the inbound pass, 2 games in a row. He threw it to the other team, and they made a bucket at crucial times. Kaminga and Moody never would have been able to play again after that under Steve Kerr. Now, I'm not taking anything from Pajemski, but he is not a 30-minute ball player yet, okay? Let him go through the ropes just like Kaminga and Moody. And I'll guarantee you this. You trade Kaminga right now, a draft pick to the Detroit Pistons, and put him with Cade Cunningham over there and those big boys in the middle, that Detroit Pistons team will turn around. And Kaminga will be a 25 to 30-point scorer on that Detroit Pistons team. So I'm just saying, give Kaminga and Moody the same leeway that Brandon Pajemski has, okay? Because he's not perfect out there.
Coach, let me leave you with this. I appreciate that take. Let me leave you with this. And I told Jason and the listeners this earlier. So when I was on my couch watching the Warrior game a couple weeks back, and I love Pods. This has nothing to do with him. But when Steve Kerr went, he went out of his way to say he's got to play. I sat there, and for whatever, I thought to myself, now what if I were Moody and Kaminga? That might have rubbed me the wrong way. And I wasn't where you were at, but it seems like you're there. I didn't think that was good for morale for those two players to kind of not ignore, but man, to go put a ring on Pod's finger that fast publicly. I thought if I were Moody and Kaminga, that I wouldn't feel too good about that.
You know, you're absolutely correct, and we all know it was totally foolish of Kerr to say Kaminga and Wiggins cannot play at the same time. Man, you put those two athletic guys out there, I mean, they would drive defenses crazy trying to guard Kaminga and Moody with Curry and Clay. I mean, so, you know, Pajinski, God bless his heart, but that little running Bob Cousy 1960 hook shot that he likes to throw up there, that doesn't take away of playing above the rim like these youngsters can play with.
Appreciate the phone call. Well, I don't have to do it for you. I got to speak up. I got to defend Pod. He's balling. He fits perfect. He puts his butt. He is Ginobili, baby Ginobili. So there's nothing, because it sounds like the coach is saying he's getting somewhat of a scholarship. Pajimski has earned everything he's gotten. He's smart. He's fearless. So I get what the coach is saying, but it don't fly. Because Pods is bringing something to the table, man. And you just don't get that scholarship like he's gotten if you ain't balling.
No.
That's all.
Pods has earned everything.
No doubt.
No, I get it. Man. Rookie, second year, third year, it doesn't really matter. If you're playing well and you're helping the team win.
And he's picked it up faster than Moody and Kaminga. We'll just leave that there. He has.
But Jemski was a first-round draft pick, too. Like, it's not like they got this guy, some undrafted rookie free agent, and he's getting minutes. It's not like it was Anthony Lamb who was getting all this playing time last year, and everybody's like, what the heck's going on? But Jemski has some credentials. I covered him when he was at Santa Clara. He's a baller. He is a baller. I've known Brandon Pajemski for a couple of years now. I have a great relationship with the kid. He's earned everything that he's gotten so far.
No doubt. There's no doubt about it. Let's get one more call before we get to the break. Big Smooth in Oakland. Welcome to the show. What's up, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hey, you know what? I want to take a little different spin on this, guys. I heard something, and I thought it would be problematic. Now, first of all, Kaminga is just saying this. He said, communicated with me. He's not saying, he's saying, listen, I don't know why I'm coming out of games. He said, I can do other stuff. Let me know what you need. He said that. So there's a communication problem, no number one. But here's the thing. I heard this when they played the Celtics, and it was from marketing. Here's what I heard from marketing. Can Brandon Pajinski and the Warriors can they beat the Celtics? And I thought about that. I said, dang, he's getting first billing. You mean to tell me third-year players like Moody and Kaminga hear that? Are you crazy to think that doesn't bother them? They fighting for minutes. You're billing Pajinski. You're saying, you're not saying Steph Curry and the Warriors. You're saying Pajinski in the Warriors. That kind of threw me for a loop. And I said, oh, he's getting that kind of billing. Tell me why he's getting that kind of billing. And it just help me to understand just that. And I'm not taking anything away from him. I like the kid. He reminds me of a young Sharonis Marciulionis.
Good call. Yeah.
He's
the creator of the Euro step.
Kind of You're saying AirPods and the Warriors now? I haven't heard that outside of Steph, Clay, maybe Draymond. Who else have you heard they say this person and the Warriors? Explain that to me.
Poole got a little bit of that championship year, the pool party era. He was getting some marketing love for sure. But I didn't hear that with Pajemski getting the marketing love. That's interesting.
And again, I know we're up against it. We'll get into this on the other side, but he's up for Rookie of the Year. They found a diamond in the rough, if you want to say that. I know he was the first round, but at the end of the day, Jason,
he ain't getting Rookie of the Year.
Okay, but he's in the conversation. Like, you ain't spitting your water out when I say it.
Nah, he's not in the conversation, Goo. It's Wemby and my man in OKC.
I'll give you the
Chet Holmgren. Those two.
Before we go to break. But my point is, he's picked up the Warrior system faster than Kaminga, Wiseman, and Moody.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think that's why he's a fan favorite. But I get what he really was trying to say, but Pajimski is bringing something of substance to the party. We continue with more of your phone calls. Dumas in for Steiny right here on 95.7 The Game.
Cover California is a free service from the state that's already helped millions of people like you get and pay for health.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Goot, we got some news in.
Go
Looking
ahead,
at Twitter.
baby.
So Gary practiced today.
You called it.
This is from Steve Kerr. Gary practiced today. Not sure he's going to play tomorrow, but he went through everything today at practice. So
that's one body back.
It's just a matter of time. He's going to either be back. What they play on Thursday and then Saturday, right? Yeah.
So who's minute? We're about to. All we need is Draymond back.
Someone's minutes are going down. I mean,
a trade's coming.
They just got to. It's not like, hey, we got to trade this guy because he stinks or something. Right. It's like, yo, there's too many mouths to feed.
I do wonder
whose minutes does he take?
If Spoelstra and Steve Kerr, you're a top 5 coach if you're listening. He's joining Willard and Dibbs to be FP and Dan Devonian at 5 p.m. So they'll ask Steve Kerr all the tough questions like they do. But tell me if I'm off base here. We talk about this problem of too many. What would Malone in Denver be doing with this roster? I'm just would they? Because we always hear Steve Kerr doesn't like the youngsters. You got to earn it. He likes the veteran savvy type of guys. And, okay, if that's what it is, what was Spoelstra, would you and I or two guys on the air be saying a trade is imminent because you got too many good options?
Well, Miami's had that issue for years, but Miami has tried to been trading guys. They tried. Now all of a sudden it's Donovan Mitchell they want. Before it was they wanted Kevin Durant. They wanted, who was the last guy who they wanted really bad?
Beal.
Yeah, Bradley Beal. They wanted Bradley Beal. So there's always someone they're trying to trade for too. It's just, and in playoff basketball, the rotation tightens up even more.
Shrinks. Yeah.
So now, really, you got like 10 to 11 guys in your rotation who, let's go down the list. Steph Curry, Klay Thompson,
2,
Andrew Wiggins,
3,
Draymond Green,
4,
Kevon Looney,
5,
Brandon Bajemski,
6,
Moses Moody,
7,
Jonathan Kaminga,
8,
Chris Paul,
9,
Trace Jackson Davis,
10,
Gary Payton II.
That's 11.
That's 11 guys. That's 11 guys.
But there's only 3 with the ranking of, if it were me, I'm really concerned with how their mental is on how many minutes they're getting.
And who are those 3?
Steph, Klay, and Dre.
Right.
But now, I could be totally wrong. Kaminga's, Steve Kerr has not given in to Kaminga, if that makes any sense.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't at all.
And now that, and Whitley came in here, the great Whitley Sandretto, she came in here talking about the Warriors, and she loved Kaminga's comments. She's in your camp. And again, I don't dislike the comments. I just don't like the volume on them. I don't like when they happen, because now Kaminga, what do you mean? Here I go, and we're going to get to the calls. 888-957-9570. 3 years in the league, Jonathan Kaminga, I'm talking to you real quick here, buddy. What do you mean you need somebody to tell you what you need to do? You need to go be Windex man on the glass, be what you've been doing with the ball in your hand, and D up like you did Boston when you made playing the passing lane. So let's take the diapers and Pampers off of you need somebody to tell you what you need to do. Let me tell you who doesn't. Brandon Bajemski, who's going in there like Steve Austin crashing the boards. That's how you get rewarded with minutes. So I've been around the block. I got to be careful here. We're 2 black men. I know we've taken calls with Bajemski, lightweight shade, not saying it, but saying it. And I got to just rebuke that, because Brandon has earned everything he's gotten. Now, about the telecast and Brandon Bajemski and the Warriors take on the Warriors, okay, but he's the flavor of the month right now, but he's balling. And my friends, all my chats, all walks of life can admit Bajemski is balling, and now he's starting. So, Jay, I say that to say, why is Kaminga in the slow lane of telling Marcus Thompson, I need somebody to tell me what I need to do? Son, you know what you need to do.
And I'll say it again. Why do we hold Jonathan Kaminga to this standard that others don't get held to? It's like we split hairs with him. And look, by the way, his last 12 games, he's averaging over 5 rebounds per game.
All right, okay.
He's rebounded the ball more. The more minutes he gets, the more active he's going to be. So he's not even like this whole he doesn't rebound thing. That's becoming way overblown. But we split hairs when it comes to Jonathan Kaminga. If this guy isn't perfect, all of a sudden, it's like we justify him getting jerked around. We justify him getting jerked around.
Interesting.
But we don't But Klay Thompson can shoot 3 for 13 and have a bad game.
Right or wrong, Jay?
He used to be. He's not a made man anymore. He's a role player.
But to Steve Kerr, he's getting treated still like that's the loyalty.
Now,
right or wrong?
Now, is that right or wrong?
I hear you.
Is that right or wrong?
I hear you.
That is my question. And this is an objective point of view. This is someone who doesn't have emotional ties to this Warriors basketball team. I just cover them for a living.
Yeah.
I like seeing the guys on the team do well because I've gotten to know some of them personally. I like everybody in the organization. I have good relationship with the Warriors, but I am looking at this from an objective eye. No one on this team is perfect. No one on this damn team should be above reproach except Steph Curry. But it seems like Klay Thompson is above reproach. It seems like Draymond can be above reproach. And I'm just talking about, I'm not saying they don't get criticized because I see them getting criticized on the team. But when it comes to getting their playing time adjusted and maybe getting their roles minimized a little bit, it's like they're Teflon. It's like Klay has to be out there in crunch time. He's always going to be out there in crunch time.
For so
Draymond
much
is
for that,
always
Jason.
going to be there in crunch time. I don't think there's anyone on this roster who should be guaranteed crunch time minutes, should be guaranteed a certain role except Steph Curry. As it stands today, Jonathan Kaminga is not a perfect player. Do I wish he was a little more active? Do I wish he did the stuff that doesn't show up in box scores a little better like Brandon Pajemski does?
Yeah.
Yes. But I think Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins and some of these other guys are so perfect where they are just guaranteed stuff and Jonathan Kaminga isn't? No, I do not think it should be that way. It shouldn't.
That's interesting, man. Let's go to the phones. And the one word before we grab Dave in San Jose is it sounds like the Warriors need some clarity. And we'll see if a trade can condense, the 3-for-1, and that fits better. But, man, you just going over the rotation and who's available is just interesting. And this is something that's not going away. And every day we get a report from Draymond Green about what he's doing and how close he's back. I'm hearing numbers 13 to 14 games, and, that we'll be there in a minute. But to get him reacclimated to this team with already the issues you have, it's going to be blockbuster in regard to, what's the next domino to fall? Let's go to Dave in San Jose. What's up, Dave? Welcome to the program.
Thanks, fellas. I just wanted to bring up, everybody's talking about nurturing Kaminga. The only two players that are getting nurtured right now are Wiggins and Klay. Let's be honest here. Okay. So when it comes to the problems with this team, it goes back to the best players play. I don't care what you're getting paid. They need to go back to old school basketball. Curry needs to step up. Curry needs to have that Mamba mentality, the same mentality Jordan had, was we come here to win. And whatever it takes to win, that's what we do. And even if it means hurting your friends' feelings, guess what? You're not performing. Sit down until you can figure it out. Kobe would have told them, you're not performing. Go back to the gym. Figure it out. Show up at 4 o'clock in the morning with me and I'll help you. Right?
Absolutely.
But bottom line is the best players play. We owe people to a certain extent, but not to this extent. Klay, you're playing a little bit better. Wiggins, I'm sorry. You sit your butt down. Kaminga's playing for you, and that's just the way it is.
Appreciate the phone call.
Yeah. I mean, look, I agree. It's just one of those things, Goo. I do not think the Warriors are in a position where certain guys should be guaranteed minutes. Now, I get it. Klay was benched that one game. I forget which game it was, but he was benched down the stretch. Wiggins has lost his starting role. So the tides have been changing a bit. My reaction is more to you and some of the callers who are like, we need Jonathan to do this, that, and the third, or he's not going to play. I just think that is an unfair burden on Jonathan that some of the other players don't get.
Yeah.
Like, Jonathan brings an aspect to this team that they need.
Aspects. Like, I hate that you lump me in that because, again, this all stems from the comments that he made and where
you
it came
hate those
from.
Comments.
No, I hate the comments because he's got leverage in a sense now. And only he and the teammates and the team know what's going on behind closed doors, but he's playing his ass off. I know he's a walking mismatch, athletic marvel. I've said all those things. Jay, my thing is, I'm not saying you got to check everything off. That's being unrealistic. My thing is, I've given you your kudos, and so has everybody else. Now, all of a sudden, a game that you don't finish in the fourth quarter, you feel so... You feel so good about where you're at within this organization or where your play's at because it all falls under the selfish umbrella to say with the ball in your hands, you're unstoppable. I could do more, but the OGs, like that stuff we already know, son. We already know what you're saying. Now, I'm asking you if you were a coach and you heard your young stud say that and you guys have kind of bumped heads before and you control the allocation of minutes, would you be more inclined to give Jonathan Kaminga or call his number after reading these comments more or less? Because we would have to have a conversation. But before we did, if that didn't jump off, Jay, it would be less. You could have came in my office and said that.
Look.
It messes with your mind. I don't know what they want me to do.
You got to know as a leader, as a coach, you have to know which buttons to press on each person. Everyone ticks differently. Everyone
that
does.
I believe.
Jonathan Kaminga and Moses Moody aren't the same. Moses Moody and Kevon Looney, they're more the same type of guy. Selfless. Like almost to a fault.
Oh, incredible.
Sometimes. Like Moses Moody is almost too selfless. I'm like, if I'm Moses Moody, I'm like, yo, what the heck's going on? Like, trade me. Just trade me.
What he say? I'd rather sit on the bench in the NBA than be starting in college. I'm like, oh, dude, you're perfect for it. He'd love to hear that.
Yeah, like, whatever. You know, whatever the case might be. My thing is this. Jonathan, you need to coach him a different way. And I think he's been great. Like, I think, look, maybe Steph, that pre-game 7 speech was directed a little.
It was more
Kaminga
than just Poole. Right.
Yeah, it was more than Poole. So Kaminga was probably lumped in that a little bit. But here's the thing, though. I do think Kaminga should get a little longer of a leash. I do think after Kaminga played all that time with Wiggins out, played pretty good with Wiggins out, I think he deserved a little more of a leash when Kaminga came back. He messed up a little bit in that Kings series. Didn't look that great. But then
the Laker one was just all bad. He sulked. He looked like he wasn't in it.
Well, he wasn't playing. Yeah. He was out of the rotation. He barely got any minutes. Barely saw the court. I think he saw one in a blowout. Like, so my thing is, like, I think he deserved a little better than that. I truly did. I felt that at the time. I feel that now. So I do see where he's coming from, where he's a little frustrated. Now, I see your opinion. You wish
because it ain't about his play and the player. It's just about
she did. It's not what, it's how. It's not what, it's how. I get that. I say that all the time too. It's not what you do, it's how you do it.
Wow.
I see that. I just don't think it's as big a deal as you do.
Okay. Dumas in for Steiny right here on Steiny and Guru. I'll see your calls. Let's go out to Victor in Sonoma. Get his take on the Jonathan Kaminga situation. What's up, Vic?
Vic, we got you.
Or I've read your stuff. I've read your stuff. This is a great show. I'm driving around right now to stay on this call.
There you go.
Working, but
gas is
anyway,
expensive.
I never get a chance to get in here, dude. I think the Dubs. You know, I'm Joe Barry Carroll style. Like I'm from that deep, and so I'm excited to have our dynasty stick around. And I think it's complicated AF. So we're trying to keep our guy Steph on fire. We're trying to keep his legs good. We got all the youth in here. The talent that we have is crazy. I think that the front office has a hard job. The coach has a hard job. I think even the players that are, in and out of the rotation have a hard job because they're trying to get in here. They're trying to be the continuation of this Dubs dynasty. This is some shit. People hate us.
Oh, man, we appreciate the phone call. And Jason, kudos to Jason Dumas. You talked about, your relationships. We got Trace Jackson Davis joining the show at 1:30. Good plug, man.
Oh, yeah, that'll be fun. I can't wait to talk to Trace.
Son. I won't call him that.
Yeah, Trace, he's playing great. I want to find out how his life has changed since he started getting some playing time and getting some notability here in the NBA. I want to hear about his.
He's got a chip on his shoulder about where he was drafted.
I remember.
To him, and he said COVID messed up him coming out that year, and he think he would have went a lot higher. But I'm excited to watch. Like, I want him to get more. Yeah. And you can't, Stein here be like, 4 years of college, yada, yada, yada. But I mean, I'm just saying, this dude, his daddy was a baller, but he just
his pops used to kill the Sixers.
Dude, Dale Davis
the
was
Sixers,
a dog.
The Sixers lost to the Pacers like 3 straight playoffs before they finally broke through. But it was Dale and Antonio Davis.
The Davis brothers.
Yeah.
And the Flying Dutchman. Yeah.
So, yeah, it'll be a fun conversation with Trace Jackson Davis. I'll be interested to see, how they're prepping for Miami, how he's responded to his new role. I want to know about his welcome to the NBA moment.
That's beautiful. That's a great question, man.
Has he gotten his ass kicked yet behind the scenes that we haven't seen?
No doubt about it.
He's a pro now. It's cool.
I can't remember, and Looney, I love you, the last active big in regard that plays above the rim. We had Tim Roy do a call. He blocked the shot, and now Steph Curry's got a new toy with the lob. Like, that's just... It ain't demoralizing, but it's just it's easy work, easy baskets that this team hadn't had it forever.
I do sidelines for the Santa Cruz Warriors. I don't think I'm gonna see him down there anymore.
Okay, there you go.
I don't think I'm gonna see him.
So
down Santa Cruz
Pods didn't even go? Well, you've seen him a couple times down there, huh?
Yeah, Pods busted his face open down there. Remember?
That's where that happened.
Yeah, that happened in Santa Cruz. That happened in Santa Cruz.
Speaking of Pods, I saw him, and Richard Jefferson, who I think does a great job on the ESPN broadcast, he talked about Pods at Summer League, which is open gym. It's a glorified open gym. I got to be honest. And I told you my son, Lil Duro's team manager, one of them at Santa Clara. So never once. I saw Pods play like 10 times. Jay, I'm being real. I never thought he could do what he's doing on the big club with the Warriors. So it's just interesting for me to watch him ball out and then see where he's at now. I say that to say, when you watched him at Santa Clara, Pajimski, did you once say, oh, this kid's going to be able to do that and rebound with that reckless abandon in the league? Because I sure didn't.
I hate to toot my horn, but yeah. I watched him play a lot at Santa Clara, and I said he's a pro. Wow. I said he's a pro. It's mostly his feel for the game. When you have a feel for the game like that, you can overcome your height disadvantage because he's only like 6'2", 6'3". But he has such a good feel for the game. He also shot it at a high clip at Santa Clara, and he's starting to shoot the ball better at the NBA level. In the beginning of the year, his shot wasn't falling as much as it's falling now. So he has a feel, and he's just tough. Like, he plays way bigger than he is. He said he grew up studying Manu Ginobili.
I asked him, who cares? But I said, who's your guy coming up?
And you can see that. You can see that. If they redid the NBA draft, he would probably be a top 6 draft pick.
So I don't disagree, but the one caller that was trying to make the point, like maybe he's getting too much run, I'm like, that ain't got nothing to do with Kaminga and Moody. And he was trying to make it racial. I'm just saying, I'm Malcolm X when I need to be. And when you watch Pajimski play, there's nothing about his play where scholarship is involved. Do you get my drift on that? He's earned everything. He fits better, and he's picked this system up faster than Kaminga and Moody have.
Listen,
those are just facts.
Him and Trace Jackson Davis have the card stacked against him. We know Steve Kerr's reputation with playing young guys. He don't like to do it. That's not an opinion. Just go look at the history. Steve doesn't typically play young guys. So the fact that they are playing shows you they're doing something right. He's starting
now.
Yes, he is starting. I knew he's perfect in this motion offense. He's a perfect complement for Steph Curry, Klay Thompson. He does all the little things so they don't have to worry about it. He'll guard whoever they need him to guard. He'll get the loose balls. He'll get in there and get rebounds. He will hit open shots. He will make all the hustle
And he'll
plays.
make some, like the caller said, like we were ignoring or anybody was ignoring a couple turns. I mean, he's a rookie. Like it's going to happen. No
He's not
doubt.
a perfect player.
But don't make it seem like he's getting something he ain't deserving.
I love that steal he got in Denver. Remember off the guy got the rebound?
No,
I forget. Was that Joker? Was that Joker? He just snatched it from Joker? Like he makes
Just take
plays.
it from him.
Yeah, he makes plays, man.
Yeah.
He's a good player.
Now I feel like what you've been talking about, and I keep going to loyalty, how much Steve Kerr's got to balance. Hey, these young guys are coming, and I'm bringing Looney up, but Looney is the perfect soldier because he'll never fuss. Years past when you got, I'm getting 18 rebounds. You want me to come off the bench? That's fine. But these guys are coming to the point, Kaminga included. Is there going to be a day where, okay, Clay, you ain't got it going. We got Kaminga in there, or you know what I'm saying? So,
it's happened one time,
and
I think it should have happened way more than one time.
I want to say it was Phoenix. But with the Clay one where he says, I got to be better, I could be totally, I ain't asking about that, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, and I've said it ad nauseum, and we're on the radio for 4 hours, so you're bound to repeat yourself. I just think there shouldn't be anyone on this team above reproach other than Steph Curry. Like, if Clay don't have it going one night, sit him on the bench. If Kaminga don't have it going one night, sit him on the bench. Draymond, Wiggins, GP2, Pods, no one should be safe.
I feel like if the Warriors were the Sacramento, and we'll grab Steel Toe and San Mateo right before we get to break here, but if you were Sacramento and you hadn't won anything and you're trying to establish yourself, that would work. But the fact that they won 4 titles, Jay, and you're in the midst of a dynasty, and how close are we to the end of it? I think that you can't do it that way because you got those big personalities. Steel Toe and San Mateo right before we get to break. Welcome to the program.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I love the Warriors talk. Yeah, I agree with Dumas. I don't think Jonathan Kaminga has said anything wrong or he's doing anything wrong. It's he's with the wrong coach. Steve Kerr's trying to use Jonathan Kaminga like he's Dennis Rodman, when really he could be Karl Malone, and that's really the problem there. I got to be honest with you guys. I think Steph Curry could have won more than 4 championships if it weren't for Steve Kerr, and that's part of what I think. It's like I'm kind of glad Steve Kerr's on his last year of his contract. I would like Sean Livingston or Sam Cassell as a head coach. What do you guys think?
I appreciate the phone call. Happy holidays.
I was talking to Sean Livingston at the Kings game, Draymond's first game back after his, what was that, first or second suspension of the year? I can't remember.
You're supposed to play the Duke? Yeah, but go ahead, yeah.
Sean's living out in Vegas.
All right.
I forget what he told me he was doing, but Sean's out in Vegas. Obviously, he's not with the Warriors.
Is coaching in his future, or is that not something, off top he wants to do?
Nothing I got the impression of.
Gotcha.
He's living in Vegas. He was telling me how annoying it was in Vegas at the time because they were redoing the whole city for that F1 race.
Man, I couldn't believe they did that.
He said it's such a pain.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, the Warriors should have 6 before break. KD gave his Achilles, tore it. Clay got hurt on the dunk. We were in the building. That should have been 5. Toronto was not better than the Warriors. And then we all know Draymond suspension. Up 3-1. My boy Handy was in Cleveland trying to give a speech in the locker room. They were bickering amongst each other.
Yeah,
and they did win the games after that. But, Jason, that could have really been 6 chips. I know it's only 4, but I don't know what he was talking about because the Warriors hadn't lost anything up into the Lakers in regard to the Western Conference Playoff Series. But kudos to Jason Dumas, because when we get back from break, we'll be joined by the young and up-and-coming rookie, Trace Jackson Davis. You're listening to Dumas and Guru right here on 95.7 The Game. invited us to a pajama party on New Year's Eve, but we ain't going, so I don't even know why I called you. I'll hit you back. We're coming back from break. What we doing? Okay, all right. No doubt about it. I'll call you when I'm done. No doubt. All right.
Wizards with the ball. Shaman, high pick and roll. Down the lane he goes to the cup. Knocked away. Just swallowed up by Jackson Davis, who takes the ball off the glass, gives it to Chris Paul. Front court, he'll set a screen for him. Down the lane, gets the lob and slams it down. Trace Jackson Davis doing it on both ends. 10-0 Warrior run.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back to Steiny and Guru. I'm Jason Dumas filling in for Steiny. Got my man Guru here with me. We're 30 more minutes going. We have a special guest joining us, Warriors rookie big man Trace Jackson Davis. Trace, thanks for joining us, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
Now, Trace, you've been in the NBA about 6 months now. I think the draft was back on June 30th. You came in with a chip on your shoulder. We all know the story. Didn't go as high as you wanted to go, but you landed in a pretty good situation. 6 months in, how has your experience as a pro been up to your expectations of what you saw for yourself on draft night?
It's been great, honestly. Coming in to this organization, I remember when I got drafted, I had dinner with Coach. It was me, Coach, BP, and then some of the coaching staff. And he talked to me, and he was like, "You're going to get a chance to play this year." And he was like, "Obviously, nothing's given, everything's earned, but you just got to continue to navigate your way through your rookie season." And so I came into the off season. The coaches did a great job with all of the workouts, and then the team got here and they really integrated me and BP in, and then just started playing games, and then just basically waiting your turn, and then played well one game, and then just kept stacking good games on good games, and just playing my hardest out there. And so that's all you can ask for, really.
Yeah, Trace, you've been a fan favorite, and I'm watching you make beautiful music with Steph Curry. It's like he has a new toy. You got the lob. You got that natural roll to the basket. I'm seeing it with Chris Paul, and Warrior fans have been yearning for a big to block a shot and be a lob threat. And you just talked about it. You weren't in the rotation early. Can you kind of walk us through those drives to the arena, to and from, when you're not in the rotation, waiting on this moment to get your opportunity that you obviously have seized?
Yeah, the biggest thing for me really was just always staying ready. Coach is a big believer on that, and he always says, you never know when your name's going to get called. You never know when I might call on you, and that's kind of what happened. In Portland, Dario got 3 fouls, and I was ready. I was ready to play, but I'm just blessed to be in the situation, in this scenario with this organization, honestly, and just being out here, being with these group of guys, it's really special to me. And so playing, not playing, being able to cheer these guys on, it's been great.
Now, Trace, I know you're a humble guy, so I don't anticipate your life has changed all that much. You're really good at keeping things into perspective, but since your minutes have increased and you start playing more and you've started getting more notoriety, how has your life changed, I guess, as it comes to social media and walking around the city and being recognized by fans? How has it changed as you've kind of ingratiated yourself into this fan base?
I had a little bit of that at Indiana, I would say. Obviously not to this level. The NBA franchise, the Warriors franchise, is one of the biggest in basketball, and so it's crazy. You can't get too high or too low, though. I always try to stay level-headed because obviously I know there's going to be bad days, but at the end of the day, you just got to go out there. You got to play as hard as you can, and just rely on your work, and that's what I've been doing. So obviously the fans are great. They're amazing, and being able to play with them or play for them every night, it's been great. I remember the Boston game. It was the energy in the arena. Being able to close out that game, it was really special.
Trace, let me ask you this. I'm nosy by nature, but Christmas morning, everybody's waking up, and I'm not saying you didn't do it, but you guys are obviously on the road opening Christmas gifts, and you're getting ready to go up against a former MVP in Jokic. Can you just talk about that assignment and what went through your mindset?
Yeah, the first thing I did in the morning was said Merry Christmas to my family, my girlfriend, my friends. And then you go to the arena, and it's surreal. Being able to play on Christmas, being a rookie, being able to play against a former MVP, All-NBA caliber player. It was great. The energy in Denver was awesome. And then just being able to play, it's really special to me. My whole family back watching at home. It was great.
Yeah, this fan base has really taken to you, Trace. I remember back in Vegas, I saw Trace Jackson Davis jerseys. I think I even showed you the picture on my phone back when we were in Vegas. They already had your jersey. Now, what has been your rookie moment, something other than practicing with Steph Curry and seeing the guy hit 25 threes in a row at practice? I'm sure that's somewhat become normal to you now, but has there been a moment this year where you're like, wow, I'm really doing this?
I would say probably the Boston game was kind of when everything really clicked for me. I mean, Portland, I kind of went in there, and it was just right place, right time, and I played well. And then getting thrown into the Boston game and being able to close out that game, getting the block on Jalen, that was really the moment where I was like, yeah, I belong out here. And ever since then, I've been playing with a lot of confidence, and the coaches, my teammates have given me a lot of confidence, and just trying to continue just to play with that energy and passion.
Trace, we had Pods on earlier on our station earlier in the year, and he mentioned that you guys may live in the same building, and both of you guys are playing great ball, and I'm wondering if that relationship and that dynamic has helped you guys on the court.
Oh, absolutely. Me and BP, we live really close to each other, not exactly the same spot, but like literally like a block away. And so he's a really great dude. Being able to be with him during summer league, some of the mini camps that we did during the year, and then being with him every day here, just talking to him, working out with him. I think we complement each other a lot, and we both play with confidence and energy that I think that really helps the team.
Trace, you got your first career double-double last week. Have you shaken the nickname yet?
Yeah, I actually have. Clay will still call me Trace Jr. sometimes, but honestly, everyone else usually just calls me Trace now, so that's good.
Hey, Trace, you had just mentioned Christmas. You'd called your family. I love to hear that. And now that you're balling, we were just talking before you came on, your dad was a dog. Dale Davis was a dog. I mean, how often are you sharing these moments and what, these experiences banging down low with Pops?
Absolutely. He texts me after games, and he'll say stuff. Or before games, he'll text me and talk about what I can do against some of these guys, and tries to give me advice, use my quickness, stuff of that nature. But he's always texting me and telling me things to help me succeed, honestly. And so he does his part.
Now, Trace, you're playing with some heavyweights. If you just look at the history of this game, Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Steve Kerr. Can you give us a little look behind the scenes of what it's like playing with these guys, their leadership styles, their relationships with each other and with you, and kind of how they do things behind the scenes?
Yeah, first and foremost, they're great people, all of them. They're stand-up guys. They're people that you want to be around, and I think that's key to building an organization like this and having successes. You have to have guys that want to be there and want to play for each other, and that's something that they do. And then just individually, Steph, he's a great leader. He's a great guy, first and foremost, very humble guy. Same with Klay. Klay's like, he's a jokester. And then Draymond, he kind of brings the toughness that the team needs, but he's a dude that you want on your team. Obviously, you don't want to play against him, but you want him on your team. And, and then Coach Kerr is a player's coach, and he listens to the guys, whatever we need. He's always helping us through situations, and it's been great. And everyone, I think, compliments each other a lot.
Trace, let me get you let me get your thoughts on this. You guys are 15-15. Do you feel you played your best basketball yet? And we do know Draymond's going to come back. But I was telling Jason, I feel like you guys can explode and get hot once you get this continuity and these, substitution patterns down.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think that we still even haven't reached our best ball yet. We still got some things that we can tune up. Obviously, Coach talks about the margins a lot and the little things that we can do for to get closer to victories. And then the substitutions, obviously it's a long year, so that will work itself out eventually. And then getting everyone back, getting everyone integrated into that, I think we have a really, really strong team.
Trace, right before I let you go, I know later today you got cookies with the rookies. You and Brandon will be interacting a little bit with some of the fans. Just how have the interactions been with the fans, and how do you like living in the Bay Area, just aside from the basketball point? How have you taken this part of the country?
The Bay Area has been great. I live pretty close to the stadium, so that's good. I don't have to necessarily deal with any of the traffic or any of that. And just being with the fans, I remember I've done a few other things like back to school at Chase.
Alcatraz, I remember that day.
Alcatraz was a lot of fun. And then we also did a Christmas shopping spree with some kids that was really cool to be a part of. And the Warriors do a great job with all of that stuff. And so just being able to be a part of it and give back has been great. And then the fans are just on another level. They're great. They'll see you saying hi, stuff of that nature. It's awesome.
All right, Trace. Well, we've loved watching you grow. Continued success. We'll see you tomorrow against Miami. Thanks for calling in, brother.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
That's Trace Jackson
Chalk
Davis.
One up for the Bay. He likes it out here. I was getting a little nervous.
Man, you can tell that kid comes from a basketball family. And I should say that, man, I hate trying to, I say kid just casually, but I don't want to sound like I'm disrespecting somebody. But you can tell he comes from a basketball family. You can tell he played 4 years of college basketball. This kid never looks like a moment is too big, keeps his head down, does his job. And he's brought an element to this team, that they need, man.
And he's fundamentally sound.
Yes.
And he's nasty. And he gets it. It's one of those where he gets it in the basket, you know where it's going next. And I'm just like, I ain't used to that. Him and Kaminga, I think it was against Boston. A couple times I'm like, oh, missed shot. But damn, Warrior put back dunk. Like, when was the last time we had that? It's been a minute.
Right.
And Kaminga did it. He did it. But to have
good
Dale
hands
Davis,
too. That's one thing. One problem I've had with Looney over the years. Looney has done a lot of great things. A champ.
That's amazing.
Sometimes Looney, he got a ball right in the breadbasket.
Or the lift. Or the lift to where he's got it in the basket. And I'll tell you who else. Wiseman didn't have the best set of hands.
No.
In regard to, you know what I mean?
Well, Wiseman is playing on a team that's lost 27 straight games.
Can we it's our show. Let's talk about it. I am disappointed, and I am chairman of the Black Coaches Committee. I anointed myself.
Black Caucus?
Yeah, I all love it. But Monty, you got $80 million.
Yeah.
You got 80 effing million, and you only play 82 games. So to lose 27, and you play Boston 2 more, so add those. I'm embarrassed for him. And I know Guru's not going to get fired, and I got to be careful. I know it's hard out here, but forget all that. This is basketball related because Phoenix, it got funky in there. But come on, Jay, you got to get me a win. We're giving you, I don't care who you got, the Muppets on your team. You got to run into one win.
I thought they were going to be pretty good this year. I was so off. I thought they would be one of those up-and-coming young teams that were fighting for a play-in spot. I'm talking anywhere between the 10th
They were 2-1
and 9th
after 3 games.
Yeah, I'm like, this team's going to be good. I love Cade Cunningham, who's having a good year, by the way. I mean, he was playing his behind off last night to Brooklyn.
Trash.
I thought Jaden Ivey was going to be a little better than he is. I just thought they were going to be a better team, and they're terrible, and you gotta place blame on Monty Williams. You do. And I know Monty is an A+ human being.
Oh, there's no.
Everyone loves
thank
it.
You for that.
But this is just all objective basketball talk. You can't get that salary that you just got, and then these are the results.
That's all.
These are the results.
And now you've lost so many, it's not even a joke. It's beyond that. That other teams like Boston, they don't want to be the team to lose to you, Jay. So I'm wondering, this can't get to 40, can it?
Nah, I think they're going to end up beating a team they have no business beating. That's how it works.
I'm laughing, but I'm upset, man.
A team is going to take them lightly, and they're going to beat them. Like, let's look down the list. I'm pulling up their schedule right now.
You got Boston back-to-back baseball series, so that's 2 more L's.
Oh no! They have Boston, then Toronto, then Houston. Boston, Toronto, Houston. They don't play Boston twice in a row, only once. They play Boston tomorrow.
Damn you.
Toronto.
Kendrick Perkins.
Toronto made, you were listening to Kendrick Perkins? Come on, man.
He said the baseball.
Come on.
Series.
You know facts don't matter.
Oh,
Big
KP,
Perk.
you got me. He
Big
said
Perk.
the baseball series. I said, that's 2 more.
Always got to fact check Perk.
Boy.
You always got to fact check Perk.
So Toronto, maybe where's that game at?
It's in Detroit.
And maybe that's the problem at home.
But Toronto, Detroit, that's like a quick little car ride. Houston.
They're playing good ball, man. I'm sorry.
They're going to beat Houston.
You think so?
They're going to go down to Texas and beat Houston.
No, that's where Houston plays their best ball. Udoka ain't going to have his troops being the ones that lose to Detroit, but I guess this is offensive.
Wiseman comes back to the Bay January 5th. Friday, January 5th.
Does he get what Jordan Poole got the other night, which moved me?
Hell no.
You don't think?
Why?
Why? Damn. Why not?
What did he accomplish
I mean, now you're shaming him on how
I'm
good
not
he is.
shaming. I'm just asking the reality.
He was supposed to be, this is James Wiseman. He was supposed to be the savior. I mean, the next great big man.
It was a bad pick. That's objective.
And now it could have been Halliburton.
Could have been Halliburton. It could have been a lot of people.
That thing has got legs like a mosquito now.
I'm not shaming James Wiseman. Great kid, but he got picked too high. He's not a very good basketball
Trey
player.
Lance? When people make Steiny tried to bring the parallel between him and Trey Lance, unknown school, not much footage, you know?
I think Trey Lance has a little more than James.
I'm trying, James. I'm trying.
I was never a Wiseman fan as a player.
I was.
As a player, never was. Even in high school, I pay attention to the high school rankings and all this. Look, my dad always said this about certain players when I was growing up.
What's Pop's name?
Al.
Okay, Al.
That boy ain't nothing but tall.
Wow.
He ain't nothing but tall.
I used to date a young lady. She said I was a TFN, tall for nothing.
Oh,
it hurts, but if it's like,
damn,
but I get what you're saying. Back to Al.
I hope you broke up with her after that.
Yeah, it didn't work out, but that hurt me. But T.O. took her from me. But when he was out here at the Niners, it hurt. But listen.
Damn.
Dude, scars out.
Tough pill, T.O. Savage. I know,
these
seriously.
These are facts, yeah. Tall, but hey, I mean, so you put it all at his doorstep. He wasn't ready. He never was going to be ready. Why?
No. I mean, the conditions were bad. He came in during COVID, and it was just a tough time. But he's playing on Detroit, and he's not playing that well. He's not.
He's been getting a lot of DMPs. Now he's getting some run.
Yeah, he's getting some run. He had a 20-point game against the Sixers, but they lost by 30. Like, I'm just afraid. I think his ceiling is backup center. Now, if he can find his niche and find a role and get to a system where he's allowed to do what he does best, he can be a backup center.
All right.
But this was the number 2 pick in the draft.
And there's no doubt Jackson Davis in his 4 years at college just has a better feel for the game and will be.
Oh, night and day. Jackson Davis is.
Would you laugh if I called Jackson Davis Brad Daugherty? Like, I got that feel just more for his body, and he's got some bricks in the pocket. I know he's a lefty. Brad can shoot it a bit, and I'm not saying Trace can, but I love everything about Jackson Davis and what
he hits his free throws, too.
And I thought that, like, I saw 2 of them early on. I was like, oh, my God. And now he's like, money.
I mean, he was a 2010 guy in college, Jackson Davis. I mean, he should have gone higher.
And he said COVID messed him up. He was going to come out early, and that threw a monkey wrench. But like Dre, I'll give you, say what you want about Draymond. For him to remember every player's name that went before him, that's that Sean McVay and Kyle when they want to show you how smart they are and they remember every play and call. That's dope.
Well, that's what makes Draymond great. He's competitive, almost to a fault, as we've seen. But, Draymond's going to be back, and he's going to make his mark. It's just going to be interesting to see what direction the Warriors are going into. Jay. Steve Kerr and Mike Dunleavy are going to have to do something, man. They are. There's just too many mouths to feed. And as we saw the update from Steve today, GP2 might even play tomorrow. And if he doesn't play tomorrow, he's probably going to play on Saturday.
But what I take from today's show, and we're going to take you up to 56, and then we'll give it to Devone and FP filling in for Willard and Dibbs. I'll have Coach Kerr at 5. What I've taken from you is something that doesn't sit well with me. And I'm a GP2 fan. And GP2, if you're listening, it's not you. It's kind of this ideology that there's too many guys. So now I'm wondering what's going to be the fallout and who loses minutes for GP2, who should be playing when it should be the other way. Like, yeah, we're excited. We got another guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things where whose minutes does he take? Whose minutes does G take? Like, it's like a combination of like Pods and Kaminga. Because, you know what I mean? It'll be interesting.
And that game-by-game thing works in high school to me and AAU. But when you say, like Coach Kerr, it's by committee, or I didn't like pointing out Wiggins, but I get it. There's one spot that'll fluctuate in regard to who will finish. Jay, that's not good. Because let me tell you who ain't doing that. The Celtics, the Lakers, the Nuggets, all the top-tier teams that are supposed to be threats, they know on a given night who their finishing 5 is, and to kind of have that one or that 2 spot or 1.5 where you don't know, you cannot sell me on by committee is good.
No,
you know what I mean?
People need to get into a rhythm. People need some roles. And like you said, once you get to the playoffs, those rotations.
I hate this shrinks.
9 at most. 9 at most. Usually 8 airtight 8 guys.
Man.
The Warriors are playing 11 guys right now. Man. Once everyone's back.
With Rook, I know we're up against it. Any prediction on when Dre comes back? Mid-January? Or do you think when it's all said and done, it'll be 15 games?
Mid-January, I would guess. That's just a guess, though. I have no idea. It's one of those things where, they're keeping it in-house.
Yeah.
And the NBA and Golden State kind of came together and said, look, he needs some help.
Yeah.
If you make us make the decision, you ain't gonna like. You're not gonna like that
help
number
on the floor, Jason.
Yeah,
I was adamant about that, and I took some people threw a couple rocks at me, but I'm like, dude is a great dude. Talking about Draymond Green off the court, but on the court, you got to be able to channel that anger. And I didn't want to ask TJD, which was a great get by you because he was sitting on the bench when that happened with Nurkic.
Yeah, he was right there.
Right there. And I didn't know if Nurkic was flopping, that's when his hands are up, or for the act. But again, it's you and I tomorrow, Rick James, you and I, and Miami Heat. They'll be a formidable foe, so we'll see what the Warriors do without Draymond Green. But 15-15 through 30. Not exactly how you drew it up, but
they're trending up, though. In my opinion, they're trending up.
No, I like how you put that. Steve Kerr will be with the fellas coming up with FP and Dan Devone on Willard and Dibbs. You can catch Dumas and I right back here tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel. It's been fun, a lot of interaction, and Jonathan Kaminga, do you? And we'll see what the Warriors got against the Heat tomorrow. You've been listening to Steiny and Guru right here on 95.7 The Game.
Hi again, everybody, and in for Willard and Dibbs, alongside FP Santangelo. This is Dan Avone. We got you covered for the next 4 hours. FP, what's going on? Our inaugural show. How are you today?
Dude, I'm great. I got to get a chair that fits right now, though.
Lucas.
And it stinks in here, man. Who was in here last? It smells.
Just two smelly dudes, man.
Dude, are we showering? So what's going on?
Oh, right off the bat, we're just throwing verbal darts.
Taking
FP
jabs.
Making friends his first week here at 95.7 The Game. Lucas, will you please help this man out? He's got no chair.
I'm good.
He's literally standing.
I'd rather stand.
As we speak. All right, FP.
There's a chair right next to him.
There's like 4 chairs.
Such a diva.
He's a star, dude. He's a former major leaguer.
Can you bring some makeup in here? Are we on YouTube?
Not a ham and egg like the rest of us.
I need
This
some
man
makeup.
actually-
Makeup!
Real deal here. Thank you very much. Lucas, everybody. All right, FP. Let's go a little hoops.
Let's do it.
We'll just pick right up where everybody left off, and it's sort of caught the Bay Area by storm. And that is, of course, the Jonathan Kaminga and Marcus Thompson from The Athletic in the most recent comments, where Jonathan Kaminga, and I'm just going to quote here just to get things going here. And this is Jonathan Kaminga, JK. Me without the ball, he continued. Nobody's guarding me. Ambitious, sure. Okay, wait a minute. What am I reading here? All right. Well, I wanted the Jonathan Kaminga quote. Lucas.
He goes on, he said, but sometimes
I got
to take that.
I got to take got to take that away to make sure my OGs get the ball. That's where it's confusing. Sometimes I come out of the game not knowing what I did, and that messes with my head. It's like what they want me to do. I can pass, and I can do different S. Listen, I just want to start with you. All right? I'm going to do a lot of this today simply because you played the game. I'm on the outside looking in. In all seriousness, first things first is I always give the benefit of the doubt to the player. So the guy has turned a corner. He's getting run. He's getting an opportunity to play, and you could clearly see that this is the best basketball he's played, not only as a Warrior, but obviously in his NBA career. Things have slowed down for him. He's making the extra pass. He's scoring the basketball. He knows when to go now, and he's not at 100 miles an hour, just simply falling one way, the ball goes another. Meanwhile, 3 defenders have just taken a charge. I just want to start here contextually. Is this one of those that, you know what, maybe he has to talk to his teammates, that this was taken out of context, that this wasn't necessarily me going after Steve Kerr and or talking about the moment at hand, but rather just Marcus Thompson and I are going back and forth, and just sort of in an overview, I was just surmising where I'm at in my career.
I have a lot of feelings on this. Number one, I love the confidence. I love the fact that he's believing in himself, and you're starting to see it in his play. But I would say, like, from an athlete standpoint, you can't have just a couple of good weeks because Draymond's out and then all of a sudden be clamoring in the newspaper for time. But I do love his game. He's one of my favorite Warriors. I love how he's developing right now and taking advantage of opportunity. We all have to remember that he's 20 years old.
That's crazy.
Like, if I was 20 years old and playing for, the greatest franchise maybe in the history of I don't know. Maybe it's going too far to say the history of the NBA when you got the Celtics and the Lakers and the Knicks. But, like, one of the best franchises going right now is when you talk about recency and 4 titles and what he brings to this franchise. So from a locker room, here's my theory. And I've been to a lot of locker rooms and been around a lot of lightning rod guys. Barry Lamar Bonds comes to mind. But here's the thing. Like, when you're a young guy, you want to just let your actions speak for themselves. Let your game talk. Right now, his game is talking. And when your game is talking, you're going to get more minutes. Because Steve Kerr's like that. If you're playing well, Pajemski, if you're playing well, Kaminga, you're going to get minutes. And now I know a lot of Warriors fans were frustrated before Draymond got hurt that, hey, let the kids play. Man, you're loyal to these guys with their skills deteriorating. We hear that all the time. But Kaminga's stepping up right now in a big way. If I was Steve Kerr, we're going to talk to him at 5 o'clock today. If I was Steve Kerr, I would say this. Anything goes in our locker room. If you have a problem, my door is open. Come and talk to me. But as soon as you go to the media, as soon as you go outside our sanctity, which is our locker room, now we all have to talk about it. Now it's a thing. Now 2 dorks on Sports Talk Radio are talking about it. Now people are going to call in about it. These are things that that should stay in-house ideally, because now it becomes something where if he came into the office and said, look, I need to play more, man. I deserve to play more. I'm balling out right now. I'm playing defense. I'm taking to the rack. I'm aggressive. My game has changed. I have confidence in myself. I don't know sometimes, Steve, why I'm coming out. I don't know what you want from me. But if we look at each other in the eye as grown men, as professionals, and we say, hey, let's hash this out right now, and we take care of it in-house, you don't have to worry about guys on the radio talking about it. You don't have to worry about Marcus Thompson writing about it. Now it's a thing. So if I ever did get back into coaching, that would be one of my main messages, like, we're a family here. And what happens in our house stays in our house. Because if it gets outside of our house, now our neighbors are talking about it. Now everybody's talking about it. Now they're gossiping about us at the PTA meetings, whatever. But we have to keep things as a family in our house.
You talked about his age, and maybe you attribute this to part of the learning curve. Does this warrant, as a former player, him addressing the team and sort of coming clean and explaining what it is that he did and his intentions behind what it is that he said?
No, that's what Draymond has to do when he comes back. Kaminga did nothing wrong here. Ideally, you want to stay in-house. Like I said, yeah. I love the confidence. Like, if I'm Steph, I'd be, hey, dude, be confident, man. Do you. Right now. Keep doing you. Keep playing how you're playing. But show me, don't tell me. Just keep showing me. Keep playing how you're playing, because he's enjoyable to watch. He's always been a tremendous talent, but I think he's starting to put together at age 20. At age 20.
Dude, literally, what were you doing at 20?
Dude, I was probably playing junior college baseball at Sacramento City College. I went to Cal, transferred back to Sac City, then went to University of Miami.
You Bob Milano?
Yeah, I played for Bob Milano in 19...
yeah. No, well, they had a program back then. They were decent back in the day. That was, of course, FP Santangelo. We'd be talking baseball throughout the entire show. But listen, at age 20... these sort of things are to be expected. I do think that there is an underlying current here. And if I'm Jonathan Kaminga, and I know I can go. I know I can deal. One of the things that I did omit, and I just want to add this into that interview with Marcus Thompson, he also said, me without the ball, he continued, nobody's guarding me. And I believe that. I truly believe he feels as though there's nobody in the NBA that can hold him. Not only is he 20, but he's athletic, and he can go rim to rim, and he can deal on anybody. And I guess it begs the question, how much longer can he buy in to being, earn your minutes, I'm going to give you some run, but if you got a short leash, it's a veteran-laden team, maybe I'll let you close. Where does it get to the point where he and his agents or his boys just simply say, you know what, let's walk. I can go to any team in the NBA and I can be a star. I could be a potentially number one. I could be a potentially number two. How much longer do you think he has buy-in to what it is that the Warriors are asking of him?
It depends on what your priorities are, Dan. If you want to win a ring, you stay right where you're at. If you want to get paid, maybe you go somewhere else, or maybe you get both right here. But I'm not an English teacher. I don't want to correct this article. It says, me without the ball, nobody's guarding me. Shouldn't it be me with the ball, nobody's guarding me? Or does that mean he's moving a lot without the ball to get the ball?
No, it's just Jonathan Kaminga.
Or is he like me without the ball, ? Like I should always have the ball? Even though there's Steph and Clay and dude, here's the thing: if you want to just go look right across the bench or right across the court now, there's a guy named Brandon Pajemski that's just playing his ass off and playing hard and playing with confidence, and his confidence is growing every single game. He's playing with swagger all of a sudden. He's playing next to Steph Curry. There's moments where even in my 5th year in the big leagues, I'm playing catch between innings to stay loose. I'm in center, and I'm playing catch with Barry Lamar Bonds, and it hits me in mid-game that I'm warming up with Barry Bonds. Like Pajemski just has to do is look to his left, and he's starting with Steph Curry. And more importantly, he's finishing games in the 4th quarter of close games with Steph Curry. He's rebounding. He's diving on the court. He's got an attitude. He's taking charges. He's leading the Warriors in charges taken. That's how you just play, baby. Let your game speak for itself. There's no need for us to have this in our hand, this paper we're reading with quotes about Jonathan Kaminga.
I saw somebody today did one of those redrafts. If you do redraft the 2023 draft that Pajemski went 17, somebody had him as a lottery. Like if you could do it over again, knowing what it is that he is. Granted, we're only quarter way through the season, but he'd be like a number 3. And that guy that they're going to see tomorrow night, Javier Jaquez, I think was right behind him. All right, the phone lines are burning up. Let's get to it. Jaime Jaquez, thank you very much, Lucas. 888-957-9570. We're going to start things talking about Kaminga. just get out to Pacifica, and Junior joins us. Junior, what's on your mind?
Hey, let the young man speak. He's not attacking anybody, right? If he's throwing a little shade, it's towards Steve Kerr, and Steve Kerr is a big man and a big personality, and he can take a little, veiled criticism here and there. Not everyone is Steph. Draymond, is aggressive on the court and verbally. Actually, JK is a gem out on the court. He doesn't get in any mess with anyone. And he's just speaking up about what he wants to be doing and what he does and doesn't understand. He's growing up before his eyes, and I kind of enjoy it. It's not perfect. It's pods, different styles and stuff. But I think we should just enjoy it. Maybe, a little criticism is in order, but it's all part of the game. You're not going to run him out of the game for speaking his opinion, I hope.
Good job. Appreciate it, Junior. One thing I'll credit him as well as Pajemski to a certain degree, and Brock Purdy sort of falls under this heading as well. There's a sense of confidence and cockiness that these guys have. And Jonathan Kaminga believes, I truly believe that when he says, nobody can guard me, we've seen it. And you like players like that. That doesn't annoy me. I'll put this on you. I'm going to do this throughout the entire show. But FP, when you get to the majors and you get to the NBA or the NFL, everybody's cocky, right, to a certain degree. You have to be.
You got to be.
Otherwise, you're not relevant. Unless you don't believe I'm the best or one of the best in the world doing this.
You didn't get the highest level by doubting yourself. I mean, he goes on to say, and these are kind of the same things I said to Matt, our brand manager, when he was interviewing me.
He's the guy signing your checks.
This is the exact quote. This is Kaminga, but I said the exact same thing. I'm a difference maker. I know I am. But it's not up to me to do certain things. How can I say it? It's not up to me to control how many shows I do. I feel like I've done that. But the last voice ain't mine. And it's not easy because I know how to do a sports talk radio show. I know how to talk. I know how to do different things in the studio. But it's putting all that together. With the people we have in this station, on this station, it's just tough to put it all together. I'm trying to figure out how to manage that. That's Kaminga, but I said the exact same thing on my interview process here. I'm joking, obviously. But Kaminga, I love that he thinks he's a difference maker. I love that he has this confidence. I don't know that at 20 years old, when you're just starting to reach your potential, and there's probably so much there that's untapped, right? So I've been untapped potential. He's 19 years old, and he's starting to reach that potential that maybe this just reinforces his confidence level. Because I'm watching Hard Knocks in season right now. And Tyreek Hill is he's the most confident dude. He scores a touchdown. He's going in the stands going I'm the best receiver on the planet. I'm the best receiver in the world. There was times when, even in college, we would be before we took the field at University of Miami, I was playing really well, and I'd tell my teammates, I'm unstoppable. I'm unstoppable. You have to have that swagger. You have to have that confidence. If you're going on a major league anything, a big league field in baseball, you're going on the court in the NBA, you're going on a football field, heaven forbid you go on a football field doubting yourself. You might get killed. But you have to go out there thinking you're the best. And Steve's going to come on today, and I guarantee you, he's going to echo the same things. Hey, I wish he would have come to me, but I want him to be confident. That's the atmosphere, and that's the attitude we're trying to foster here. We want him to believe in himself. We want him. Maybe there's some things that are a little critical about his minutes in here, but he's frustrated. And then there's always that thing, Dan, where you have your camp just going in your family. You should be playing. You're getting screwed. You should be playing. You should be playing more. And then all those voices, you should be playing. Why aren't you playing? You pick up your text message. Dude, why aren't you playing? This guy sucks. That guy sucks. You should be playing. Why aren't you playing? So you get all that going on too.
The only guy that I saw as a professional athlete, especially a boxer, right? Because you got to go into a fight going, I got this, man. This dude ain't nothing. Was Michael Spinks. Somebody, and this typically doesn't happen when you're walking into the ring, but somebody put a mic on him. And they said, how you feeling? He was taking on Tyson. And this is when Tyson was a beast. And he said, I'm going to give it my best. I was like, are you kidding me? And sure enough, 90 seconds later, he was kissing the canvas. That's the only guy I've ever heard as a professional athlete have this sort of open the door for some level of self-doubt. If you're in a huddle, if you're on a baseball team, especially if you're in a huddle, you look around, you see that quarterback and there's 2 minutes left and you got to march the field, you sure as hell better have that guy who's we got this. It may not happen, but you want that sense of confidence that I got this thing and we're gonna get into the promised land. All right, we continue with the phone calls. More on Jonathan Kaminga. Off to Hotlanta. Saint, how are you? Saint, are you really in Atlanta?
Hello?
What's up, Saint?
Hey, how's it going? I said I was in Atlanta. I'm really in Alabama. I'm faking the funk right now. Just wanted to say if I was from a cool place or whatever. But that's besides the point.
I'm from Paris.
I'm calling in regards to this whole Kaminga interview. I personally don't have a problem with it. Young kid, 21 years old. He's at the height of his powers or whatever. He's had a real good 3-week speech. I'll say that it didn't come at the best time, I don't think, after a tough loss in Denver. But what can you say? The kid's been doing everything that Steve Kerr asked from him. He's been rebounding. He's been on the boards. He's been scoring when he needs to, and he's been passing it to his quote-unquote OGs. So I can understand as an up-and-coming guy, you seeing your peers in your draft class averaging 30 minutes per game, and he's only been over the 30-minute mark once or twice this entire season. So I think we've got to be fair. We wouldn't expect, because this guy's the seventh pick in the draft. Like, he's a star in the making. So we have to be able to go through the growing pains, and Steve Kerr has to accept that, hey, if we really want this guy to be ready by the playoffs, we've got to throw the man out there, let him play the game.
Job, Saint. By the way, the only time you lie about being in Atlanta is when you're at the strip club, which is all there is in Atlanta, as far as I know. That's my narrow view of the world.
Never been. I heard those places are great.
Yeah, whatever. Think about this, FP, though, the timing on this thing. Like, why now? Like, he's getting run. Like, he finally turned that corner. Like, it's now he's getting a chance to start. Things are coming together. I don't know that. Who knows? We can talk to Coach coming up at 5 o'clock about what he does in terms of the math problem he's got with this deep bench. And when Draymond comes back, does that mean Kaminga's relegated to the bench? I don't know how you take away his minutes after what it is he's doing. The timing on all of this just doesn't make sense.
They're better without Draymond. Don't tell anybody.
Wow.
They are.
Wow.
They're better without this version of Draymond. Because now as a player, I don't have to look over my shoulder wondering what's next. I can just go out and play basketball. And they're playing with this rejuvenated energy, this newfound energy, in a lightness, in an enjoyment of the game that I didn't see a week or so ago. There was a lot of furrowed brows and not having fun. When you think about Warriors basketball, it's like skipping the ball around, one extra pass, so-and-so's open in the corner. No, he gives it up for one more pass. There's a three-pointer. They're playing defense. They're creating turnovers on defense, and they're having fun playing the game. Like, that's their brand of basketball, like having a blast. And we're having a blast because they're having a blast. But with all the drama that's ensued the last couple of seasons, for whatever reason, fill in the blanks, I think they're pretty easy at this point. They're playing with this renewed sense of freeness, if you will, and enjoyment of the game, and a pure enjoyment for the game of basketball. And when you get that, when all of a sudden, like, I'm not having to answer questions about you every day at practice, I'm not having to answer questions about this guy every day at practice, and I can just go out and play basketball and worry about winning a game, which at the highest level is the hardest thing in the world to do, win one game. It really is. It's not a cliche. It's hard to win one game. But if you have all this external distraction, it takes away from the interior focus that you need to be successful. When everything's perfect on the outside, with everything's perfect and every guy on the team loves each other and can't wait to get the arena every night, can't wait to go have dinner with you guys, can't wait to go have beers after the game, it's still hard to win one game. And right now what I'm seeing is the young guys are injecting this life and this energy into the club. They're taking advantage of opportunity. It's a fun brand of basketball to watch all of a sudden.
It'll be interesting when he comes back, especially if they continue to win, and especially if they continue to do it with the youngsters. I'd have to push back on you a little bit. I still think they're a better basketball team, just physically, with Draymond Green. I get it that you're winning now. You're winning against the schedule flipped a little bit, and you were taking on some of the lesser thans, the Portlands of the world and the Washington Wizards. And winning, as you mentioned, it changes the complexion of everything. But I think that if you're going to be relevant in the playoffs and the postseason and going to make that run, don't you think Draymond's going to be a part of that when you're talking about, all right, it's time to put on our big boy pants while you rookies may be wetting yourself? Who's going to D Jokic? I've been there, done that. I think you still need him as far as in between the lines and what it is that he can provide when it comes to leadership and what has been a sort of the defining personality of that team throughout the years.
Well, yeah, but which Draymond? Not this year's version, not even last year's version. It has to be a Draymond that if I'm playing against Draymond in the playoffs, I know that I can poke the bear and get a technical. If I'm playing against Draymond, I'm going to try to bait him like in hockey. In hockey in the playoffs, you can't take a penalty. You have to walk away. Like during the regular season, yeah, let's drop the gloves. I'm going to pull the sweater over your head and we're going right now. And I'll take my misconduct penalty. I'll take my fighting penalty. And we'll try to kill the power play, so to speak. In the NBA right now, if he comes back and he can't manage his temper, he can't control himself, I'm going to try to bait him. I'm going to try to bait him into getting some free shots and maybe even getting the crowd going on the road or whatever it is. So if you're saying, are they better with Draymond in the playoffs, it depends which Draymond, in my opinion.
Yeah, Draymond is hopefully in terms of clocking guys and going WWE on Rudy Gobert and company, that he's learned his lesson. I don't believe anybody changes within a month. Like those sort of changes, especially once you get on the other side of 30, like it's going to take years, right? That's not, well, I'll change so I can come back and play. I think he'll abide by the rules, but as far as this idea that he's going to be a changed man when he comes back, at least in my years of living, you don't change that quickly. Like that's years and years of you got to work on yourself.
You do. Lots of counseling, lots of therapy that I'm all for, by the way.
No doubt.
I think men don't talk about that enough. I'm
Absolutely.
all for any of this. Whatever makes you a better person, we're all evolving on a daily basis. We're trying to be the best versions of ourselves, and it ain't easy, man.
All right, let's get back out to the phone lines. Uncle Elroy hanging out in O-Town. Let's get out to Oakland. Unc, what do you have for us?
Hey, listen, man. I would like to say that maybe Steve Kerr could communicate with Kaminga in particular a little better. Sounds like he just has questions. I don't even know why I'm getting taken off the floor. So at some point, I mean, he's right to speak up because he's not. I don't think he's. One thing Kaminga said nobody's talking about. He says, "I think we can beat anybody." He has the confidence. I'm not even mad at that Denver loss because to me, that offensive foul they called on Curry within 2 minutes was what Jokic does on every single post up. He beats the heck out of you. And then they call those little fouls. Curry does one push-off, which most in the NBA do, and they call a foul, offensive foul when Jokic, of all people, who does it every play. I wasn't even mad at that loss because they were right there. But I do think that Kaminga, it's healthy for him to want more minutes. Kaminga's probably like, hey, Brad Pajitsky's getting 30 minutes. He's like, man, what do I need to do to tell him what he needs to do to get 30 minutes. He might not get 30 minutes, but I think he should have the same formula. I don't think there should be one formula because Pajitsky's getting an opportunity to, and I love his game, by the way, he's getting an opportunity to make mistakes. And Kaminga's like, man, I was on such a short leash. I'm sure he's a human, man. I'm sure that rubs him some sort of way. Moody has done everything you've asked for him to do. It's healthy that those guys will look at that and go, well, dang, what do I need to do to get more minutes? What do you want people to be to long for more minutes? Isn't that the way it should go?
Yeah, man. I don't want anybody to ever be happy with coming out of a game. If you're happy, me coming out to the mound and taking you out as a pitcher, or me pinch hitting for you, or me pulling you out of an NBA game, and you come and sit next to me and you're like, thanks for subbing for me, coach, then I don't want you on my team. So yeah, I don't mind all of this actually. I just think for the team's sake and all they've been through so far with Draymond and all the drama, that they're finally playing some really good basketball, a fun brand to watch, that all of a sudden you have to talk about this. Not that this is a big deal. It's given us something to talk about, but I guarantee you Steve would have rather kept this in-house. And maybe say, hey, look, in the future, if you have a problem, just come into my office, dude. We'll talk it out. He seems like a great communicator. Steve Kerr seems like somebody that I wish I would have had a chance to play for. He seems like the ultimate player's coach.
Speaking of the coach, he's going to join us coming up at 5 o'clock. As we go to the break, I'm going to reiterate and reread the quote, and we'll continue to discuss it. Want to hear from you guys at 888-957-9570. Jonathan Kaminga talking to Marcus Thompson from The Athletic. And I quote, "Me without the ball," he continued, "nobody's guarding me. But sometimes," Kaminga said, "I've got to take that away to make sure my OGs get the ball. That's where it's confusing. Sometimes I come out of the game not knowing what I did, and that messes with my head. It's like what they want me to do. I can pass, and I can do different S." All right, it's Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmanappliance.com today. And This segment was sponsored by the Golden State Warriors. It's FP Santangelo. It's Dan Devone. We continue with your calls as we discuss Jonathan Kaminga, Coach Kerr at 5 o'clock. And yes, we'll get into the San Francisco 49ers all here on 95.7 The Game. D'Angelo and Dan Avone in for Willard and Dibbs. By the way, if you, want to drop the F-bomb, you're certainly, according to the read here, it's more than welcome to our YouTube audience.
Can I? I think you say anything once, right? That's the rule in broadcasting. You can say anything once, but then you're done.
If you had to pick a manager or maybe a player that had the worst potty mouth, anyone jump to mind?
Dude, that'd be the pot calling the kettle black. Like I'm worse than a sailor. Like I'm terrible. People are like, "How have you never sworn on the air before?" I have a couple of times, like on radio, and then you could dump it because there's a 6-second delay. But nobody comes to mind. I mean, it's just athletes. I love the Pat McAfee show on ESPN. It's like I watch it religiously.
They're dropping S-bombs on that thing now.
They're dropping everything but F-bombs. And if they drop an F-bomb, they get into trouble. And they have this a disclaimer before the show starts that, like, that's how people talk in normal life. If you're a kid, whatever, get permission to watch. They have a disclaimer every morning or every hour, top of the hour, coming back from break. And I just don't get it why you can't. And it's not for me, this way out of my pay grade and who makes the rules or whatnot, but I mean, you don't want to listen to a show where the kids can't listen, but every once in a while, I feel like you slip up every now and then. Like you don't want to have to turn off the radio in the car because you got kids in there. So I understand that. And then as a major league broadcaster for 11 years back in DC, like you're at somebody's house for dinner every night. It's the way I looked at it. So whatever you're saying on TV, families having dinner, they're gathering around the TV to watch the game. But like every once in a while, I think if you let one fly because you're in the heat of battle, it should be okay.
I think the S-bomb should just be incorporated into our lexicon.
I think so too.
And I love to see Pat McAfee, and I was like, wow, when did this change? About time FCC comes around. We're discussing Jonathan Kaminga and his recent comments in a conversation with Marcus Thompson from The Athletic, where essentially, just to paraphrase, where he wants more playing time and doesn't like going to the bench. And I think Steve Kerr had talked about this, that the one thing that he does understand or that resonates with him is when he talks about, listen, you need to do X, Y, and Z, otherwise I'm going to bench you. And when you have depth like that, when they go 12 deep, that's a serious threat. Let's continue the conversation with the phone lines are jammed up here. Off to Napa Valley. Let's hear from James who wants to talk about the coach. Hey, James, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks, Dan and FP. I certainly enjoy hearing you both. I kind of have a love-hate relationship with Kerr as it relates to his management. And I just try and think of him the way I think the best coach we've ever had in the Bay Area, who I think is Bill Walsh. Bill Walsh was not sentimental about his players. And he made changes, whether they were stars, as in Joe Montana, or not stars, like the offensive line. He tried to get the best players on the court at all time, on the field at all time. And I don't think that Kerr's a little too sentimental in that regard. He's not bringing up the young people to replace the old people or even to give them time. And I think he's doing the team and the Bay Area a disservice. Now, he certainly guided us to 4 championships. He's got 5 of his own. But that doesn't mean he's a good interpreter of when to play these young guys and how to integrate them and being able to move on from the others. I know you love Draymond. Time to get rid of him. Get some draft capital. Just too late. Bill Walsh wouldn't tolerate this. And I just think it's time to move on.
All right, James, thanks. He has a point. Because when you think about Bill Walsh back in the day when I was growing up, he would just, as soon as you lost a half step, next. Like there was no sentimentality. There was none of this emotional attachment. Like we've been through the wars together. I'm aligned with you guys. I owe you the benefit of the doubt. If there was a rookie pushing anybody with the 49ers, he would say, it's time to move on. I still love you. We'll bring you back for Klay Thompson Day or what have you. But when it comes to professional sports, you can get passed over like that if you have any sort of sentimentality. Would you agree with that?
I do. The one thing I would say, like what the caller was saying, like he just glossed over. He won us 4 championships. Like, did you hear what you just said? Like, it's hard to win one game. Back to my initial point, it's hard to win one championship. There's cities and regions that go years and years and years and years. The Cubs won 108 years between World Series championships, and the fact that you could just, or we, I should say, come on and say, well, he did win us 4 championships, but. Like, that doesn't matter that you just had a parade a year ago on Market Street and now the guy forgot how to coach all of a sudden? Like, that part gets me a little bit. Like, I understand the point. The point was valid. Like, if the old guys or I shouldn't say the old guys, the veteran guys aren't producing, like, this is a what have you done for me lately industry. No matter what. What are you doing for me right now? That's why the whole Draymond won us 4 championships thing, that means he could do whatever he wants. No. But he was part of it. Steve Kerr's won 4 championships as an NBA head coach. He's the best coach in the NBA based on that alone. I love that he's more than a coach. I love that he's more than a coach when it comes to things outside of the sports arena. Felipe Alou was my, I guess, mentor and a guy that I'll owe everything to my whole career. And you could talk politics with Felipe. You could talk about anything besides baseball, and he loved it. And he was more than just a sports guy. And I think Steve Kerr is such a well-rounded person that I love him for that. But you can't just, I don't think it's cool just to gloss over, well, he won his 4 championships, but. Like, did you hear what you just said? I mean, is a coach supposed to win a championship every single year and then you're okay with it? Like, I don't know. I think the proof is in the resume. The proof is in the jewelry. The proof is in the parades. Like, he absolutely knows what he's doing.
Let's continue with Kaminga talk. Off to the nation's capital. And let me hear from D. D joins us. What's up, D?
What's going on with you, Devon?
How are you, my man?
I'm doing all right, man. Happy holidays.
You as well.
Hey, I just before I make my statement in regards to JK, I want to preface by saying that I'm not a fan of what Kerr is doing to the young kids. However, JK is totally wrong for voicing his opinion to the media. I mean, the years that Warriors have won championships, right? Guys have had to make sacrifices. They've had to sacrifice their games in order to reach the mountaintop. To me, it is inconceivable that fans in San Francisco are they actually calling to say they agree with what JK is doing, which is ridiculous in my opinion. If he has to say whatever he has to say, he can easily hire somebody from the side and to say it for him. He does not need to be opening his mouth to say anything to the media, quite frankly. Kerr needs to put him in check because he's about to destroy the locker room if you ask me, because I've seen this movie before during when Jordan Poole was around. So that needs to stop. But in any event, I'll just hang up and listen to you guys from the other side.
Strong as always, D.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with D in the sense that you want to keep everything in your own house. You don't want it to get out to the media. I used to talk to Gabe Kapler a lot about this, and we'd have discussions in the sense that, like, hey, I'm all for my players voicing their opinion. Is that mean a name drop? Is that really a name drop? I don't think that is. That's not a flex. I don't think that's a flex, at least. The Barry Bonds earlier, that was a flex. No, but like he used to say, I'm all for my guys having their own feelings and saying whatever they want. But he goes, it just causes so many problems when they go to the media first, and then we have to clean it up afterwards. Like, if I have an open door policy, if they just come in my office, we'll discuss it, we'll keep it in here. But as soon as one little quote gets out, now we have like 3 days of damage control. I got to call them in. There's other guys that have to answer the questions, and it becomes a thing. So that was my initial point when we started the show, is like, if you're a family, you keep your family business inside your house. Once it gets out your house, then you're dealing with all kinds of other stuff.
And as it relates to Jonathan Kaminga, I think a lot of people can recognize where this is coming from. And while he could have handled it a lot better, I get back to the timing, because why not? I mean, this might have been a little bit more appropriate maybe 2 weeks ago, a month ago, but you're getting your opportunity and you're responding. He's up to 12.5 points a game now. His shooting has come around, but he's just seeing the floor now, and you can see it all coming together. And he is becoming that guy. And you can see the confidence. You can see the personality change. He's much more demonstrative on the floor, exalting the crowds at home. So I think the timing, and I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that maybe just contextually this was taken out of context. I don't think now of all times he would want to go there and say, hey, listen, I need more playing time, especially when he's been inserted into the starting lineup. But you're right. it doesn't really matter in terms of context as long as two coconuts like you and I, or at least me, are talking about it, right? It's out there. And so he's got to deal with it. And the team's got to deal with it, regardless of contextualizing the whole thing. So
but he's feeling it now, though. That's why he said this. And Marcus Thompson comes up to him. Marcus is a cool dude. So, but once you get that pad out and you're holding that pad in your hand as a reporter, you know it's on record. That's the difference. For those of you who don't know, like if a reporter comes up to you and they're just talking to you and they don't have their pad out.
Will they say that specifically, this is off the record?
Or is it implied? I think it's implied that it's off the record if they don't have their pad in their hand, their notepad, and a pen in the other hand, and they're taking notes. If they're just talking to you, and then I would always say, is this on the record or off the record? If it's off the record, I'll tell you. Like, yeah, off the record. This looks like Marcus Thompson went up to him. He knew, I don't know if he knew it was on the record, because Marcus is a pro. He wouldn't print this if it wasn't. Marcus is really good at what he does. And it just was like he's shooting it with his buddy. Like this is something you say to your friends over a beer at the hotel bar after the game. And now it's in The Athletic and we're reading it. Just if you just see the way it's worded. I mean, this is like him talking to a friend. There's media talk and media speak as athletes. And then there's how we talk to our friends and our teammates in the back of the bus, in the back of the plane. This looks like he's talking to a teammate. Like, I mean, he's granted 20 years old. I mean, we can't reiterate that enough. But there's a certain way you go about it. Like, yeah, and if you're cocky because all of a sudden you're playing good and you're getting more minutes and your team is winning, I'm contributing, and all my friends are filling me up with, you, dude, you should play more, you should play more. People I don't even know are coming up to me like, oh my God, nice to meet you. Can I have your autograph? You should be playing more. You're getting screwed, dude. Then you start hearing all that, and it's something that you already believe, and then you voice it to a reporter, and then now it's out there.
How much of that is the skill set of Marcus Thompson, as you alluded to? Can he like befriend you and like, you know, we're boys. What's up, man? What's going on? Yeah, talk to me. What's happening? You know what I mean?
Sore subject for me that I really don't want to get into.
No, let's go.
So some reporters can act like they're your friends, and then just flip on a dime. And then the ones that I know that I love, like the John Shays and the Susan Slusters, that'll always be my friends. It just Jeff Blair comes to mind in Montreal. Those are like friends. And I have a few in D.C. that I'm drawing blank on right now on radio. But you know that those are your friends. But then there's some that act like they're your friends, and I'm super trusting. Like I always give, I don't know how you do it, Dan. I always give everybody a full tank of trust. Everybody I meet has a full tank of trust.
I've been screwed too many times. Hell no.
And then when the light comes on, it's empty, you can't fill it back up again. And I have friends like, no, dude, my tank of trust is empty and you got to fill it up. And maybe I should, based on experience, be that guy more than the full tank of trust. But like reporters, good ones. I wouldn't say Marcus Thompson's good, but he's not sneaky. Like there's some sneaky ones that like befriend you.
Okay, maybe not sneaky, but to elicit that response, you got to be like, hey, instead of having the pad, I'm like, let's just talk.
Yeah, you're getting screwed, man. You should be playing more. Like, and then but the pad's out. It's like, I mean, you're balling out. You're playing so good right now. You're playing so well. Like you should be playing more. Like you're getting screwed. And then here comes a pad, you know, and if you're 20 years old, like maybe, I don't think he's done anything wrong here. I think he's saying everything that we're thinking. He's saying everything that he should be thinking. My one criticism based on experience is that nothing should ever leave the locker room. There's a lot of criticism about the punch leaving the locker room last year and the video of it. I kind of get that. Like we should have never seen that. It has to be a sanctity. It has to be closed doors, locked down, Fort Knox, nothing ever gets out of here. And if it does, we got to find out who the leak in the plumbing was, and they're gone. So, I don't know. I just don't think this should ever get out.
888-957-9570. That's 888-957-9570. Pleasant in the location. Let's say hello to Paul, who joins us. What's up, Paul?
Hey, what's up, guys? First time calling in. I just want to talk about Kaminga with the situation at Steve Kerr. I want to just say two things. One is it just seems like it's the same thing every time. Well, Kaminga is talking. Well, why is he talking? If Steve Kerr doesn't have a good hold on his team where he's not telling them beforehand, hey, let's not be talking to the media. You know, let's keep everything in-house. So I put that on the organization itself. And then the second thing is, it seems like Steve Kerr has a little prejudice towards his white players. Not saying racist, I'm saying prejudice, where he wants to see them do good. So I think he gives them a little bit more leash than he does to other players. And I could be
Hey, Paul, not to interrupt, but are you talking about Pajemski in particular, specifically?
Yes, Pajemski, and then last year, DiVincenzo, I believe that's his name.
Yep.
Yes. So, yeah, just watching those two players, because they're guards like he was, and it seems like he might be a little prejudiced to want to see them do good like he did, or that he didn't have the chance to do behind Michael. So it could be that. I'm not saying it, but.
You just did, though. you just basically said he's a racist and he plays white guys. That's the least racist dude in the NBA, man. He's all. I mean, if you've ever listened to anything he's ever said off the court, on the court, or away from basketball, about basketball, he is the least racist guy.
And he's one of the
planet.
few dudes who puts his money where his mouth is. Like he's willing to get outside of sports and stand up for what he believes in, which oftentimes is for causes to the African American. I can't go there, Paul. You lost me there, but I think the reason why Pajemski was able to leapfrog Kaminga is simply based in the fact that this guy he got it a lot quicker. He just understands spacing. He knows what to do with the basketball. He's not wide-eyed. He's under control. He's sort of an old soul. And we can get into Brandon Pajemski, but he looks as though he's been playing this thing for the last 15 years. I mean, guys like this, and Coach Kerr's coming up at 5 o'clock, and I do want to ask him, if there's any comps, if Coach Kerr has seen anybody else throughout his distinguished career as a coach, as a player, that reminds him of Pajemski. Pajemski's sort of one of one. It's not so much that he's talented on the floor, but I think the way this dude's wired just resonates with people. The headband, just the floor burns. It's just something that I think it's one of those where fans are like, I like this cat.
He seems to do things that you can't teach. Like he has an instinct. Like he's a basketball player, like a gym rat. Like how he angles his body for the charges and doesn't put his hands up around his chest. He kind of put his hands out the side and just wears it. Whether he's stealing a basketball and somebody ain't looking, whether he's diving for a basketball, he's got a nose for the rebound, which you can't teach, right? You're seeing where the shot's going. You're watching the flight of the ball, and you kind of know where it's going to hit the rim and which side it's going to, and he's always in the right spot. He's playing hard. If you watch him run up and down the court, he looks like a 20-year-old running up and down the court, man. I went to the game the other night against the Celtics. I'm going tomorrow night, too, because I like to watch things away from the ball. Like my sports, Jesus Christ. My sports, I like to watch. I like watch Nick Bosa the whole game on defense. I don't even watch the ball. And I watch Pajemski. I used to watch Draymond away from the ball. He was a fun guy to watch. I think we all just follow the ball in sports. But where you really find out what kind of effort a guy's given, how much heart he has, how much determination, how much he's really helping the team, what he does in the huddle, what he does during timeouts, what he does when shooting free throws, communication. I love to see interaction. The coolest thing, and if there is a cool thing about the Ravens crushing the 49ers the other night, Monday Night Football had great shots of the Ravens communicating on the sidelines. Whether it was the defense or linemen talking to each other, whether it was Lamar Jackson talking to his receivers or his running backs or his O coordinator. I love those shots because it tells me how tight-knit the team is. All great teams communicate. All great teams coach themselves. All great teams police themselves. So to see the interaction between the Ravens during the game the other night, Niners do it too, but the shots of the sidelines, I mean, so when I go to a game, I'm looking for the game within the game. I'm looking for other things. Do these guys vibe together? Do they like each other? Or do they just go sit down on the bench and then pick up their helmet and run out when it's their time? If you watch the Broncos right now, Russell Wilson, who just got benched today, he's a backup now. If you watch the Broncos play, he just comes over and sits on the bench. And maybe his O coordinator will come over and just chirp for a second. And then everyone's kind of spread out on the bench and they're not what do we need to do now? So I don't know. I like Pajemski because there's nothing better to me, Dan, than seeing a guy realizing that his game plays at the highest level all of a sudden. And to watch that confidence grow on a nightly basis to where my game plays at this level. Whereas as rookies, we all doubted it, man. We all doubted it. I said the other day I had a pinch hit line drive off Greg Maddux. And once I hit a ball hard off Greg Maddux, I knew I could play in the big leagues. But there's always that one moment for every athlete when my game plays here. And then once it does, you're like, well, if I can play here, I'm playing next to Steph. I'm pretty good. And then the confidence grows, the swagger grows, and you stop thinking and just start playing.
I think Kyler Murray is that way. You look at his body language and that is, I couldn't play for that dude. Like, he just is a loner. I'm into body language, maybe not as much as you, but I think that goes a long way, and that's part of Jonathan Kaminga's problem, is that there were times you could tell he didn't want to come out of the game. He would sulk. What did you hit off of Maddox, by the way? What did he throw you?
I think I only got like 2 or 3 hits off.
But what did he
they were
throw
infield
you?
singles.
That first hit, do you remember?
Well, that was just a line drive out to Dave Justice.
Oh.
It was a fastball. He put his hands out to the side like, I don't know who this guy is. And then he threw me a first pitch fastball, and I smoked it to right, and Justice was standing right there. So it was actually an out. But I'm like, well, if I can barrel up this guy, he's the best in baseball right now. I got this. And it's just like confidence grew and grew from there.
Oh, man. You know what? It's not often I kiss the behind. I can say ass since, we're on YouTube and people like this sort of stuff with my co-host. But FP, good stuff. All right, we are presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. We continue here on 95.7 The Game. We'll roll along with the Kaminga talk, a little bit more about the Golden State Warriors. Don't forget, joining us at 5 o'clock is the head coach, Steve Kerr. FP Santangelo and Dan Avone have much more right after this.
front of the clubhouse, or you won't shut up on the back of the plane. You're always bitching and complaining about everything all the time, and I'm sick of it. Let's go. Push, shove, teammates break it up. I've seen a million of those. But like usually when you get to school the first day of class, you're excited to see your teacher. You're excited to see your classmates and your friends. You even like your teacher on the first day of school. And that's what training camp is. That's what spring training is. So there was something bleeding over from either the trip to Japan or the trip or the celebrations last year that, you know, maybe he needed to be humbled, but it's never humbled with a punch. And sometimes you pull guys aside and you say, look, dude, that act isn't playing here. We don't do it that way. I had a rookie one time in Montreal named Brad Fulmer, and he was coming late to the field every day. He was the last guy on the bus. There's little things and ways that you act as a rookie. Like you're the first guy on the bus, not the last guy. You're the first guy in the clubhouse, not the last one. It's changed a little bit since back in the old days. Now rookies can be heard and seen, but back in the day, you were seen and not heard until you were accepted by the veterans. And once they took you under their wing, maybe you went out and had a few drinks, they made you do a few too many shots, and you woke up hungover and played the next day hungover, you were part of them. But like with this, like that season last year, that's hard to come back from because you need chemistry. You need unity to win a championship, especially on such a small roster. Like it's not like there's 53 guys or 26 guys. It's a lot smaller in the NBA, and you're on top of each other for 5, 6 months, 7 months. So it's imperative that, I mean, you don't have to skip through the meadow holding hands every day, but you got to respect each other. And you don't have to love each other, but you got to respect each other. And when somebody punches somebody, there's a lot of loss of respect there because here's the deal. Guys are going to take sides. And once guys take sides, you're done. Once you say like, well, he deserved it. Wait a minute. You don't deserve to get punched. And then you start getting that talk going. Then you spend energy on spin control. Then you're going to the media and you're trying to like do PR stuff and you're not focusing on what you need to focus on.
Yeah, you divide the room and you're absolutely over with. I would agree. And I think the one thing that the Warriors have been able to get right, and I think it has a linear effect on the success, is the locker room. And a lot of that has to do with Steph, who might be the greatest athlete of all time in terms of, you know, his not only his stature as a player, but off the court. Nobody does it better than him. I mean, I don't know if this guy has ever had a bad day. He says the right things. He's kissing babies. He is the guy. That's who you want your star to be. There's a reason why the Golden State Warriors make as much money off of merch and all the revenue stream is because you can't pay that guy enough money. But they've always got the locker room right, like the right guys. And they've never, prior to, even with Draymond being Draymond, the locker room was always, you got the sense they got along. And it always translated, I think, to wins and losses. I've always maintained, and you tell me how you feel about this, that the locker room, there's a direct cause and effect. If you're getting along, you'll win, and it'll be evident. If there's any sort of disarray, if there's a Jordan Poole, if there's a Jonathan Kaminga, if there's crap that we got to deal with, or if there's a, for lack of a better word, a cancer in the locker room, it'll also be evident in a negative way on the field. Is that accurate?
Yeah, 100% accurate. It's true for anybody listening right now. It's productivity in a workplace environment. If you like to come to work and you like who you work with and you can't wait to see them every day, you're going to be in a better mood and you're going to be more productive. It works in any environment where you have to show up every single day with the same people. So if you have a good workplace environment, whether it's a major league clubhouse, an NBA locker room, a football locker room in the NFL, like you're going to be more productive. Does that mean just because everybody likes each other, you're going to win? No. You have to have some players. You have to have some talent. You have to have some A-listers in that locker room, ideally, that get along with each other. You can't just put a bunch of stiffs like me in a locker room and win 100 games just because we like each other. But that goes a long way. We won 102 games in Oakland in 2001. The best clubhouse I've ever been associated with. Black, white, Dominican, Venezuelan, Mexican. It didn't matter where you were from, what your background was. And white can be a lot of different things. It could be a redneck from Alabama. It could be a surfer dude from LA. Like that doesn't always. So it was every different kind of person you could have. We had Bible thumpers over there, super religious. Great. We had guys that went out till 5 a.m, which was most of us. Great. But when we got in that locker room, we all loved each other. And when we went out at night, Dan, usually at the highest level, you got a wingman. And you go out. What happens on the road stays on the road. You don't tell even your teammates because it's just like you don't want people to look at you sideways because you stayed out too late. Maybe you have a bad game. In Oakland, we went out like 19 guys deep every night. We took over bars. The bars closed and they let us stay. Jason Giambi would take us to strip clubs where he knew the owners of the strip clubs, and they would kick out everybody at 1 a.m. and Oakland A's are dancing for the people that are the workers there. I mean, we did, it was like Motley Crue meets baseball, but we won every night. We policed ourselves, and we knew once 7 o'clock came around every night, we were there to beat you, bro. Like, we were there to beat you every night. And then we would beat your town after the game. And then we would win the city. And when the plane took off after we swept a 4-game series, we wanted to see smoke coming up from the city because we didn't just beat your team, we beat your town. Like, that's the mentality we had. So to answer long-winded question, but we got to kill 4 hours, is that goes a long way, but you got to have guys that play. And the best clubhouses I've been in, and that was it easily, is you have to police each other. So, Dan, if you stayed out too late a couple of nights in a row, you went 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts both nights, I got to pull you aside and say, dude, you got to tighten it up, man. You're hurting the team. Like, I know you went out too late. Like, so it doesn't. Art Howe would go fishing at 6 a.m. and walk past us coming in the lobby and just be like, what's up, guys? Be like, what's up, Skipper? And he wouldn't care as long as we won that night. Like, he didn't lift up all the rugs to find the dirt. He just wanted us to go out and perform. And as long as we were performing and we were playing well, he just left us alone.
Did he get a bad rap in Moneyball?
Oh, my God. Don't get me going, dude. I could do a whole segment on how pissed off I am. He's the nicest guy I've ever met in my life. He's a prince of a human being, a great manager, a great communicator. Did he and Billy Beane see eye to eye always? No. But, like, yeah, that part might have been a little bit accurate. But, like, other than that, we all loved Art Howe. And he wasn't portrayed properly body-wise either, I'll say, and I'll leave it at that. Yeah, Art was a tall, skinny man.
What about credit card roulette? Would you lose credit card roulette, meaning when you had to pick up a bill for dinner? Did you guys do that? You put the credit cards in a hat, you shake it around?
Yeah, we fixed it so the rookies one got picked.
Oh, all right. Did you get hazed?
We would tell the servers, like, this is the rookie's card. Make sure that this one's on the very top, and when we reach in, that's the one we get. And then you find out a lot about your teammate. If they go, oh, I got this, and it's a $2,000 bill, you're like, that's a good teammate. If they start squirming like, oh, my God, I just got called up, I can't afford this, you're like, that's a bad teammate. It's how you wear it.
I know, it was rigged.
You always rig credit card roulette for the young guys.
What about, hazing was obviously around when you were a rookie.
Yeah, it was, but it wasn't bad. I mean, we never did anything.
They don't do it anymore, right?
I think it's frowned upon. I don't think it's like it used to be. Like, we used to dress up on the planes. The rookies used to have to dress up every year. And depending on, the world has changed. Let's just put it that way.
All right, we got sidetracked. We're talking about credit card roulette. Meanwhile, Jonathan Kaminga is pissed off because he's not playing. What the hell happened here? We'll get back on track and talk about the Golden State Warriors. Also want to get into some 49er talk. We're just getting started here. It's FP Santangelo and Dan Avone. It's a Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Much more with FP and Dan right after this on 95.7 The Game.
Kaminga gets a screen from Curry. Dribbles in on Brown, takes him to the rim, dunked it right over the top of him. Might have gotten fouled as well. What a slam for Jonathan Kaminga. A little elevation sensation there.
That's a big boy smash.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. And while you're there, check out the Morning Roast and their conversation with Baldi, where he broke down exactly what went wrong in that ugly 49ers loss on Christmas Day. We'll have more on the 49ers coming up in just a bit. But for right now, we're talking about Jonathan Kaminga and the latest comments that came out yesterday in a conversation with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, where he essentially alluded to the fact that Lucas is telling me to read them. You got them in front of you?
I do, right here.
Go ahead.
You want the Kaminga quote?
Yes.
Let me see. I'm going to keep it real with you. He said, me without the ball, nobody guards me. And then he goes on to say, and I don't have it in front of me, but sometimes I've got to take that away to make sure the OGs get the ball. That's where it's confusing. Sometimes I come out of the game not knowing what I did, and that messes with my head. It's like what they want me to do, ? I can pass. I can do different S. He goes on to say, and I think there's a quote later in this article that I'm a difference maker. I know I am, but it's not up to me to do certain things. How can I say it, ? It's not up to me to control my minutes. I feel like I've done that, but the last voice ain't mine. It's not easy because I know how to score the basketball. I know how to pass. I know how to do different things on the floor, but it's about putting all that together. With the people we have on the floor, it's just tough to put it all together. I'm trying to figure out how to manage that. Meaning, right, that there's Steph and there's Clay, and they need the ball, and those are the guys that you're going to win with. And it's hard for him to develop his game when he's not sure if he can do X, Y, and Z because he needs to get the ball to those guys. It also sounds like, reading between the lines, he's not sure sometimes why he's not playing more, and the buzzer sounds and he's not sure why he's coming out of the game. These are all things that you need to communicate with your coach. You have what seems like the coolest coach on the planet. If you can't walk into his office and say why am I not playing more? Why did I come out last night? You don't want to be that guy every day, right? Because that's insecure. You don't want to sit there and be in your coach's office every single day. But when stuff builds up and it keeps building up and it keeps building up, then all of a sudden you say it to a reporter instead of me as your coach, that's got to be a little bit frustrating for Steve Kerr. Dude, let's keep this here. Come in my office. We can talk about anything. Here's why you weren't playing. There's reasons, too, that we don't know about players. We see the game itself, right? That's what we see. We don't see how they interact with teammates in the locker room. We don't see how they perform in practice. We don't see the effort level in the weight room. We don't see how often they're in the trainer's room complaining about little things. We don't see a lot that goes on. A lot of times fans go, why'd you trade that guy? I'm like, well, we traded him because he was soft and he didn't want to be on the field and he was always hurt and he was always whining and complaining about the food on the plane and the plane's delayed and the hotel rooms suck and where's my luggage, and it just became too much. All the fans see is, oh, well, he's hitting 300. But he's a pain in the you-know-what. So, there's so many layers to this that we're not privy to. There's so many things that go on behind the scenes that we're not privy to. Maybe for instance, maybe they drink too much. Maybe they're doing this. Maybe they're out too late. They could have played for the A's, though, if they did that. But, for the most part, there's so many different elements that go into playing time than just look, he's dunking. He's playing hard. He's playing defense. We don't know the personalities. We don't know anything behind the scenes. Steve Kerr knows all of that. And so does everybody else in that locker room. There are no secrets when you live with somebody for 7-8 months out of the year.
It sounds as though your Oakland A's back in the day would actually, instead of trading that guy, would trade for somebody like that drinks too much. Come on over. It's the 2001 Oakland A's.
Our analytics say that he stays out late at night. Let's sign him.
Bring him on down. I think that maybe a lot of this started with Jordan Poole. Because, to your point, people used to go after me, FP, last year when I was on 95.7 The Game, and even when he had it going well, and I'm talking about Jordan Poole. I was like, there's just something amiss about this guy. His personality doesn't fit. There was something that you just get a sense, again, from a guy sitting on the couch watching this stuff. I'm not behind the curtain. I'm certainly not in the locker room, but when you see sort of Steph's reaction, and then it obviously culminated with the punch, but I think it started with Jordan Poole, And I think Coach Kerr really wanted to curb that. Like, we haven't dealt with this, primarily because during our dynastic run, we haven't had lottery picks, okay? We haven't had guys who are potentially stars in this league. It's about the foundational pieces. It's about Clay, Steph, Draymond, and Wiggins and Looney if you want to throw them into the mix as well. So this idea of getting guys with these lofty projections and guys that are very aware of their draft statuses coming out as lottery picks, although Moses Moody certainly doesn't suffer from this, but that there's somebody like that who feels as though he has star quality like that of a Jonathan Kaminga. This is foreign, I think, to Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr hasn't had to manage these sort of personalities or these potential prima donnas in the past because it's always been about, it's been about the core. It's been about winning titles. We'll bring in a rookie, but we're drafting late, so it's just going to be a guy that's going to be lucky to be here, and he'll work into our system. I think, again, getting back to Coach Kerr and the culture of the Golden State Warriors is something that he has to be very, very careful of, that's as important as anything else, that we don't disrupt that trump card, that what it is that we do in-house, the way we get along, starting with our leader, Steph Curry, is as important as anything else we do. And so while he dealt with Jordan Poole to a certain degree, now that there seems to be some level of carryover with Jonathan Kaminga, the question then becomes, if you're Steve Kerr, how do you handle this going forward?
Dan, I think that, real quick, if I can jump in real quick, what you mentioned about Steve Kerr and what we've gotten to know about him and what has made him one of the best coaches in the NBA is how good he is at managing egos. The difference here is that Kaminga is yet to be proven. I know he's been starting games and he's playing 30 minutes one night and 25 another and then 19 like we saw recently. The difference in the past is that he was managing the egos of superstars, guys like Kevin Durant, guys who already got to that level. He was able to make that all work with KD, Draymond, Steph, Clay, all these guys together. Probably the difference in his mind is Kaminga thinks he's close to that level. Obviously, he's not a superstar. He probably doesn't even think he's a superstar yet. He probably thinks he's going to be a superstar, and if he got the minutes, he could get to that level. And the disconnect, I would bet, is that Kaminga thinks he deserves superstar minutes. Kerr's like, you're not there yet. So I think the level of expectation, Kerr needs to manage expectations and ego, and I think that's where this comes to a head with Kaminga.
I think it's a good point when you talk about Kevin Durant, because Durant was an established star. The big question was, well, how's he going to assimilate with a team that already has, the Splash Brothers and these historic shooters? But Kevin Durant, being an adult and being a guy who'd been in the league for a while, knew exactly how to fit in. But this idea of a young player wanting more playing time, and again, I preface the word young, is something that's very new to Steve Kerr. And I don't think culturally it's something that they really like. And, if you get an opportunity, Lucas, we want to hear that soundbite or that pop earlier. It was after the Minnesota game, I believe, where Coach Kerr, this is, of course, after Rudy Gobert got choked out by Draymond Green, and Coach Kerr, who was a bit emotional, had this to say.
Yeah, he was happy with the grit the team showed, and then he went on to say this.
In order to win in the NBA, obviously you have to have talent, but you have to have energy. You have to bring something to the table life-wise, like joy-wise, energy-wise, competitiveness-wise. And that's what I watched tonight, from the whole group. Clearly, Brandon has that. That's pretty obvious. And our fans have watched this team win 4 championships. They weren't won by, a bunch of powders and wallflowers. They were won by gamers, competitors, guys who brought energy and joy and passion to everything. And that's what it takes. So that's what I'm looking for.
That's great stuff.
There you go.
That fires me up. I mean, you have to bring it every single day. Are you guys watching Hard Knocks in season with the Dolphins right now?
You were telling me
Oh, my God. Like, this show is like the best Hard Knocks I've ever seen. I watched 3 episodes last night. Mike McDaniel's like literally my favorite coach of all times. When he first got the job, I'm like, what are they doing, this dork? They hired like literally some dude from like Salesforce to like...
When the Niners hired him or when the Dolphins hired him?
When the Dolphins hired him as their head coach. I'm like, this guy work at Salesforce? Like, what are they doing right now? Is he a tech nerd with a Lambo? Like, and now all of a sudden I'm watching his quotes and he's talking about like, he fires me up with everything he says, how he talks, how he brings it. He does swear a lot. Maybe that's the coach, Dan, that you were talking to. He swears a lot. Like every other word's an F-bomb if you're watching the show. But what he says resonates with me. And he'll end his speech like, you know what the best thing about this week we're playing the Jets is? You know what the best thing is? Today. We got today. And you're just like, yeah, because that's all we all have, right? is today, and to have the greatest day we can possibly have today. We can't control tomorrow. We can't change anything that happened yesterday. So he's about in the moment, and he'll just go up to guys and just be like little things. And when I go back to my playing career, there's certain coaches that just have a way of putting things that resonates with you. They speak your love language, so to speak, within a team setting, within athletics. And it just resonates. And everything this guy's saying, like, hey, man, you realize you're the baddest dude on the planet right now, and you're our best player. You're the best defensive guy in the league. And if you get paid, guess what? I get paid. And he's just going around his speeches to the team, his accountability level. I don't know if this act plays over the long haul if the Dolphins ever lose, but right now they're playing so well, and what he's doing is just super cool. Like I'm a huge, huge fan of this season. If you haven't watched it, you guys, and you do have HBO Max or whatever, and you can get your hands on this series, like I think Hard Knocks was getting a little bit stale, and then all of a sudden this comes around, the Dolphins this year, and Tyreek Hill and their head coach. It's literally the best thing going right now on television.
He was quirky with the Niners. I dug him with the Niners because he didn't say much, but when he did, you're like, who the hell is that? It's like, who's the guy from The Simpsons? Milhouse? He's like Milhouse. But he had Milhouse with attitude. And like he would say things with the Niners. This guy is like, he was like usually when he was at what was his title? coordinator. He was basically the brain trust behind what it is that the 49ers were doing. And occasionally he'd get in front of the mics, but he was always a little bit off. You're like, huh? Like, this guy's a little wacky. And then when he got the opportunity with the Dolphins, it was just like Katie barred the door. Enough said. All right, back out to the phone lines. It's Telmo hanging out in San Francisco, California. Telmo, what's up, my man?
What's up, fellas? How you guys doing?
Bueno.
I think it's cute that Santangelo comes on the station and starts stereotyping all these different people, but maybe all coaches should be the meathead, I'm a football guy type, instead of an intelligent person who can decipher things and make decisions. But I digress from that. And also, I worked in the marina in 2010 when the Giants won a World Series. I'll tell you that a lot of the Giants' behavior wasn't too far removed what you're saying that the A's welcomed. So there's that too. But in terms of Kaminga, that's not coming from Kaminga, you guys. That's Kaminga's camp. Kaminga's camp put that out there because they want their guy to be featured. They want minutes because they want their guy to get paid. Kaminga is already Kerr at the end of last year when was that whole thing where they're breaking down the season after the season and asking him about certain players. This whole issue about Kaminga and minutes and playtime came up, and Kerr said, well, if he learns to defend and not turn the ball over and not put people on the foul line, and he had this whole laundry list of things he wanted Kaminga to do, basically said he'll get more minutes. We've seen him evolve. But as long as Wardell Stephen Curry III is on that team, not no Jordan Poole, not no Jonathan Kaminga, not anybody else is going to be the guy there. So they're in a position that if they not there to be part of a team and play a role and win championships, then it's not going to work out there. Pods, JTD, these guys are coming in, Moody's, coming in with the right attitude. They want to be part of the team. They want to do the little things. They're not going to come out and complain about minutes or this or that or what I can do, what I can't do. Kaminga comes from a place where he's always been very athletic and he dominated games and people, and he's been hyped up. And in his head, he's a bigger and better basketball player than I think he actually is in reality. Can he be that one day? Maybe. Who knows? But he wants to be featured the way superstars are, and he's not there. And I think when a player comes out and says things like this to a reporter, these are things that are coming from his camp that either are going to make the Warriors go, well, we need to keep this guy happy or get him traded.
So he's getting bad advice, according to Telmo.
Could be. That's a good call. A lot of good points. A lot of really good points, actually. Thanks for calling. I appreciate it. Yeah. When you're young, you're very impressionable, right? You're 20 years old. First go around the NBA, already got a ring. Things are looking great. That's what I said about Jordan Poole. Imagine he was 21 when he won the ring. Then all of a sudden, he gets a big $140 million contract. You celebrate winning a championship. Man, I've seen more athletes in my experiences have trouble dealing with success than dealing with failure. Like success at the highest level And money changes things. Because now all of a sudden you got aunts and uncles and people coming at you for loans and this, and I need some money. Can you do this? And you got to be careful who you surround yourself with, because you got a lot of friends all of a sudden. When you win a championship and you get some money, and it could sway like how you think, how you look at things. Like you have to be careful, as we've seen a lot with athletes on the people you hang out with, because they all say they're your friends. We got your back, dude. The second you're done playing, the second you don't have that contract, the second you get hurt, they're not going to be there for you. It's the people that were there, the ride or dies before that.
There might be some level of credibility, I guess, to what it is that the caller Telmo was talking about. That certainly didn't come, and I don't think that's what he was implying. That certainly was Marcus Thompson quoting verbatim what it is that Jonathan Kaminga had to say. But I guess to Telmo's point that maybe indirectly this is his camp saying you need to put this out there. And I said this off the top. I don't necessarily blame him. If I'm a young man and I feel as though I can go and I can deal on anybody, why am I buying into this bench role? Why am I buying into, working for minutes or earning closing minutes when I've proven that I can be a star? And I think that's something that Steve Kerr has to take into account, is just how much longer can I keep a budding star sort of under wraps? But again, I think those wraps have been removed because he's in the starting lineup, which makes all of this really peculiar. And again, I think the timing behind what it is that he had to say to Marcus Thompson is a head scratcher, because you're getting an opportunity to play now. Just keep your mouth shut. Or to FP's point, if you got to gripe, it's got to stay in-house. I think maybe, FP, this is all part of the learning curve as a young player. Not only are you learning about not putting your head down and going 100 miles an hour and charging into somebody as he was doing with a high level of frequency, not as much anymore, but the learning curve also includes what it is you do off the floor and how you deal with the media.
Yeah, when you go into your boss's office and you ask for a raise, you better be performing. When you go into a coach's office and ask for more minutes, you got to be performing. You better be. I went to Davey Johnson's office hitting 196 with the Dodgers and said I need to be playing more, or I wouldn't be hitting 196. Can you imagine? Like, I look at back there, I cringed so hard that I had the you-know-whats to go into his office and say, like, I need to be playing more. The reason I'm hitting 196 is because I'm not playing enough, and if you play me, my average will go up. Like, so if Kaminga went into Steve Kerr's office, it's right now. He's playing great. Like, now you can go look at your coach in the eye and say, like, look, here, look at what I've been doing. But the thing is, he is playing more. And Steve Kerr's always, you listen to any interview, you earn your minutes with Steve Kerr. It's not like you have minutes that are just yours. And how do you earn your minutes in different ways? If you're a young kid, it's about getting your chance and getting your day in the sun and shining. If you're a veteran guy, well, you earned your minutes by 4 rings. And then those minutes can diminish based on, look at Wiggins. Wiggins is on the bench for the first time in his life because he's not earning his minutes. Kaminga's earning his minutes. So the fact that he said this is just weird timing. And I would say that if you're ever going to go in and talk to your boss for a raise, you better be performing. If you're ever going to go in to talk to your coach for more playing time, you better be performing, or else that can go the other way in a hurry. You're traded, you're fired. Boom.
I remember reading about the 86 Mets, and they said that, I guess this is Darryl Strawberry, that nobody liked Davey Johnson. Like, he and Wally Backman were like dudes that he just couldn't roll with. Although, apparently Davey liked to throw him back as well back in the day.
I'm going to go no comment on that.
All right.
If I don't have something nice to say about somebody, I'm not going to say it.
Boy, high road. Look at FP.
Well, that was a passive aggressive. Like, if I'm not commenting on whether I like Davey Johnson or not, you can figure that one out. I feel like
Dave in Pleasanton. Jonathan Kaminga is on his mind. What's up, Dave? How are you?
I'm good, fellas. I just want to bring up, did we forget that players in the NBA have this mentality that I'm better than the next guy? And they have to have that mentality. And when he comes out and speaks like this, it's not like he can't, with confidence, say, look, if you give me 15 minutes, if you give Clay's been doing better, but if you give Clay 15 minutes, if you give Wiggins 15 minutes, I'm going to do better than both of them. Right? What's wrong with him saying that? He's a young guy that has the potential to be great. He's showing that he can be really good. And right now it's time for the youngsters to play with Curry anyways. So I take that as confidence and good confidence, because you can't be the best boxer in the world without having that confidence.
I believe in everything you're saying, but what about believing that yourself and not saying it to the media?
Yeah.
What about believing that your belief in your self-confidence is so great that I don't need to go to a reporter and say that, no, it's going to be printed? Like what is the upside to my team and my teammates in the organization if I air my feelings all the time?
Well, okay. So in my opinion, and we don't know what's happened behind the scenes. Maybe he's gone to Kerr already. Maybe he's talked to people in the organization. Maybe the players, besides Curry, who's loyal to his, the big three, maybe those guys think he should be playing, right? Just like when Wiggins looked at Coach Kerr in that first quarter when Wiggins was going in for Moody, and he looked at him like, are you crazy? Like, maybe the players on the team believe, and this conversation's already happened, and he's to a point where it's like, now I have to go to the media. Are you going to play me or what?
Dave, I guess the problem being is that everybody likes that confidence. We've talked about that. You got to be cocky to be an NBA player, to play at this level, whether it's the NFL or Major League Baseball, but you can't pout.
He didn't go to the media, though. He just answered some questions, and he answered them honestly. And when guys answer questions honestly, we get mad.
But I think you can draw a fine line between being cocky and pouting, or sitting in the end of the bench with the arms folded, which he has done, or sulking coming off the court. Like, there's a line. Like, you can be cocky or feel as though you need to play, but show me, prove it, or keep those conversations in-house. But you can't sit there and let the whole world know as you take, an hour and a half to come off the floor, or you're sitting at the end of the bench and he can just read the body language. You got nothing to do with his basketball team because you're disgruntled. That has no room, I think, in the quote-unquote culture that is Steve Kerr and the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, but I love his confidence. You got to be confident.
No doubt.
You got to be confident. I'm the best player in the world every time you take the court. And he's getting to that, and he's becoming the player that we all thought he would be, or that he's given a chance to be now, and he's earning his minutes. This whole thing seems like a month ago and not like what's going on right now.
Jim's in Woodacre before we get to the break. Jim, what's on your mind?
Oh, man, I'm listening to this whole thing, and let me put it in perspective. The thing with Jordan Poole, before the punch, that's why we love the Warriors, because they have this way of playing that is, the Warrior way, it's just a beautiful game. Now, from the get-go, Jordan, who is very talented, he just didn't fall in sync with the fact that we have to do it a certain way. And so he was already causing disturbances. And, yes, what's his name? Draymond was way out of line, but, it was instigated by being pushed really hard in the chest. So, unfortunately, if that had just happened with nobody else seeing it, they would have scuffled. But anyway, the whole thing is, it was out of line. He had to go because he didn't fit in, whether the punch happened or not. And Kaminga is not such a drastic thing. But see, his ambition, we all have, these guys, everybody's been kissing their you-know-what since high school. And so they have an elevated ego. Let's take that. And that's good because they have to be able to present that on the court. But see, we have ambition, and then we have reality. And he's got to put his ambition in a place that isn't so, extreme. And, again, you should just make sure he gets across to Kerr, who, as we know, is probably one of the greatest coaches as far as manipulating people, And the odd thing I heard, when Durant left after that, he said I heard he didn't like Kerr. So I don't know. How do you please everybody?
But this isn't a shut up and play thing. This is a keep that in-house thing. I have no problem with his attitude. You should think you're the best. You should think you get always more minutes. You should think all of the things he's thinking. Just as a former athlete now, that two knuckleheads on the radio, excuse me, Dan, are talking about it, and that you guys are calling in about it, and thank you for your calls. You guys have been amazing today. It's just that you rather keep everything in-house. That doesn't mean shut up and play. That means just, we're a family. I don't want to know anybody's family business that's calling in today. And when you have such a tight-knit community and you've had so much success, you realize, based on the Poole punch that got out last year, that once things get out to the public, how detrimental that can mean to our success. So we're not trying to like mute anybody here. Like you should feel those things if you're Kaminga. I want my teammate to be confident. I want my teammate to think he can win every single game and should be playing more and let's go, I'm the best. I want you guys to think that if I'm a coach. But also, I also want, let's keep this in-house. Like have your feelings. Like let them be known to us, not to everybody else. Not to Joe from Livermore. Like just for us. Okay? Let's keep it right here.
We're going to hear from the head coach, Steve Kerr, and we can find out as to whether or not those conversations had taken place between himself and Jonathan Kaminga and to what extent. That's coming up at 5 o'clock when the coach joins us here on 95.7 The Game. We are presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. FP Santangelo and Dan Devone in for Willard and Dibbs up until 6 o'clock. We'll be back with more right after this.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
FP Santangelo and Donovan, what's Dibs' deal? What's going on with him?
He's saying we're doing a good job. He's texting us right now. We're in a group chat with Dan Dibley, the great Dan Dibley.
It doesn't stop there. I'm sure there's another shoe that's going to drop. He just left it at that. You're just doing a good job.
You guys are crushing it. Keep up the good work. Signed, your radio daddy. Dibs.
Love that,
Take
man.
a day off.
Yeah, bro, really?
Jeez.
Get a life, my man. All right. It continues. We have Steve Kerr, and he just moments ago released comments on the Jonathan Kaminga, most recent, we even call it a dust-up conversation with Marcus Thompson. I'll get to that, but why don't you set the table once again, FP, what it is that Jonathan Kaminga said in this conversation with the writer for The Athletic.
Gather round, kids. Reading is fundamental. Me without the ball, he continued. Nobody's guarding me. But sometimes, Kaminga said, I got to take that away to make sure my OGs get the ball. That's where it's confusing. Sometimes I come out the game not knowing what I did, and that messes with my head. It's like, what they want me to do, ? I can pass and I can do different S. Yeah, I'm a difference maker. I know I am, but it's not up to me to do certain things. How can I say it, ? It's not up to me to control my minutes. I feel like I've done that. But the last voice ain't mine. It's not easy because I know how to score the basketball. I know how to pass. I know how to do different things on the floor, but it's about putting that all together. With the people we have on the floor, it's just tough to put it all together. I'm trying to figure out how to manage that.
And this was Steve. I feel like we're auditioning for the school play.
Dude, I just nailed that part. This is not that big a deal. I mean, it's given us something to talk about, but it's really not that big a deal.
Bro, this is my line. You stop talking.
Sorry.
So this is Steve Kerr moments ago and his response to everything. I don't mind those comments at all, Kerr said after Wednesday's practice. Every guy wants to play, and JK is a really talented guy. But every game, I have to read the game, and Andrew Wiggins was our best player. We decided to go with Wiggs down the stretch, and those are easy decisions for me. The game before, and that win against Portland, I think JK finished, and he was playing great. It's just going to vary from game to game for everybody. That's just where the team is at right now, where JK is too.
Sometimes you don't talk to me like you used to talk to me, and I feel like we have a disconnection. Should we just do a soap opera here and just do parts back and forth? Where's this? We need sound on this. Like me reading it is not like that. There's no sound on the Kaminga stuff.
This is hot. It just came out.
It's a print article.
Bro, this is television. We read from a teleprompter. We're not people.
The weather is rainy today, and I just don't feel like myself. How are you feeling, Dan?
I'm doing very well.
That's good. I'm happy to be here with you.
It's interesting that you went to strip clubs and drank a lot of alcohol back in the day.
I wouldn't be doing the show if I didn't spend all that money. I'd be like on an island.
You were
somewhere.
spot on here with Kerr's response.
Yeah, but he probably believes that because I feel like he's probably one of the most authentic coaches. Pops and him, like two of the most authentic coaches in sports. Period. Yeah. Been talking about Mike McDaniel. He's authentic, and that's what you resonate to or resonates with you as a player. I should say more correctly. But yeah, I mean, you want your guys to want to play more. If Kaminga came out, this would be more of a story if Kaminga came out saying, I'm happy whenever I play and all the minutes, I don't care when I play, and this is just fine. And when Steve Kerr takes me out, I'm good with it. Like, that would be more alarming to me than a guy that's feeling good about himself, a guy that's playing like we all thought he could play, a guy that's contributing mightily all of a sudden in Draymond's absence, more than he ever has. He's playing defense. I mean, he's doing everything right now. So, yeah, I want my guys to say that. My whole take from the beginning, if you just join us at 3:53 and 33 seconds, is that ideally, if I'm a coach, I don't want to have to answer that question. Ideally, all that stuff stays in-house. And ideally, you come to me and say these things to me as the coach in my office. And we talk it out as grown men. We talk it out as a player and a coach at the highest level.
But this is Coach Kerr essentially saying that you have to earn your closing minutes, I guess, on this basketball team. And I don't know that sits well with JK at the end of the day. But that's what happens when you're this deep and you got these many guys. I mean, you got to appease a lot of people. Trying to do that math and this juggling act with this basketball team, have fun with that, Coach Kerr. Because there's going to be some people that are going to chirp. You're going to step on some egos every single night. I'm sure there's Klay Thompson hasn't played in closing minutes. So JK's he's just going to buy in. And I don't know, JK at this juncture of his life, understands big picture what it is that Coach Kerr is talking about, or whether he's willing to prove to the coach that he should be on the floor at the end of games. I guess the big question is where does this go from here? Because we have a tendency, we got 4 hours, so we're going to talk about this as we have for the last 3. I mean, is this one of those things where we're fanning that flame, or is there something here? Because there's some bozo who's turned on, he's got his headset and he's in his mom's basement and doing his YouTube show right now, and he feels as though he's got fodder, he's got his take. The vloggers, the bloggers, they're all in on this. Is this a story? I know it is, but are we drawing too much attention to this? Is this move on?
First of all, I'm doing fill-in shows, and I'm one step away from doing a YouTube show in my mom's basement. So I was kind of offended by that.
Please have me as a guest.
I'm recently laid off, and I'm trying to pay rent right now. So if that doesn't happen, I will be doing shows from my mom's basement. So that was offensive to me, and you triggered me.
Apologies.
And I'm going to HR with that right now. No, I mean, we're talking about something. I think it's a powerful quote. It's not a big deal. I want my guys to be confident. I want him to want to play. I want him. Here's the thing I would say, and we'll ask Steve at 5 o'clock when he joins us. I just want him to keep doing what he's doing. Your minutes speak for yourself. We could say all we want as athletes, but my batting average speaks for itself. How I play defense speaks for itself. How I perform on the biggest stage is the best thing I could ever do. So what I say, okay, yeah, you're 20 years old. He's 20 years old. He's a baby. They go out and perform. Perform at the highest level on the biggest stage and on the bright light, in front of the bright lights. Beat somebody, win some games. Guess what? You're going to play. You're going to play. His frustration is, well, I thought I was doing that, but I'm not playing. I don't know why I'm coming out of the game. Well, just keep playing. Just keep doing what you're doing. You ain't going to come out of the game. You'll be there at the end of the game when we can count on you to play defense and make free throws. I think just look at Brandon Pajemski right now. He was playing at the end of the Nuggets game. That was a close game on Christmas Day in Denver, and he was out there. We always look at the starting lineup. Who's the last 5 out there when it's crunch time in a close game? He was out there because he plays defense. He plays hard. He can make a big shot. He can make free throws. He's a guy that has earned his minutes. And there's people in the car going, FP, Jonathan Kaminga's earned his minutes. He's earning his minutes as we speak, I think. You guys have probably seen him play more than I have over the years. I've just got back in town 2 years ago. I love the guy. People asked me who my favorite Warrior was before the season. I said Jonathan Kaminga. I just love his smile. I love his demeanor. I love his high-flying dunks. I love everything about him. And then he's 19 years old. Now he's 20-year-old veteran this year. He's salty old veteran at 20.
Ridiculous.
He should be in college.
Well, I can pretty much sum it up what it is that you missed over the last couple of years. Raw talent, except he wasn't this guy. He wasn't. This is the refined version of one Jonathan Kaminga. Shreyas is in San Ramon.
He's 21. They're correcting me right now. He's 21. My bad.
Oh, he's legal.
He's legal. JK is 21. There's 3 messages right now. My bad. 21.
Shreyas, what did you do on your 21st birthday?
I went to the bars, like how we always do. But
that's kind of boring.
I think the main reason why I called today was I think what people haven't been talking about is the lack of a true second option on the team. Right now, when I watch the games, which I watch every single one, I'm waiting for the bench unit to come in because I think they're a little more cohesive, and the starting lineup just doesn't look offensively put together. And I think right now the way they're playing Steph, they're blitzing him, they're top blocking him, they're boxing one. And I think if you can have someone who can really dribble, create his own shot, create his own bucket, I think that will kind of ease up on Steph. I think also the hate on Clay, because I think without the second option, there's a lot of expectations for Clay to be that second option, but I think he's perfect as a third option. Because then that swing to Clay when he's wide open, that's his bread and butter. I think if Kaminga can be that second option, which I don't think they're treating him like that right now, but if you can get a second option, either use Kaminga and some salary fill to get a true second option, I think that will really benefit the starting lineup, because we already have 12 players who can play all the way down to, we still don't have Draymond and GP2. They're still out, but we have a lot of players, and come playoff time, we're going to have to consolidate that down to 9, 10. And I think if you can do that, get a true second option, I think there's going to be a lot of good things coming for the Warriors.
Trace, you're spot on, man. They do have to identify that second guy that's not named Steph Curry that can offset all the points and everything that he has to do every night. And a lot of people felt that it was going to be Jonathan Kaminga, and maybe this is the first step to him being that cap. That is going to continue with this Golden State Warrior basketball team, and typically it's Klay Thompson, but he's hit or miss. Andrew Wiggins had that role, but who the hell knows where Andrew is these days? And so it'd be ideal if Jonathan Kaminga could grab that mantle. And I think ideally in the perfect world, that's what would have happened in year number 3. But it hasn't come to fruition. Ramon is in San Jose, wants to get into the conversation talking about Podziemski and Kaminga. Ramon, what's up, man?
Hey, thanks, guys, for having me. I wanted to know how Podziemski was able to earn all of these minutes in closing time, but Kaminga's put in the time as well, or at least he's got opportunity. What's the difference?
The difference being is that Brandon Podziemski, and we've talked about this, it's just a guy beyond his years. And the difference is that when he comes onto the floor, he looks as though he's been playing in the NBA for the last 10 years, that he knows where to be, that the bright lights are not too big for him. And that this is the reason why he is as good as he is, as you know, as much as you like the Euro steps and the runners with the left hand, it's the way this dude is wired. This guy he's not just to compare and contrast. When have you seen Podziemski in the brief time of his first year in the NBA get that deer in the headlights? Get that, oh my God, I'm going to, run over 3 guys, or just simply make that bonehead mistake with turnover after turnover. Now, I'm not dogging Jonathan Kaminga, but you know as well as I do, anybody that's watched Jonathan Kaminga, it has been a process for him to get to where he is right now. For whatever reason, Brandon Podziemski has been able to leapfrog all of that and hit the ground running. And sometimes, as we all know, when it comes to the NBA draft, there's a high risk. You never know. But they saw a twinkle in this guy's eye, and coming out of Santa Clara, rocking that headband, looking like Delonte West back in the day, he's that cat. And he's, every now and then, you hit on somebody like that at Podziemski. And so I guess the best way to explain it is that his personality right now, I don't know how old he is, in his early 20s, is much more conducive to playing Warrior basketball and much more conducive to being an adult in the NBA than, say, Jonathan Kaminga over the last 2 years, if that makes any sense. Gary's in Martinez. Continue with the conversation. What's up, Gary?
Hey, not much. How you doing?
Well.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Gary. It's all you, buddy. Yes.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I've been listening to the station for years. This is the first time I've called in. I've heard a lot, or been watching the Warriors for years, and I've been pretty frustrated with Kerr's handling of the youth over the last several years. And I've been hearing your conversation today about Kaminga, and I definitely disagree to an extent. I mean, I understand, kind of keep things under wraps when you're a player in terms of not speaking out too much, but I could see where he could be frustrated. As an example, his first year, he was actually playing at least as well as B-Pod, if not better, at many times, especially defensively. You might recall he was handling some of the top players in other teams' defensive assignments and doing quite well, even had like a 27-point game. Kerr, unfortunately, was not following the Positive Coaching Alliance mandates that he himself was, a representative of. I've been a member of the Positive Coaching Alliance for many years and coached many a game, and he's definitely went against that many a time. He's been very hypocritical. And one of the big things I have to say about that, and one of the reasons why he's had so many problems with young players, is he pulls players out of the games when they make mistakes. He's gotten upset at players. Those are total no-nos with the Positive Coaching Alliance. He's contradicted that. And I know that for a fact because I've read all the things on the Positive Coaching Alliance for many years, and it's a very reputable and outstanding organization, and Kerr's been very hypocritical of that. And if you look at the players he's handled, most of the young players have not done that well. Like Poole, for example, he went downhill. Now, obviously, there was the whole Draymond thing and all that, but you name me more than like 1 or 2 players that have succeeded quite well. Looney, he's done fairly well, though he's even going downhill lately. He's not young anymore, but I could go on and on. But the point is he has not done well with young players, and Kaminga has done well in the past. He has had a very quick hook, a very quick leash, and after 3 years, this is his third year, not his first. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me that he's still. Yes, he is getting to start now, but there are, Green has been out, et cetera, and he should be getting more minutes. I mean, he had like 20 minutes, even though he started the other game. I'm pretty frustrated. I feel kind of bad for Kaminga, to be honest with you.
Gary, what's the positive coaching alliance? What's your motto? What's your number one objective?
Well, number one objective is I got to think about it, because actually I misworded myself. I haven't coached for a few years, but thinking back of it, one of the big things about it is the elm tree: effort, learning, and mistakes. Throw mistakes over your shoulder. If you're getting, and I'm glad you brought that up, because if you make a mistake and you get pulled immediately, even though you've done very well, you make one mistake and you get pulled, which Kerr, I can guarantee you, has done many.
So is that the Alliance motto? If you can make more than one mistake before you get pulled out of a game? Because I'm all about positive coaching, but dude, this is big boy sports, man. This isn't high school. This isn't 8th grade basketball. This is big boy sports, where the bottom line every night is the almighty W. And whoever's on that court in crunch time as a coach has earned that right and has earned that privilege. Just like a pitcher who stands on that mound for the 9th inning to get that complete game. You earn that 9th inning to get that 27th out. So if I'm a coach, I'm hired and fired by whether I win games. So I'm going to put the 5 guys on the court that match up best with the 5 guys who I'm playing against at crunch time and who's giving me a chance to win. Positive, negative, I don't care. Like I used to have a saying, it's hot practices, cold games. And as a coach, yeah, my practices are going to be hot. Like I might get on you at practice, but the game has so much adrenaline intensity involved in it organically that if I'm yelling and screaming during a game, or if I'm yanking you because of minutes, or I'm screaming at you in the dugout, that doesn't do anybody any good. That just makes me suck my thumb in the fetal position in the corner of the dugout. So hot practices, cold games. For any youth coaches out there, when I go to a youth game, whether it's basketball, football, or baseball, and I see coaches screaming at their players during the game, yeah, you got to hit the cutoff, man. You're doing this. What are you doing? You're telling me that you didn't do a good job coaching at practice. You're telling me that you're not a good coach because you don't scream at kids during the game. Can you imagine if you're a pilot trying to land a plane and you have 46 passengers screaming at you how to land the plane? You're not going to land the plane very well. So where you do your work as a coach at the highest level is in practice. Yeah, I'm going to get on you during practice. I'm going to ride you during practice. During the game's an experience. The game's about learning. It's a learning process. But I get hired and fired by wins and losses. I'm a coach. So I'm going to do all my work during practice. I'm going to take the training wheels off and you're going to play the game. And at the very end of a game, whether it's my closer, whether it's the 5 guys on the court, I'm going to have those guys that are there to help me win the game. Does that make any sense?
He's long gone.
Yeah. Yeah. He didn't know what the motto was for the positive coaches.
You lost him at the motto, I think.
Yeah.
I hear you.
It's a damn good rant, too.
Made sense to me.
Thanks.
I'm in.
Thanks, Lucas. I appreciate
Hot practice, cold games. I love that.
Hot practice, cold games. The game is an experience. It's a learning experience, especially for kids. Like it's hard if there's 10 people there and you're parents and you're yelling at kids during a game, they're not going to want to play that sport again. I used to tell baseball coaches, you got one goal this year. Make sure your kids want to play next year because there's so much inherent failure involved in sports. Kids don't like to be embarrassed in public. When you strike out, it's embarrassing. When you miss a free throw, it's embarrassing. When you get burned on a long pass in Pop Warner flag football, it's embarrassing. So as a coach, my job is to make it fun because it's not the big time, and make them want to play again.
See, when I coached at the Boys and Girls Club, we were terrible, and I chewed ass all day.
Did you really? So you're part of the problem, not part of the solution. No, you got to make it fun. You got to make it fun for kids.
At the professional level, can you do that anymore? I know the days of Bobby Knight are behind us, but isolated, can you get in a guy's face, or does that not even translate to the 2023 athlete?
Can't.
Yeah.
I used to talk to coaches in D.C. all the time, and I'm like, well, dude, he keeps making the same mistakes. You tell him, like, did you get on him? Like, we can't get on kids. Right. If we get on them, we lose them for 2 weeks. Like, the modern day athlete does not respond to screaming and yelling. It's just like, hey, this is what you did wrong. This can't happen again. And you're better than this, and we know it. It's just more positive encouragement. The whole like grabbing the face mask back in the day, blah, 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 blah. That doesn't fly.
Looking
man.
out of your ear hole.
At the highest level, that doesn't fly now. Did you see it was Sean Payton and Russell Wilson last week, and he was screaming at Russell Wilson on the sidelines? I'm like, dude, you never see head coach and established, whatever you think about Russell Wilson, established NFL quarterback. He's screaming at him. He just kind of went like, whoa, what's going on?
All right, let's get to Mike in San Jose before we get to the break. Mike, what's on your mind?
Hey, guys, appreciate it. Long-time season ticket holder. I'll probably come down on the other side of a lot of the callers. I would be the first in line to trade Kaminga. I've been going to games for the last 2 years where he was the most disinterested person in the building. Stand there, walk around, look around, pout, complain. You know, in the speech last year from Curry, it was meant just as much for him as it was Poole. Now, let me say for a fact, I think he has more talent than 99% of the people playing. There's a lot of pro athletes that have talent that don't become great players. I believe he's the one true player that will bring somebody in a trade. And they also have way too many rotation players now. You can't play with 13 rotation. Everybody's going to be mad. Everybody's fighting. Everybody's arguing. You could package him and Moody, who I think is a great player, and actually get the guy that's a missing piece to come. Just my opinion. I think he's full of talent. Doesn't make him a great pro. Thanks for taking the call. Enjoy both of you guys. Happy New Year.
You as well. Thanks, Mike. I think that's a shared opinion. We can get into a little bit more of the Kaminga trade, but if there's a lot of talk that if you want to bring back that piece, that Pascal Siakam, whoever it might be, the one tradable commodity is Jonathan Kaminga. Are we at that point where we're ready to move off on the young guy?
No, he's 20 years old.
He may want that. 21, we've gone over.
21, dang it, I keep saying the wrong age. Yeah, he is 21.
What'd you do on your 21st?
I went to some like bar in Sacramento. I wasn't a drinker back then. I turned into a drinker after I retired from baseball. I was pretty straight-laced back in the day.
You want to know what I did on my 21st? I was at the Cadillac Bar and Grill. This is how immature I was. Got into a food fight with my buddy that got kicked out of the bar. How ridiculously
what were you throwing?
Infantile. It was just like slinging tacos and free fried beer. I mean, it's embarrassing, man.
Really
so glad that's over with. What do you want to do tonight? All right,
food fight.
Kevin, hang in there. We'll
Pajama
get back
party.
to you. We're going to continue with Jonathan Kaminga. Hey, listen, it's out there. I'll let you talk about this when we come back, but is he a trade piece, and does that accelerate that from what it is he said the other day? The conversation continues with FP and Dan right after this.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's a Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. FP Santangelo and Dan Avone in with you. Our man Kevin hung out through the break. So I think we should get to the young man from Pleasanton who wants to talk about what else? Jonathan Kaminga. Hey, Kevin.
Hey, guys. Listen, okay, I initially called about something else, and I want to get to it about Kaminga, but the Jaminski comment from, I don't know which one of you guys commented on the caller who said, how did Jaminski get minutes? The bottom line is that if you look at Kaminga's highlight tape of his first year, not even highlight tape, just review some of the games of his first year as a rookie, he was incredible. So I think your response to the caller and saying that Jaminski earned the minutes, he hasn't. He wouldn't even play on anybody else's team like he's getting the minutes because he fits the system. It is okay. He fits Kerr's system. That's the bottom line. That's why he's playing, because he fits in Kerr's system. Kerr doesn't do well with young guys. He coached the Olympic team. That was their worst showing in years because they're all young guys. Kerr's an OG. He's the smartest guy in the room, and it is what it is, to a fault. So your other caller even commented about too many rotation guys. He's totally right. But this is all Kerr's fault. The whole lineup that we have are all guys that are quite similar. So he built this catastrophe of how many guys get minutes and taking minutes, and we as callers and fans have to sit there and nitpick a person. We all know Kaminga has the most talent in the world. It sucks to hear you guys kind of break him down because, like, I coach high-level players. My son coaches high-level players. My mother was a professional athlete. Like, there's pedigree in my family, so I'm letting you know that when you break down a player and take him out of the game so quickly, it does mess with a player's head. But when you give a player more reign, especially if they've earned it in practice, okay, then they can work through their mistakes. You can't say Steve Kerr is trying to just win. No, because how many games have you guys sat there and screamed at television because you should have left the young guys in? But Steve Kerr's a homer. He's going to ride that horse all the way to the end. So I just want to say, guys, you know, this is an educated caller calling. I'm calling more as a fan, not as a fan. I'm just calling just to drop a little knowledge that it does hurt sometimes if a coach has a short leash. That's life. It happens. But I think the biggest issue is the fact we have so many similar players at this point. And right now, we all know no matter how great the guys are playing, when Draymond comes back, it's Draymond's show. Steve Kerr is going to ride that horse to the grave, unfortunately. And that's just the way it is.
Job, Kev.
Steve Kerr doesn't want to win? That's what I heard there. Or he doesn't care if he wins? I would think there's a bunch of rings that says he knows how to win. But, yeah, I mean, I understand. But anytime you have to call and say you're educated, just call. And if it's a good call, it's a good call. You'd have to have a background or a resume. We take all calls here. It's a safe place to vent and say whatever you want about sports. But I don't know. It's just weird. Here's the thing, and this is a 20,000-foot view, and I've said this a lot on my other show, that I feel like that the Bay Area sports fan in general expects to win championships. And as a franchise, whether you're the Giants, the Niners, or the Warriors, you wouldn't want it any other way. You want expectations high. But, like, they're not that easy. Like, 10, 12, and 14 for the Giants created a monster. Because Giants fans before that were the long-suffering kind of Cubs fans, right? We were close. We've been in San Francisco forever. We haven't won anything. And the worst thing that's possibly going to happen this year is going to happen, whether it's Russ Ortiz and Dusty giving them the baseball on the way out, and that's cursed, and we should have done this, and this against the Angels, and we're cursed. But then 10 happened, and we were all so euphoric because here's the Giants' first time since they've been in San Francisco. It's a World Series, and then it happened in 12, and then it happened in 14. And why didn't it happen in 16? And I've had some friends say, why can't they win one at home? They always win the World Series on the road. This is BS. And so now you have the Niners with all their championships, the Warriors with 4 of them. There's a parade Right here, I'm looking at Market Street from our studio. It's the only time Market Street ever looks good is with a parade. Like, so I think a lot of times we're so nitpicky. We're sitting here going this, that. The Warriors just won a championship in 22, and it's 23, and we're criticizing the coach that was part of that championship because of what? Because of how he coaches late in the game. This isn't a homer take. This is a take from a guy that's been there and done that. Like, it's hard to win. It's hard to win at the highest level. And a lot of times we're just saying, well, they should win another one, and they should win another one. Like, go around the country anywhere and see what the expectations are. And I think the expectations here are so high, and that's fine. That's great. We should want championships. But we also can't be so entitled that we think that they're easy and they just grow on trees.
Coming up in a little bit more than a half an hour, we'll hear from the head coach, Steve Kerr, and he'll discuss all of this as we continue to go back and forth about Jonathan Kaminga and his most recent comments to Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, where he intimated he was upset with the lack of playing time. Steve Kerr today responded to those comments. You want to set this up, Lucas?
Yeah, so you read the comments, but it feels like this went a little bit longer. He actually got into detail on it. This was him reacting to Jonathan Kaminga, and he said he was thrilled with his development, and then you read the part where he said he didn't have any problems with it. We'll start there, and then we have one more after that.
We talk every day. We watched a bunch of film today together. So I'm thrilled with JK's development. I think what he's doing a better job of right now is just getting the ball out of his hands quickly when it comes to him. So it's a quick swing when we have an advantage. I've seen him hit 5 or 6 assists over the last 3 games where he's caught it and immediately swung it to Steph or Clay for an open shot. And those plays early in the season he wasn't seeing. He was catching and holding, and our offense was getting stopped. And so plays like that, he's starting to improve upon. There's still a lot that goes into winning. I don't mind those comments at all. Every guy wants to play, and JK's a really talented guy. But every game I have to read the game. And Wiggs was our best player. He's playing in that position. We decided to go with Wiggs down the stretch, and those are easy decisions for me. So the game before, I think JK finished, and he was playing great, and it's just going to vary from game to game for everybody. And that's just where our team is right now, where JK is too.
Dan, I liked you reading it better. Like, you played the part. Like, if they're going to cast for Steve Kerr, you got this, bro. You got it, yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
You just walk in, you read the lines that we just heard.
Yeah.
I would hire you.
Coach sucks at being himself.
He's terrible. You're way better at being Steve Kerr than Steve Kerr.
I would agree with that.
No, that
you know what? Forget the drops. We're just going to read. Folks, from now on, with FP and Dan. We don't need any of that. We got this.
That's right.
Hey, go ahead. What are your thoughts?
What's my role in this? I want a role. Can I be like the guy? You know what I want to be in this movie?
Script. You blew it.
I want to be the towel guys that run out there and wipe up the floor real quick. Those guys bust their butts. Like, I went to the Celtics game the other day, and now it used to be like if somebody fell during a timeout or a free throw, they'd come out with. I went to the Celtics game. Yeah, got some pretty good tickets to the Celtics game. Did you hear I went to the Celtics game? No, they used to come out with a mop and do real quick. Now the play's going the other way, and they're mopping up the floor like at half court in the middle of the court while the play's going. I'm just like, oh my God, you guys are stuntmen now. They're like legit stuntmen.
I like to be a ball boy at Wimbledon. I think that would be intense.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Well, you talk about having a hustle, man, because they don't care. They're in a rhythm. They got to serve. They're not going to wait for you to get out of the way. So you got to go.
Did you see that one where the guy couldn't stop and he just ran into the wall, the kid, full speed?
Oh, yeah.
He just, poof,
and then somebody walked over to him.
Yeah.
That was brutal.
Ball dude at a Giants game would be sick if you're a ball dude. That would be fun. Ball boy at Wimbledon. Like towel dude or girl or whoever.
I'm not down with wiping up sweat.
That'd be fun, though. Like the best seats
if I'm
ever.
Young, maybe.
Best seats ever, though.
Yeah.
You're like squatting in the corner.
I always wanted to be a bat boy when I was younger for a professional team. I had a buddy who did that when he was younger. He had the most amazing stories from the Giants clubhouse.
Dave Fleming did that this year, Giants broadcaster. He lost. He was last place in their fantasy football league, and as part of the penalty, he had to be bat boy for a night.
Really?
Yeah. He wasn't happy about it, but then he did a great job.
So when you were playing, would you tip out? I remember A-Rod and company, they would tip out it might have been the bat boy. Is there someone else that just runs the clubhouse? Or was a young kid to basically bring their stuff or to grab their bags? And these dudes got tipped out, depending on the player, some serious coinage.
Yeah, there's a clubhouse manager. That was Mike Murphy. He got retired into the Wall of Fame this year, the best clubhouse manager ever. But every team has a visiting, a home side. And the guys that and then the kids unpack your suitcase. They put your cleats there. Yeah, and they are also bat boys, and they'll put on the visiting uniform and be the visiting bat boy. And like when you leave town, you used to just tip out everybody, or you just tip the head clubby and then he would divvy it up. Like make sure, but like if you had a friend, a kid that like befriended you and he's like putting beers in your locker after the game, he's going above and beyond, like, here's $50 or whatever. So yeah. But I wasn't in the category where I could change their lives at all. Maybe buy them a nice dinner somewhere or something.
Kramer from Seinfeld. That is good knowledge. Yeah, that is sort of where I got that from. Yeah. Thank you very much. All right. The conversation. Do we have more sound from Steve Kerr?
Is this Steve or Dan?
That's Dan. You're FP. I'm Lucas. I have sound from Steve Kerr.
Why don't you just hand me the script?
How do I know it's Steve?
Well, you can hear his voice. That's a good point. Dan does a better Steve than Steve. This is his follow-up on the next question. One of the things that you guys read Kaminga say in that piece to Marcus Thompson was that he wasn't sure he would be taken out of games, and he wasn't sure exactly why, didn't know what he did wrong. Here's Kerr talking about the coaching that goes in between these games to help him understand those things for not only Kaminga, but all young players.
Yeah, more with the young players for sure. And so, a day like today, we had yesterday off, so a day like today, I show him those reasons. I show him the plays that we need him to improve upon and do something different. And so he's still a young player with very little experience, as foundationally. And so there's a lot of plays that, you just have to show him where the cut is, where the box out is, where the right position to be in is, because all these things matter when it comes down to a one-possession game like most of our games are. And so you show them on film and you move on to the next day. And he's done a great job of really embracing coaching, and we're going to continue to coach him and help him, be in the right spots and make the right plays.
Where the box out is, where the cut is, the angle on the cut. I haven't heard one caller say anything about those things today. So, like, my point is there's so many other things. There's layers to this onion about how you get playing time, how you don't get playing time. And the obvious ones to us are like, wow, he's playing really well. But we don't know all the different things on plays, where he's supposed to be, where he's not supposed to be, on rotations on defense, who he's supposed to guard, who he's not guarding. Maybe some fans do. I don't. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I know that. And I know everything. But, like, just, based on experience, there's a lot of other reasons why you earn playing time or you don't earn playing time. It's not always just because you got 2 hits.
Wonder what the Positive Coaching Alliance says about box outs.
That's their main thing. It's like if you box out for the Positive Coaching Alliance and you rotate and you cut at the right time with the right angles.
Find the open guy.
We praise that and we hug you.
Good.
And the Negative Coaching Alliance, that's the one I want to be a part of. I want to see kids get berated.
You idiot!
Cold at practice, hot at games.
Jerk! You go stand in the corner, and you're not going to play until you don't dribble the ball off your foot, Jordan Poole. You stand in the corner, and you're not in the game. And Dan, if you throw one more interception, that's it. You're grounded. I want the Negative Coaching Alliance. Like, hey, listen, all you kids suck, and you're never going to be big leaguers. You think you are? Like, your parents are playing for all this travel ball and all this money, and you got the fancy gear and the shin guards and the elbow guards and the batting gloves for Christmas. Guess what? You all suck, and you're never going to make it. You probably won't even play in high school, and if you do play in high school, that's where you're going to peak.
Have you seen Bad Santa? That has Bad Santa.
Did it? No, I've never seen it.
With Billy Bob Thornton. Anyone see it?
No.
Where he's just like this drunk Santa, basically ruining Christmas for kids.
I think you're thinking of the new Bad News Bears.
No, Bad Santa. Look it up, man. Are you serious? This is a classic.
Hey, you bring the soccer team. You kids are all playing soccer right now. You think this sport sucks. And I don't know why you're playing soccer. And if you were in Europe, maybe. But you're in the United States, and guess what? You're playing soccer. Maybe you get a scholarship. Probably not, because you suck. And you should take 2 weeks off and then quit.
In all seriousness, in coaching the Boys and Girls Club, you always talk about how the steps and the way the players at the NBA level trickles down. These kids, FP, are 10, maybe 11 years old. They get like step-back threes. They get like Euro steps. I'm like, are you kidding me? These guys are like kids that are implementing this to their bag when it comes to their overall game.
Have you watched the Little League World Series? These kids in the Little League World Series in Williamsport, they're all like watching home runs and standing there, bat flipping now.
Yeah, I don't know
their
about
gear
that.
is all like they all look like little big leaguers. It's incredible how they emulate what they see on TV.
One of the things that the caller was talking about, and back to Steve Kerr, he was intimating, and I'm talking about the caller, and he was intimating that being this deep, like Kerr created this mess, and it's a bad thing. Since when to having 12 guys that you can rely on is a negative? Do we not forget where this team was at a year ago as far as their bench, which was statistically one of the worst in the NBA? Anthony Lamb and the point guard. Who am I thinking of, Lucas? Who's the point guard last year?
Ty Jerome.
Ty Jerome. I mean, come on, man. Now you got 12 guys that can all go, that you can give minutes, and you have a sense of security. This is a good problem to have. And as it relates to Jonathan Kaminga, I mean, Kaminga's got to realize that I got to look over my shoulder because I'm getting pushed here. Because if I'm not playing well throughout the course of the game, that I may not close. There's nothing wrong with that. I think what it is that Steve Kerr was saying to Jonathan Kaminga indirectly and to the rest of us, I mean, that should make sense. I don't know why anyone would have an issue with that.
We had a saying in baseball, if you don't like it, play better. And that applied for everything. If guys were bitching and moaning in the minor leagues because they're eating peanut butter and jelly sandwiches after batting practice, and don't like it, play better. If the bus ride was too long in the minors, it was a 10-hour bus ride, and you're getting in at 2 o'clock for a 7 o'clock game and throwing your bag in the hotel room and going to play after sitting on a bus for 12 hours, and guys would moan and be like, don't like it, play better. If guys were bitching about playing time at the highest level, we would say, don't like it, play better. So I don't know. Maybe in Jonathan Kaminga's mind, he is playing better, and that's why he's saying this stuff publicly. But back to my initial point, if you're just joining us and not listening to all 4 hours today, is that I don't have any problem with his confidence level. I don't have any problem with what he said. I want my players to want to play more. I want my players to be confident and cocky and think they're the best. I just want them to come to me as a coach. If I'm playing coach right now, you've been doing a great job playing coach, Dan, today. I didn't know if you were just talking or that was Steve Kerr in your last little rant, so good job. But I want them to come to me, and I want to stay in the room. That's all. That's my only little nitpicky thing about this is we've done 3 hours of sports talk radio on this. We shouldn't have known this. He can come to Steve Kerr and say, I need to play more. What the hell? What's going on? Slam your paper on the desk, whatever. But we should know this. So that's my only little concern. You should be able to voice your opinion in the room, not publicly.
According to Kerr, though, it sounds like they have had these conversations. Maybe Kaminga doesn't feel like he's getting the results that he wants out of those conversations, and now he feels like he needs to talk to the media. What then?
Then, Lucas, and that's a really good point, by the way.
Thank you.
Then play the drop. The beep. If I go to my player and we have this talk, and I ask him politely as a professional that we keep things in-house here, that's how we do it, and then he goes out to the media, then we got a problem. Now we're talking about potential trade. Now we're talking about no matter the juice might not be worth the squeeze, because I've expressed to you that, hey, open door, man. I love that you feel like this. I encourage you to feel like this. I never want you to be happy when the buzzer sounds and you come to the bench. If you are, we got problems. I want you to want to be in there at crunch time. Like when S is hitting the fan at the end of the game, I want you to want to be the guy. But right now, this is why you're not. X, Y, and Z. And in the future, if you feel like this, come talk to me, dude. Go talk to Steph. Go talk to the assistant coaches. There's a chain of command, Dan, that you go bench coach. You never go right to the head coach. You never go right to the manager. You bounce things off your hitting coach. You bounce things off your infield instructor. You bounce things off the bench coach. Maybe it's over a beer on a plane. Hey, should I go talk to Skip about this? This is really bothering me. No. I'll handle it. Maybe let me smooth this out. I'll go ask him. I'll come back to you. So there's go-betweens and kind of like a chain of command within the organization that you should always follow. If you go straight to the skipper or straight to the head coach, you better damn well have a good reason. When you get to that level, you better have a really good reason, a lot of ammo to back up whatever you're saying.
How many players-only meetings did you have? Anything ever come out of those things?
No, those are terrible.
Right?
When the Giants were having them this year, I was like, oh my God, this is a bad sign. Whenever you're having a players-only meeting, it means something's going wrong. When we won 102 games in Oakland, we didn't have one damn meeting. Our meetings were at a bar or a strip club. If you're having players-only meetings, then something's going wrong. And those never, ever, 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 ever are productive. Because what happens is you get fractions. It starts to fracture. You get this side heard this and this side heard that. And the pitchers heard that we're not doing our job. And the hitters heard that we're not doing our job. And, we can't be late. And guys are kind of strolling the clubhouse late. And then the guys that stroll in the clubhouse late get offended because they were called out in front of those things are never, ever productive. It's like, yeah, good job. Good meeting, guys. Let's go win 10 in a row. the reason you're having those is because you're dysfunctional. Like some years we put the fun in dysfunctional, but like most of those meetings, and I feel bad because the one I did spin, and I didn't really feel it in my heart, and I said it on the air last year, is the Tyro Estrada meeting. And it's a guy that never speaks. And I said, well, when a guy usually doesn't speak and he has enough, to get up in front of the team and actually talk, a quiet guy.
Did he call for it?
Yeah. He was sick of the way they were playing, and Tyro, who's a very quiet guy, called a meeting. And I thought, oh, wow, that might resonate. When a guy that doesn't talk talks, I'm going to listen. But the bottom line is, if you look at it from the 20,000-foot view, why are you having a team meeting in the first place? It's because you're not playing well. And those never go. Then I'm on the plane, like, did you hear what Dan said in the meeting yesterday? Like, what is Dan thinking? Like, I don't know what team he's on. Like, that's not a problem. And then this guy's like, well, that kind of is a problem, and he needed to be called out. And the other guy's like, no, he didn't. He's not doing anything wrong. And then you get that chirping going on. And then, like, the pitchers are hanging out and the position players. And it's just, those things are not good.
Is it one of those where you can call out other players? Like, this is the opportunity. Like, FP, dude, I just don't like, your attitude on the bus. Like, there's no other platform to do it except in these players-only meetings. Will players get in each other's faces?
It's hard for me to say what goes on now based on back in the day. Yeah. I think it's all changed. If you go into a major league locker room right now, everybody's got their head down and they're on their phone. Like literally 2 minutes after the game, they're looking at Instagram, they're looking at who texted them, family members. I think it's a little bit different now, and I think today's player might be they are a lot smarter than we. They
probably do it via Zoom these days.
They're a lot smarter than we were. They're more in tune to like what's going on with the front office. They don't miss anything. They don't miss a radio show where something's said about them because there's so many platforms now. But I would say that they're a little more sensitive, and maybe that's a good thing because I don't think they call each other out. I think they'd rather just take the high road on that. And sometimes I'm kind of old school that I'm all for that stuff. Like I would encourage that if I ever got back into coaching, I would encourage guys to be honest and open with each other and let each other know what they're thinking. But I think the sensitivity level is so high with the modern day athlete, the millennials specifically, that I don't know how well that goes over.
All right, a reminder, Coach Kerr is going to join us in a matter of about 20 minutes. We'll talk about Jonathan Kaminga. We'll talk about the loss against the Denver Nuggets, ending the 5-game winning streak. We'll also discuss what it is he had to say after the game concerning referees and negating defense today. That's something that really hit home with me. Love to get into that conversation. That's all coming up with the coach. Reminder, we are presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Coach Kerr coming up at 5 o'clock. It's FP Santangelo and Dan Avone continuing on a Warrior Wednesday after this quick timeout.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's FP Santangelo, it's Dan Avone, and it's going to be Steve Kerr in a matter of moments. It's going to join us here to discuss about everything we've been just talking about, whether it's Jonathan Kaminga, whether it's the return of Draymond Green. A lot of things to discuss with the head coach. Want to take Omar really quick before we get a little deeper into Steve Kerr. Omar's in Oakland. Hey, Omar.
How you doing, brothers? I want to say I'm a Celtics fan, but I always watch the Warriors from afar, and I see the same similarities with Jonathan Kaminga and Jaylen Brown. When Jaylen Brown was coming out of Cal, he was 18. He had a lot of athleticism, but he was very raw, couldn't really shoot, couldn't dribble that much. And I remember in 2019 when Kyrie Irving called him out for being immature and, wanting to already have a bigger role. And then Kyrie left, obviously, and Tatum and Brown took that next step. And I see the same thing with Kaminga. He has all the tools in the world. He's just not very polished yet. And I don't think that's really smart of him to be calling out his coach and demanding playing time because he haven't really accomplished nothing. So I feel like he needs to be humble. And I feel like in the next 2 to 3 years, when Steph and Clay are going to be close to retiring, it'll be his time at that point. But he's kind of rushing the process right now.
Yeah, I don't know if I would go there. I think, it's true that when Jaylen Brown came out of Cal, the kid out of D.C., he was a teenager. But his makeup and his personality was very, very different from that of Jonathan Kaminga. He was a bit of an introvert. There wasn't the sort of sulking and complaining for playing time. And the other issue I have, Omar, and call back again because I love you, but Kyrie Irving calling out anybody is sort of a stop right there. Kyrie Irving is the last guy who should be calling anybody out. We can move on. But I don't know if I can go there with Jaylen Brown and Jonathan Kaminga. Yes, they're both very young, but aside from being teenagers and coming into the league, I think the analogies stop right there. Before we get to the head coach, Steve Kerr, a reminder coming up at 5 o'clock, you and this Mike McDaniel love affair. Talk to me about Hard Knocks, and what is it about McDaniel that's just so entertaining about this cat?
I mean, I got a man crush on this guy. And when they first hired him, the Dolphins, as their head coach, I'm like, did they really hire this guy from, I don't know, some tech company to be the head coach of the Miami Dolphins? And I didn't really know anything about him with the Niners. I didn't. I was on the East Coast. So I saw this and kind of judged. I was judgy. I judged the book by its cover. And now, seeing inside what goes on Hard Knocks in season. If you haven't seen it with the Dolphins, it's incredible. And he's just super authentic, and he's real, and he's relatable. And the way he talks to the players, and the way he's positive, and he has confidence and swagger. But it's the confidence and swagger in his own players, not in himself. And he says things like it's their time right now, and they sacrifice their whole lives to be at this level. They've sacrificed so much, and they've achieved so much to be at this level that I realize it's their time, and I want to put them in positions to where they succeed because of all their hard work and getting to this level, and where I succeed and we succeed. And it's just super genuine, authentic stuff. The way he talks is super hip and cool. He doesn't care what anybody thinks about him. How he dresses is him. How he talks is him. A lot of coaches, when you get to that level, and I've been around them where they were assistant coaches one year and they were cool and they became managers, and now they feel like they have to act a certain way. I'm the manager of the team now. And he doesn't care. He's running around. He's enthusiastic. And when he talks about he had a speech, and paraphrasing, and you guys probably saw it, so forgive me if I screw this up. They played poorly, and I forget what week it was, and he was talking to the team, and they were all in this auditorium, like a college auditorium. He's down at the bottom. And he's like, we were terrible last week. And he goes, you know what? We're going to confront it today, and we're going to own it. We're going to own the fact that we were awful. And then he gets in front of the team, and he goes, there was 15 reasons why we lost that game on Sunday. And he goes, I had a hand in every single one of those reasons. I put Tua in bad positions. He had to overcompensate for my bad play calling. You look at this play right here, and he threw a jump ball in the end zone. He goes, we're at zero coverage on the goal line, and I call a play where he just throws a fadeaway jumper in the corner of the end zone. He goes, that's on me. I have to be more creative. Now my quarterback has to make up for my shortcomings as a head coach. And then he just brought everybody in. It's we're in this together, and let's wear it. Let's own it. Let's hit it head on, and not like the elephant in the room. And then he was talking about Hard Knocks, the first episode of Hard Knocks. He's in front of everybody and he says, you know what? The cameras are going to be here. S is going to start getting weird. And he goes, we can either embrace it or we can say this sucks. And he's like, we're going to embrace it. Like we've been on this journey by ourselves to this point. He goes, and they're going to be here. This is our journey. I don't care if the cameras are here. I'm not changing. You're not changing. Just really good stuff, man. Like I don't know. It just resonated with me that this is the modern day coach. Like this is how you coach in 2024.
Lucas, do you have a little montage of what it is that FP is alluding to?
Clock, 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 clock.
I should announce that my wife went to the grocery store, which was exciting because I'm a big snack time guy. My wife was telling me that people are talking about me stealing people's girls. The dude had met her for 45 seconds.
What is it about Debo?
Who?
What's up, man?
Mike Jones, let's go. What's up? I mean, I used to be able to really push it from game day to almost Wednesday without showering. Now that would be obvious. Equally excited for you guys to truly take in how physically imposing I am. So. I'm looking everywhere. Can you catch? All right. You look cheap, so I think we'll sign you. Well, he totally disappointed me. He called that he was going to come back and have a pick six. Not a pick field goal. You're on TV. You're on TV. Short.
So, the best sound ever. The best sound ever was it kind of went viral yesterday. He's on the sidelines before the game, and he's standing next to Tyreek Hill, and they're introducing the legend Dan Marino. And Dan's waving. He's got his Hall of Fame jacket on, his gold jacket. He's waving to the fans, and it's just a round of applause. And he's like, "F your records, Dan. We're coming for your records." And he's screaming at Dan Marino behind him as he's waving to the fans. And like, I've been around people like that, you know, that he's a Hall of Famer. He's probably like at practice a lot and telling how the old day stories all the time. And this is the way we used to do it. And I'll tell you what, the modern day player doesn't really care. They don't. They know what Dan did. They respect it, but it's their time now. It's my time to shine. You had your chance. You had your day. And so sometimes in different organizations, different sports, like the old timers will hang around and they'll tell their war stories. Guys don't care now. It's about me. This is my 3 years to shine. This is my 4 years to get paid and to win a championship. And when the other guys kind of stand around too long, even if it's like one of the greatest quarterbacks in the history of the game, 50% of the guys don't even know who he is. This generation, they don't. And if they do know who he is, they respect what he accomplished, but they don't care.
I guess the question I would have is, wherein lies the true Mike McDaniel? Is he that genuine guy, or is he a guy that's hamming it up? Because we're all aware of when the cameras and the microphones are hot, right? Like, is he a guy playing to the camera, or is this really Mike McDaniel? Well, what's your assessment after,
this is him
binging on this show for the last 2 days?
This is him. And this works, Dan. We talked about this. This works if you're winning. If you're losing, I don't know how well this plays. Maybe publicly and within the locker room, the confines of the locker room. But they're doing well right now. They're playing well right now. I think they're a bigger threat to the Niners and the Ravens. That's just my personal opinion. Maybe I'm wrong on that in a Super Bowl scenario. But if you're asking me, I think it's going to be Niners and Dolphins in the Super Bowl. And maybe that's because I'm a little bit too close to this thing on the HBO series. Those guys seem to love each other, man. We're given access. And I know that when the final draft is reviewed by the coach and the front office before it's aired. But like the access to this team, and these guys care about each other, and they want to win for each other, and they have something special going on there.
All right. Do we want to hear from Coach Kerr? As a matter of fact, Coach Kerr is coming up in a matter of moments. We're about 5 minutes away from hearing from the head coach of the Golden State Warriors. This is obviously getting a lot of play throughout the country. What it is that he recently said after the Joker, Nikola Jokic, went to the line some 18 times, and Steve Kerr had this to say about officiating in the NBA, generally speaking.
I have no problem with the officials themselves. They're all across the league. We have really good officials. I have a problem with the way we are legislating defense out of the game. That's what we're doing in the NBA. The way we're teaching the officials, we're just enabling players to BS their way to the foul line. If I were a fan, I wouldn't have wanted to watch the second half of that game. It was disgusting. It was just baiting refs into the calls, but The refs have to make those calls because that's how they're taught. So I have a real problem with the way we are. We've legislated defense out of the game in this league, and the players are really smart in this league. And for over the last decade or so, they've gotten smarter and smarter, and they're just we have enabled the players, and they are taking full advantage, and it's a parade to the free throw line, and it's disgusting to watch. Thanks.
That's so good.
Love that.
I was so frustrated watching that game. Jokic doesn't flop, he flails. And like Steph Curry on the three-pointer he made, he barely extended his arm, and then Jokic acted like he was all off balance and throwing his one arm up in the air, and it became a free throw shooting contest, and you couldn't even touch the guy or it was a foul because he's just flailing. He was flailing uncontrollably, and it took away from a great matchup, the last two champions, going head-to-head on Christmas Day to a free throw shooting contest, and I was frustrated. I was yelling at the TV, and to see the head coach go say those things, I'm like, thank you very much for like saying what we were all thinking. That was hard to watch.
Exactly. He spoke for a lot of us. And when he says it's unwatchable, spot on.
Yeah.
And that's the issue I have with the NBA these days, is that as a product, why would you want to do that? You've got the best athletes, arguably, in the world going up and down the floor, and you want to interrupt play with the over-refereeing? It makes no sense. It just seems counterproductive to the sport itself. It's an injustice. And yeah, I do not tune into a hoop game to see, stoppage of play every 30 seconds and to see some guy selling a call. That's just, whether you cheer for the Nuggets or whether you're a Warrior fan, that all aside, just generally speaking, from the, looking down on the sport itself, and comparatively when you want to put it up against the NFL, which is always sort of like, the NFL is making $30 billion a year, and where are we at? And they always look at this from marketing dollars. Why the hell would you want to roll that out there every night? It's just not good for product. And so we can get into the
And from a player standpoint, Dan, I'm going to do anything I can to win. Anything. Like there's an old saying in baseball, if you're not cheating, you're not trying. Not that that's cheating, but it's definitely stretching the rules. And you're going to do anything to get a competitive advantage anytime. So if you're going to call those things, I'm going to do whatever I can to get to the free throw line to score free points. You're giving me free points for anything? Yeah, I'm going to keep doing that.
That's part of the problem, though.
Yeah.
I want to talk to you about this because we can do this maybe after Steve Kerr, but as in the NBA, they have these ongoing conversations, whether it's during timeouts or free throws with the players, because it's so intimate. It's just 10 dudes on a court. You don't see that in the NFL, and you don't see it to that degree in Major League Baseball. But because of these relationships, I think it hinders the objectivity is compromised to a certain degree, because these guys. You either like them or you don't like them, just like anybody else. It's human nature, right? All right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Do you want me to read who Steve Kerr is sponsored by? All right, well, hold on. But you know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of intimacy when it comes to professional sports and basketball. Like the referees having this ongoing conversation, and whether it's Scott Foster, who doesn't like Chris Paul, but those relationships are forged because they have these they're talking to a guy. I thought I would like to, no, well, like you during a timeout, you're over there.
Don't get me going.
During a free throw, don't talk to me. Just think of me like we mentioned Wimbledon. Think of me sitting in that chair, like 20 feet above. You don't have an ongoing conversation with me. I think we got Steve Kerr, but go ahead.
No, on the Hard Knocks in season, Tua's talking to a ref before the game, and he's like, hey, man, stay healthy. The game needs you. And we had relationships with umpires as players. They'd ask how the wives and kids were doing. You get calls. I gave an umpire like some Copenhagen one day, and the 3-2 pitch was right down the middle. He called it ball 4. Like, you know how to work them. I mean, it's part of it. They're human beings.
You gave him Cope in between pitches?
Copenhagen, yeah, I gave him a dip. Yeah, sorry.
Steve Kerr is sponsored by Xfinity. The Xfinity 10G network is made for streaming live sports, which means it's the network you can rely on the biggest moments. The Xfinity 10G network, the best way to stream live sports, and presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great. Coach Steve Kerr joins us. Coach, how are you this afternoon?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well. I have been forewarned and told time and time again, Dan, ease into this conversation with the coach. Don't hit him over the head about Kaminga and what he said about the referee. So we've been talking about Hard Knocks and Coach Mike McDaniel. Would you ever, if there ever presented itself where there was a Hard Knock NBA and they allowed cameras and microphones into the locker room or behind the scenes, is that something you would ever give the nod to?
Oh, I would want no part of that. No part. That sounds miserable. There's just so much stuff that happens in practice that you want to keep in house, and you want an environment where the players can trust you. And if there's cameras there all the time, it's just it compromises that sanctity that you need, where the players feel safe and you can actually coach and not have to worry about anything getting out.
Steve, FP Santangelo here. Good to hear your voice, man, and excited for the way your team is playing right now. It seems like, in talking to my friends and going to the game the other night and watching you guys, that you're playing with a different energy, a different vibe. And you know as well as anybody, I'm preaching to the choir how important that is throughout the course of a long season when you guys live together, you play on Christmas together. Just talk about how things have changed maybe in the last couple of weeks and maybe why things have changed in the last couple of weeks.
Well, I think, we did change the starting lineup, which I think changed the vibe a little bit. We struggled for the first 20 games. We just couldn't find any momentum, and it just felt like the right time to make a lineup shift. And I think, that shift coincided with Draymond's suspension. And I think maybe we had a little bit of clarity, at least, whereas the first weeks of the season, everything just seemed jumbled. Like we just couldn't find any momentum. And when Draymond went out and we made the shift, it sort of gave us a little chance to, kind of say, all right, let's see what we've got here with this lineup, and we'll go from here. And the guys have settled in pretty nicely, and we're on a decent stretch now.
You talked about the new lineup, and certainly we've seen Podziemski, who's been able to respond, and Jonathan Kaminga, who is playing his best basketball to date, and you've alluded to how things have slowed down for him. When Draymond does return, and obviously there's a lot of math involved here, but who is the odd man out?
Well, I mean, the one thing I've learned in coaching is you don't have to make those decisions until you have to. And circumstances change all the time. So we don't even know when Draymond's coming back. So to sit here and speculate and think, well, who's going to be in, who's going to be out, it's not worth the time. Once everything unfolds, then you have to make the decision. You have a lot more information. You know who's healthy, you know who's playing well, all that stuff. So right now, the way I look at it, we've got a deep team, got a lot of guys who I'm very confident in, and we'll just take it game by game and see who we play.
There's something cool, Steve, about watching a young kid get his chance and then realizing through some successes that he can play at this level, that my game plays at this level. And the evolution of Brandon Podziemski this year, like, I love this guy. We have a term in baseball, like, that guy's a baseball player, meaning, like, he's down and dirty, he's a gamer. Like, this is my favorite guy right now. Like, he's starting, you're giving him minutes at the end of the game, he's stealing the ball, he's diving all over the court, he's playing defense, he's making clutch threes. Maybe talk about him for a second, because I just love the way this kid plays.
He's a basketball player, FP. I mean, we use the same term only for our sport. I mean, he's just a basketball player, and the way that manifests itself is both sides of the floor. He's just when you watch plays unfold, it's almost like if you were in a 100-meter dash, and the guy shoots the gun, and one guy jumps the gun. He's the one who jumps the gun. Brandon jumps the gun on every play. Only it's perfectly legal in basketball and in fact encouraged. But when you watch a play unfold, shot goes up, he's the first guy chase the rebound, and everybody else is a half count later. That's why he gets so many long rebounds at both ends of the floor. Same way on the cut, same way, reading plays. He just has a knack, and he's got a feel, and
he's also fearless. So he's going to take and make big shots and make big plays. And if he misses, he doesn't care. He does it again the next time. So, yeah, total gamer.
Those are things you can't teach, right?
Not really. It's you try to teach them because they're such effective dynamics when you think about a way to play, and you show guys tape and you say, hey, look at this. What if you did that? But some guys are going to do it. Some guys are not going to do it, and he comes in with maybe 1 year of college experience and one redshirt year. And he's already doing all that stuff. So he just got a knack.
Is he soaking it all in? I mean, is he a good rookie? He's listening to Steph, listening to Clay, listening to Draymond, listening to you, obviously. I mean, is he willing to learn?
Yeah. He's definitely willing to learn. We coach him. We don't take it easy on him. The vets don't take it easy on him. And so he does his duties. So if the vets tell him to go get donuts, he goes and gets donuts. But at the same time, he thinks he's the best player on the floor. So it's a good combination. You do as you're told, but you got a little swag too. So I like that.
Coach Kerr joins us on this Warrior Wednesday, and Coach, the other rookie that obviously has had an impact is Trace Jackson Davis. Can you just talk about the difference between having a guy who's been at a school like Indiana for 4 years as opposed to somebody who comes out a little bit earlier?
Yeah, well, just the fact that, it's hard to even think about this, but Trace is 2 years older than Moses and Jonathan Kaminga. So you don't picture it that way because he's a rookie and those guys are in their third years. But that's the advantage of playing a lot of games. To me, it's very similar to the NFL. You look at the trend of quarterbacks, the Brock Purdy types who played, started 40 games in college or whatever the number is. That stuff matters because you're seeing these pictures and the game is happening so fast. And, really the only way to feel it is to go through it. And that's how I see Trace. 125 plus college games. Was coached by an NBA coach and Mike Woodson, at IU, and came in here just with a good foundation for his game, and he's showing he's ready for this now, and he's really been impactful, and he's helping us win games.
Look at us. We're talking about young players, talking to Steve Kerr, nice enough to join us on 95.7 The Game. We've been talking about Jonathan Kaminga for 3 hours, Steve. I'm getting sick of it, but the quotes, and we were reading them, and I know you want your guys to be confident. I know you wouldn't be happy if guys were excited about getting pulled from the game. Like, you want your guys to want to play. I'm assuming this. But we also had a saying that, we wanted to keep things in the locker room. We wanted to keep things within the family. And once it gets out to jokers like us that talk about it for 3 hours on a radio show, now you got to deal with it. And there's been a lot of things, and I don't want to get into them recently, that maybe have leaked out. But you guys are such a storied organization with such deep tradition and such championship pedigree that is there a part of you that wishes that he would have come to you and said that and maybe not to a reporter?
No, I wasn't really offended by the comments. I think J.K. meant well. I think it may have come out maybe a little differently than he intended, but it's all good. We talk every day, and he knows when I pull him aside and I show him film, I show him exactly what he needs to do to do better and to get more playing time. So the comments are what they are. Not a big deal. We just move forward. The biggest thing for me is JK just continuing to grow and develop. And he's doing a great job of that this year. I think he's made big strides. Most of the stuff is just kind of little detailed stuff that, frankly, unless you're watching tape of the game and picking it apart as a basketball nerd, may not recognize, but it's what we do as coaches, and those are the things that lead to winning and losing. So, we're showing him all this stuff and trying to help him get better, and he's working hard, and I think he's gotten much better this year. I'm really excited about his growth.
Coach, staying with Jonathan Kaminga for a moment, it's clear watching him play now how things looks as though they have slowed down for him, for lack of a better phrase. Is that one of those things where he's now seeing things, whereas maybe a year ago or a month ago that weren't necessarily there? Does that happen organically? I know it's certainly things, as you mentioned, are pointed out, but is that just something where the light has to go on for a young player?
Yeah, but it has to go on with daily work, and that's what JK has been doing. That's what our developmental staff has been doing every day. Pre-practice, that's what we do during practice. You show them the pictures, and you preach what you're trying to do as a team, and then it comes when it comes. And what I'm excited about is what I'm seeing the last couple of weeks is that it's starting to come. And I'll give you a perfect example. Any play where JK is catching the ball on the perimeter now, he's immediately swinging it. And that's led, over the last few games, it's led to open jumpers for Steph and Clay. That may not sound like much, but early in the season and in his first couple of years, usually on catch, he would hold it a second or two and wouldn't recognize the swing. And so we work on that every day in practice. So it's starting to click, and now all of a sudden, the offense is opening up. Everything in this game is about quick decision-making. It really is a decision-making sport, and the defense moves so fast that it just takes time for most young players to recognize what the decision is, what the correct decision is: dribble, pass, or shoot. Those are the three options. But it's usually the case with young players that decision making is the hardest part because the defense is moving quickly, and if the decision is made slowly, then you lose the advantage offensively. And that's the play that he's starting to make now more often. That's what's gotten me excited.
The defense that they're legislating out of the game. I was so pissed off on Christmas Day, and I'm so glad you had the ass in the press conference, too, afterwards, because I did, too, watching at home. It took away from a great game between the two defending champions, and now it's a free throw shooting contest, and we're milking calls. I mean, I love what you said after the game, and I'm glad you said it.
Well, I appreciate it. There was some frustration involved there, but I think the league is really good about listening to people and trying to get the product to the best place. And I know that this is a feeling that I share with my other 29 coaches. We all feel the same way, that the officials do a great job. They work so hard, and but it's the detail of how we're going to teach them that is the most important thing. And so, what I said the other day, I really believe that players are really smart, and they're just trying to manipulate calls. And I don't blame them. If they can get away with it, they should do it. I'll give you a perfect example. 2 years ago when Chris Paul was playing for OKC, he did the swipe through, when the team's in the bonus, where he's got the ball. Yeah. So he swipes through underneath our defender's arm, 40 feet from the hoop, and the ref calls it. And we make eye contact as Chris goes to the line, and I kind of roll my eyes, and he looks at me and goes, "Hey, as long as they call it, I'm going to keep doing it." And I said, "I don't blame you. You should, and that's the point, is that the players are just smart, and if they can game the system, they're going to game the system. And I just think it's on us. We're all kind of stewards of the league, coaches, GMs, owners. It's on us to really try to put the best product out there, and I just think it's a good time for us to take a look at this and get rid of some of this stuff.
Do the refs play the name game, Steve? Because I know strike zones were different. I'm hitting 220. I'm getting everything called on me. A big name gets up there, and their strike zone's different. Do NBA refs play that game, in your opinion? I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's human nature that, if Steph's got, 5 fouls and it's late in the game and there's a questionable call, I think it's human nature for the officials to not call it. I mean, I don't think it's like some big conspiracy. I just think this is, it's human nature. Now, if there is a foul, then they're going to call it. I mean, I don't think there's any of that stuff going on. But it's more just the human nature stuff, where if there's something shaky, questionable, let's let it go. Let's let the players decide. And I agree with that.
Coach, to that point of human nature, stay with me here. I know this is a bit of a reach, but the intimacy in basketball, where it's obviously just 10 guys on the floor as opposed to football and baseball, where you don't see the ongoing conversations during a timeout or certainly during a free throw, where these relationships are forged, whether it's Scott Foster or Chris Paul or Tony Brothers or whomever. And back to that human nature, you're just, you're either going to like a guy or dislike a guy like we all do. And does that compromise calls? And do you think that at some point, I've always, I would love to see it mandated where, let's just remove the referees. Let's just stop with the intimacy and the ongoing conversation and getting to know one another so that this can be more from an objective lens. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I'm not really in agreement with that. I think a few years ago the refs were told, not to communicate with players and, try to be, just more objective. The problem is in basketball, I think it's different from baseball. I think in basketball, every play is open for debate. Every play is subjective. And a block charge call, if we ask 10 people in a room, it's going to be split 5 and 5. And so I think there's so much feel that has to be had as an NBA official. And I think if anything, we've tried to make it too robotic and too black and white. And I think it's an impossible job. It really is, especially today because there's 20 cameras at every game, and the viewer at home gets 5 different replays from different angles. And you could make a case on almost every play that the ref got it wrong. But in my view, that's why the refs have to have more feel, and it has to be more situational and not, hey, this is a foul and this is not, because every play is different and every play's got circumstances and nuances that are different from the previous one.
Coach, one just a quick follow-up on that. You talked about how at times it's you referenced it's hard to watch or you wouldn't watch that, and I know a lot of that was the emotion speaking, but I can tell you as a fan that, and this isn't just relegated to the Warriors, but just basketball in general, there are times where the stoppage of play and the over-refereeing and the disruption of what is the fluidity of basketball, which is arguably the best athletes going up and down the floor, but every 10 seconds there's a stoppage. And how many times do we see a player move his feet and raise their hands, and as the whistle's blown, they're staying with their hands raised in this incredulous look of, what the hell do you want me to do? Like, defense now has gotten to the point where I'm with the player. I don't exactly know what it is that I'm supposed to do. And I think the refereeing has gotten to the point now where just from, just generally speaking from an entertainment perspective, it's so disruptive, at times it's hard to watch.
Well, it's like I said, it's a really difficult job. These are the best athletes in the world, and they're going fast. And you can't call a foul on every play because you want the game to be fluid. On the other hand, you can't let guys get away with stuff. You enter replay into it where we're replaying a lot of different stuff, and there's a lot of stoppages. It can be frustrating for fans, and that's really the trick: is how do we create what's best for the product? What's best for the sanctity of the game, but also the viewership and what people like to see, the flow of the game, and that's the idea. That's what we all have to try to get to.
Steve, I was debating whether to ask you this or not walking in today, but this is more of a personal thing for me and just kind of wanting to know. I was watching Last Dance this weekend. It was on ESPN. I don't know if you were aware. And you were on there and you were talking about Dennis Rodman. And you were talking about when he took off the time and he went to Vegas and kind of how Michael handled it with Phil. Have you, not that Draymond's anything like Dennis Rodman, but obviously there's some issues right now and he stepped away from basketball. Have you leaned on any of those experiences as a teammate with Dennis, or maybe even as Phil as your head coach, on how you guys handled that thing with him? Because I used to love that guy, man. He played so hard. He left his heart on the court every night. He was there for you guys. You won championships together. Those are the similarities I see with Draymond, that they both care a lot. Have you used any of those experiences with Rodman as a teammate to address the situation that's at hand right now?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, Phil Jackson was the master, the Zen master. You know, I mean, he was one of the most brilliant coaches in any sport. And the reason was his ability to handle any type of personality and get the most out of his players. And it was really, it wasn't some formula. It was just his personality, his flexibility, his emotional IQ, his awareness, and it was always a collaboration. And I think that's what I've taken most from Phil is, you turn it into a collaboration with your players where they know that, they have a lot of say. They also know that the coach is, in the end, the boss, but that this is about finding the right path and working together. And that's why I loved playing for Phil so much. And that's why I've tried to emulate him in many ways as a coach as well, because I know how powerful that style can be.
Coach, FP and I were talking about this earlier in the show about how you just can't go after today's players. Like you back in the day with Lute Olson or even the Bobby Knight days of just getting in the guy's grill, that just doesn't resonate with the athlete in 2023. So I've always been curious when it comes to the turnovers. How do you in this day and age become that authoritarian figure and still walking that fine line of making sure you don't lose today's athlete?
Yeah. Well, first of all, thankfully those days are gone. I mean, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody really benefited from having a demeaning coach. Let's be honest. Was that really motivating, or was that humiliating, and nobody really was the better for that? So I just think we're in an era where there's much more respect from coaches to athletes, but you can't give up the mantle of being the person in charge. You still have to have the authority, and you do that through your daily rituals, through your daily work, going to practice, what the players feel every day, what the film sessions are like. When it's done like Greg Popovich does it, like Phil Jackson did it, where it's respectful, where it's collaborative, where it's, hey, this is what we're working towards, and we're going to take care of everybody. But, man, we're going to work, and we're going to do everything possible to win, because it is, for us, the most important thing right now, today, to get this right. If you can strike that balance and that tone, then I think it all clicks, and that's what we try to do here.
Coach, we appreciate the time, as always. Thanks so much, and we'll get back to you next week.
All right. Sounds good, guys.
Yeah, good luck tomorrow night against the Heat.
All right. Appreciate it. See you.
It's awesome, man.
He's a different cat.
I'm a huge fan. I have been for a long time. And it goes deeper. I've said it a couple times today on the show. It goes deeper than him as a basketball coach. It's just Steve Kerr, the person.
I've always appreciated it.
He's more than a basketball coach to me. It's not just all about sports. It's about people. And not just people in his locker room. It's about people, period. Yeah, that was cool. I've interviewed him before on the other station, but that was really cool. I was nervous to ask that question about Rodman because I think there's some similarities. Yeah, sorry. There's some similarities between the two. And maybe Rodman was a little more wild off the court, but I don't really know what Draymond's thing is off the court. I don't know what he does when he's away from. It's not like he's taking a vacation right now to go to Vegas. And if you don't know the story,
that's
like
awesome.
he asked
Can
Phil.
you imagine
Dennis
that?
Rodman in the middle of the season asked Phil if he could go to Vegas for 48 hours. He was dating Carmen Electra at the time. So they went and Michael Jordan during the Last Dance said, like, Phil, if you let him go for 48 hours, he ain't coming back. Like, you're going to let Dennis Rodman go to Vegas for 48 hours? He's not coming back. And Phil was like, well, what else am I going to do? Like, we need him. If he needs this break, I'm going to give it to him. So Rodman disappeared for a couple of weeks. And he was out every night with Carmen Electra, gambling, drinking, having a great time in Vegas. And Steve kind of commented on it. They had an ISO of Steve, a one-shot of him, commenting on the whole situation about, like, how Phil handled it, what Michael said. And then Rodman came back and straight balled out. Like, he just needed that break, and they knew that what they were doing with him.
Well, you're leaving a part out because he did not come back to the team.
No, they had to go get him.
They had to go get him in a hotel room.
Michael did. Michael had to go
get him. And Carmen is sitting there right at the end of the bed.
She had to cover up. And he walked in, he's like, you're coming back. So Jordan went to Vegas to get Rodman to bring him back. Now, is Draymond that? No, but I mean, there is issues right now. I think we can all admit that. And he has stepped away for a long time, and he is apparently having to report to the Warriors and the NBA on his progress. So there's parallels, possibly. And that's why I was kind of nervous. In sports, you never want to go backwards. Like Steve has answered so many questions about Draymond this year, and you're always about today and moving forward. So, like, it's kind of tricky if you want to go back to the Draymond thing. But, like, it just clicked with me. Like, has anybody asked him about that? Like, is he drawing on those experiences with Rodman as a teammate or how Phil handled it as a coach? And that was cool. His answer was cool. I love the guy.
Yeah, I think well, obviously a little bit different in that it's not about strippers and needing to go to Vegas. But you're right. I think to be a successful coach, as he just sort of, laid out for everybody, you've got to be part politician, part priest. You got to be a counselor. You got to be a father figure. And you know this better than anybody. You've got a variety of personalities, and you have to relate to every single one of them. And I think that more than anything else, it's not the X's and O's. It's not, me scheming something so that we can get a bucket, but it's getting the respect, and not only the respect of the players, but I think that to compound things, getting respect of today's players, which might be more difficult than ever before.
And how do you get that respect? And it's about being authentic. It's about being honest and open. Like, players today are smarter and more perceptive than ever before. Like, they know everything that's going on everywhere. They know everybody's contract. They know what they're making. If you lie to players or you're phony, dude, they weed that out so fast. They know immediately. So for you to get the respect of the players in the room, like, you have to be yourself. You can't be one way when we're winning, one way when we're losing, one way when I'm playing good, one way when I'm not playing good. You have to be the same guy, ideally, every single day. Like, doesn't mean you're pissed if we lose a game, or you can't be pissed if we lose a game. But, like, what resonates right now is that you realize, as a coach, that this is my time. You had your time. You won your titles with the Bulls. Like, it's not about you anymore. And I think Steve's really good about, hey, we're all checking our egos in at the door. The only thing that matters is if we win a championship. And when we do win a championship, everything else takes care of itself. We'll get the contracts. We'll get paid. I'll get too much credit. You'll get too much credit. But if you can do that and just worry about winning, you're going to get paid. You're going to get paid. You're going to get paid. I'm going to get paid. And then we're going to have parades. That's a hard thing at the highest level because everybody's got different agendas. Some guys just are there for the money, which is fine. Some guys are there for the fame, which is fine. Some guys are just there to be there, which is fine. Like, whatever your motive is your motive. And it's super difficult when you have a small window of opportunity to make all the money you can make for the rest of your life to check your ego. Like, if you went to law school and you studied law and you did that for 4 years or whatever it is, and you've passed the bar exam, and now you're an attorney, and you're like, I passed the bar exam with flying colors, and you're a lawyer, and you get 3 years as a lawyer to make all the money you can make your whole life. Like, how would you do that? That's what pro sports is. We work our whole lives for a dream. We sacrifice so much. I didn't go out in high school. I didn't drink in high school. I didn't party. I didn't do that in college. Blinders on, hitting in the cage, not sacrificing time with my kids as a father, sacrificing my time as a husband, and just to achieve some success and to hopefully make their lives a little bit better. But like we do all that for just a short window of opportunity. And anytime there's a short window of opportunity, you're going to do whatever it takes to be successful in that window.
You get the sense after talking to Coach Kerr that, yes, you got to do whatever it takes to win because we're here about one thing, and that is winning, getting paid. But after listening to him, there's sort of this Father Flanagan that I also think that he gets off on. There's a high also, I think, of seeing guys mature, of maybe – that guy, when Jonathan Kaminga came to me as an 18-year-old, wild-eyed, raw athlete, just wanted to play, and now he's leaving at age 25 or what have you. Now we won a couple of titles, and to see him mature and to know that I had a part of that, I think also sort of motivates Coach Kerr. Maybe what it is that you said, that winning is everything and making money is certainly a big part of this, let's be honest, but there are certain outliers like that of Coach Kerr where he's incentivized by more than just the so-called bottom line, which is winning and getting paid.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's any coach, right? Developing players.
I don't know. I think some coaches are sort of through that. They have that lens, that narrow sort of horse blinders that, dude, I'm here to win. And if you're not helping me do that, get out of here. And it gets back to you being disingenuous. I think he really cares. Maybe I'm going a little overboard. I think he really cares about the players as human beings. And I think that might be, I don't know if necessarily every coach at the NBA and NFL level feels the same way.
The good ones do. The good ones do. Because we can feel that. We know if you're sincere or not. We know if you're full of S or not. Dusty Baker was the best. He cared about everybody. And he was so eclectic that he'd relate to anybody. Whether you're just like a country dude, whether you come from an affluent family, whether you come from a poor neighborhood, whether you come from a different country. Like, he had this quality, Dan, that you can't teach. Like, you can't teach it. Like, you felt like he was your best friend within 10 minutes. And he would communicate in a way, and we all know people like this in our lives, and I was lucky enough, like, to experience that like, he would communicate in a way that he made everybody feel important. He made eye contact. He would make you feel close to him. If you go around the world right now and say the word Dusty Baker, he has 1 million best friends. Oh, Dusty and I are super tight. Dusty's one of my best friends. They'd probably spent like 2 days with Dusty, but he makes you feel like that. And that's a quality that you either have or you don't have. Maybe it's developed and nurtured over time with experience, but like, he just had this innate quality that you just loved to play for the guy. You wanted to play for him. He made you feel welcome. He made you feel comfortable. I think Steve Kerr's got a lot of that.
And don't forget, he could ball back in the day.
Yeah. He had the sweatbands before this. He invented the high five.
He had sweatbands as a coach.
He invented the high five. Like, Dusty Baker invented the high five. That's something.
Did he really?
Yeah. He
Can you give me the 4 guys who hit over 40 home runs for the Dodgers in 1 year?
Is it 30 or 40?
It's 30.
Is it?
Yeah.
It is
30.
I'm going to guess.
It is 30.
No, I don't want to guess. I don't want to guess.
You'll get them.
But first of all, I don't care about the Dodgers, and I hope all those guys. No, I'm just kidding. No.
Can I ask you a Dodger question? Just so
sure.
We're meandering here.
Yeah, let's meander.
Don't you think? Okay,
we're talking about the same thing for 5 hours.
Right, I know that they've got like they got the best baseball has to offer. Right? Like, that's everyone's going to LA. Right? It's New York was the destination years ago. LA's cornered the market. Right? She's a siren. It's sunny. It's SoCal. Come play baseball here. They lock up Shohei. They get this kid, Yoshinobu Yamamoto. And a lot of people are questioning, is this good for baseball? Like, having a team that dominant where everybody wants to go play baseball for them, that it's so unbalanced, it's unfair, it's not good for product. I would argue that, I told you, I came from a WWE background. Like, having the villain, like, that's the guy. Like, that's what makes entertainment to me. Like, I think it's a good thing for baseball.
I think it's great for baseball in the fact that they're going to spend all this money and bow out in the first round again. I think
that's the beauty of baseball. You get a short rotation.
You get a team that good and you put baseball in a microwave oven, it's a 3 or 5 game series, and all of a sudden you've got all the pressure on you and the team playing you has no pressure and they're just having fun because they got there. That's the dynamic that people don't realize. Those expectations don't rear their ugly heads in 6 months and 162 games. It's when all of a sudden we got to win 3 games. Oh my God, we got to win 3 games. If we don't win 3 games, our season is a failure. How do we win 3 games? I think it's bad for baseball. I'll disagree with you in the sense that there should be some rule that you can only defer a certain percentage of your contract. Because if guys are going to defer 99% of their contract till whatever year in the future and allow other teams, it's smart on his part for tax reasons, like I get it. But if you start getting all this deferral, it's going to make for a non-competitive balance. So now that Shohei did that, the Dodgers can go out and sign another guy for $300. Say he defers his money. Now you just keep signing guys, and you're going to have one team that's just better than the others. Like, say you make a rule now. Like, there was Curt Flood in free agency. Say like the Major League Baseball makes a rule. Players Association would probably never vote for it. That you can only defer 50% of your contract or 60% or 40% of your contract, whatever it is.
And he was, what, 95?
Yeah, he's $68 million. He's getting $2 million this year. Yeah. He's getting paid $70. That's crazy for me to even say that. He's getting paid $70.
It's a $700 million contract.
$700 million contract. And he's making $2 million this year and 68 deferred till, like, I don't know, 2075. I don't know, whatever it is. I just think that part's bad for baseball. I do.
I would just tell you that if I was Shohei, there's no way in hell I'm deferring that much money. I'm one of those guys that you never know. And maybe because he's a young, I don't know if he goes into an escrow, but like, I don't know everything that's going on in the Middle East. I don't know that we'll be here next week. Seriously. Think about this. The guy that owned the team before the Dodgers, Frank McCord.
Yeah.
That's LA, right? The number 2 market in the world. He couldn't make payroll at one point. Like, he had to file for bankruptcy. He couldn't pay his own players. And it's the Dodgers. I'm just saying, Shohei, my man. Like, yeah, in a perfect world, the Dodgers aren't going anywhere, but I don't know. Putting that in the bank for 10 years, yeah, that's a risky proposition. I sure as hell am not doing that.
Yeah, I don't think I would either. I mean, he's doing it for tax purposes so that when he goes to Japan, he doesn't get the California tax on it. It's not who pays you, it's where you live, apparently, is what I've read. I don't know anything about money. I have people that help me with that because I'm slow and not very smart. So yeah, I don't know. I just think that the deferring part is bad for baseball. Now he's enemy number 1, dude. He's Darth Vader. He went from being a likable cat to now he's a Dodger, and I can't stand him, dude. I can't stand him now.
I know.
I mean, you know, as a fan, I'm sure he's a good dude.
Listen, my man, I grew up in San Francisco, man. I'd be a candlestick with like 500 other bozos, freezing my you-know-what's off, hating on the Dodgers, watching 3 guys get into a brawl in the upper deck, and then, you know, watching a Dodger game, and there's like 40,000 people leaving in the 7th inning and all basking in sunshine, drinking umbrellas in their cocktails. I'm like, where the hell is this place? I grew up with Dodger hate. Believe you me. But as much as I don't want to like them, think about their team, though. Like, can you really hate on Mookie Betts?
Dude, Freddie Freeman was my favorite player when he was Brave.
Like, Shohei, he's a good dude. Like, it's a conundrum.
They got likable dudes. Mookie, Freddie, Shohei. It's bad to say, but they have likable cats on their team.
Freddie lost me when he cried, though, when he went back to Atlanta.
Really?
Sorry, man.
You're not a crier guy? That thing, I think I heard some. Yeah, that went south with his agent. That was a weird deal. But yeah, you know what? Here's the thing. I don't want to be hypocritical because if Shohei signed with the Giants and deferred $68 million, I'd probably be like, that's so smart. But like I would say probably privately that's not good for baseball. Like if I'm taking my Giants orange and black hat off and my fandom and the fact that, you know, I've been here my whole life and a Giants fan my whole life, if I had to look at that objectively, I'd still think it was bad for baseball. I probably just wouldn't be so adamant about it publicly. I would think it's great because now the Giants can sign 3 more players. So in a sense, I am being hypocritical on this, but I do think it's not good for baseball that one team can be just this superpower and you can defer any amount in your contract.
Not to go all hot stove, but just one more with the Giants and free agency as they continue to like miss on dudes. Is it one of those, if you're a free agent, FP, how much are you taking into account? And San Francisco is getting a bad rap, right? All over the country.
Agreed.
As a player, are you thinking about, all right, my kid's got to go to school. You know, when I'm away, my wife's at the house. I'm not hanging in San Francisco.
Players don't live in San Francisco,
right,
though, unless you're single and you live in the marina.
Well, Lincecum and those guys.
You live in the marina and you're single. I know some guys that
Pat
do.
Burrell.
I know some guys that do right now. that we meet at the bus stop weekly. No, it's just
seriously.
Yeah. I mean, it's just
bus stop's a good call.
It's such a good call. Shout out to the bus stop. No, but you live in Danville. You live in
True.
Atherton. You live in Walnut Creek, and then you commute in, and you go into a secured players lot, and then you go to your suite during the game, and you're never out and about in the city. So I don't even think I think the city just gets such a bad rap. The perception and reality aren't the same. And Buster Posey got crushed for saying the perception is. Like, people just gloss over the word perception. Yeah, the perception is. The reality isn't great. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I live in the city. I walk to work.
Do you really?
Yeah, I live in the city.
Newfound respect for you, man.
The perception isn't, the reality isn't great. I mean, we can all be honest about that, but it isn't as bad as the perception.
I gave Dibs, I did one show with Dibs and I called him Bridge and Tunnel. And he was like, I don't know. I'm like Woody Allen. I go to the airport and that's it. You take me out of the city, I don't know where the hell I am. But FPI, that's why we get along, man. San Francisco, beautiful stuff. All right, we got to go. Well, we're not done with the show. We got to get to a break.
All right.
This segment was sponsored by Lucky California. That's what you wanted me to read, Lucas? Done. We'll be back to wrap up the show. It's FP and Dan. Back after this.
Bye.